This boy is none other than our protagonist Li Qiao. However, simply because he was born as an illegitimate child of the clan leader, he didn't receive any special treatment at all. Yet there was one thing they had no idea about. Qiao was hiding a secret, which was that he had mastered every single martial arts manual within the family. Yet there was one thing they had no idea about. Qiao was hiding a secret, which was that he had mastered every single martial arts manual within the family. The story begins in North Korea, an unexplored region. At this moment, a group of martial artists are gathered and chatting around. Amidst the crowd, a young man looks around with a blank and bewildered expression. Right at that moment, an uncle holding 2 cups of drinks walks over to greet him. "Hey kiddo, is this your first time joining?" Hearing that, the young man hesitates slightly before reaching out to take the drink, nodding in acknowledgement. "Yeah, I've been into gates and dungeons before, but this is my first time coming to this area, so I'm a bit nervous." Seeing this, the uncle bursts out laughing heartily. "Haha, then you better brace yourself. Places like this have been abandoned for hundreds of years, so they're definitely crawling with monsters. Who knows, there might even be ancient monsters roaming around." As he speaks, the uncle sits down next to the young man. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, the young guy turns to ask, "By the way, our expedition team leader belongs to the prestigious Lee martial arts clan, right? I heard he's the clan leader's brother, so he must be really strong." Hearing that, the uncle glances sideways at a man sitting nearby, then shakes his head with a mocking laugh. "You mean that guy over there? Well, he's just an illegitimate son. He's so weak that he ended up getting kicked out of the clan." The person he's looking at is a man in his 40s with a depressed expression, looking no different from an unemployed loser. This is the 9th legitimate son of the prestigious Lee martial arts family, Li Qiao. Looking at Qiao's somewhat sloppy appearance, the uncle continues his judgment. Not only is he useless, but he probably lacks any kind of perseverance either. That's why at his age, he's still stuck at level 7 in martial arts. How on earth can we rely on a guy like that? At the same time, a man dressed in black walks up in front of Qiao and reminds him, "Expedition team leader, let's keep moving." Hearing someone call him, Qiao barely lifts his gaze to look at him for a second, then lowers his head back down and murmurs, "All right." Following that, the group quickly packs up and continues moving forward. Yet, for some reason, Qiao feels a lingering sense of unease about this trip. As he walks, he thinks to himself, the Black Spear unit operates directly under the head of the Murim Lee family, so they're supposed to protect me, but looking at this, it doesn't feel right at all. I've got a bad feeling about this, Qiao silently reminds himself. In his mind, he begins to reminisce about his background. "I used to carry hopes and dreams. The moment I realized the pressure of becoming a part of the Murim Lee family was also the time I was chosen by a supreme divine weapon during the divine weapon selection ritual. Back then, I thought that if I kept learning and working hard without stopping, one day I would finally gain everyone's recognition. However, that never happened." Everything started when Qiao was around 7 or 8 years old. At that time, a family doctor pointed to an ultrasound image on the wall and explained, "Look at this, I've never seen magical power quite like this. Magic power like this isn't suitable for learning spellcasting. And if he forces himself to train in martial arts, it'll be extremely hard to stabilize." With young Master Li Qiao's current condition, reaching Tier 9 is nothing short of a miracle. Hearing this, Qiao's father just lets out a heavy sigh and quietly looks out the window in deep disappointment. That was the moment everything changed. When people found out about my condition, they assumed that me getting chosen by a divine weapon during that ritual was just a coincidence, or simply a mistake. Even so, I gave it everything I had. I wanted to prove him wrong. I reached Tier 7 at the age of 25. Back then, I was genuinely overjoyed, even though my siblings had already hit that tier when they were kids. But that joy didn't last long because I was kicked out of the family the moment I turned 30. If it weren't for my eldest brother, I probably would have ended up as a corpse after leaving the family. Ever since then, I've always been running away. It's been 10 years since that time too. The era of chaos has arrived. Unexplored regions are expanding, and monsters are evolving rapidly. My father, who was known as the pinnacle of Murim, the leader of the Murim Lee family, passed away. Not long after this news spread in the newspapers, a group of people dressed head to toe in black came looking for me. Seeing them, I immediately frowned and challenged them. "Black Spear Unit, how did you guys find me?" Opposite me, the men in black don't answer. Instead, they hand me a letter and say in a low voice, this decree is for you. Returning to Chiol's perspective, seeing that these guys from the Black Spear unit completely ignored his question, he lets out a sigh and mocks himself. Haha, are they really just going to brush me off like that? Does that mean I can never escape this cursed bloodline? Thinking this, he quickly reads the letter and starts getting a grasp of the situation. Clan leader Lee Gunseong, third brother, has become the clan leader now. Then what about my eldest brother? Chiol wonders to himself. But before he can even figure anything out, the people opposite him speak up again. We'll meet in an hour. With that, they turn around and leave. Seeing this, Chiol tightly grips the letter in his hand and hastily asks, "Wait, what happened to my eldest brother?" The Black Spear unit members don't answer the question and just stay silent. Seeing that, Chiol continues, "For the past 10 years I haven't even used a sword, so why are you guys still dragging me in to investigate the unexplored region?" Hearing this, one of the men in black in the group seems to get a bit angry. He glares back and snaps at Chiol, "So, are you trying to refuse this assignment?" As he speaks, he instinctively reaches out to tightly grip the sword at his waist. This makes Chiol break out in a cold sweat, realizing that refusing without a valid reason only leads to death. Left with no other choice, Chiol is forced to accept his demand. "It's not like that. I'll do it." Hearing the reply, the Black Spear unit members look satisfied and instantly vanish from Chiol's sight like a gust of wind. Waiting for them to leave, Chiol angrily grips the piece of paper and grits his teeth. Those bastards. Returning to reality, right now Chiol's group, after traveling through the forest for a while, suddenly spots a massive, decaying building right in front of them. This leaves the young guy in utter shock. An abandoned building? This place is pretty well preserved. Beside him, the guy in black also suggests, "Let's head inside." Just like that, the whole group draws their weapons, grips them tightly, and slowly steps inside the house. As they walk, they scan their surroundings, and the sight before them makes their hair stand on end with creepiness. At this point, the inside of the house is piled high with bones belonging to both humans and monsters. What the hell is this? Are these the corpses of ancient monsters? Someone screams out. But before they can even find an answer, a man in black stares with wide eyes and snaps, "Get to work!" As soon as the order is given, two men in black on either side sprint forward rapidly. Before the young guy even realizes what's going on, his head is cleanly sliced off. The event happens in the blink of an eye, catching the group of martial artists off guard as they scream out, "What the hell are you guys doing?" Responding to the question is the cold voice of an assassin. "You guys knew damn well you were dead from the very beginning anyway. You should feel honored to sacrifice yourselves for the family's interests." As he speaks, he rushes forward with his weapon to attack the uncle. However, there's one thing he didn't expect. Before he could even take down the person in front of him, a sword pierces straight through his chest from behind. And the one who struck is none other than Chiol. He coldly questions them, "Who's the one behind all of this?" Up front, the assassin replies in a calm tone, as if he feels no pain at all. "The clan leader is the one behind this. We were ordered to bring you here." "Well, of course, that's if you don't put up a fight." As he speaks, he reaches out and crushes the sword piercing through his body. Following that, the massive wound on his chest starts healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This leaves Chiol unable to believe his eyes. Yet, seizing this opening, the martial artist uncle immediately sneaks around behind him to launch a sneak attack. Too bad his martial arts skills are still a bit lacking. Before he can even land his attack, the assassin casually slashes his sword backward, cutting the uncle's body right in half. Fresh blood starts spraying everywhere, filling the air with a reeking, bloody stench. After doing this, the assassin glances at Chiol with a mocking look. "Pathetic. I thought you'd be a lot stronger than this, especially since half of your blood still belongs to the Murim Lee family." Saying that, he instantly dashes forward like a flash of lightning, delivering a direct kick straight to Chiol's chest, causing him to cough up a huge mouthful of blood, and fly backward like a cannonball. His body smashes through countless walls and piles of bones before finally coming to a stop. Yet in the middle of such extreme danger, for some reason, Chiol's mind remains completely calm. He reminds himself, "I can't die like this, I need a weapon." Thinking this, Chiol darts his eyes around to scan the area. And very quickly, he spots a longsword jammed straight into the spine of a gigantic monster carcass that has been dead for who knows how long. "Over there, that sword is powerful enough to kill a monster this big. If I use it, I'll stand a chance. Please just work." Thinking this, without a single second of hesitation, Chiol reaches out, tightly grabs the sword and pulls it out. However, for some reason, the moment the sword is pulled out, it slowly dissolves into a stream of black smoke. Looking at this, Chial's gaze turns vacant as he mutters like a soulless corpse, "Why?" At the same time, the assassin's voice rings out right behind Chial. "I can't believe it. Someone from the Lee family could actually be this pathetic. Well then, at least let me send you off as a fellow bearer of the Lee name." With that, he swings the sword in his hand rapidly, creating a red arc of light that slashes straight across Chial's body. The protagonist's entire body loses all strength as he pitches forward. Inside his heart, there is only a bitter thought: the heavens are truly too cruel. Am I really going to die like this? My whole life was just spent running away, tasting countless failures, and this is how it ends. If I get a chance to live again, I'll... Thinking this, Chial's vision fades completely pitch black. However, his consciousness isn't entirely gone yet. A streak of light begins to appear within the darkness. Then a familiar voice rings out, "Is this Yujung's child? What happened to Yujung?" Beside him, a man dressed like a butler steps forward to reply, "When we found her, she was..." His voice trails off in hesitation. Returning to Chial's perspective, the familiar voice and face evoke a wave of nostalgia. This voice, is it Dad? But didn't he pass away? Wait, he looks so young, and not just him, even Butler Choi looks like this. Dad, Butler. Chial thinks to himself while reaching his hand out forward. However, what he sees is a pair of unusually tiny hands. The reason is simple: right now he is in the state of an infant. Looking at his own tiny hands, Chial even wiggles them a few times to check if he's seeing things. He wonders to himself, "What's going on? I should be dead by now. Is this the afterlife or just a memory?" Unaware of the thoughts running through his son's head, his father, Lee Tishin, instructs the butler, "Young is a fitting name for him right now. Just like with the other children, arrange for a maid and a few members of the Shadow Sword unit to protect him, and have him join the sword selection ritual along with the 8th young miss." This statement leaves the butler completely startled as he asks again, "Right away, sir." But he's still not ready. Besides, the 8th young miss is also a few months older than him. The butler's words make Tishin fall into deep thought for a moment, but then he shakes his head and says, "It doesn't matter, I'm leaving." Saying that, he also casts a glance at Chial, startling the boy, and then quickly walks out of the room. Only when he has completely left does Chial let out a sigh of relief. Phew. As expected of Dad, even though it's been a while, the pressure from him is still just like before. So what's going on here? This feeling is way too realistic to be just a memory. In the conversation just now, that really happened. Even though I don't want to believe it, if this is real. Did I really regress back to this damn time? The more he thinks about it, the more absurd our protagonist finds the whole situation. Time flies quickly. A few months since Chial's regression, today is the big day for the Murim Lee family. The sword selection ritual. The descendants of the clan will reveal their potential through the weapons that choose them. In the past, his father was chosen by dozens of swords and became the strongest swordsman of his generation. As for his older brother, he was chosen by both a sword, a book, and a staff, making a name for himself across the world thanks to his mastery of both swordsmanship and magic. This time it's his turn. Right now, Chial is dressed in extremely luxurious clothes, however, it makes him feel a bit uncomfortable. Yet a maid looking at his current outfit breaks into a wide smile and praises, "Oh my, young master looks so handsome today. Even in an unfamiliar place he didn't cry at all. How mature." This girl is Chial's personal maid, Moongawa. She reaches out to pick Chial up onto her lap and continues, "I'm sure the young master will get great results. Your future is definitely going to be brilliant." Over here, Chial looks at her face and instinctively cracks a slight smile. A flash of past memories flickers in his eyes. Maid Gawa was like a mother to him, but due to the jealousy of his siblings, she ended up being cast out. She was the only one who cried over his loneliness and always stayed by his side. "But this time, I won't let that happen again. I'll protect her at all costs." Thinking this, he reaches out his tiny hand to touch Gawa's face. This action catches her a bit by surprise, but she pulls him into an even tighter hug. Then, right at that moment, someone walks over and reminds them, "Young Master Young, everything is ready." Hearing that, Gawa turns to tell Chial, "Well then, shall we set off now?" In another scene, Butler Choi is also standing right behind Tishin, reminding him, "Everything has been prepared." In response, family head Tishin turns his head and nods, All right. Just like that, the entire group quickly moves to a certain area, which looks just like an arena. However, right now, lining the upper part of the arena are countless weapons standing upright, while all around the perimeter many guests have come to witness the ceremony. They look toward Chiol and whisper, "Is that the kid, the bastard child brought back from outside?" In another corner of the stands, important members of the family are also present. This beautiful young noblewoman is the family matriarch. Her name is Baekhyun. The long-haired guy next to her is Chief Steward Lee Yi-hung. Next is the family's eldest son, Lee Gun-seong. And finally, the family's third son, Lee Myeonjung. At this moment, while everyone is still quietly observing and judging Cheol, Myeonjung suddenly speaks up. "He's too young. Don't you remember us participating in this ritual when we were at that age, right, Gun-seong?" He says this while glancing at his younger brother sitting next to him. To this, Gun-seong coldly replies, "Yeah, I suppose so. Who knows where he crawled out from?" He speaks with a blank expression, but inside he finds it somewhat amusing. Scene switches to the arena. At this moment, Tishin loudly declares, "The weapon selection ritual begins. Bring HWA out." Hearing that, a young woman hurriedly carries a little girl over. This girl is named Lee HWA, the eighth child of the family. At this point, Tishin sits the little girl down, leaning her back against a chair, and then takes out a dagger from his pocket and pricks it across her tiny fingertip. A few drops of blood immediately well up, causing the little girl to burst into tears. Yet the strange thing is, the moment these drops of blood fall to the ground, they emit a blue glow, shooting straight toward the weapons in the distance. And a silver-white sword among the weapons suddenly starts to glow as well. Seeing this sight, the onlookers gasp in awe. "Wow, that's the top-tier saint-grade sword, Fang Sword, a true masterpiece." Through generations, it has never responded to anyone. Paying no attention to the chatter, Tishin immediately reaches his hand toward the sword, using his power to draw it into his grip. Once he firmly grasps the sword, Tishin gently hugs his little daughter and says, "From now on, the Fang Sword belongs to HWA." Hearing these words, the middle-aged noblewomen around them offer their congratulations. "Congratulations, young miss, another genius has been born into the family. Today truly is a momentous day." Receiving the congratulations, the family matriarch, Madame Baekhyun, smiles happily and softly expresses her gratitude. However, right after that, her expression darkens as she hears Tishin speak up again. And next, Young's ritual will begin. The moment he finishes speaking, the crowd's enthusiasm seems to vanish. Instead, they start whispering to each other in suspicion. "He's the bastard child brought in from outside, right? Tusk, why would they let someone like that join the ritual? Tusk, why would they let someone like that join the ritual?" Paying no heed to the murmurs, Tishin sits Cheol down, leaning his back against a stone, and uses the dagger to prick blood from his fingertip, just like he did with HWA earlier. However, because he has the mind of an adult, Cheol doesn't cry like his sister. This leaves Tishin somewhat pleased as he gently says, "I'm very proud of you." Saying that, he pats Cheol's head as a form of praise. Yet deep inside, Cheol feels a hint of anxiety. He thinks to himself, "So this moment has finally come. In my past life, I was chosen by the Clear View Sword, a heaven-grade sword." Thinking this, Cheol extends his hand, letting the drops of blood fall downward. Scene cuts up to the stands. At this moment, Chief Steward Yi-hung glances sideways at Madame Baekhyun with a cold expression and thinks to himself. Judging by her expression, First Madam doesn't look happy at all. After all, he's the hidden bloodline of the eldest brother, so it's totally understandable. That kid really has a harsh destiny. Carrying the title of an illegitimate son while trying to survive in the Lee family is probably not easy at all. Perhaps because of these conservative old folks stuck in pure-blood ideologies, things ended up like this. Thinking about it, Chief Steward Yi-hung lets out a regretful sigh. At the same time, as if reading his mind, an old man standing right behind him strokes his beard and chuckles. It seems the chief steward is paying quite a bit of attention to an illegitimate son. As he speaks, the old man glances at Yi-hung with a meaningful look. This old man is the great elder of the Lee family. Hearing the old man's words, Yi-hung shot him a cold, indifferent glance and replied, "Greetings, Grand Elder." Yet deep down, the chief manager felt a wave of guarded caution toward this crafty geezer, thinking to himself, "This is a man who never lets his true thoughts show. No matter what, I cannot afford to lower my guard around him." Unaware of Yi-hung's internal thoughts, the old man Cheol-jun cheerfully continued, "Is that child the one the head of the family brought back from the outside?" Yi Hung answered without even bothering to look at him. That's right. I heard the spirit sword core found and protected him. Qiao Jun had already known about this matter for a long time, but he still posed the question anyway. How baffling. I simply cannot fathom the family head's mindset. How could an illegitimate child of unknown birth and background possibly participate in the iron selection rite? The iron selection rite holds zero meaning for an illegitimate child. That has been clearly proven through the manager's own experience, hasn't it? The old man's words dripped with sarcasm, causing Yi Hung's face to stiffen. His hand clenched so tightly that it trembled uncontrollably as he demanded, "What did you just say?" Hearing this, old man Qiao Jun hurriedly corrected himself, though his cunning tone didn't lessen in the slightest. "Oh, my apologies. It's just that the tale of how the manager, coming from the outside, failed to be chosen by a single weapon during the past iron selection rite is entirely too famous, that's all. An illegitimate child is nothing more than an illegitimate child after all. So it would be best for one to simply know their proper place." With that, he flashed a mocking, derisive smile. And at this point, even a Buddha would harbor some anger. How could Yi Hung possibly sit quietly after being insulted like this? He gnashed his teeth in fury and lashed out, "That's going too far. I will no longer tolerate such outrageous insults." Before his words could even fully leave his mouth, a brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted from the distance, freezing both Yi Hung and Qiao Jun in a daze. In fact, Yi Hung was so startled that he bolted straight out of his chair, his eyes widening to survey the scene more closely. Beside him, old man Qiao Jun wore a look of utter panic as if he had just lost all his money. "What is this? Why is this happening?" he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Chief Manager Yi Hung's face radiated uncontainable joy. Unable to hold it back, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, even seeing it with my own eyes, it still feels like I'm dreaming." Right then, following their line of sight, all the weapons across the dueling arena began to glow simultaneously, radiating a blindingly intense light. Even masterpieces of weaponry like the renowned Blood Spirit Spear or the iron-molded saber, all the way up to holy artifacts like the Holy Sword Ma or the Holy Thunder Azure Dragon, every single one of them reacted to Qiao, accepting the boy as their next master. This plunged the entire grandstands into a sudden, stunned silence. Just a few seconds later, a flurry of frantic screams erupted. "How can this be? This is absurd." Not just the ritual weapons, even the weapons that already have masters are reacting. Over on this side, the sword of the family's eldest son, Myeong-young, was also glowing, trembling endlessly in resonance with Qiao. This left Yi Hung with nothing more than a bewildered smile. "Haha, how on earth could something like this happen? Gunseong, do you believe what you're seeing? It seems our ninth younger brother possesses a talent far beyond anything we ever imagined." Responding in his usual cold demeanor, Gunseong acknowledged, "Indeed he does." Elsewhere, the guest spectators gathered for the ceremony broke into a noisy uproar. "Doesn't something feel deeply wrong here? This kind of result should never come from an illegitimate child. Damn it, though, the iron selection rite is supposed to be completely infallible." Turning back to the perspective of the family head, Tishin, facing the mounting murmurs, he bellowed, "Silence! According to family rules, every single weapon that has chosen young belongs to him. However, handling this matter simply won't be easy. Therefore, I wish to hear everyone's opinions." Responding to his words, Chief Manager Yi Hung raised a hand to voice his thoughts. "I have a proposal. No matter what the family rules state, I believe granting him all these weapons would go against the very purpose of the iron selection rite. The iron selection rite is a tradition that must continue to be upheld for future generations. So why not let the ninth young master choose just one sword from among them himself? How does your lordship feel about that?" For the family head Tishin, he felt this was an offer he couldn't refuse, so without much thought he immediately agreed. "Not a bad idea, that suggestion will do." With that, he snapped his fingers and manipulated the weapons that already had owners, causing them to fly back toward the arena. Afterward, he used his energy to gently guide the body of Qiao, who was sitting at the front, and spoke in a soft voice. "Now, my son, choose whatever your heart desires." From Qiao's perspective, he saw all the weapons emitting a brilliant, sparkling halo before him, leaving him dazed. He wondered internally why everything was turning out differently than before his regression. But regardless, this was clearly a great opportunity for him. "I'm going to take full advantage of this entire situation." Thinking this, Chial crawled briskly forward. He crawled right past the sword imbued with the bloodline of the true dragon Braha without the slightest intention of stopping. Even weapons possessing devastating yet immensely powerful might, such as the white scenery holy spear, forged by combining a part of a saint's body to annihilate ultra-powerful beasts, failed to catch his attention. Additionally, there was the Valheen staff, crafted from a branch of the world tree where spirits dwell, or the spirit veil sword, forged at the exact moment when the moon, sun, and stars intersected. All of them were great weapons waiting for Chial's selection. However, he didn't need to hesitate for long. Chial reached out and touched a certain sword as if he had planned it all along. Behind him, family head Tishan couldn't hide the shock in his eyes upon seeing the sword the boy picked. That sword was none other than the one the founder of the Li family had discovered in an unexplored wasteland. For generations, no one had ever been able to unlock its hidden power. It had simply rested quietly in the darkness, covered in the dust of time. Its name was Dark Knight. Based on its known capabilities, this sword didn't qualify to be ranked among the heavenly tier. Yet, because of its connection to the family's founder, it had always been preserved alongside the heavenly tier weapons. Until now, not a single predecessor had ever been chosen by it. Was this merely the meaningless choice of an infant, or would it be a new, grand destiny brought to life? Tishan murmured, his voice so quiet that only he could hear. Then, after Chial made his choice, Tishan pulled both the boy and the sword flying toward him and declared, Li Young has chosen Dark Knight. The ceremony is officially concluded. At this moment, up in the stands, the matriarch of the family, Beek Huian, watched Chial choose that sword, a streak of murderous intent flashing in her eyes that sent a chill down anyone's spine. The illegitimate child Li Young, another troublesome nuisance, has entered the family. If he became an obstacle, there would be no choice but to eliminate him. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. By this time, our protagonist, Chial, was 9 years old. Inside a certain private courtyard, he called out loudly, Nanny, I'm heading out for my afternoon training. Hearing those words, Gawa hurriedly ran after him. Oh, let me walk you out a bit. Just like that, the two of them walked together. Meanwhile, Chial felt a little awkward and scratched his cheek. I can go by myself, Gawa replied with a question. But young master, all the other training grounds are completely empty. Why are you so set on choosing the first one? That place is way too old and rundown, isn't it? To this question, Chial didn't offer much explanation, simply flashing a gentle smile as he leisurely answered, Someone is waiting for me there. Chial's explanation left Gawa staring in astonishment as she muttered, Someone is waiting. Right at that moment, a sudden shout rang out, drawing both of their attention. That's not how you do it. Gawa stopped in her tracks, shifting her gaze to the side in surprise. Oh, sounds like someone is using the 7th training ground. Inside the 7th training hall, a young girl was pushing herself hard in sword practice under the strict guidance of her master. Holding the sword too tightly will hurt your hands. Now, execute another vertical slash? Yes, sir, the girl shouted back. This youngster was none other than Li Hwa, the 8th young miss of the Li family who had participated in the sword selection right with Chial when they were little. Outside, seeing this, Chial shrugged and remarked, Turns out it's just the 8th young miss behind him. The maid Gawa hurriedly scolded in a panic. You must address her as elder sister, young master. If anyone hears you, it'll turn into a huge issue. Her voice was filled with anxiety. While Chial just found it amusing inside, we're only 5 months apart. What kind of elder sister is she? Ignoring the two of them, inside the training hall, the instructor's stern barking continued. You always have to swing the sword as if you're controlling your own body. Do it again. You must handle the blade carefully so you don't get hurt once more. The endless stream of reminders gave Hwa a raging headache, driving her so mad with anger that she trembled and tossed her sword aside. Seriously, master, why do you have to keep nagging me? Hold the sword however you want. As long as you grip it tightly, that's all that matters. Across from her, seeing her so frustrated, the master hurriedly raised his hands in reassurance. Young miss, all of this is for your own good. First, calm down and try again. You'll definitely do better this time. As he spoke, he picked up the sword and handed it back to Hwa. Outside, watching an adult struggle so clumsily to handle a 9-year-old child, Chial asked with curiosity, Who is that struggling over there? Hearing the question, the maid Gawa looked slightly startled before quickly answering, Ah, that's Beek Hyun, captain of the Black Dan unit. Hearing this, Chial couldn't suppress the surprise in his eyes. a unit captain. For a 9-year-old child to have a master like that is simply too much. Behind him, sensing that Chial's mood had shifted and assuming the boy felt lonely because he had no one to guide him, Gawa tried to comfort him. Young master will soon find a great master who will recognize your talents. It's because I'm incompetent and unable to serve the young master properly. Young Miss HWA has been raised on medicinal herbal porridge since she was a baby. At this point, the corners of Gawa's eyes began to well up with tears. As for Chial, upon hearing this, he felt a bit exasperated and scolded gently. Good grief, there you go again, you're the one person I should be deeply grateful to. I don't need people like that, they're surely only coming here because of the Lee family's prestige. Besides, I already have great masters, Chial said with absolute confidence. Time flew by quickly. Scene transition to the first training ground dedicated exclusively to the Lee family. This place stood as a symbol of the Lee family's long history. It was furnished with all sorts of weapons and training dummies. However, it was somewhat dated and rarely touched. For Chial, stepping into this training ground meant ignoring the surrounding practice equipment to save time. At present, it served almost entirely as a symbolic landmark rather than an actual martial arena. Even so, he had only one reason for coming here. Because this place preserved ancient weapons far older than any armory in the other training grounds. With that thought, Chial opened the storage room door. Inside were countless swords leaning against the walls. They were exceptionally old, rusted, and some even bore countless cracks along their blades. Yet Chial paid them no mind. He glanced at a longsword not far away and walked over to it. Oh, found it. Let's try using this one today. With that, he carried the sword over to the training area. As he walked, he reflected. Ever since 9 years ago when he returned to his second life, an extraordinary change had occurred within him. Among those changes, the most astonishing was that he had gained the ability to read the memories hidden deep inside weapons. At this moment, as Chial tightly gripped the renowned sword and focused his mind, a series of unfamiliar images suddenly flashed in his head. He saw himself standing in a neat row alongside a group of people holding swords, accompanied by the instructions of an unknown voice ringing out, "Forge your foundation rock solid. Whether it's high-grade or low-grade sword arts, the foundation remains the same. From top to bottom, from left to right, let the memories manifest like an unshakable pillar that will never waver. Etch that foundation into your swords. From top to bottom, from left to right, let the memories manifest like an unshakable pillar that will never waver. Etch that foundation into your swords." As this voice echoed, Chial slowly began to move his body, muttering to himself, "These are the memories deeply carved into this weapon." The older and more sophisticated a weapon was, or the longer and more fondly it had been used by its master, the clearer its past memories would surface. With a powerful swing from high above, Chial triggered a loud explosion. Shockwaves rippled outward, sending dust flying everywhere. This was none other than the first style of the 7 Stars sword arts, Scarlet Wind. Looking at the results of this attack, Chial couldn't hide the joy gleaming in his eyes. So the 7 Stars sword technique is done as well. Over the past 2 years, I've read through nearly all the memories of the weapons inside this martial arena. Right then, a round of applause suddenly sounded from behind his back. "Magnificent! It's been a long time since I've seen such a flawless 7 Stars sword technique." Hearing the familiar voice, Chial turned around and saw the visitor was none other than the chief manager Yihang. Bits of information regarding him flashed across Chial's mind. Li Yihang, the chief manager of the Li family, was a 4th-rank martial artist. Though born an illegitimate son, his strength earned him recognition and his current position as chief manager. From his past life down to the present, he was the only person in the family who genuinely cared for him. Thinking of this, Chial hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, uncle." Hearing this, Yihang cheerfully patted the boy's head and praised, "Haha, you can just call me uncle. You never skip your training day after day, truly admirable. Every time I leave for work and return, I always catch a glimpse of you. Facing discrimination compared to the other brothers must be so difficult. But despite that, I hope you can stand strong and push through it all." His voice was brimming with affection. As for Chial, having already experienced this kind of discrimination once before, he felt no sense of inferiority whatsoever. "I'm fine, uncle. No matter what, I still carry the blood of the Lee family. Proving it through the blade, that's the meaning our family name carries, and that is what I've been taught. So I will prove myself with my own strength." Chial spoke with a radiant face. This left Yihang dazed for a split second. Then he let out a regretful sigh, why must a child like this be born an illegitimate son? He muttered inwardly before clearing his throat, come to think of it, it won't be long before you reach the age for your naming ceremony. Although it's a bit late. Before that, I want to become your master, how about it, Happy? He pointed to himself as he spoke. It was unfortunate for the good uncle that he was daydreaming a bit too much because Chial awkwardly refused, I appreciate the thought but I cannot accept. Across from him, Yihang looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He hurriedly asked, what? Why is that? Are you unhappy with me as your master? Clarifying the question, Chial raised both hands in a placating gesture, it's not like that. Before the naming ceremony takes place, one must not serve a master, that's the rule and I don't want to put uncle in a difficult position. Chial's words filled Yihang with indignation on the boy's behalf. But the other brothers blatantly break those rules, training under renowned masters and nurturing themselves with all sorts of spiritual elixirs. Yihang spoke as he tightly grasped Chial's shoulders. Still, Chial calmly shook his head in refusal, just because it's a rule no one follows doesn't mean I shouldn't uphold it. And as I said before, I want to prove myself through my own strength. To Yihang, Chial's excessive maturity aroused a flicker of doubt in his heart. This child, is he really only 9 years old? Those eyes, it's as if I'm looking at the eldest brother. Realizing Chial's firm resolve, Yihang didn't push any further. Looks like you have no intention of dropping this stubborn streak, huh? Just like your father, such a stubborn bastard to the end, what a headache. He sighed and continued, so there's truly nothing this uncle can do, not being able to do anything for you leaves me feeling uneasy. Is there anything else you need? Yihang smiled, causing Chial's eyes to light up. Thank you, uncle, I'll gladly take you up on that offer. Chial murmured inwardly, then scratched his head and made his request. Actually, there is a favor I'd like to ask of you. I want to tour the basement of the secret vault. Time flew by. To fulfill his nephew's request, Yihang drove him in a car toward the place known as the secret vault. Outside, 2 security guards reached out to stop their vehicle and said in stern tones, please stop, pardon our intrusion. Please verify your identity and state the purpose of your visit. Hearing this, Yihang rolled down the car window and replied, I am Chief Manager Li Yihang, here for a routine inspection. With that, he presented his identification card for the guard to verify, then pointed at Chial sitting in the back seat. The person with me is Li Young, the youngest young master of the Li family. I'm bringing him along for a tour. Seeing this, the guard glanced over briefly and stepped aside to let them through. Identity verified, please proceed. Just like that, after a brief procedure, Yihang's vehicle rolled further inside. As for Chial, he had already visited this place in his past life. Even so, he still had to put on a bit of an act to avoid suspicion. He told himself, this is the time I need to act really childish. With that thought in mind, Chial's eyes widened brightly as he looked outside. Wow, is this the secret vault? Seeing his reaction, Uncle Yihang fell for it completely and chuckled. So excited, huh? Chial replied with an intensely enthusiastic expression. Of course, the secret vault holds the family's most precious treasures after all. Saying this, Chial wasn't really acting at all. His hands clenched tightly out of excitement. The thing he was searching for was also hidden inside. Legendary weapons, ancient artifacts that no one even knew truly existed. People who sought such mythical items usually received a single answer. Everything can be found within the Li family's secret vault. Inside the hexagonal building, the modern architecture gleamed brightly enough to mirror reflections everywhere. Along the walls, the Li family crest, an emblem of 2 crossed swords, was visible everywhere. Over here, Uncle Yihang pressed the elevator button and said, the basement of the secret vault is where weapons sealed away for various reasons are kept. Hearing this, Chial's eyes sparkled as he asked, among them are those monstrous weapons that swallow their own masters whole, right? This prompted a nod from Yihang. The uncle even teased his nephew, that's right, you know your stuff. If you carelessly touch those weapons, both your body and mind will get devoured. He flashed a creepy smile, making Chial's shoulders shudder as if in fear. This caused Yihang to burst into a hearty laugh. What's this? Scared? Chial replied with a tough expression, not at all. Next, the elevator doors opened. However, Yihang had no intention of stepping inside, simply turning to instruct Chial, don't worry, you couldn't get into dangerous places like that anyway. I have some business to take care of upstairs, so take your time looking around. Yes, thank you, uncle. Chial nodded and quickly stepped inside the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, his innocent and naive facade completely vanished. He let out a heavy sigh from having to act for so long. Pretending to be an innocent child was certainly no easy task. Waiting until the elevator doors opened. Before Chial lay a shining armory filled with countless different weapons. This was the basement of the secret vault, also known as the weapon graveyard, a place sealing away countless weapons and ancient artifacts. He had gone through the trouble of coming all this way for a single reason, to search for a special weapon. It was called Infinite. Originally taking the form of a short sword, once mana was channeled into it, Infinite could freely alter its length, shape, weight, and properties. Before his regression, Li Gunxiang was the one who found Infinite inside the secret vault. Thanks to the sword's infinite transformability and overwhelming versatility, he earned the title the Shapeshifter. Because of that title, it wasn't the eldest brother, once the leading candidate for the family head position, but rather the third brother Gunxiang who became the family head. And then he tracked down Chial, who was hiding in the shadows, and ruthlessly eliminated. That was all he knew up to this point. To prevent that tragedy from repeating itself, he had one thing he needed to do. Even if it took time, he had no other choice than to check them one by one. This time, he had to claim Infinite before Gunxiang did. As Chial muttered this, wisps of black smoke began to spill from the palm of his hand. Following that, he began scouring everywhere inside the armory. He reached out to touch each weapon one by one. However, the Infinite blade still hasn't been found. This isn't it either. An hour has already passed. I've checked all the short swords that seemed suitable, but there's still no trace of the Infinite anywhere. Chial lets out a frustrated sigh. But very quickly, he regains his composure. Chial scans his surroundings and thinks to himself, "No, it has to be here. I haven't checked everything yet. Let's try checking that display cabinet over there this time." Right as he moves, Chial's body bumps into a nearby table, causing a short sword covered entirely in rust to drop to the ground. The sound it makes upon hitting the floor is quite loud. As for Chial, looking at the unique shape of this short sword, he feels a sense of curiosity. Is it caked in this much rust? How could it possibly get to this point? As he speaks, Chial reaches his hand out toward the sword. Yet right at that moment, black smoke emerges from nowhere out of the palm of his hand and engulfs the sword. The plume of black smoke is thicker and denser than any time before, even blanketing Chial's entire body, causing a brief wave of panic inside him. What is this? What's going on all of a sudden? Chial cries out before his vision is completely blocked by the streams of black smoke. By the time Chial regains his senses, he finds himself in some unfamiliar battlefield. Surrounding him are corpses piled as high as mountains. Where is this? Could this be the memory contained within this rusted short sword? This feeling is completely different from the memories I've read from other weapons. It's as if I'm actually present in this place, a sensation astonishingly clear. Thinking this, Chial glances left and right. Then suddenly he gets a chilling sensation that makes his hair stand on end. This is bad. Chial immediately spins around and discovers a massive figure standing right behind him, staring straight at him. At that exact moment, a thought pops into Chial's head, an oppressive aura so terrifying that even nature itself trembles. The apocalyptic monster that crawled out from the blue hole in ancient times, devouring countless civilizations. Right before Chial stands a gigantic monster, its body as huge as a mountain with a bizarre shape and countless tentacles sprouting from it. It's hard to specifically describe the appearance of this monster. The moment he faces it, Chial's body trembles uncontrollably. His instincts are screaming at him to run away. "I'm dead, I'm gonna die, there's no way I can win against a thing like that, I have to run right now," Chial thinks to himself as he slowly backs away. However, his body soon trips over an obstacle and plummets to the ground. At the same time, the sound of someone's footsteps starts echoing behind Chial. It's an unfamiliar figure holding a long sword slowly approaching the giant monster. This leaves Chial utterly shocked. Since when was this person standing behind me? He wonders, yet right at that moment, the unfamiliar figure gathers strength and shoots forward like an arrow. He leaps high into the air and engages the giant monster in combat. With a heaven-shaking roar, he unleashes a single sword strike to pierce through the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the attack leaves a trail of light across the monster's body. And a second later, its body explodes into countless debris pieces, creating a rain of blood across the sky. Meanwhile, Chial is still dazed, failing to comprehend what just happened. He mutters blankly, "No way," he finished it off with just a single slash. That's right, where is that person now? Thinking this, Chial darts his eyes around searching for that figure. And right at that moment, the martial artist up ahead suddenly turns his head, stares right at Chial and asks coldly, "Who are you?" The question makes Chial's body shudder. He thinks to himself, can he see me? Up front, the unknown martial artist continues speaking. Why am I here? Out of mercy, I'll send you off without any pain. Saying that, he raises his sword high above his head and brings it straight down on Chial. At that very moment, he snaps awake, breaking free from the illusion. Chial starts panting heavily, sweat continuously streaming down his face, while the rusted sword drops right in front of him. What was that scene just now? The oppressive feeling all over my body is still lingering. It felt so real, Chial thinks in confusion. But before he can find an answer, the short sword beside him begins to shake violently. From the blade, streams of pale orange smoke start spreading, and in just a moment its appearance completely changes. Seeing this, Chial hastily rushes forward, picking up the sword to inspect it. Could this be? There's no mistaking it. I'm going to become the master of the myriad weapons. Thinking this, Chial gently cuts his fingertip with a dagger, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the blade. Instantly, the short sword flares up, emitting a soft blue glow as if accepting Chial as its master. Unable to contain his excitement, he starts swinging the sword. With every swing, the shape of the weapon constantly shifts. From a short sword, it quickly elongates into a long sword. With just one more sword swing, it transforms into a spear. Time flies quickly, and right now Chial is still practicing as usual. However, he feels a bit discouraged. Phew, another failure. It's been a week since I acquired the infinite blade I got from the underground weapon vault that day. Right now, I'm keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid getting caught. But what happened that day? What on earth was it? That's right, that man, his sword slash, felt like a reminder that I'm still not qualified yet. The black chi showed me that technique along with its name. Putting aside its sheer power, just the man's movements exuded elegance. Yet no matter how hard I try to mimic it, I still can't pull it off. But even so, I don't feel impatient. In my past life, I was just a despised nobody who wasn't even taught the family's basic martial arts. It's just a single technique, but this is the first time I've ever been exposed to high-tier martial arts. I can do it. I remember how that person moved in the memory very clearly, clearer than anyone else. Thinking about this, Chial's face suddenly turns blank as he realizes something. Wait, that man, I'm not an adult like him. I'm just a 9-year-old kid. If I try to completely mimic an adult's movements, naturally I won't be able to bring out its full power. I have to accept this body, take it slow, very naturally, and swing the sword in a way that suits myself. With that thought in mind, Chial slowly closes his eyes. He relaxes his body, raises the sword high above his head, then suddenly tightens his grip and channels all his strength to slash straight down. The moment the tip of the sword touches the ground, a shockwave echoes out. The ground splits apart into pieces and rock debris scatters everywhere like bullets. Chial looks at his handiwork with a satisfied expression. Great, it looks like I've got the hang of it. Now it's just a matter of applying magical power. At this, Chial's expression turns pensive again. No matter how many times I try applying it in my memory, it feels like an important piece is missing. I just can't recreate it. What on earth? I have no choice but to keep experimenting. All right, let's start over. Chial lets out a sigh and continues practicing. However, right as he pulls his sword back, his sword is grabbed tightly by a young woman's hand. She softly asks, "Hey kid, where did you learn that technique?" To Chial, the appearance of this woman leaves him slightly puzzled. Jet black hair and brown eyes, this person is of the Lee family bloodline. Thinking this, Chial asks straight out, "Who are you?" Opposite him, the young woman's expression shows a hint of shock. "Huh, you don't know me?" "Ah, right, you might not really know because I don't show my face often." Saying that, she cheerfully asks next, "So, what's your name?" Seeing her friendly attitude, Chial hesitates and replies, "I'm Young." The moment she hears that name, the young woman suddenly grabs Chial's hand, shaking him around like a doll. "Young, what a special name. By the way, I'm Lee Jeonghwa, nice to meet you." Regarding Jeonghwa's introduction, Chial quickly figures out who she is. This is youngest Aunt Lee Jeonghwa. According to Yihang, she's a bit different from everyone else, so grandfather couldn't accept it. Uncle told me about that in my past life. But more than that, why isn't she factoring in her absurd strength when playing with her nephew like this? Chial thinks to himself, glaring at Jeonghwa without saying a word. Meanwhile, Jeonghwa casually remarks, "Your body is a bit weak, isn't it?" Saying that, she slowly walks toward Chial and gets straight to the point. "So kiddo, where did you learn that technique?" As for Chial, he isn't stupid enough to explain that, so he asks back instead, "Why are you asking?" Jeonghwa bursts out laughing, answering in a boastful tone, "That's ancient martial arts. Your youngest aunt here extremely loves ancient martial arts. That was the era when monsters ran rampant, right? Saying that, she pulls an old book out of her sleeve and hands it to Chiol. So, this is a gift for you. A gift? Chiol asks curiously. Jeonghwa nods and urges, yeah, open it and take a look. Seeing this, Chiol doesn't hesitate anymore. He quickly flips through the pages, skimming them. The handwriting is so messy so it's a bit hard to read, but is this magic? Not only magic, but it also records martial arts. The level is quite high, to the point where I don't understand any of it. Maybe the rumors about her aren't accurate. Thinking this, Chiol hesitates and asks, what is this? Beside him, seeing that her nephew doesn't understand anything, Jeonghwa walks over and explains right away. Ah, this thing. These are ancient magics based on magic pathways. Back in the day, magic could only use the magic pathways inside the body without needing a mana core, whereas modern magic relies on storing mana in the heart. But can ancient magic be considered obsolete? Who knows, the magic control techniques back then might even surpass the ones we have now. At this, Jeonghwa points to the book in her hand. That's why your youngest aunt here is also researching amplification and transformation techniques, but the remaining records are so scarce. Meanwhile, Chiol feels a surge of enthusiastic interest in the topic. This is a perspective I've never thought of, the magic of the infinite. Thinking this, he hastily speaks up, Aunt, please wait a moment. With that, Chiol darts away, leaving Jeonghwa with no idea what's happening. Following that, who knows where Chiol gets a sword, but he grips it tightly with both hands, closes his eyes, and concentrates on controlling the energy in his heart. Mana spreads from the mana core throughout the body, but instead of absorbing the mana back into the core, wait, that unknown martial artist used it via magic pathways, the way that man in the memory applied mana, which I couldn't understand. But now I can do it. With that thought, a flash of light appears in Chiol's eyes. He grips the sword tightly and swings it down with all his might. A large slash appears on the ground and rock debris scatters everywhere. Seeing this, Chiol cannot hide the joy on his face. It worked, he cries out softly. But right at that moment, Jeonghwa abruptly rushes over as if chased by a ghost, and urgently grabs Chiol's shoulders, asking frantically, what was that? That was the amplification technique, right? Hearing this, Chiol feels a bit awkward, glances aside, and replies, yeah, it's the amplification technique. What? Jeonghwa shouts, how did you pull that off? Facing that question, Chiol isn't foolish enough to explain specifics. He just shrugs and gives a vague reply, I just managed to do it. Naturally, Jeonghwa isn't satisfied with that answer. She says angrily, I mean, how on earth did you do it? Chiol frowns and questions back, why should I tell you? In response, Jeonghwa shows obvious anxiety, because you only found out about it thanks to the notebook I gave you. I've lived my whole life just for this. I've been searching for it for over 10 years, even after getting kicked out of the house. I'm begging you. She tightly grips Chiol's hands, her sincere gaze looking like she's pleading. If I do something for you, can you teach me? Chiol looks at Jeonghwa and lets out a sigh. Fine, but you have to promise me 3 things. 3 things. First, Chiol says seriously, you must not tell anyone else about me unless I give you permission. Obviously, my eldest brother and father can't know either. Why is that? Jeonghwa asks naively. Chiol answers curtly, because I don't like other people talking about me behind my back. Hearing this, whether Jeonghwa remembers something or not, she suddenly grows quieter, her face turning somewhat sorrowful. Ah, I understand, I'm the same way. Her expression leaves Chiol puzzled. Why does she look so unhappy? However, putting that aside, Chiol states his second condition. The second thing is, you must not lie to me because we have to trust each other. I'll also tell you the truth as much as I can. Hearing this, Jeonghwa hesitates a bit, but just a few seconds later she agrees, fine, so what's the last thing? As for the last thing, the rest of the conversation is hidden by the author. Time flies quickly. 1 year later. At this moment, the maid Gawa runs over holding a letter, rushing to inform Chiol, young master, she cries out. Inside the training ground, Chiol sees her hurried appearance, stops his movements, and turns to ask, Wet nurse, what's wrong that made you run all the way to the training ground? Opposite him, Gawa is practically out of breath but manages to say, here, take a look at this. Saying that, she hands the letter to the protagonist, making Jeonghwa nearby a bit curious. However, Chiol, with his memories from his past life, already guesses what this is. He mutters to himself, it's finally here. Written inside the letter, summons, target, 9th Young Master Young, scheduled date, September 10th at 10:00. Content, those participating in the naming ceremony must gather at the central training arena before 10:00 on September 10th. Note: anyone bringing items outside the permitted list will face severe punishment. Representative Family Head Lee Myonjung, seeing his eldest brother's name written inside the letter. Cheol is slightly curious. The representative is Family Head Myonjung. Is dad not home? I haven't heard any news about him going on an expedition. Turning to Jeonghwa, for some reason she gets so furious she practically breathes fire. A naming ceremony. Seeing this, Cheol doesn't understand what she's flipping out about, so he turns and asks, "Why are you suddenly so agitated?" Explaining this, Jeonghwa tears at her hair and says, "Everything was just getting into the groove. Right now is the most crucial time. If you participate in the naming ceremony, you'll be trapped there. No way, don't participate." Her demeanor is no different from an angry child about to lose her toy. This makes Cheol shake his head in exasperation. It's been a year since the deal with my youngest aunt. Ever since then, I've been studying magic with her. Modern magic focuses on primary mana, while ancient magic focuses on magic pathways. Combining these two systems creates an entirely new kind of magic, the lifelong dream she wants to achieve. Primary mana is used to store and change mana attributes, while magic pathways help control and operate it. Thanks to that, my magic application capability has far surpassed kids my age. Beside him, Jeonghwa keeps muttering, giving Cheol a massive headache. Can we really not skip it? Magic research is way more fun. Hearing this, our protagonist doesn't want to waste time, so he settles the matter. You know we can't, right? Don't worry, even if time is reduced a little bit, I will continue practicing magic and restoring ancient magic. His words make Jeonghwa's eyes pop wide open. A bunch of question marks pop up over her head. How is that even possible? The naming ceremony training schedule is going to be intense. An extremely confident expression from the protagonist answers her. I will do both at the same time. Time flies quickly. Right now, Cheol along with little HWA are inside a certain room. The special thing is that both of them are sitting inside glass cages. In front of them, a man speaks up with a reminder. Training starts today. First, endure the magic attack for 30 minutes. This man is the captain of the Blood Tiger unit, Trainer Jang Wook. Following that, countless stray electrical sparks begin spraying everywhere inside the glass cage. However, before it can even strike Cheol, it gets deflected aside by an invisible barrier surrounding his body. Seeing this, Jang Wook narrows his eyes in thought. Ordinarily, the ninth young master who has never undergone basic training should have collapsed from the electric shock right away, but he deflected everything with magic. Thinking this, Cheol feels as though Jang Wook is staring right at him, so he glances over at him. And with just that single glance, it startles and panics Jang Wook. That kid is testing me to evaluate his own level while forcing the trainers to teach at a higher tier. A 10th-year illegitimate son dares to pull this off? Damn it, call that an illegitimate son? No, with such capability, calling him that is an insult to a martial artist. I need to reflect on myself. This is no longer a mere training session to prepare for the naming ceremony, but an occasion to impart knowledge to him with all my might. Thinking about this, Jang Wook's hands instinctively clench tightly. Inside his heart, there is a thrill at Cheol's immense potential. Time flies quickly. At this point, Cheol tiredly stretches after this electric shock training session. Phew, it's finally over. This family is truly insane. To train magic resistance, they throw me straight into a magic generating device, but I didn't expect the other side to apologize first. At some point, the way people look at him has changed. Anyway, time to take a break, Cheol mutters and hurries away. However, things never go according to his plan. Right at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appears beside Cheol and launches a sneak attack. Yet with the alertness and all the knowledge from his past life, Cheol easily swings his hand to block the attack. The attacker is none other than little HWA. Seeing her attack fail, she coldly orders Cheol, "Hey, you bastard son, come out here for a second." Saying that, she yanks her hand out of Cheol's grip. Meanwhile, Cheol has no intention of obeying and asks back, "What kind of games are you playing?" Cheol's blunt words instantly make HWA angry. She points right at him and snaps, "Watch your mouth, I'm the legitimate child and you're just an illegitimate son. Besides, I'm a year older than you." Returning to Cheol's perspective, he has no time to argue with a kid. Rather than wasting time on useless stuff like that, he'd rather go train or rest. So Cheol waves his hand in dismissal. "I don't have time to bicker with you." With that, he turns around as if to leave, driving HWA behind him absolutely crazy with anger. The little girl instantly focuses the mana inside her body into her fist and screams at the top of her lungs, "Hey, don't you ignore me." Up front, Chial senses the mana fluctuation and turns back in alarm. She actually dares to use mana. I intended to leave this alone, but I guess I have to teach her a lesson. Thinking this, he leans to the side to dodge the punch. At the same time, before HWA can pull her arm back, Chial's hand moves lightning fast, tightly grabbing Hwa's fair neck and lifting her body up into the air. Next, Chial pulls her close and warns her, "If you want to whine, go whine to your mother, don't bother me, I'm very busy." Finishing that, Chial lets out an annoyed sigh and drops Hwa's collar down. Meanwhile, HWA, realizing she can't beat Chial, starts cursing loudly. "It's all your fault. Because you caused such a huge commotion at the previous selection ceremony, I keep getting constantly compared to you. Do us all a favor and know your place as an illegitimate child and shut up. It's so unfair. I work hard day and night losing sleep while you were born with superior talent. I didn't want this either. But my mom," stopping there, HWA realizes she slipped up and hastily covers her mouth. As for Chial hearing this, he turns on his lecture mode. "Blaming others? Pretty convenient, huh? Like you said, I'm an illegitimate son. This status doesn't grant me the luxury of that. You lose sleep, then don't sleep, can't keep up even without snacking, then skip your main meals too. If I piss you off, use whatever means you have to beat me. And then, you'll be forced to apologize to me, that's just how the Lee family rolls." With that, Chial didn't want to waste any more breath and simply walked away. Behind him, the young Lee girl clenched her fists and screamed at the top of her lungs, "You little punk, talk big all you want. At the naming ceremony, I'll show you achievements that completely blow yours out of the water and make you call me big sister. Get down on your knees and beg, remember my words." Chial turned his head slightly and replied, "Yeah, I'll be waiting to see that." Time flew by quickly, pushing onward into the afternoon. Scene shift to the training ground designated for direct lineage members, the 7th ground. At this moment, the family matriarch Baekhyun had also arrived to check on her daughter. Seeing her, a nearby maid hurriedly bowed and said, "The madam has arrived." Baekhyun responded with an icy expression, "Step aside. I have something to discuss with my daughter." Finished speaking, she walked straight into the practice hall. At that moment, young HWA was still pushing herself hard, training against the dummies in front of her. Then Baekhyun spoke up, "What on earth are you doing?" Hearing that familiar, chilling voice, HWA startled and spun around to face her. "Mother, I'm just training," she murmured, her gaze dropping downward as if she didn't dare meet Baekhyun's eyes straight on. And true to expectations, Baekhyun had indeed come here simply to chew her out. "I've heard the whole story. You actually let yourself get outperformed by him? I told you before, if you can't suppress him, crush him. How utterly disappointing. If you're only working yourself to the bone out of fear of punishment, then just stop right now." Across from her, HWA fell silent for a few seconds. Then she slowly raised her head, locked eyes with Baekhyun and shot back, "I know what you think of my training, but I'm doing this because I want to. I'm going to beat that guy not because you ordered me to, but because it's what I choose. I'll make my own decisions." Seeing this flash of fierce determination in her daughter, Madame Baekhyun quickly guessed what was going on and muttered under her breath, provoked by some nobody, "You belong to the direct lineage of the Lee family. You and someone like him were never on the same starting line to begin with. Beating him should be a given, yet you let yourself get riled up like this." With that, she pulled out a small glass vial, handed it to HWA and instructed, "This is beguiling dream. It's a deadly poison. If you can't surpass him, then trample him into the dirt. That is the Lee family way." Having said her piece, she turned and left the room, leaving young HWA standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, the maid Gawa wore a bewildered expression as she stared at the computer screen. This is impossible." Before her was a portal page belonging to the Lee family, used for evaluating and ranking disciples within the clan. At that moment, it displayed the 14th week score report. Lee Chial, gender, male, mana mastery, grade 1, weapon mastery, grade 1, theory, grade 1, overall ranking, grade 1. Beside her, Chial grinned and bragged, "Well, Nanny," feeling a little less worried now. Faced with these results, Gawa's worries instantly melted away. She excitedly pulled Chial into a hug and beamed, "I haven't been able to help you with a single thing, young master, yet you managed to do this well all on your own." Hearing that, Chial chuckled in response, "You've helped me plenty, Nanny, don't talk like that." Right at that moment, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, making both of them turn their heads in curiosity. Just a second later, Jeonghwa rushed in and hollered, "Hey kid, time for training." Seeing her enthusiastic energy, Chial let out an awkward sigh and reminded her, but I literally just finished practicing. That's exactly why we gotta keep going. Practicing your mana will actually help you feel less tired, Jeonghwa said as she flexed her biceps. But lines like that could only fool an ordinary kid. There was no way they were tricking someone who had lived for decades like Chial. I've literally never heard of it working that way. Chial looked at Jeonghwa with a deeply skeptical gaze, causing the woman to blush and look away, unable to meet his eyes directly. It's totally true, I'm pretty sure, Jeonghwa stammered in defense. Shaking that aside, Chial remembered something else and changed the subject. Sigh, whatever. Anyway, I actually have something I want to show you. Hearing this, Jeonghwa looked mildly curious at first, but a split second later a realization hit her as her eyes went wide. No way! Have you already reached the 1-star stage? At that, Chial just flashed a slight smile of quiet confirmation. The art of mana manipulation traditionally required progressing through 3 stages: body refinement, reaching the realm of physical enhancement; transformation of mana properties, reaching the realm of chi circulation; manifesting superhuman power through mana, reaching the realm of chi projection. But his mana mastery was different. Even in the first stage, it allowed for far greater utility and unlocked a wider array of capabilities. Because of this, the mana system Jeonghwa taught him was categorized into tiers known as stars. At that moment, Jeonghwa channeled her own energy into Chial's body to inspect his progress. Once she got the read, she cheered happily. Incredible, it really is 1 star. Don't you find it weird how fast you picked up the magic control? I figured it would take you at least another full year. Back to Chial, his whole body shivered just recalling the grueling hardships he had to endure beforehand. I figured it out while studying the theory. Looking back, that was honestly an insane style of training. If you fail to control your mana, the balance between your heart and your mana pathways can completely shatter. But in reality, you just have to let things flow naturally. Mana is just like water, it follows its own inherent laws. In the end, our bodies are just vessels meant to hold mana. Chial's calm explanation seemed to trigger a sudden epiphany in Jeonghwa. She muttered to herself, the body is a vessel. Wait a minute, kid, I think I can actually do this too. It'll take time, but I can pull it off, she exclaimed with a beaming expression. Seeing her reaction, Chial smiled softly, genuinely happy for his auntie. He thought to himself, did she seriously just have an enlightenment breakthrough right now? Before he could dwell on it, Jeonghwa lunged forward, grabbed him in a bear hug and chirped, thanks a bunch, little cutie, I hit the jackpot with you. As she spoke, her arms involuntarily tightened, making Chial's ribs crackle in protest. Hey, let go, you're gonna break my ribs, Chial yelled out. Realizing her grip, Jeonghwa reluctantly set Chial back down, though she immediately pressed on with high energy. Awesome. Now it's time to move on to the 2-star phase. You already knew your 1 star was different from the basic first stage from the start, right? So based on that, what do you think is the thing you use best? Up front, Chial stroked his chin in thought for a couple of seconds before answering, the thing I use best? I suppose it's the sword. Before he could even finish his sentence, Jeonghwa shook her head in rejection. I don't think so at all. Taken aback by the remark, Chial blinked and asked, but you've never even seen me practice swordsmanship. Jeonghwa shrugged and replied, sure I have, a few times when I was bored. What I mean is, you have a talent that far surpasses even your swordsmanship. Putting it into words was a bit tricky, but his absolute greatest talent was actually mana mastery. Your aptitude for mana is so overwhelmingly monstrous that it completely overshadows everything else. I've tried teaching the magic I created to plenty of people, but not a single one of them could ever pull it off. Shifting to Chial's perspective, he looked down at his own hands with a look of lingering disbelief. Before I went back in time, I used to get mocked because I couldn't use mana at all. I wonder what these thoughts churning inside my heart really mean. Seeing Chial lost in deep thought, Jeonghwa reached out, flicked him lightly on the forehead and scolded, stop zoning out. For someone like you right now, reaching 2-star isn't even that hard. And once you nail the 2-star stage, the nomming ceremony is going to feel like child's play. After that, I'll teach you the real techniques, so focus up. Hearing that, Chial gave a cheerful response, got it, I understand. Say, auntie, what's that thing next to you? As he spoke, his eyes darted over to the wooden box resting on the table. Oh, you mean this, Jeonghwa muttered casually. And right after that, out of nowhere, something whizzed past Chial's face at absolute blinding speed. It instantly left a scratch across his cheek and embedded itself deep into the wall behind him, causing spiderweb cracks to fracture across the surface. Jeonghwa smiled brightly and answered, "Just a steel ball. You need to learn how to release mana while in motion. If you just stand still while using it, even true mana mastery becomes completely useless." "Alright, let's get started," she said with an ecstatic grin. Though for some reason, our protagonist felt a deep sense of impending doom regarding this hellish training regime. Time flashed forward, transitioning to a certain combat arena. At this moment, both Chial and HWA were being put through their paces by Team Captain Yunquin. "I am Lee Yunquin, captain of the Blood Tiger unit. From now on, I will be teaching you the techniques of Sungmuiga. Pick the weapons you'll use and bring them over here. I'm giving you 1 minute, so don't you dare drag your feet." Hearing that, Chial and HWA scrambled toward the weapon racks. But throughout the scramble, HWA kept side-eyeing Chial for some reason, which started to get on his nerves. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he snapped, "Seriously, what are you staring at? Got something to say?" He barked at her, causing HWA to flinch and instantly deny it. "I wasn't starring, I don't have anything to say." Muttering under her breath, she leaned in to whisper to the protagonist, "You use a sword too, right?" "Wrong," Chial answered coldly before quickly grabbing 2 swords and a spear, marching right back out to the arena. This left HWA utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, seriously? But earlier when I saw you training with weapons, it was obviously a sword." Over on his end, Captain Yunquin stared at the pile of weapons in Chial's arms and asked with a raised eyebrow, "What on earth do you think you're doing?" Chial replied smoothly, "You told us to pick our weapons and bring them over." Yunquin corrected him sharply, "I said pick the weapon you use." Chial shrugged, "And these are the weapons I use." Hearing that, Captain Yunquin could only sigh and shake his head in utter disappointment. "I thought you weren't completely stupid, but you're a total rockhead. Etch my words deep into your bones. I said I'd teach you secret techniques, but I don't mean moves or stances. In Sungmuiga, there are countless secret arts known as will guidance. To comprehend those secret arts, you must first awaken the primordial essence still slumbering deep within your bloodline. From now on, I'll help you unlock those senses, so stop worrying so much about waking up your instincts." As he spoke, Yunquin twirled the spear in his hand, kicking up fierce gusts of wind as he slipped straight into a battle stance. Seeing his aggressive aura, HWA looked genuinely terrified and mumbled, "What on earth is he planning to do?" As for Chial, having already foreseen what came next, he warned, "If you don't want to get knocked out cold right off the bat, you better brace yourself." Before his voice even faded, Yunquin's figure blurred, instantly appearing right in front of Chial, and unleashing a devastating, formless blow that launched Chial's body flying straight up into the air. The only saving grace was that, in the split second before impact, he managed to use his sword to shield his body. This caught Yunquin slightly off guard as he let out a hearty laugh. "Ho! You actually blocked that." Landing softly on his feet, Chial gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "Damn it! I can't believe I have to go through this insane bullshit all over again. In my past life I couldn't even finish this training properly. But this life is different." With that, Chial poured his strength into the soles of his feet and shot straight forward. His stomp was so powerful it left a crack in the floor, blasting toward his target with wind-shattering speed. Time marched on, and the grueling training sessions for Chial and HWA under Captain Yunquin continued day after day. Naturally, given his monstrous strength, the 2 kids got brutally beaten to a pulp over and over again. "So it's already been a month since I started training under Lee Yunquin. No matter how you slice it, making a 10-year-old kid go through training intense enough to fracture bones and bruise internal organs is hardly standard child's play. But I have no intention of whining, I'm starting to get the hang of it," Chial muttered with a faint smile. Meanwhile, young HWA jolted awake nearby. Disoriented, she muttered, "In my days, did I pass out again?" Chial shrugged and chimed in, "Yup, that's your 20th time. Whereas I've only passed out 16 times. The protagonist's teasing tone drove HWA absolutely ballistic. She fumed, "If only I had prepared better on day 1. Shifting to Captain Yunquin's perspective as he watched the 2 kids bickering endlessly, he mused inwardly, "The 8th young miss has extraordinary physical constitution. Even though I used quite a bit of force, she never suffered any major injuries. And as for that illegitimate boy, right from day 1, I had a feeling he was something special. At first, seeing him drag a whole mountain of weapons over, I figured he was just some clueless idiot, but his proficiency with each weapon is surprisingly decent, and his practical application exceeds all expectations. Besides, after just a month I'm already starting to see actual results. Fascinating. Thinking this, Yunquin's stern face cracked into a subtle smile as he decided to cook the kids in front of him even harder. Alright, break time's over, everyone back to your positions. Hearing that, Chial and HWA instantly cut their bickering short, gripped their weapons tightly, and wore deadly serious expressions. Knowing that trying to fight normally meant they wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance at even touching Yunquin, Chial turned to HWA and proposed, "Hey, I'll give you a signal. Try to block him once." HWA looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Why should I do that?" Chial shrugged, "Well, suit yourself if you don't want to. I just figured it's our only shot at landing a single hit on the old bastard." Chial's words instantly changed Hwa's expression. It seemed the young miss was harboring a massive grudge after getting beaten up by Yunquin for this long. Then she double-checked with him, "Are you sure?" Chial nodded firmly, positive. Hearing that, HWA didn't hesitate any longer. She gripped her weapon, rushed forward to intercept, and screamed, "You owe me one for this." Right behind her, Chial lunged forward to attack right on the heels of Hwa's opening strike. He thought to himself, "With raw genius talent, I have zero chance of winning alone, so I have no choice but to exploit numbers." Across from them, watching the two coordinate their assault, Yunquin offered praise without a hint of condescension. "Teaming up, not a bad optimal choice. But that's assuming your plan actually works." As he spoke, he tilted his head to the side, dodging Chial's spear thrust by a hair's breadth. Immediately afterward, Yunquin whipped his spear around to counterattack. However, Chial had already anticipated this exact scenario, quickly pulling his spear back to parry the blow in the nick of time. This sparked a flicker of genuine shock in Yunquin's eyes. Following up instantly, Yunquin pooled his strength and charged fiercely toward the boy. At the exact microsecond when both of them were about to unleash their strikes on each other, Chial roared at the top of his lungs, "Now's our chance." With that, he leaped backward to create distance while young HWA blitzed forward with blinding speed. However, her overhead sword slash was effortlessly deflected. In the background, Chial hadn't genuinely expected the two of them to land a hit on Yunquin that easily anyway. He tossed his spear aside and silently morphed his infinite weapon from a ring shape into a longsword. "The only strike that can actually deal damage is the sword I claimed from the bottom of the secret vault." He wrapped his energy around the blade and stomped hard into the ground. Pushing off with explosive force, he bolted forward like a speeding bullet. At that moment, young HWA had already been batted away by the instructor, but Chial's timing was absolute perfection. Right at that instant, he suddenly let go of the sword in his hand, poured all his momentum into his fist, and threw a fierce punch straight ahead. Yet things were never going to be that easy. His fist was effortlessly caught and swallowed whole inside Captain Yunquin's palm. This forced a wry, awkward laugh out of Chial. "Haha, you actually caught that." The words barely left his mouth before the captain rewarded him with a punch that sent him flying backward like a cannonball. His body crashed heavily into the stone wall, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Even so, their coordinated combo left Yunquin thoroughly satisfied. His voice carried a tone of rare commendation. "So it took you 37 days, huh? Congratulations, kid, you've awakened your sixth sense." As for the young miss, she still has a long way to go. As he spoke, he sidestepped to effortlessly evade Hwa's incoming strike, while simultaneously sweeping her legs out from under her, sending her sprawling face first into the wall. Taking in the battered state of the two kids, Yunquin decided to grant them a brief reprieve and called it a day for their training. "We'll wrap it up here for today." Turning back to the young miss, HWA immediately spun around to chew out the protagonist. "Hey, you said we could land a single hit. I actually trusted you." The little punk completely ignored their bickering match. As Captain Yunquin walked away, he secretly glanced down at his slightly bruised and swollen palm, deep in thought. In the end, even after activating my mana, it still managed to pierce through a tiny bit. Even if it was just a fraction, I broke the taboo against using mana. Throwing away a technique like that, combined with such peerless combat instincts, he's going to become a monster that sends shivers down the spines of the family's core pillars. Time flew by rapidly. On the 47th day after HWA awakened her sixth sense, their training sessions with Captain Yunquin officially came to an end. The remaining time was designated for rest and reviewing everything they had learned. And right around then, the person who came looking for me was none other than my eldest brother, Lee Myung-young. Lee Myung-young was the eldest son of Lee Tishin. His title was Songseong, an elite master holding second-rank status in both magic and martial arts. Everyone admired and feared him, but to me, my eldest brother was the only real brother I had. Chiol reminded himself quietly in his heart. Returning to the present, after they sat down at the tea table, Myung-young offered an apologetic smile to his younger brother. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to pay much attention to you lately. Even if it's just an excuse, I've been terribly busy lately." Chiol replied gently, knowing full well how many millions of burdens weighed on his eldest brother's shoulders. "It's fine, big brother, I'm doing well." Across from him, seeing Chiol's easygoing attitude, Myung-young chuckled. "This is probably our first time officially meeting, yet you knew who I was right away." Addressing the remark, Chiol answered, "Of course. Even if I'm an illegitimate child as your younger brother, how could I possibly not recognize my own eldest brother's face?" Hearing those words, Myung-young's body visibly flinched for a moment. Then his expression grew somber as he corrected Chiol. "Illegitimate? Never use that word again. Even if we have different mothers, you and I are still brothers." Uttering those words, a bitter taste lingered in his heart on Chiol's behalf. A child who hadn't even undergone his naming ceremony yet already viewed himself as an outcast. Unaware of the older brother's inner thoughts, Chiol awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "I'm sorry." Seeing that awkward posture, Myung-young could only let out a heavy, world-weary sigh. "No need to apologize, just understand. Next time you don't need to greet me so formally. We're brothers, what's with all the stiff courtesy between us?" "Got it, I understand," Chiol nodded with a bright smile. In his memories from his past life, his eldest brother had always possessed this exact kind-hearted personality back when they were young. Shifting past the greetings, Myung-young handed Chiol a parting gift. "Consider this a welcoming gift. When I enrolled at the Eiffel Magic University in France, I acquired this, but I figured it would be much more useful to you." As he spoke, he pulled a small glass vial from his pocket. And for someone who had already lived a full lifetime in the past, Chiol instantly recognized what it was. It was a high-grade spiritual elixir crafted by the Magic Tower in France, yielding only 500 milliliters every 10 years. After a moment of thought, he reached out to accept the small bottle and stammered, "Big brother keeps giving me such precious things, I really don't know how to thank you." Across the table, for reasons unknown, Myung-young looked somewhat startled by Chiol's measured response. Then he muttered, "You're a bit different, aren't you?" Chiol narrowed his eyes in confusion and asked back, "What do you mean by that?" Addressing this, Myung-young also smiled and said, "The younger siblings I've met before all treated me as a rival, so this feeling is both unfamiliar and fun." Returning to Chiol's perspective, he also specifically explained his thoughts. "I don't necessarily treat the eldest brother as an enemy. Since we were born into this family, the eldest brother is also my rival. Therefore, don't just think of me as an adorable child. Who knows, one day I might become your biggest rival. I hope we'll have an interesting competition." Chiol's confidence makes Myung-young let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, alright. I'll wait for that day, the day you become my strongest rival." Saying that, he pats his younger brother's head. As for Chiol, he quietly tells himself, "The eldest brother has always truly loved and protected me. This time I will definitely protect him." Time passes quickly by a few days. Today is the day for the second trial of the Lee family. The naming ceremony has arrived. Right now, aboard a ship, Chiol and HWA are being transported to the location where the trial takes place. It's called Red Blue Island, an island where the color of the soil changes depending on the mana density in the air. For a very long time, it has been the venue for the Lee family's naming ceremony. At this moment, as the ship approaches close to the island, a crew member on board speaks up to brief the two of them. "Now I will brief you on the naming trial. The young miss and the young master will have to survive on Red Blue Island for 3 weeks and prove yourselves. The devices given to everyone right now are for tracking locations. Unless it's an emergency, you must keep them on you at all times. The final stage of the trial will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends. Good luck." Seeing this, Chiol and HWA quickly strap the watches onto their wrists, and afterward they strap backpacks containing necessary supplies onto their backs and get left behind on this desolate island. Next, who knows what she's thinking, but little HWA suddenly speaks up. "Hey, I have something to say." Before she can finish her sentence, Chiol sighs and complains, "Looks like you've already made up your mind, huh?" "Huh, what?" HWA asks back. And Chiol bluntly blurts it out, "Ever since training, you kept acting like you wanted to say something." Going straight to the point makes the 12-year-old girl blush and shout angrily, that how did you know? Looking at her flustered appearance, Chial chuckles to himself. How could I not know? Thinking this, he asks, spit it out, I'm listening. Returning to Hwa's perspective, the young girl looks a bit nervous, swallowing hard as if gathering her resolve. Then she unpins the badge from her outfit and gazes at Chial, signaling him with her eyes to do the same. Next, after putting away the two eavesdropping-capable badges, Chial casually asks, all done, what is it? By this point, HWA doesn't hide it anymore. She takes out a glass vial containing the poison that Madame Beekhudian gave her earlier and says straight out, this is a poison called Mirage Dream. It only affects children under 15 years old. If exposed to the air for more than 5 minutes, it evaporates on its own. Once it seeps into the body, it causes the mana pathways to get blocked for a long time. Opposite her, hearing this, Chial's face turns as dark as the bottom of a pot and he asks coldly, who did you get this from? To this question, HWA naturally cannot rat out her own biological mother as the one who handed it to her. I'm not telling you that. Saying that, she hurls the vial straight at a nearby rock, shattering it into countless pieces, and continues, see, there's no evidence left now. I'll defeat you fair and square without needing to use this poison, so you better go all out in the match too. The little girl's voice is full of determination, leaving Chial slightly startled. But then he cheerfully replies, even without you saying it, I was already planning to do that. Good, HWA nods in satisfaction. Next, the two of them put their badges back on their bodies. But before moving off, HWA doesn't forget to turn back and warn. Did you put your tracking device back on? Don't recklessly rush into the center of the island when you're not familiar with the terrain, it's really dangerous. Behind her, Chial finds her nagging so bothersome that he boredly says, yeah, I know, what are you worried about me? Up front, Chial's attitude instantly drives HWA crazy. Who's worried? I'm just afraid you'll drop dead somewhere before you even get to fight me. Before she can even finish her sentence, suddenly, terrifying roars of some monster echo from deep within the forest, abruptly cutting off their bickering. The two kids exchange uneasy glances, staring into the forest ahead of them. Then HWA softly warns, then don't die, I'm heading out first. Saying that, she quickly walks off to the side. Watching her retreating figure slowly shrink away, Chial murmurs, she's gone. Even so, my target isn't the outskirts of the island. All right, I should get moving too. Straight to the center of Red Blue Island, he says as he cracks his knuckles, his eyes flashing with endless excitement for the upcoming journey. At the same time, in the Lee family's observation room, core members of the clan along with others are watching Hwa's activities via monitoring screens. Someone speaks up with a comment. As expected of the 8th child of the Lee family, she's already completed her first hunting mission just like that. The number of monsters HWA has taken down isn't small either. After all, this must be Hwa's first actual combat. But that kind of instinct doesn't just come naturally, it took 47 days, right? The cunning old man Chial Jun chuckles while stroking his beard. Responding to his words, team leader Yunquin, leaning against the wall in the back, also speaks up. This kid normally isn't like this. I thought it would take her at least a full 2 months. Saying that, he thinks to himself, talented as she is, it's only to this extent. It's simply because someone provoked her. That's youngest Uncle Lee Young. Finishing his thought, he glances over at another screen in front of him which displays footage of Chial. Unlike little HWA, who is constantly fighting monsters, Chial seems to be exploring the island. This leaves the cunning old man Chial Jun curious enough to ask, anyway, what on earth is that brat doing? Looks like the kid is searching for a shelter, Yunquin voices his thoughts. Right after his words, several contemptuous remarks begin to ring out. Acting like a scurrying rat, what a coward, typical illegitimate child behavior. In another corner, Myeong-young is also present in the observation room. Hearing them mock his younger brother like that, how could he possibly hold back? He glances coldly around the room and warns, stop talking. In a place as dangerous as this, finding a shelter first is the smart move, nothing to sneer at. His words make a few foolish fellows cough awkwardly and brush it off. That's right, haha, I guess we've been watching the 8th Young Miss too much so our standards got too high. On the other side, the cunning old man Chial Jun disregards Myeong-young's status and keeps mocking. Look, acting ordinary is practically a sin in the Lee family, isn't it? For someone carrying the Lee bloodline to behave like a commoner is utterly ridiculous. For Myung-young, faced with the old man's words, his hands clench tightly out of indignation. He thinks to himself, belittling and mocking a child just because of his background, since when did our family turn out like this, or perhaps we've always been this way. Still, what on earth is Lee Young planning by heading toward the center of the island? Thinking this, he glances over at Uncle Yi-hung beside him. At that moment, Yi-hung is so anxious he's constantly biting his nails. What the hell is this brat thinking? He mutters to himself, making Myung-young feel like he isn't the only one confused. What on earth are you planning, Lee Young? Scene cuts to Cheol's location. Right now, he has found himself a cave to use as a shelter. Next, he starts burning certain herbs, then tosses a burning torch inside the cave to check if anything's inside. Afterward, he covers the entrance with leaves. His careful actions start drawing a few approving comments. His stealth skills aren't bad. Then suddenly, the cunning old man Cheol Jun's eyes pop wide open as he shouts, "Wait, hold on a second, what is that brat doing?" Following his gaze, Cheol has unstrapped the watch and the badge from his chest and set them aside. Next, he covers these two items with leaves, instantly cutting off the signal transmission and turning the screen pitch black. In the back, team leader Youngkwin can't help but laugh heartily. "Haha, you really can't predict him." As for Yi-hung and Myung-young, they can only hold their heads in exasperation at Cheol's actions. As for Cheol, he has too many secrets, so naturally he can't let the family members casually spy on him like that. After carefully hiding those two items, he mutters, "There's no need for others to see this. Now I can use the infinite. Since I'm on Red Blue Island, I've got to harvest as much as possible. All right, time to go." As he speaks, he transforms the ring on his finger into the shape of a short sword. Time flies quickly until evening. Right now, our protagonist is frowning as he looks at an earthen pot in front of him. Inside this pot is a dark blue liquid that looks extremely toxic. Cheol even vaguely sees a screaming face inside the sludge. Just looking at its appearance is enough to make one repulsed. Guess it's done, but it looks terrifying. Is this really mana tea? Nobody looking at this would ever think it's brewed from magical herbs, he thinks to himself. In my past life, I couldn't even afford cheap spiritual medicine, so I had to tag along with herb gatherers and apothecaries to find mana herbs. Red Blue Island is brimming with mana in the air, so I've got to make the most of it to boost my mana levels. That's what youngest aunt said anyway. Drinking brewed mana herbs will definitely yield better results. Phew, all right. Cheol grits his teeth and slowly lifts the earthen pot in front of his face. Not long after, the earthen pot is tossed aside clatteringly while Cheol's entire face is pale white, looking completely drained of life. That is literally a flavor straight from hell, he groans. Thus the lonely 3-week battle officially begins. Time passes quickly. Today is the 18th day of the naming ceremony. Scene cuts to Lee Myung-young's office. While he's working, someone suddenly enters the room and speaks up. "Captain, may I come in?" Hearing this, Myung-young stops working and replies, "Ah, come in." Opposite him, the stranger looks apologetic, seeing Myung-young still working. "Sorry to disturb you." Myung-young waves his hand. "No worries at all. Sounds like bad news, huh?" To this, the brown-haired man wears a grim expression and nods, explaining, "A large group of drifters seems to have infiltrated the northern region of Korea. I thought they would pass through the unexplored region, but they headed straight south. 2 days' travel away from them is the Lee family's Mana stone mine." The speaker is the vice captain of the Chungcheon sword unit under Lee Myung-young, named Yu Gunseong. Hearing this, Myung-young strokes his chin, recalling some intelligence reports he recently received. Drifters, they usually choose unexplored areas to pass through, committing countless crimes along the way. Thinking this, he mutters a guess. "Those hyenas definitely wouldn't dare trespass on my territory without some plot." Gunseong completely agrees and adds, "On the surface they look like drifters, but that might just be a front. We can't rule out the possibility that another faction is pulling the strings behind the scenes." Myung-young starts tapping his fingertips on the desk and adds, "Prior to this, there was intelligence about the 9 Dragons City mobilizing forces toward the northern border." Speaking of 9 Dragons City, it's a massive faction from the Central Plains. They share a border with the unexplored region, and they've repeatedly provoked the Lee family by infiltrating our territory. News of father's absence must have leaked out, so this timing couldn't be more convenient for the enemy to make a move. Thinking of this, Myung-young looks up and asks, "Did my intelligence branch pick this up?" The response is a shake of the head from Gunseong. I found out even before them since you told me to keep an eye on the situation. Hearing this, Myung-young stands up from his chair and says wearily, then coordinate with the intelligence division to investigate further. I have a bad feeling this isn't simple, let's just hope it's a false premonition. He speaks while gazing out the window. However, the sense of unease hasn't faded away at all. Scene cuts to somewhere inside Red Blue Island. At this moment, a red magic circle suddenly appears on the ground. Next, this magic circle glows brilliantly and creates a spatial rift hovering in midair. From within this rift, someone's figure steps out. He is dressed in white and holding a monk's staff. The stranger mutters with a mocking tone, 2 nights are more than enough to kill a bastard child. It seems his target is Chial. Time rolls around to the morning of the next day, somewhere on the island. A massive dragon with glowing red eyes is growling threateningly at someone in front of it. This is a Tier 7 dragon monster Draco. Opposite it is none other than our protagonist. He grips his sword tightly, panting heavily from exhaustion, looking as though he has been fighting this oversized lizard for quite a while. Next, wanting to finish the fight quickly, the dragon suddenly opens its maw and inhales deeply. Its throat balloons up like a bubble and an orange glow is clearly visible from the outside. A second later, it flings its mouth wide open, unleashing a gigantic pillar of fire that shoots forward at wind-shredding speed. Jial can feel a horrific wave of heat scorching straight at his face. His eyes widen to the max as he leans to the side, dodging it by the absolute skin of his teeth. Right after, without a moment of hesitation, Chial lunges straight toward the dragon. Taking advantage of the fact that it's still locked in place breathing fire, he leaps forward, channels mana into his sword, and executes a technique called Demon Slash. Utilizing the momentum of falling from above, Chial drives his sword deep into the exact center of the dragon's head. From his attack, bolts of lightning unleash, scorching the creature's head black. Finally, the gigantic monster lets out a muffled dying shriek and is sent straight to reincarnate. As for Chial, sensing that the monster has lost all vitality, he lets out a gentle sigh and acknowledges its danger. Phew, as expected of a dragon. It's in a completely different league compared to the rest. If I had fought it right when I first set foot here, I probably would have collapsed from the very first blow. Ever since I entered Red Blue Island, it took me 19 days to reach the dragon's territory. But staying here any longer is just a waste of time. There's still one reason why I had to come all the way here, he thinks to himself as he sheathes his sword. Before he can do anything else, a noisy commotion in the distance catches his attention. Unable to curb his curiosity, Chial carefully tiptoes toward the source of the sound. According to his sight, the things making these bizarre noises are a group of lizard men wielding weapons. They are 8th rank monsters. The fact that these green-skinned creatures are naturally gathering here and howling like madmen leaves Chial feeling suspicious. Something unusual has been happening since yesterday. Normally, lizard men should only appear on the outskirts of the island, yet now they're pushing deep into the center, constantly attacking and running away. These guys aren't smart and their rank is low. Could they be influenced by something coming from outside? If that's true, I've got to check it out. Thinking this, he draws his sword from its scabbard, leaps out of the bushes, and charges straight toward the group of lizard men. The moment they spot his figure, they scream in panic and scurry away. The monsters have no intention of fighting whatsoever. This confirms Chial's suspicion. Just as I thought, once could be a coincidence, but if it happens a second time, something is definitely wrong. It's better for me to tail them. He swings his sword swiftly, slicing off the heads of these monsters while quietly deducing. A strange phenomenon is happening on the island, just as I thought. Returning to the wizard who infiltrated the island the day before. Right now, his entire body is radiating purple mana and he keeps muttering like he's possessed. Face to face, martial artist, combat, everyone set up the formation. Such a young kid can fight off so many monsters all by himself. The descendants of the Lee family really are different. Still, nothing to worry about. After all, he's just a child, one who will definitely fall into this obvious trap. I doubt I'll even need to use Plan B, the young wizard says while stroking an egg in his hand. He is the beast tamer Nishiyama Shogo. Just as he predicted, Chial, following the trail of the lizard men, has made his way here right into his trap. Perched atop a bush, Chial has already realized his situation. I had some suspicions because it was too obvious, but it actually turned out to be a real trap. Monster control ability, is he a beast tamer? But how on earth did an outsider manage to sneak all the way in here? Chial wonders to himself. Yet very quickly he answers his own question. Wait, it's not impossible. If a teleportation array was set up inside, it could happen. That means the one behind this must be a member of the Lee family. Should I report back to the family and wait for reinforcements? No way, by the time they arrive it'll be too late. By then I won't be able to find out who's behind this. So there's only one option left. I'll mask my presence with stealth and take him out myself. Thinking this, Chial rips the badge off his chest and tucks it into his pocket. Next, he casts stealth, wrapping himself in a blue energy that masks his breathing and presence. Right after, Chial leaps off the tree branch and dashes toward Nishiyama at top speed. Without a second thought, he swings his sword, aiming straight for the back of the guy's neck. But things never go easily for Chial. At that exact moment, the egg in Wizard Nishiyama's hand suddenly lets out an alarm sound. Turns out, it's not an egg at all, but a bird curled up into a ball, shaped just like an egg. Its shrill screech startles Nishiyama, making him spin around. He cries out, "Since when?" Behind him, Chial curses inwardly. Damn it, does he have a magic artifact that senses danger? Thinking this, Chial increases the speed of his strike. Unfortunately, Nishiyama reacts in time. He immediately swings his staff backward and pushes Chial back, causing him to skid a long trace across the ground. Next, the two pause for a beat. Wizard Nishiyama praises, "Bastard child of the Lee family, you're better than I thought." To this compliment, Chial fires back with sarcasm, "Maybe you're just way too weak instead." The sarcastic remark from a kid infuriates Nishiyama. Focusing on his mission to eliminate the protagonist, he immediately orders the surrounding lizardmen, "Shut up! Attack him!" Obeying their master's command, the mindless lizardmen charge forward fearlessly to spill some blood. Seeing this, Chial channels his mana into the sword. He employs his ultimate technique, heaven-piercing slash, shooting forward rapidly. His sword weaves through the air like a ribbon, effortlessly taking the heads of 3 lizardmen before they even realize it. However, this doesn't panic the wizard. From the very beginning, he used these lizardmen to stall Chial for a moment, creating an opening for him to cast his magic. Right at that moment, a magic circle suddenly appears beneath Chial's feet. From within the circle, countless glowing red chains shoot out, binding his body and sword tightly. This leaves Chial's face blank in surprise. "I can't move my body." Up front, Nishiyama laughs loudly as if seeing his victory. "Haha, you fell for the trap." This is a top-tier barrier array capable of sealing a martial artist's mana vortex. Without mana, you're just a weak, useless kid, die in helplessness. He bursts out laughing, unaware that these exact words are the most idiotic remarks of the day. They unintentionally give Chial a hint on how to resolve the situation. "Sealing my ability? Then I just need to use my mana pathways as a substitute," Chial thinks as he starts circulating mana throughout his entire body via his meridian pathways. Then his body slowly steps forward. Pushed by Chial's pressure, the chains can no longer hold him back. They start creaking loudly, looking like they could snap at any second. With a forward leap, Chial shatters the binding chains and lunges straight at Nishiyama, cutting off his escape route. In Nishiyama's terrified gaze, Chial points his sword right at his face and asks coldly, "Aren't you going to run?" Over there, Nishiyama panics slightly, taking a few steps back as he asks, "How on earth did you manage to break out?" Facing him, Chial naturally has no obligation to answer that question, so he just shakes his head. "I have no obligation to tell you. I've already reported this to the family, so you better surrender now." Returning to Nishiyama's perspective, whether he still has some hidden card up his sleeve or not, he remains confident as he says, "Haha, it doesn't matter. I'm going to kill you and reclaim my freedom." To Chial, the wizard's delusional words genuinely leave him baffled. What the hell are you talking about?" Before his words can even finish, a massive dark shadow suddenly darts straight toward Chial, sending his small body flying like a cannonball into a tree not far away. The impact is so violent it produces a deafening sound in the air, and Chial coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. After taking the hit, a connection clicks in Chial's mind. He tremblingly raises his head to observe and see that the thing that just struck him is a giant green turtle with an extraordinarily long beard. It is the guardian of Red Blue Island, the mountain turtle head. A tier 3 monster. A monster in the truest sense. Can a mediocre beast tamer like him really tame something like this? Chial thinks to himself, casting a skeptical glance at Nishiyama. Just looking at his expression, Nishiyama reads Chial's thoughts and admits it outright. "Looks like you catch on pretty fast, even though I can't fully control it yet." it will definitely obey an order to coldly slaughter you. So you'd better just give up on fighting. Saying that, he pulls a few talismans out from his sleeve and tosses them high into the air. Next, his form dissolves into a stream of purple smoke to avoid getting trampled into a puddle of meat by the giant turtle while it fights Chial. Returning to Chial's perspective, just feeling the terrifying presence radiated by this giant turtle makes the hair on his body stand on end. Chial reminds himself, "Calm down, if he can't fully control it yet, I just need to capture the beast tamer first. To do something about the mountain turtle head, this is the only way left. I prepared this just in case, but I didn't think I'd have to use it this way. A forbidden drug due to its massive side effects, though the benefits are also huge, a mana-enhancing pill." As he speaks, he pulls out a brown pill and tosses it straight into his mouth. The moment he swallows it, it releases a surge of energy that flows throughout the protagonist's entire body, making him feel overflowing with power. However, this still isn't everything Chial needs to prepare. One more thing. The technique that Aunt Jeonghwa told me to only use in the most desperate situation. Now is that exact time. Thinking this, Chial's body begins radiating a terrifying surge of energy. The aura he emits pushes all the surrounding dirt and rocks far away. He prepares to use the ultimate technique, heaven-defying. Next, since the drug's duration is limited, Chial doesn't waste a single second, dashing forward at lightning-fast speed. Instantly, he swings his sword at the giant turtle. His swing creates a blade of light slashing straight toward its neck. However, it doesn't even tickle the turtle. Its despairingly high defensive capability leaves Chial in a tough spot. "I haven't even touched it, but it's stopped. Fine, I'll finish it off with this." Thinking this, he starts channeling energy into his sword again to prepare another ultimate move. However, the giant turtle up front isn't stupid either. It has no intention of standing still for Chial's attack. At this moment, it opens its maw, releasing a spreading purple shockwave. The moment this shockwave hits him, Chial feels a heavy, oppressive weight pressing down on his body. He murmurs to himself, "This roar is a fierce skill. This mana fluctuation is freezing my movements, damn it." Then, while Chial is still figuring out how to deal with this skill, a familiar black smoke starts pouring out from his heart, instantly lifting the heavy pressure crushing his body. This leaves Chial slightly surprised. "The dark energy inside my body resisted the mountain turtle head's skill. Now's my chance." Saying that, Chial puts force into his feet, leaps forcefully forward, and uses the technique, Demon Slash, that he learned from the nameless warrior within the memory of the infinite sword. The attack strikes precisely at its throat, forcing the turtle's head back toward the sky. Inside its mouth, a column of dark purple light begins to spew out, giving anyone who sees it a spine-chilling feeling. Even a section of the clouds high above gets blasted away by this beam of light. Returning to Chial, right after executing that technique, he feels a sharp agony all over his body. He drops to his knees and vomits blood continuously. "Damn it, I'm out of time. The side effects of the mana enhancement and the heaven-defying technique will leave me paralyzed for a while. Within 10 seconds, I have to find that beast tamer." Thinking this, with zero time to delay, Chial dashes forward, using all his senses to search for where Nishiyama has run off to. And it seems the heavens want to lend Chial a hand. Right at this moment, he spots a red energy thread on the ground. He hastily follows it, and sure enough, this thread leads straight to Wizard Nishiyama's location. Up front, seeing Chial charging straight at him with eyes full of murderous intent, Nishiyama turns pale with fright. "What? How is that possible?" He lets out a cry and hastily retreats. However, at this moment, Chial's sword is already right upon him. Chial thinks to himself, "The distance isn't close enough yet, just a bit more, if I were stronger. Then I just need to extend the sword." Chial shouts loudly and starts channeling the transformation ability of the infinite to make the sword stretch further. Right after, he swings the sword at lightning speed, slashing straight through Wizard Nishiyama's chest and sending him to meet the King of Hell instantly. Right after doing it, Chial is too exhausted to even hold his sword. "I've got to take care of myself first. If I pass out now, my life is over. Aunt Jeonghwa told me to drink this if I use that technique. Good thing I brought the nectar. Now, before any monsters wander over here, I need to deal with this guy." Thinking this, Chial hastily drinks the prepared pill. Right after, his body passes out and collapses to the side. Who knows how much time passes, but when he opens his eyes once more, Chial suddenly finds himself lying in a completely white space. On his body, wisps of black smoke keep spreading. Chial wonders, everything is white, where is this? What happened to the beast tamer and the mountain turtle head? Thinking this as Chial tries to sit up slightly, a sharp pain strikes, contorting his face. His entire body trembles uncontrollably, feeling as though it's about to shatter. Chial thinks to himself, unaware that within this blinding white space, a giant eye from above is staring right down at him. An unfamiliar voice begins to echo, though it's unclear if Chial can hear it. Did it finally end up like this? Those things are too dangerous for a human to absorb. Why do both coexist within a single entity? I was hoping you wouldn't wake up, if only now. The voice pauses for a moment, then speaks again. Feed it to him. Right after the words, something drops right in front of Chial, making him curiously look over to inspect it. A thought pops into his head as he looks at its shape. This is a purple honeycomb. Could this be the Purple River clear stone? The unfamiliar voice continues. Not you, it needs to eat this. The times have shifted. Grow stronger, child of humanity, don't let yourself be swallowed by the era. Returning to Chial's perspective, in his days he seems to see the silhouette of the giant turtle speaking to him, then it turns around and slowly walks away. At this point, Chial's vision gradually fades to pitch black. Returning to reality, who knows how much time has passed, Chial opens his eyes once more. Greeting his sight is the figure of little HWA. Seeing the protagonist wake up, the little girl pokes her head in and asks, "Oh, you're awake?" Seeing this, Chial gazes at her tiredly and inquires, "Is that HWA?" His informal tone drives the little girl crazy with anger. "You brat, you dare call your big sister by her name? I'll let it slide because you're hurt. How's your body holding up?" Hearing the reminder, Chial hastily closes his eyes, focusing on checking his physical condition, and thinks, although the musculoskeletal system sustained severe damage, my mana volume has skyrocketed crazily. Could it be that I actually absorbed the Purple River clear stone? Thinking this, Chial conceals his shock, only mentioning the injuries he sustained. A few severed mana pathways, slightly scrambled internal organs, stretched bones, and a few torn muscles. Nothing too serious. Chial's tone is utterly calm, while Hwa's eyes pop wide open upon hearing it. Her face turns purple with rage as she yells, "What, you call that not serious? Did you hit your head or something?" Returning to Chial's perspective, he looks apologetically at little HWA. Originally, the Purple River clear stone was what Lee HWA was meant to get. It's an incredible spiritual medicine that enhances physicality, boosts mana, and grants immunity to poison and curses. It's definitely the thing I decided to get on Red Blue Island, but I feel a bit guilty. Thinking this, Chial suddenly bolts upright as if nothing happened and asks, "Anyway, why are you here?" Over here, before HWA can answer, a voice calls out from afar, "Little brother." The speaker is none other than older brother Myung-young, who has just rushed over. Myung-young quickly pulls out a healing potion and hastily says to Chial, "Are you all right? First, let me heal you with mana. I brought healing potion too." Seeing his frantic demeanor, Chial gives an awkward smile and waves his hand. "Healing with mana isn't necessary, but I'll gladly take the potion." Saying that, he accepts the healing potion and gulps it down non-stop. Returning to Myung-young's perspective, seeing his younger brother so badly injured, his heart twists with pain. After a few seconds of silence, he looks at HWA and speaks softly, "HWA, could you step outside for a moment?" To this, HWA understands that the two of them have private matters to discuss, so she doesn't stay to bother them. She nods in agreement. "All right, I understand." Next, once HWA has left, Myung-young lowers his voice. "If you had died, I would have wiped out every organization connected to that beast tamer from this world, no matter how large their faction is. As a member of the Lee family, what you showed truly embodies a martial artist, but as an older brother, I can't view it positively. It was reckless." His tone is full of reproach, yet lacking no care. This touches Chial slightly. His face flushes as he scratches his head. "I didn't foresee the mountain turtle head showing up. Sorry, big brother, if I had known it was there, I definitely would have waited." Seeing his repentant demeanor, Myung-young sighs, "You know how to tell the difference between recklessness and confidence, so that's good." Putting this aside, Chial speaks up, "Big brother, since I dealt with the beast tamer, the information on him belongs to me." Chial says this while extending his hand forward, an action that gives Myung-young an endless headache. "I knew you were going to say that. That beast tamer used to be a quasi-5-rank spellcaster of Japan's ONMYO Chinese letter. It seems he was exiled for trying to master forbidden arts. The mastermind provided him with talismans and high-grade magical artifacts, then activated them while the mountain turtle head was sleeping. They wanted to make it look like a monster attack. Returning to Chiol, hearing this, he frowns in thought for a moment and asks, "So you still haven't found the mastermind?" In response, Myung-Young shakes his head. He's in a near-death state, so we can't extract information right away. For Chiol, an idea suddenly flashes in his mind and he hastily speaks up. Then this wasn't their primary objective targeting you. They wanted to damage your reputation by making people believe you failed to detect the intruder and reacted too slowly. Chiol's explanation startles Myung-Young into realization. Ah, exactly. Myung-Young lets out a sigh while Chiol, feeling a bit worried for his older brother, asks, "Are you all right?" Addressing Chiol's concern, Myung-Young gives him a head pat and reassures him, "I'm fine. My reputation takes a slight hit, but it's negligible. I can't be absent for long, so I'll head back right now." Saying that, just as Myung-Young is about to leave, Chiol suddenly reaches out, grabs his hand, and says with a dead serious face, "Big brother, do you want to make a deal with me? Tell everyone you anticipated the beast tamer's infiltration and ordered me to handle it in advance so I can testify accordingly. That way, it'll look like you prepared even before family intelligence found out." Regarding this request, Myung-Young quickly deduces Chiol's real motive and asks back, "You'd better testify to the truth, right?" Chiol stands up to reply, "If people believe I accomplished this all by myself, they'll definitely become even more wary and guarded against me. So that's why you call this a deal?" "That's right, a deal is when both sides exchange what they need. So what do you want?" Myung-Young asks, and Chiol states his demand outright. "Grant me access to the scripture pavilion, 3 days will be enough," he says as he extends his hand forward and Myung-Young grabs his hand, teasing, "Arrogant brat, fine, thank you." His tone is full of appreciation. However, Chiol still shakes his head slightly at this. "No need to thank me, this is just a deal after all." Returning to Myung-Young, he gently pats Chiol's shoulder a few times and murmurs, "Even if I had refused, you already had a way to work around it, right?" At the same time, Myung-Young's phone rings incessantly to remind him, "Looks like the sword unit is calling me, I really have to go now." Myung-Young tosses the infinite short sword back to Chiol and winks at him, "I'll keep this a secret." Saying that, he quickly walks away. As for Chiol, watching his older brother's retreating figure, he chuckles with excitement. Haha, as expected, he's still not easy to deal with. Next, once Myung-Young has left, little HWA returns to ask, "Looks like the conversation went smoothly. So which test gate are you going to challenge? 3 weeks have passed, it must be open by now," she says with curiosity. However, not only does Chiol not answer, but he asks back, "What about you? Where are you going to test?" "Hey, I asked first," HWA yells in frustration while Chiol shrugs and says, "If you want to know, answer first." Turning to HWA, left with no choice, she proudly shares her intentions. "Where am I challenging? What else could it be other than the hardest test, the Watch of Authority Gate?" "What about you?" Chiol replies that he will challenge the Conflict Gate. This leaves little Hwa's face blank with astonishment. "Huh, a place like that exists? Don't tell me it's one of those test gates on the outskirts." Up front, Chiol nods calmly. "Yeah, it's on the outskirts." Hearing this, for some reason, Hwa's expression suddenly turns somewhat disappointed. Then she mocks, "How disappointing, looks like I misjudged you. You picked an outer gate, so I guess there's nothing more to say. I actually thought you were a rival. Frankly, I thought you were better than me." With that, HWA walks away in disappointment. As for Chiol, watching her attitude, he isn't surprised in the least. He thinks to himself, "Since everyone assumes location determines the difficulty of a test gate, they probably think I chose the outer gate because it's easier. Whatever, let them think whatever they want." Time passes quickly until dawn breaks and Chiol is still wandering around the forest searching for something. "I don't remember the exact spot, but it should be right around here." Before regression, this was a cave I accidentally discovered, and it's also where I'll complete the second trial of the naming ceremony, the Conflict Gate. Thinking this, he reaches out to brush the bushes aside, and right before his eyes stands a pitch-black cave. Next, the protagonist prepares a torch and carefully steps inside. As he walks, he thinks, at a glance, it's just an ordinary wall. But of course, it won't be that simple. Thinking this, he draws his sword and slashes continuously at the wall in front of him. Chunks of rock begin to crumble away, revealing a towering iron door hidden behind it. Looking at this, a hint of joy flashes in Chiol's eyes. Found it. Next, Chial uses the short sword to slice hard across his palm. Then he uses the blood flowing from his palm and flings it straight at the door. The blood imbued with mana energy immediately glows brightly upon clinging to the iron door, acting like a switch to activate it. The door begins to rumble, then slowly slides open to both sides, revealing a spacious grand hall inside with a sword thrust deep into a wooden pedestal. The familiar scenery evokes a wave of nostalgia in Chial as he strides inside. Next, he walks up to the wooden table, drips blood into the basin-like indentation on the table, and murmurs. A descendant of the Lee family requests to take the ancestors' trial. Please grant permission. As his words echo, a green smoke-like aura rises from the indentation. The trial content of the conflict gate is singular: defeat oneself. At this moment, from Chial's perspective, the green aura transforms into a figure that looks identical to him. Chial is already too familiar with this trial to be surprised. In this trial, the number of attempts is unlimited, and before winning, giving up won't let you leave. Alright, let's begin, he thinks as he slowly draws his sword. However, before he can even launch an attack, a streak of light flashes past his neck, sending the protagonist's little head flying off his shoulders instantly. What the hell is going on? Chial blurts out blankly. The last image he sees is the figure of the fake Chial standing right beside him. Who knows how much time passes, but the protagonist eventually calms down. He hastily reaches up to touch his neck, swallowing hard a few times. Sweat continuously drips down his youthful face. He thinks to himself, that definitely just cut my head off. Right, the illusions in this trial gate can't actually kill me. But the feeling is infuriatingly realistic. At this rate, an ordinary person would probably lose their mind. Besides, can I really perform up to that level? The illusion of the conflict gate allows me to use power perfectly, meaning I haven't fully unlocked my potential yet. If I could harness it completely, I would have blocked that blow just now. Alright, let's try again, Chial reminds himself. His hand grips the sword tightly, his eyes flashing with relentless determination. But as time goes on, the third time Chial gets his abdomen pierced through by the fake Chial and meets his end. On the fifth try, he successfully blocks the sword but gets his neck snapped right after and dies. By the 10th try, the outcome is still a severed head. Thus, on the 13th, 18th, and 23rd tries, Chial loses count of how many times he has died in this trial. How many more times is this going to take? He thinks to himself. Within the silent space, two identical figures constantly clash with strikingly similar sword techniques. A harsh metallic screech rings out as their swords collide. After being pushed back, Chial gasps for air, thinking, is this 75 or maybe 80? But now I've figured it out a bit. My greatest strength is my freedom and overwhelming versatility. A fighting style that cannot be predicted. This time I'll definitely do it. With that thought in mind, Chial transforms his longsword into an axe and rushes in to attack once more. Thus, the two figures charge at each other again, exchanging loving blows. As they fight, they continuously switch weapons, returning to the fake Chial's perspective. After their axes collide, he leaps backward to keep his distance. Then the fake Chial switches weapons from an axe to a longsword, and charges in to attack once more. The sword in his hand easily pierces straight through Chial's abdomen. However, this is exactly what the protagonist wants. At that exact moment, Chial reaches out and grabs the fake Chial's wrist, preventing him from pulling the sword out of his body. Idiot, I intentionally left an opening. Saying that, he immediately uses the demon slash technique to slice the fake Chial into two pieces in a split second. His attack is so powerful that even the ground behind gets shredded to pieces. Over here, the fake Chial's body gradually dissolves, but at the same time his face breaks into a smile as if he is thoroughly satisfied with Chial's performance. Returning to Chial's perspective, he watches the fake Chial's body dissolve into a blue stream of light and thinks pensively. If you clear the trial gate, the Lee family's bloodline releases its hidden power. In my past life, my ability was just the most common one, enhancement. But what will it be in this life? Following Chial's gaze, sources of blue energy begin floating in midair. Just a moment later, they sink into his body, awakening the hidden power within his bloodline. Instantly, a layer of golden aura envelops his body. This ability is, Chial murmurs. In another turn of events, outside the heavy iron doors, core family members are standing and waiting, whispering amongst themselves, while Uncle Yihung sighs wearily, Sigh, I thought he'd behave this time, that annoying brat. Everyone else has a peaceful naming ceremony but he causes trouble wherever he goes. Right as his words finish, someone in the group suddenly screams, the mana density is changing. It's opening! Hearing this, Yihang hastily turns his gaze toward the door. Sure enough, the door swings wide open and Chial's figure staggers out. His steps become wobbly before he pitches forward. Fortunately, Yihang reacts quickly, rushing forward to catch his body and asking frantically, Li Young, are you alright? Wake up. In response to his uncle's concern, Chial looks up with a haggard face as if he hasn't eaten in half a month. His stomach keeps drumming for sustenance. Hungry, so hungry, water. He murmurs a few words before his eyes roll back and he passes out. Witnessing this, Yihang is shaking with anger. That damn brat, the uncle yells loudly. Time flies quickly and the scene shifts to Chial's manor. Right now, the protagonist has returned home. Maid Gawa bursts into tears of joy upon seeing that he's still in one piece. Young master, do you have any idea how worried I was? First the beast tamer, then the mountain turtle head, and even the ancient trial set by the ancestors, she cries while tightly hugging Chial. Seeing this, Chial can only offer an awkward smile. Wet nurse, I'm filthy. I've been outdoors for nearly a month. Paying no heed to his words, Gawa refuses to let go yet, thoroughly checking him over to make sure he has no injuries before nodding. At first, I planned to chew you out big time, but whatever. Welcome home, young master. I've prepared bathwater. After your bath, I'll serve you dinner. Chial nods but then remembers his youngest aunt Jeonghwa and asks, Wet nurse, what about my aunt? I thought she'd be the first one running over here. Hearing this, Gawa's steps suddenly halt. Her voice stutters, unsure of how to explain. This leaves Chial curious, wondering what happened while he was away. Time flies quickly, shifting to a certain cell block. Right now, Jeonghwa is cheerfully greeting her nephew through the iron bar door. He has my darling nephew arrived. Seeing her carefree demeanor despite being locked up, Chial can only rub his face in agony and ask, what on earth did you do? Up front, Jeonghwa doesn't explain and cheerfully asks instead, sorry about that, but it's good to see you safe and sound. But what on earth did you do to skyrocket your mana like that? You still haven't digested all the chi inside your body yet. Sit down right now. Let me help you. Before she can finish, Chial's expression turns serious. Yet Jeonghwa just scratches her head and laughs it off. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. Returning to Jeonghwa's perspective, her heart feels touched seeing Chial worry about her so much. I never thought you'd go this far for me. The reason I'm locked up here is because I threw a fit in the control room with the elders and the eldest brother. Thinking this, she twirls her fingertips together and stutters, sorry, darling nephew, because I thought they did something weird to you. I couldn't help losing my temper. I just felt utterly furious at the thought of never being able to see you again. Reaching this point, her throat chokes up. She speaks while starting to grip her own neck to illustrate. While Chial himself can't help feeling surprised. To be honest, previously he hadn't completely trusted his youngest aunt, but at some point he had come to view her as part of the family. Now I've accepted that. Thinking this, Chial's heart grows lighter. He reassures his youngest aunt, I'll get you out of here soon, please wait just a little longer. Seeing this, Jeonghwa inside the cell blurts out, how could you possibly do that? It's fine, don't push yourself. Hearing this, Chial shakes his head and explains, I won't have to do anything, you'll be released soon anyway. See you next time then. With that, he quickly walks away from the cell. Time flies quickly, shifting to a certain airfield. Right now, all the core members of the Lee family are gathered here waiting in advance. It's all because the person stepping down from this aircraft is none other than the current head of the family, Lee Tishin. Seeing him appear, Madame Baekhyun hastily speaks up. You've arrived? Tishin responds with a nod. Sorry to keep you waiting. Madame Baekhyun bows respectfully. It's fine, the hot springs have been prepared, please enjoy a relaxing bath before having your meal. Amidst the crowd, Chial and little HWA are also present. He glances sideways at his father and thinks to himself, after the events at the naming ceremony, I thought I'd matured quite a bit, but the gap between my father and me, just how far is it? I still can't measure it. Thinking this, Tishin notices his gaze. For a split second, their eyes lock. However, right after, Tishin looks away and murmurs, I've always said those who don't know how to struggle aren't needed by the family, but among them, there is only a single child who carries the burning desire to surpass me. His casual words startle the surrounding crowd into whispering, who is he talking to? Is it the eldest brother? For Chial, he naturally understands these words are meant for him. The old man's sharpness makes him let out a weary sigh. Even after trying this hard to suppress my emotions, he still read right through me. He wonders to himself. Time rolls on, shifting to the banquet hall of the Lee family. To celebrate Tishan's return from a long journey, a party like this is naturally indispensable. For Chial, because of his status as an illegitimate son, even if he attends, he just quietly stands in a corner and assesses everyone around him. Since this is a rare event in the Lee family, the scale of this banquet is way grander than other naming ceremonies. That person over there is the youngest magic tower master ever known. And this person is the director of the ONMYO Chinese letter. Ah no, vice director is probably more accurate right now. Chial thinks to himself. Many familiar faces he usually sees in newspapers are showing up at this naming ceremony, but before he can ponder further, Butler Choi approaches and reminds him, "Pardon the intrusion, young master, the family head summons you." Hearing this, Chial frowns and asks back, "Father is calling for me." Butler Choi nods and guides him, "Yes, please follow me this way." Hearing this, Chial quickly follows him. As he walks, he can't help wondering why Tishan wants to see him. What does Dad want with me alone? Hopefully, it's nothing serious. Just like that, not long after, he is led to the meeting place. Tishan looks at his son's back. Chial hurriedly bows and says, "Why did you call for me, father?" Then as he raises his face, he's slightly startled to see that his eldest brother Myeongjung is also present here. This appearance gives the protagonist a hint. This probably relates to the incident where Wizard Nishiyama infiltrated Red Blue Island. Opposite him, Tishan doesn't keep him wondering for long and speaks up. "I think my son knows why I've summoned you. I want to hear about the events that transpired during this naming ceremony. According to Myeong-young, you discovered the intruder and captured him. Was this your plan?" For Chial, Tishan's words carry a hint of pressure, causing sweat to break out on his face. "Just as I thought, so Dad already knows." Chial thinks to himself, then nods in response. "Yes, that's right. I was the one who proposed the deal to the eldest brother. The conditions were that I get access to the scripture pavilion for 3 days and help the eldest brother dodge this recent storm of public opinion." Responding to Chial is Tishan's stern voice. "Considering your contribution this time, I will overlook your false reporting. But there won't be a next time." "Yes, I understand," the protagonist bows and says. Next, Tishan glances at his eldest son and warns, "Myeong-young, you will receive an appropriate punishment later. Organizing this banquet is your duty. Return to your work." To his words, Myeong-young shows no resentment and accepts. "Yes, I will do so." Saying that, he smiles at Chial and quickly walks away. While Chial wonders whether his eldest brother will be okay after receiving punishment from their father, he sets that matter aside. Once everyone has left, Tishan speaks to Chial again. "The false reporting aside, the credit this time belongs to you. You will receive the reward Myeong-young promised. Lastly, since you discovered the trial of the arena, I will grant you a reward." Hearing this, a flash of astonishment lights up Chial's eyes. Afterward, he states his request, a request intentionally concealed by the author. Time rolls on until the naming ceremony reaches its main phase, where Tishan moves toward the most important goal of today's ceremony. He speaks to everyone. "Thank you to all the guests who made the effort to come here. I hope our 2 children, the main characters of today's banquet, will be blessed on the path ahead. Now I will proceed with the naming ritual. HWA, step forward. You were chosen by the holy sword and always shine like the sun around you. May you always hold fast to this brilliant path. I bestow upon you the name Seoyeon, meaning shining forever." The moment his words echo, a scroll suddenly unfurls before Seoyeon. Written inside is her new name. This makes the little girl overjoyed. Her eyes beam with radiance as she hurriedly replies, "Thank you." Next, Tishan casts his gaze toward Chial. Next, Young, step forward. When he's called up, the atmosphere in the banquet hall seems to quiet down. Everyone remains silent, saying nothing, unlike the attitude they gave Seoyeon earlier. For Chial, this isn't very surprising. Their reaction is no different from the previous selection ritual. But it doesn't matter. He reminds himself. Meanwhile, Tishan's voice continues to echo, "You are tough and sharp, yet also flexible and unbreakable. Like a blacksmith gathering steel from all directions to forge a single mass, you have forged yourself. I cannot find a more fitting word to describe you. So I bestow upon you the name Chial." He speaks as he snaps his fingers in signal. Right after, the scroll bearing the name Chial unfurls before him. Looking at this name, a thought pops into Chial's mind. In the past, I was given a name meaning live strong as steel. But now that meaning has changed. Until I reach the peak of the Li family, I will not stop. My name is Li Qiao. Thinking this, he excitedly says aloud, "Thank you." Time passes until the next day, shifting to the isolation ward of the Li family. Right now, Jeonghwa inside the room has practically gone crazy. She tears at her hair, grabs the iron bars tightly with both hands, and keeps howling like a wild beast wanting to get out. So suffocating, so annoying, I couldn't even witness the kid getting his name. He said he'd let me out. Why is it taking so long? Outside, the two guards hear her complaints and their faces turn purple with headaches. She curses endlessly, making them suffer to their absolute limits. Right at that moment, a phone call comes through. While Jeonghwa is still biting her clothes out of frustration, one of the guards walks in, opens the door and says, "You can come out now. As for disciplinary action, an announcement will be made later. For now, you're permitted to leave the isolation zone." To celebrate being freed, she kicks the door wide open, driving the guard behind her crazy with anger. "Hey, don't go kicking things around." Then, before she can take a few steps, a familiar voice rings out, "Wait, hold on a second." Hearing this, Jeonghwa hurriedly turns toward the source of the call, and sure enough, sees her nephew Chial leaning against the wall. "Oh kiddo, don't tell me you were the one who got me out," Jeonghwa asks in astonishment. Chial nods in confirmation. "Yes, that's right." This startles Jeonghwa endlessly. She asks naively, how?" Before she can finish, Chial pulls out a piece of paper and tosses it to her. What is this?" Jeonghwa asks, but Chial doesn't explain much, just dropping a cryptic remark, "You owe me a favor." Right after, Jeonghwa's eyes widen to read what's written on the paper. "Appoint Li Jeonghwa to the position of elder and assign her as the master of ninth young master Li Chial." Reading this, the young woman's eyes pop wide like a cow's, unable to believe what she just read. Only Chial remains chipper as he says, "From now on, please guide me well, master," he says as he eagerly extends his hand forward. Time flies quickly. Right now, Chial is dressed in a blue martial arts uniform while maid Gawa beside him sniffles tearfully and mutters, "Starting today, huh?" Chial replies with a nod, "Yeah, from now on is the real start." So the young master is already 13 years old. She murmurs softly. Meanwhile, Chial, after finishing packing his gear, nods and says, "Well then, I'm heading out." By now, 3 years have passed since the naming ceremony, and today his new life officially begins. Shifting to the family's martial training ground. When children reach the proper age, they all get dumped in here to train. And Chial's presence stirs up curiosity among them as they turn to whisper, "Isn't that the bastard child?" "That's right, it's the ninth son, Li Chial. I heard he caused a huge scene at the selection trial and naming ceremony. Probably just pure luck. After all, he's just an illegitimate son. Relying on luck to pull off achievements like that at the naming ceremony is a bit hard to believe." "Right, makes me curious too." Whispers of curiosity keep ringing out, driving Chial crazy. Bastard child," hearing that nonstop gives me a headache. He sighs before getting distracted by other voices. Oh, it's the eighth young miss. As expected of direct lineage, her aura is totally different. Seeing everyone's reaction toward Seoyeon, Chial can only smile. Her reaction is totally different from mine. He quietly observes Seoyeon. Meanwhile, when Seoyeon catches Chial's gaze, her body suddenly stiffens up. She mechanically walks over to Chial and speaks up. "Ah, hello," Chial responds with a nod. "Yeah, long time no see." Next, Seoyeon scratches her cheek awkwardly and stutters. You're not holding a grudge about what happened at the naming ceremony, right? The part where I said I was disappointed." Her words evoke a few memories of Red Blue Island for Chial. Naturally, he isn't holding any grudge over those remarks. If Seoyeon hadn't brought it up, he would have forgotten ages ago. "Relax, I don't care at all." Chial sighs, making Seoyeon's face light up with joy. Really. "Phew, aren't you a bit petty though?" she says cheerfully, completely unaware that Chial's face behind her has darkened completely. He grits his teeth. Care to spell out who's petty here? Ignoring this remark, Seoyeon suddenly remembers something and cheerfully asks, "By the way, I heard you studied under the youngest aunt and even got into the scripture pavilion." Before Chial can answer, an instructor's roar rings out up front. "Attention everyone, we're doing class assignments now." Freshmen whose names are called gather in lines in front of the instructor. The man's words press heavily upon the kids down below because getting assigned to which class heavily dictates future academic results. "What do I do? I'm getting stressed." If I get thrown into a bad class, I'm screwed. They speak while sweat pours down continuously. As for Chiol, he understands this feeling because he's been through it once already. That reaction is totally normal. The academy's training period is 3 years, so class assignments are crucial. Each grade has 5 classes and elite students get placed into higher ones. Up front, an instructor hands Seoyeon a piece of paper and says, "Congratulations, young Miss Lee Seoyeon, Class 1, congratulations. Thank you." Chiol isn't surprised by this. Next, the instructor turns to look at Chiol and continues, "Next is young Master Lee Chiol." Seeing this, the protagonist steps forward, taking his notification paper. The result is so ridiculous he doesn't even know what to say, displaying a blatant look of annoyance. "Seriously, I knew it'd turn out like this, but I didn't expect them to be this brazen about it." Class 5, otherwise known as the dumpster, the gathering place for repeaters and dropouts. Class assignments for direct lineage depend on evaluation from the nomming ceremony, while the evaluation board is controlled by the Elder Council and Madame Bicudian. They thought they were screwing me over, but honestly this works out better for me, saves me the headache. Thinking this, a man steps up to guide him. "Young Master Lee Chiol, Class 5 this way." Seeing this, Chiol nods and tucks the paper inside his tunic. At the same time, he feels Seoyeon's scrutinizing gaze staring hard at him from behind. She's getting pissed off that Chiol shows no reaction to being dumped into Class 5. Seeing her lioness-like expression, Chiol is slightly startled. "Whoa, look at that face. One look and you can tell if I don't do something that kid's gonna take matters into her own hands. Even though I'm totally fine with it." Thinking this, he waves her off so she doesn't keep nagging and quickly moves away. Around him, several other kids assigned to Class 5 look like their world is collapsing before their eyes. "Damn it, Class 5, can I even graduate? What do I tell my dad? I can't be in Class 5, people back home will laugh their heads off." For Chiol, seeing the attitude of the kids beside him irritates him slightly. How disappointing. Why is the Lee family student body acting like this? Right at that moment, a greeting rings out beside him, pulling him out of his thoughts. "You're the youngest master of the main branch, right? Honestly, I really wanted to greet you. My name is Kim Han, son of a small smithy contracted by the Lee family. It's an honor to study alongside the young master." Returning to Chiol's perspective, having some kid come up to greet him like this leaves him slightly surprised. "Kim Han, I don't recall any memories of him from my past life." Thinking this, Chiol asks, "But why me?" Kim Han scratches his head and replies, "Because the young master is such a prominent figure, I've always looked up to you as an idol." His utterly sincere words make Chiol let out a sigh before continuing, "Kim Han, is it? What do you think about getting assigned to Class 5? The sudden question makes friend Kim Han freeze up for a second, but then he smiles cheerfully. "I guess my current ability is just at that level. But who knows what things will be like down the road." He speaks with a face full of determination. As for Chiol, upon hearing this, he cracks a slight smile and nods. "You've got." Shifting to the Class 5 Marshall Hall, once the freshmen arrive, senior students welcome them with smiles. "Nice to meet you, freshmen. Let's help each other out and do our best." That's right, if there's anything you don't know, just feel free to ask. Their enthusiasm makes the kids exchange curious glances. Then the instructor claps a few times to grab everyone's attention. "All right, greetings are done, so pay attention over here. My name is Lee Young-ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5. Today, because we have a new batch of freshmen joining, there won't be any lessons, just a brief introduction." Young-ho speaks with a smiling face, quite a familiar face to Chiol from his past life. Memories begin to surface in his mind regarding this instructor. He still looks as passionate and determined as before. "In my past life, he even tutored me privately because I couldn't keep up with everyone else." Unaware of these thoughts running through Chiol's head, Young-ho turns to tell a long-haired guy beside him, "All right, introductions are done. In-ha, you take care of the rest for the freshmen." "Yes, instructor." In-ha smiles brightly, then turns to introduce himself to the greenhorns. "Hello everyone, freshmen. Though it's a bit embarrassing since I've been held back for 2 years straight, I'm still serving as your second-year class president. You guys have been standing for a while, must be tired, right? Whoever wants to sit can sit. Now we'll hold a vote for class president. Even though you're students, you still get thrown into actual combat sometimes, so the class president acts sort of like a mercenary squad captain. Unlike instructors who are only responsible for training and teaching according to the curriculum, The class president wields authority over everything else in the class. Hearing this, a kid in the crowd raises his hand to ask, "So how is the class president chosen?" The question startles Inha for a second before he turns to explain. "Ah, I forgot to explain. I don't know how other classes do it, but here we hold a light sparring match and then vote for the president." Alright, so now we'll start sparring with each other. Since this is just a friendly match, mana usage is prohibited. There will be rest periods after each match. Before he can finish, Chial's cold voice suddenly cuts in, seriously. His tone carries a hint of challenge, leaving Inha panicked enough to ask, "Young Master Li Chial, do you have any complaints?" Explaining this, Chial walks over to the weapon rack, grabs a wooden sword and lectures them one by one. "Snap out of it, this is the Li family. If you want to play school kid games, don't enter this academy, go to a regular school in the safe zone." Behind him, Inha hastily retorts, "Your words are way out of line, we just wanted to resolve this peacefully." Returning to Chial's perspective, hearing this, he doesn't want to waste words with these socially sheltered kids anymore. He jams the wooden sword deep into the stone floor and challenges all of them. "Talking to you guys is pointless. Come at me one by one. From now on, I'll take on all of you." Time passes quickly, and right now Chial is panting like an ox from exhaustion. He uses his sword to prop himself up against the ground to stay upright, while all around him countless freshmen moan in pain across the floor. Meanwhile, Inha, who watched from start to finish, can barely believe his eyes. Unbelievable, how many people has he taken down by himself? Inha wonders before Chial turns to look at him and says, "Choi Inha, call the next person." Chial speaks while staring hard at Inha with a sharp gaze. This makes him nervous, swallowing hard. The pressure is terrifying, Inha thinks to himself, then replies, "This is the final match." Hearing this, Chial nods and continues, "Is that so? Then bring it on, Choi and Ha." Just like that, their match officially began. After a single collision with Chial's sword, Inha gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. His mind raced with a flood of thoughts. Why is he taking this so far? A match with no rewards, no value at all. This is literally just a sparring session in the academy. It's not even worth going all out for. No, truth be told, I know very well. I used to be like that too. No matter what, I wanted to win. I used to think compromise was just another way of living. Don't fall for the lie that accepting reality and growing up is the right thing to do. But I want to win. I'm dying to win. Inha roared internally, pivoting his body to multiply the swing momentum of his sword. Opposite him, Chial executed a mirrored sword swing, still moving a fraction of a second faster. "I win." With those words, Chial knocked the wooden sword out of Inha's grip, causing the young cadet to clutch his wrist and drop to his knees in agonizing pain. Seeing this, Chial let out a sigh and called the match, "Phew, get him to the infirmary." The moment the words left his mouth, Inha suddenly bellowed, "It's not over." "It's still not over." As he spoke, he snatched up his wooden sword with his left hand and lunged forward to attack once more. However, this desperate, rushed attack was effortlessly parried by Chial. The protagonist's eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed the situation. A left-handed sword strike, using his left hand because his right arm is injured. His eyes look completely different than they did a moment ago. Thinking this, Chial poured strength into his blade, batting Inha's arm backward. Next, he stepped forward and swung his sword like a baseball bat, slamming it straight into Inha's gut. This caused the young teenager to gag up fluid from the sheer impact. Collapsing flat on his back, his body curled up like a shrimp, completely stripped of any remaining fighting spirit. "Get him out of here," Chial instructed, prompting two other cadets to rush over and haul Inha off toward the infirmary. Meanwhile, Chial turned to face the group of cadets standing before him and declared, "I've lived a second like an hour and an hour like a year. Who doesn't know that living comfortably is easier? But if you don't fight for every single second, you'll end up losing everything in the end. That's why, even when I breathe, I fighting against myself and everything around me. Have any of you ever lived like that? That is what a real struggle looks like." Chial spoke while clenching his fist, his gaze hardening into a terrifying glare. Time rolled on to the next day. Back with the instructor Jung Ho, having caught wind of everything that happened, he couldn't help chastising Chial. "You went way too far. 4 people ended up with fractured bones and 3 with internal organ damage. Over on his side, Chial sat resting without a single ounce of remorse, firing back instead. If you want to survive in the Lee family, you at least have to know how to smile through those kinds of injuries. In response, Jung-ho argued those kids all had their reasons. Before he could finish, Chial cut him off. Instructor Lee Jung-ho, even the cadets are starting to figure it out. Do I really need to spell it out for an instructor too? Guys like you are rare in the Lee family. You're a good person. But they are cadets of the Lee family. If they start walking down the wrong path, even if it means playing the villain, you should be the one pulling them back. Do your damn job! Chial's words made Jung-ho's body flinch, his hand tightening instinctively into a fist. Time slipped by until the following day. Returning to Chial's perspective, despite easily overpowering those pampered rookie cadets, it wasn't like he walked away completely unscathed. As he walked, he rotated his sore shoulders and grumbled, "Geez, my whole body aches. I pushed myself a bit too hard yesterday." At that point, he cast his eyes over the group of bruised cadets standing neatly in formation ahead of him, as if they had arrived extra early. This brought a flicker of satisfaction to Chial. Sure, some of them are flashing hostile or annoyed glares, but not a single one of them is running away or turning their backs. If they were still cowering like yesterday, there'd be no hope left for them. But this looks decent enough. With that, he slowly strolled past the crowd. Right then, our protagonist caught a few whispers floating through the air. "Here comes that piece of trash." At the same time, fellow cadet Kim Han's voice rang out from behind. "Young master, you're here." Hearing the familiar voice, Chial turned around to answer, "You're early." Kim Han rubbed the back of his neck and said, "Yes, I was worried I performed too poorly in front of everyone yesterday." Hearing that, Chial offered some consolation. "We're still just cadets, sucking at this stage is totally normal." Faced with those words, Kim Han could only manage an awkward smile. Before summoning the courage to ask, "Young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you a question?" Chial nodded readily, "Sure, go ahead." At that moment, determination flared in Kim Han's eyes as he blurted out, "What should I do? What on earth do I have to do to become strong like you?" To this question, Chial thought to himself, "I barely have enough time for my own training. When would I have the time to tutor other people?" Still, he offered the young teenager a piece of advice. "I'll be honest, I'm nowhere qualified to teach anyone yet, but you've got a great set of eyes, or rather, pretty sharp instincts. You managed to dodge my attacks 3 times in a row yesterday, didn't you? Capitalize on that. I think you're better suited for finesse rather than brute strength. If you put your life on the line to train what you're naturally good at, one day you'll stand out from the rest." Chial's sincere feedback left Kim Han looking dumbfounded for a second before he stammered out, Thank you." Right around then, Inha walked up to greet the protagonist. "Morning, young master." Hearing him, Chial glanced back over his shoulder to look at the boy's bandaged arm and shook his head. "You look a total mess. In that state, I take it you can't train today, right?" Hearing this, Inha couldn't help letting out a laugh. "Haha, if I decided to sit out, would you actually let me off the hook? You'd probably start spouting some lecture about the fighting spirit and call me a coward, wouldn't you?" "I just didn't want to hear those words thrown at me again, so I came out." He grumbled under his breath and brushed past Chial. Yet despite Inha's prickly attitude, Chial smiled inwardly at the sight. He thought to himself, "Looks like he's finally changing." Shortly after, Instructor Jung-ho sauntered over to round everyone up into a formation. "Listen up, we've got 4 on sick leave and 5 unexcused absences today, leaving a total of 11 people present, huh?" Surveying the line of cadets, every single one of them covered in bruises, Jung-ho couldn't help worrying about their state. They all look completely wiped out. On top of that, the atmosphere is entirely different. Just because of a single apex predator, these regular cadets are this tense. Thinking this, as if reaching a decision, he clenched his fist tightly. "We were supposed to do a basic physical fitness test today, but given the current situation, I'm changing the plan. We're starting the physical fitness exam right now." Time flashed forward as Jung-ho's voice rang out once more. "From now on, free training time will be managed directly by the class president." Who knows what kind of grueling test Jung-ho had put these kids through, but by the time it wrapped up, none of them had the strength left to stand straight. They were all panting like oxen fresh off a plowed field. Setting them aside, even Chial could feel a dull ache throbbing all over his body. He sighed inwardly. "Took a full 10 hours for a physical exam. I'm getting pretty beat myself. But I can't stop here," Chial reminded himself firmly. Behind him, taking a breather, the cadets huddled together to gossip. "Hey, didn't the instructor seem a bit unusual today?" one of them asked, prompting an immediate reply. "It's because of yesterday's matches. Too many people got hurt. Back in the old days, he definitely would have given us the day off. Ignoring their chatter, Chial stepped forward and announced, "Listen up, everyone, no need for introductions. I am Lee Chial, your class president." Just like Choi and Ha mentioned yesterday, the class president holds absolute authority over everything outside of direct instructor orders. My training regime is going to be brutally strict. Keep up if you can, but I have zero intention of dragging dead weight. If you're unhappy with me, feel free to challenge me anytime. Land just a single hit on me and I'll gladly hand over the class president position. Alright, enough talking, let's get started. Pair up and spar with the person next to you. Just like that, before the students even had a chance to catch their breath, they were forced right back into trading blows. After a while, Chial reviewed the results. Glancing at the few individuals still standing upright before him, he narrowed his eyes in thought. Ended up with 6 survivors, the rest quit halfway through. With that, he decided to let the weaklings off the hook and called out, "All right, that's it for today, class dismissed, good work." With that, he turned and strode away. The moment he vanished from sight, a few resentful students began venting their frustrations. "Damn bastard, we're suffering like this all because of him. I seriously can't stand that son of a bitch. What's the point of any of this? I have zero intention of playing along with his nonsense." Elsewhere, Kim Han overheard the bitter complaints and barked, "Shut your traps. To be completely real with you guys, I'm pissed off too. But even when he's completely exhausted, none of us could land a single hit on him." The other cadets ignored the remark and turned to In-ha for his verdict. "Hey In-ha, what do you think? Were we having fun last year, or do you also think?" Before they could finish, In-ha cut them off. "Yeah, we had so much fun we literally got held back a grade. If we don't change this time, I'm genuinely going to live out my life as a loser. Even if my arms and legs get smashed to pieces, I want to try just once. Really, I honestly want to. You guys know it too, that bastard. I mean, you guys understand what he's trying to do, right? I'm going to try fighting back this time. It might genuinely be my last chance. So wake up. Stop putting up pointless resistance or pretending you don't know what's going on." Finishing his piece, In-ha turned and walked away, leaving the remaining cadets sitting in silence, digesting his words. Scene shift to Jeonghwa's research office, where Chial was currently hanging out. His whole body was hooked up to various wires measuring different parameters. At the moment, he was concentrating mana into his palm, coaxing a blazing blue flame to roar to life in his hand. Watching this, Jeonghwa groaned in frustration from the side. "Stop, that's enough, it failed again. Every single time you try to forge an aura, the shape collapses. I can't believe this bottleneck is popping up right after hitting 3-star. If only we had historical archives detailing how the ancients manipulated mana." Her voice was dripping with annoyance. Meanwhile, Chial yanked the cluster of monitoring wires off his body, glanced down at the ring on his finger and mused, "If it's infinite's memories, maybe it's possible, but I still haven't unlocked the next tier of data." Still, the trip to the scripture pavilion yielded better results than expected. There, Chial had dug up a text mentioning the weapon known as Infinite. It described how the blade was shrouded in black miasma that struck terror into hordes of monsters, cutting down even elite generals of the kingdom. Countless heroes ultimately sealed it away at northern Myriad Ghost Mountain, and the king granted them the surrounding land to honor their feat. Grateful for the king's benevolence, those heroes transformed it into a sword and named it Infinite. Unearthing information about Infinite was a massive harvest. Thinking of this, Chial's hand instinctively tightened into a fist. Meanwhile, Jeonghwa bounced back from her 3-second tantrum with her usual cheerful expression. "Anyway, you actually touched upon aura. Reaching the 3-star realm entirely on your own is genuinely impressive. The current roadblock will sort itself out soon enough. In fact, your amplification and transformation arts are practically perfected." Nodded along with her assessment, Chial offered a word of thanks. "Right, thanks a lot, Auntie, you always teach me so well." "Oh right, Auntie, what comes next after reaching the 3-star realm?" Explaining the next phase, Jeonghwa answered, "You'll learn how to use projectile chi projection and aura techniques, but mastering them is going to take a whole lot of time." Suddenly remembering something, she turned back to the protagonist with an amused grin. "By the way, how's your cadet training going? You always look worn out." Chial replied, "Training is going fine, I suppose." However, his exhausted expression and heavy breathing were impossible to hide from Jeonghwa. She burst out laughing. "Is that so? If it's too rough, let Auntie lend a hand." Hearing that, Chial's eyes lit up as he whipped his head around. "Huh, how are you planning to help?" Across from him, keeping her cards close to her chest, Jeonghwa thumped her chest with absolute confidence. Hehehe, you'll find out soon enough, just trust Auntie on this one. Time skipped forward to the next day. To bail her nephew out, Jeonghwa personally paid a visit to his class, prompting Chial to pull a wry, twisted smile. Haha, whenever she tells me to just trust her, I instantly know I'm doomed. Unaware of Chial's inner dread, Instructor Young-ho cheerfully introduced her. Today we're having a special magic lecture. Everyone straighten your uniforms and sit at attention. This is Grand Elder Lee Jeonghwa, a senior researcher of the Lee family. Let's give her a round of applause. The moment he finished speaking, a flurry of clapping erupted like firecrackers. Meanwhile, the goofy Jeonghwa scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Hee hee, I'm getting a bit shy. I hate dragging things out, so let's dive straight into the lecture. With a playful wink, she snatched up a piece of chalk and launched into today's theoretical lesson. In the back row, watching her intense focus, Chial mentally graded her performance. Looks like she's actually starting to enjoy teaching more and more. Time ticked by until Jeonghwa suddenly clapped her hands together to capture everyone's attention. All right, the boring lecture part is officially over. Now, for the fun part, I'm going to pass down an upgraded version of the iron line technique developed by the Research Institute. Next to her, Instructor Young-ho looked utterly bewildered. Wait, didn't class just end? What are you talking about? The main event is just starting. Everyone sit back down in your seats. I'm only going to demonstrate this once, so pay close attention. With that, she waved Chial forward to assist her, leaving the protagonist wondering what on earth his crazy aunt was plotting. What's going on? He asked. Behind him, Jeonghwa whispered back, when direct lineage kids enter the academy, they usually get backed up like this. But you didn't have anyone, so I figured I'd put in some extra effort for you. Hearing that, a wave of genuine warmth washed over Chial as he replied, Thanks, Auntie. Disregarding Chial's emotional state, Jeonghwa pressed on, all right, perfect. According to theory, your output should double. Pretty awesome, right? Chial let out a long sigh. Yeah, you're the greatest, Auntie. Over on his end, Instructor Young-ho picked up on the cue and announced to the group, listen up. From here on, we're going to continue sparring by directly applying the magic taught by the Grand Elder. Everyone find your sparring partners. Prompted by his command, the cadets scrambled to pair up. Eager to exact some payback, Inha immediately approached the protagonist and proposed, Young master, spar with me. I'm not holding back this time, he declared with absolute determination blazing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chial, never one to back down from a challenge, agreed readily, happy to oblige, I'll let you make the first move. Right after, the two of them lunged at each other like rabid dogs, leaving Jeonghwa standing on the sidelines, beaming with wicked delight. Ooh, my little boy is so ruthless. He acts just like I did when I was young. Midway through, her amusement was interrupted by some muffled whispering from nearby. I seriously can't stand that guy. Even if he's an illegitimate son who gets treated like dirt, he's still fundamentally different from us. Different physique, unlocked techniques, he's got a head start from the very beginning. One kid grumbled and his buddy chimed right in, exactly, we've busted our asses just as hard, but what does he know? Shifting to Jeonghwa's perspective, there was no way in hell she was going to sit quietly while a couple of punks badmouthed her nephew. She immediately snapped, Hey, you kids! Hearing her voice, the two random cadets flinched and stammered, Gr Grand Elder, you're still here. Without answering their question, Jeonghwa locked eyes with them as if staring at walking corpses and asked coldly, were you just talking trash about about my pupil? Across from her, the two cadets turned pale as ghosts and frantically bowed in apology. We're sorry, we spoke out of line. Still letting her anger simmer, Jeonghwa grilled them further, what do you punks think you know to say stuff like that to him? Please forgive us. The two squealed in terror. Right then, before Jeonghwa could terrorize them any further, a cadet named Kim Boseong stepped forward to challenge her logic. Doesn't the young master have it easy too? We've been working our asses off just as hard, but every time we get treated like garbage. Growing up in completely different environments means the gap is natural, right? Hearing that, Jeonghwa let out a mocking scoff and shook her head. You really have no idea, do you? Probably better that you don't. If you actually realized how different a single day in that kid's life is compared to yours, you'd see your whole life is nothing more than a walk in the park. Behind him, hearing Jeonghwa's condescending tone, Boseong's veins bulged in rage. He thought bitterly, just what makes that concubine-born punk so different anyway? Fine, whatever, I'll prove it to you all. Time flew by until break time finally rolled around. Instructor Young-ho's voice echoed across the field, "We'll wrap up training here for today." Hearing that, the cadets let out collective sighs of relief. Meanwhile, Boseong stared daggers at Chial resting in the corner and scoffed internally. See, what's the difference? He goes around preaching about struggle, but at the end of the day, he was just born blessed, unlike the rest of us. Just then, another random cadet jogged up to Boseong and asked, "Hey Boseong, didn't you say you wanted to spy on the young master today? Is it really okay to wander around the family estate like this?" Defending the plan, Boseong nodded with certainty. "We're cadets, it's fine. Besides, we aren't going anywhere dangerous. That bastard doesn't even live in the main lineage district anyway. We can't just keep letting him overshadow us like this. Tonight, we're gonna see for ourselves." Just like that, evening fell. Boseong led a small group of cadets to stake out outside Jeonghwa's research complex. After waiting for ages, Boseong started getting impatient. How long has he even been inside the lab? It's already 9 p.m. Nearby, a couple of the cadets started yawning and tried to bail. "Hey Boseong, let's just go back. Training all day has made me exhausted. I'm beat to the bone too, let's forget it. Who knows what that bastard is even doing inside there anyway." With that, a few members guiltily slinked off, leaving Boseong cursing under his breath in frustration. Bunch of spineless cowards. Shortly afterward, Chial finally stepped out of the research building. Boseong quickly ducked into the shadows and tailed him from a distance, muttering, "Is he heading to the main training district? He's not even allowed in there." Boseong wondered internally, before the group suddenly caught the sound of roaring battle cries echoing from the distance. This startled the remaining kids, making them exchange uneasy glances. "What's that noise? Is that training going on this late?" One of the timid kids urged. "Boseong, looks like the young master is genuinely a monster. Let's just drop it. The class president wasn't even wrong about anything. If we put in work like In-ha did maybe." Before his friend could finish, Boseong clenched his fists and hissed, "I do individual training every single night too. There's nothing special about what he does." Giving each other weary, hopeless looks, the other two sighed. "Sorry, we're heading back." Unbothered by them ditching him, Boseong stewed in his own stubborn thoughts. "What makes that bastard any different from me? I'll prove once and for all that I'm not wrong." Stalking forward once more, he waited until the protagonist finally finished his late-night workout and left the training grounds. This time, Chial headed straight back to his private courtyard without any detours. However, before Boseong could even figure out his next move, a pair of blinding headlights swept across him from behind as a stern voice shouted, "Hey, you there, stop right where you are." The roar startled Boseong, but once the security guard illuminated his uniform, the guard blinked in surprise. "What's this? A cadet? Young Master Li Chial wanders around at this hour every night, but I never expected him to bring stray cadets along with him. Against the rules, so turn around and get back where you came from." Facing the guard, seeing as he wasn't looking to press charges, Boseong nodded frantically. Before turning away, he glanced back at Chial's courtyard and noticed, the lights are still on, it's already 2 a.m. This left Boseong utterly speechless. He quietly offered the guard a polite nod, "Have a good night, sir," and scurried off. Time flashed forward to dawn the next day. At 5 a.m., inside the private training grounds assigned to Class 5. Because he had stayed out so late the night before, Boseong was struggling to keep his eyelids open. "Figures, I got way too little sleep last night," the exhausted cadet muttered to himself, right before his eyes flew wide open in absolute shock. At this moment, Chial was already standing right in front of him. "He really looks exhausted. Even with the blessed physique and abundant main branch mana, can a 13-year-old kid really endure a lifestyle of sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a day? What about me? When I get home, I usually watch TV or play video games to relax. I do personal training too, but I still get enough sleep, rest, and reasonable entertainment." Thinking about this, Boseong genuinely couldn't suppress his curiosity anymore, walking right up to Chial and asking, "Aren't you tired?" Opposite him, Chial's eyebrows twitched tightly as he casually replied, "Turns out you were one of the people spying on me yesterday, huh?" For Boseong, upon hearing Chial say this, he was slightly startled at first but then confessed right away. "That's right, the young master is from the main branch, so you get support. Your starting point is different, and besides..." The guy started rambling on, but before he could elaborate further, Chial cut him off. "I've been living like this since I was little. Before entering the academy squad, my sleeping hours were a bit longer. If you don't sleep enough, of course you'll be tired. Then why push yourself to this extent? Boseong asked. To this, Chiol didn't explain much, just calmly patted Boseong's shoulder a few times and murmured, "You already know the answer anyway." Saying that, Chiol walked away to the side. Meanwhile, after hearing those words, a profound sense of utter shame welled up inside Boseong's heart. In another turn of events, while family head Tishan was training, Butler Choi sought him out to report something. "Family head, the paperwork for the mission you assigned has been fully processed." As he spoke, he handed Tishan a stack of documents. However, after checking them, Tishan's gaze still showed a hint of dissatisfaction as he said, "This still isn't enough." Butler Choi hastily advised against it. "These are Tier 7 and Tier 8 dungeons. Given the current level of the Academy squad, it will be extremely dangerous." For Tishan, despite Choi's warnings, he remained resolute in his intent. "Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but humans cannot. Right now, I need to forge people who can survive." Hearing this, Butler Choi stopped arguing. "I understand. I will handle it according to your instructions. Additionally, there is another report I wish to pass along." He began talking about what had happened with Chiol. This brought a glimmer of genuine satisfaction into family head Tishan's eyes. "The youngest did that? That brat has had a different look in his eyes since he was little, the look of someone who has been stripped of everything and plunged down to the absolute bottom." But leading people and changing them are entirely different matters. Adjust the test parameters slightly. Coincidentally, the 8th child is in the same cohort. Raise the difficulty bar for the entire academy squad to see if he truly has what it takes to lead people. This time I'll observe closely. He spoke with a hint of anticipation regarding this trial for the kids. Pity for the other trainees who had no idea that solely because of Chiol, the test difficulty for the whole squad had been bumped up several notches. Returning to the Class 5 training ground when instructor Jung Ho arrived, he couldn't help being startled as the sounds of rigorous training echoed everywhere. "You're down, surrender. Damn it, it's not over yet." Following his gaze, the trainees were split into two groups, one group running laps for physical conditioning while the other sparred with each other. This left his eyes wide open in sheer disbelief, unable to grasp why these trainees were suddenly pushing themselves so hard. "These kids, it's the weekend yet they're out here bright and early. Guess I don't need to call them in then." Elsewhere, two trainees noticed Jung Ho's appearance, stopped what they were doing and walked over to greet him. "Oh, instructor, you're here." Jung Ho responded with an approving nod. "Yeah, working hard even on the weekend, huh? If anyone isn't here yet, go call them over. I have an announcement to make." The trainee hurried off to round up the rest. Once everyone was fully gathered, Jung Ho announced to them, "Though it's a bit sudden, the first quarter evaluation schedule has been pushed forward ahead of schedule. Therefore, the instructors have decided to grant the trainees a 1-week leave beforehand. Consider this your final day off and rest up well." Finally, reaching this point, his voice trailed off as he looked at the bright, eager faces of the trainees, thinking to himself, "Guess I don't need to remind them to keep up basic training even during break, do I?" Then, satisfied, he continued, "I trust you all know how demanding it's going to be. Dismissed." Opposite him, the entire student body shouted in unison, "Understood." Returning to Chiol's perspective, being suddenly granted an early break like this left him harboring quiet suspicions. Getting vacation out of nowhere and moving up the quarterly evaluation. Is something fishy going on? Thinking this, he noticed the trainees staring hard at him from behind, so he turned around curiously and asked, "Why haven't you guys gone home yet?" In response, Kim Han and In Ha voiced their thoughts. "We were looking at the young master. What do you plan to do during this break?" Hearing this, Chiol wore a blank expression as he stared back at the trainees. Vacation is personal time, why are you asking me? Take a break whenever you need to, I have no intention of forcing training during the holidays." Opposite him, the trainees' eyes widened as if witnessing a dinosaur come back to life. They whispered among themselves, "I never thought I'd hear words like that from the young master. Honestly, we thought he'd drag us into some hellish boot camp like, what, is someone actually resting, and force us all into a joint training session." Naturally, how could whispers like these escape his sharp ears? Realizing how this group perceived him, Chiol couldn't help feeling awkward. Why not just shout it out louder? "What do you kids take me for? During this break, should I try the first day's routine again?" Take a break when you need to, resting is important too. I know even if I tell you to rest, you won't just sit around doing nothing anyway. Sort yourselves out, get some good rest, and see you after the break. Chial calmly instructed, and upon hearing those words, the trainees cheered as if they'd struck gold, letting out wild whoops of joy. Shifting to Jeonhwa's research lab, after leaving the training grounds, Chial bolted straight over here. However, his sudden appearance didn't cheer her up in the slightest. She complained, I heard it's vacation time, yet you still come here to bug your aunt. I've got mountains of research to get through, you know. To her remark, Chial immediately shot back. You were literally just playing on your phone, browsing random garbage. Hearing that, Jeonhwa fluffed up like an angry cat and challenged, what do you mean random garbage? I'm reading news about Hanmin getting recognized by the family head. Even his leukemia got cured. At that moment, Chial froze up, his eyes turning stark white like a dying man as he blurted out, hold on, what on earth are you reading? And about the quarterly evaluation being pushed up, was that really ordered by my dad? Chial asked curiously, and at the mention of Tishin, Jeonhwa's expression turned serious. She nodded and added, that's right, the order came straight from the top. Returning to Chial, getting confirmation from Jeonhwa plunged him into deep contemplation. Then this exam is going to be way more brutal than expected. I'm currently hitting a wall with my mana limits. To break through, I probably need to unlock the next memory of the infinite. If the memory still won't unlock, it means something is missing. I've tried tweaking things to trigger the next memory, but it's still not working. Guess I'll just have to keep searching for a way. Thinking this, he leaned back and in his carelessness, Chial knocked a stack of documents beside him, spilling all over the floor. Seeing this, Jeonhwa's eyes widened. Oh, for goodness sake, what are you doing? Be careful. Ignoring his youngest aunt's nagging, while Chial picked up the scattered reports, his eyes caught on a page printed with images of monsters he had previously encountered on Red Blue Island. A passage inside the report caught his eye. It states that the decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their ultimate objective. One can deduce that back then, human techniques were heavily focused on combat against monsters. This statement gave Chial something to ponder. Ultimate objective, demon slaying is probably the same. Demon slaying at its core is an extreme technique. Thinking along these lines, an idea suddenly sparked in Chial's head. He bolted upright in surprise, prompting Jeonhwa, who was eating a snack nearby, to ask curiously, what is it, kiddo? Chial replied in a rush, Aunt, I get it now, I'll explain later, I need to head to the training grounds right this second. With that, he sprinted off like a gust of wind, sending the documents scattered across the room flying everywhere once again. You wretched brat, Jeonhwa shrieked. Shifting to the training grounds, Chial transformed his ring into a longsword form and thought, all right, now let's picture the opponent. Something bigger than myself. A monster completely different from humans, a gigantic beast. A technique that disregards combo efficiency, stamina preservation, dodging, or defense. Flashy moves with no destructive power or tricks meant merely to deceive an opponent are entirely useless. The clear goal of demon slaying is simply to slaughter monsters. Thinking this, he pictured the giant monster that had fought the nameless warrior previously. Then he replicated the demon-slaying technique exactly as the warrior had done. His technique instantly triggered an explosion right inside the training ground, sending dust and debris billowing everywhere. Having successfully reproduced the technique, wisps of black smoke began pouring from Chial's palm, interacting with the infinite sword to read its memory. This brought a look of eager anticipation to Chial's eyes. All right, what's going to show up now? He murmured. The scenery shifted. Opening his eyes once more, Chial found himself in an unfamiliar place. He glanced around his surroundings and thought, where is this? Is this a training ground? It looks identical to when I first acquired the infinite. Why does the perspective only change when reading the infinite's memories? Thinking this, the sound of clashing weapons nearby caught his attention. Glancing over, Chial recognized whose figure it was. That person was the one from the infinite's previous memory. That striking speed is terrifying. Wait a minute, what's that? When the weapon changes, the aura changes with it too. It's not that person's aura changing, the infinite itself is mutating the aura. Chial thought in astonishment before someone's voice suddenly rang out. Interesting, changed your method again. Hearing this, the warrior turned around and complained, stop sneak peeking at other people's training. His tone carried a hint of annoyance. However, the newcomer ignored him and asked instead, ever since you got that thing, have you named those techniques yet? The warrior replied, not yet, though honestly they aren't even refined enough to be called techniques yet. Hearing that, the newcomer suggested, "Then let me name it. How about myriad variations?" "Sounds decent," the nameless warrior nodded in agreement. Then, as if noticing something, he tilted his head sideways and asked, "By the way, did you drag someone else here again?" Seeing this, the newcomer said in surprise, "Me? No way, what are you talking about?" Their conversation startled Chial a bit. Then, without hesitation, the newcomer suddenly swung his sword to slash. However, the attack was blocked by the warrior. The newcomer shouted, "Wanna spar? What reason would I have to drag anyone here?" Returning to Chial's perspective, taking advantage of the two of them bickering, he cautiously poked his head out to examine the warrior's appearance. "Those eyes and that hair color. Traits of the main branch of the Lee family," he murmured. Time flew by quickly, the 1 week break came to an end, and today, Chial and his group were shoved onto a vehicle to be taken to the location of the quarterly evaluation test. Inside the carriage, Chial gazed outside, then drifted into thought. This scenery is no different from the future or the past. The wall divides the safe zone from the dangerous zone. Back in the day, a giant fissure appeared near the Pacific Ocean, known as the Blue Hole, a mysterious space that humanity had never officially explored. And from within that place, unprecedented monsters poured out. Humanity fought against the monsters for a long time to reclaim territory. But there are still unexplored regions. Places like this are called unexplored areas, or also known as danger zones. He muttered softly to himself. Meanwhile, whether out of excitement for the upcoming test or not, his friend Kim Han also chimed in with a laugh. Lately, people have been saying that the walls draw the boundary between the safe zone and the danger zone, right? The closer you get to the danger zone, the more desolate it becomes. In response to this, Chial started educating him with the new knowledge he gained from his past life. But after all, we are still inside the wall, so the devastation only goes this far. The reclaimed villages near the danger zone have a very primitive level of civilization. Speaking of this, a slight wave of painful memories flickered in Chial's mind. In his past life, he had lived there for a while to go into hiding, and that period was truly not pleasant at all. Then, very quickly, the small vehicle began passing through the wall. Everyone should stay alert, because from now on, the place we are entering is a completely unexplored dungeon. The scenery on this side is genuinely gloomy and vastly different from inside the wall. Inside, a pale blue smoke drifts all around the atmosphere. Everyone gather, we will set up camp here, check the necessary supplies, and begin the test. The escort guards only have the duty of protecting this base, so from now on, you must handle everything yourselves. But don't worry, I will support you as much as possible as the instructor at this base. Everyone, show everything you have prepared up until now. Yes, sir, the entire group of trainees shouted back with high spirits. Next, Chial turned to the rest and said, "From now on, I will take command. But before that, this test is definitely going to be harder because of me. This is the last chance. Whoever wants to leave should go right now." Chial's voice was filled with seriousness. Then he cast his gaze into the distance. Deep inside the forest, countless spider webs were tangled everywhere. This made Chial feel a bit uneasy in his heart. That's right, anyone can tell that this quarterly test isn't meant for regular trainees. The human-faced spider forest, this is a dungeon crawling with webs. Any intruder will be spotted by the monsters immediately. Yet our mission is to record an adult spider in this forest. Chial thought silently to himself. However, inside Class 5, nobody was coward enough to leave. Inha sighed and smiled lightly. At this point, test me however you want. Every member of Class 5 won't just want to run or give up. Beside him, his friend Kim Han also nodded, saying, "That's right, young master. We all trust in you." As they spoke, the whole group looked at Chial with immensely trusting eyes. This took Chial slightly by surprise. In his past life, he had never experienced this feeling before. Then, Chial broke into a smile and teased, "You guys drop these cheesy lines so naturally, huh?" Chial's words made Bo Xiang's face turn bright red. "That's because the young master creates this kind of atmosphere." Over here, Chial continued, "All right, I understand, so nobody is giving up. Then let's do a final communication check, review our supplies, and head into the forest together." "Yes, sir," the group of trainees shouted in unison. Speaking of the forest of human-faced spiders, they operate based on social behaviors like ants or bees, making them very difficult to deal with. At this moment, our main character was leading the group. As they walked, he reminded them, "I'm sure everyone is clear on this, right? Our mission is to capture the behavior of the spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years using recording equipment. So from now on, the commander will be Choi In-ha. In-ha startled, hurriedly asking back, "Wait a minute, what do you mean by that?" Answering this, Chiol frankly shared his intention, "I will act alone, I'll become bait for the spiders." Hearing this, the group, including In-ha, went blank. Question marks seemed to float above their heads. Before they screamed as if the house was on fire. Wait, what? Time passed quickly, and by now Chiol had separated from Class 5's formation and was operating alone. After casually stabbing a giant spider to death, he cast his gaze around, then panted heavily from exhaustion, following his line of sight. All around him, countless giant spiders were glaring at him with their crimson eyes. But this was exactly what Chiol expected. They're finally all gathered. Looks like it was worth killing a few to lure them with pheromone. Human-faced spiders bring prey with high nutritional value back to the nest as food for the larvae. The easiest way to make them view you as nutritious prey is to prove that the prey possesses terrifying strength. As he thought this, he transformed the sword in his hand into a longsword and executed a demon slicing technique, instantly cleaving the spider lunging at him in two. This action of his seemed to anger the remaining spiders. They began to hiss with deep growls, then simultaneously lunged to gang up on him from all directions. Seeing this, Chiol smiled faintly, let his weapon drop down, and completely gave up resisting. Next, after opening his eyes once more, Chiol found himself lying on a pile of soft silk. He wondered, is this inside a human-faced spider's cocoon? If so, then it's going according to plan. My stomach feels a bit upset from the poison, but this isn't too bad. First, I need to use the stealth technique to erase my presence. Thinking this, he used the stealth technique to shroud his body in a blue energy screen, while transforming his weapon into a short sword format. Next, using this short sword, Chiol cut away all the threads entangling his body and calculated his next steps. If this is their nest, the larvae must be concentrated here. Saying that, he used the short sword to cut a large tear on top of the cocoon. Chiol gazed outside, unable to help feeling dazed by the sight before him. Wait, why are there so many food cocoons? No way, are these just what they caught today? They should have eaten this pile long ago, why? Chiol frowned in thought. To solve his confusion, he looked all around and his face turned pale when not far away. There was a massive cocoon suspended in the air by countless threads. Beneath it, there were also countless giant spiders, as if guarding this cocoon. Next, the cocoon began to vibrate non-stop, as if something inside wanted to break out. At the same time, Chiol suddenly felt a vibration inside his body, thinking, is the dark energy resonating with it? Not giving Chiol much time to think, this giant cocoon began to be torn apart. From within, a giant leg stuck out, followed by a human-like hand. Finally, this thing's form was completely revealed. It was a giant spider with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of an alluring woman with 6 eyes on her face. This was the rank 5 monster, the human-faced spider queen. "My children, you're hungry, aren't you?" she spoke up. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this monster, Chiol instantly held his breath and silently analyzed. A rank 5 monster in a dungeon that can use human language? No, she hasn't opened her mouth. Then, could the dark energy be reading this monster's consciousness? Ahead, as if discovering something, the Spider Queen suddenly launched an attack. She dashed forward and used her sharp leg to strike straight at Chiol's cocoon, sending his body flying down to the ground. There's no time to maintain the stealth technique anymore. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen looked at him with murderous intent and asked, "What are you?" "The thing waking me up is inside you. Why do humans have that thing?" "That thing is my Allura, give it to me." As she spoke, she unleashed a skill, firing a wave of purple sound from her mouth. It was the panic skill, just like the giant turtle Chiol had encountered before. Chiol recognized this as well, yet he didn't feel a shred of fear. The terrifying pressure that only a high-tier predator can produce. "But unfortunately, this pressure won't work on me," he muttered inwardly. Thanks to the dark energy, this pressure was neutralized, which startled the Spider Queen and made her ask, "You dare resist my magic power? You insolent brat!" As soon as those words finished, a stream of black smoke suddenly rose from a nearby patch of the forest. Right after, a terrifying explosion occurred, blowing everything nearby to pieces. Looking at the scene not far away, the Spider Queen's face also went blank. My forest. "What on earth did you do?" she screamed out uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chial smiled seeing the plan unfolding just as predicted. He explained, "It's a weapon called explosive magic bullets. Luckily, this damn forest has plenty of things that burn. I simply detonated them on my signal." Not far away, the group led by Kim Han also contacted Chial through their earpieces. "It has begun. Team 1, move out. We'll reach their nest in 30 minutes at most." At the same time, Instructor Young Ho hurriedly reported through the surveillance screens, "This is base camp, young master. I've detected a rank 5 magic power source inside the nest." But seemingly not letting him finish his sentence, Chial cut him off. "I'm fine, make sure to support the trainees first." Returning to the spider cave, by now the Spider Queen was losing her mind. She gnashed her teeth loudly and ordered her underlings, "Children, hurry, protect my forest." Saying that, she turned to glare at the male lead, gritting out, "I will personally crush you. Arrogant brat, do you think you can defeat me alone? Do you believe the teammates rushing to my nest can actually make it here? There's nothing you can do to me." Responding to this was a sneer from the protagonist, "You're the one underestimating me." As he spoke, Chial enveloped his body in a layer of golden aura. Cutting to the group of trainees while moving, Inha instructed everyone, "Everyone, keep firing explosive bullets to draw the human-faced spiders. Team 1, head straight into the nest to support the young master and clear an escape route." Hearing this, Bo Seong running beside him turned to ask, "Wait, there's a variable in the nest and we're just going to act like this?" Inha replied, "This is the young master's order, we just follow the plan." Saying so, Inha couldn't hide his worried expression as he silently prayed, "Young master, please hang on just a little longer." Returning to the spider cave, the cave began to shake incessantly. Debris constantly fell down from the impact of the Spider Queen's attacks, yet her attitude showed not a shred of joy. "Why? Why are you still not dead? How are you still standing there? Those eyes, what on earth are you looking at?" she screamed as she witnessed all her attacks failing to do anything to Chial. And all of this was thanks to a skill called the demon eyes of the protagonist. He muttered to himself, "Hidden things, invisible currents of power, eyes that can see through those things are called demon eyes. Thanks to the demon eyes, I can read the flow of magic power and dodge fatal blows. But the power gap is too huge, so I can't dodge completely." Chial used a recovery potion on his wounds. Luckily, this newly hatched Spider Queen couldn't control her body perfectly yet. "I only have one chance." Afterwards, he switched his sword to longsword form. Next, he began using the martial art chi internal force, thunder, causing his entire sword to be enveloped in a bolt of black lightning. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Chial lunged forward and swung his sword directly, releasing a crescent-shaped blade wave straight at the Spider Queen. Just like that, a heaven-shaking explosion echoed inside this massive cavern. The Spider Queen herself, failing to dodge in time, took a heavy wound on her body. One of her front legs was blown completely off. Even so, this still wasn't quite what the protagonist intended. Damn it, the wound is still too shallow. Just as expected, cutting through that thick hide with a single blow is too difficult. Thinking this, Chial stared intently at the massive spider before him while it screamed endlessly in agony. It hurts so much. I'll turn you into my subordinate, drag what's inside you out and restore myself. After that, you will endure endless pain." Saying that, she raised both hands forward and unleashed bursts of light. Not knowing what kind of skill this was, Chial tried his best to dodge. It was just that the sheer volume of these threads was too much. Well off guard, Chial got caught by a thread. Right after, a voice echoed in his head, "Submit." Accompanying this voice, a terrifying headache began to strike him, causing Chial to scream out in agony. Watching this, the Spider Queen laughed heartily. "Haha, that arrogant face." Before her words finished, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What is this, you?" The Spider Queen stammered and tried to lunge forward, as if wanting to attack Chial. Seeing this, instead of running away, Chial stood still in place and muttered, "You should be careful. Spiders and insects are inherently weak to fire." As soon as those words finished, a massive explosion occurred right beside the Spider Queen, officially sending her off to the netherworld. And the one who had just helped Chial was naturally the group of trainees who had just arrived. Seeing that their young master was still safe, they let out a sigh of relief. Kim Han said, "Sorry, we were delayed because we had to clear the path." Hearing this, Chial also sighed and scolded, "When we get back, I'm giving you guys special training." Hearing about the punishment, Kim Han turned pale and complained, Oh man, even in this situation you can still say something like that. Alright, let's get out of this nest quickly, Chial announced. Time flew by quickly, cutting to the instructor's grading room where they were scoring the group's tests. Inside the room, murmurs began to rise. The freshmen's Team 5 is behind schedule. We received a report they returned 30 minutes ago. Did they abandon the mission like Team 4? Understandable, it's a special rank 6 dungeon plus an anomaly occurred. At the same time, Instructor Young Ho opened the door and walked in, announcing, "Sorry for being late, many were injured so I had to take them to the infirmary first. Now I will report the situation." As he spoke, he pressed the remote control to display images of the human-faced spiders on the screen, and slowly stated, Team 5's mission was to record the behavior of adult human-faced spiders in the forest. However, during the mission we discovered an anomaly and gathered information first. Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups and planted 132 explosive magic bullets. Hearing this, a man below interrupted. Wait a minute, did I hear that wrong? You guys used firepower?" Young-ho nodded in admission. "Yes, exactly. Instead, we used 52 bullets while engaging monsters, bringing the total to 184. Hearing this, the black-haired man could no longer suppress his anger. He slammed the table and interrogated, "Are you guys planning to flatten that dungeon? Originally, the mission was just to film the dungeon. Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and call it a success." Over here, Young-ho stammered, "The mission was accurately completed." "Then where is the recorded footage? Project it right now," someone shouted. But before Young-ho could reply, the door opened once more. The person arriving turned out to be Chial. "Sorry for being late, the equipment broke so it took time to recover, but this is the video." As he spoke, Chial handed the badge on his chest to Instructor Young-ho. Behind him, Seoyeon whispered softly, "You lunatic, is blowing up a dungeon a normal thing? Also, didn't you hate being caught alive?" To this question, Chial replied, "If you want to film, this is the surest way." Just like that, not long after, Chial's footage was projected for everyone to observe, and upon looking, the crowd fell blank. The black-haired man began rubbing his face, speaking in bewilderment. "Unbelievable, the report completely matches the footage. Using a bomb in a dungeon is like bringing a gas tank into a burning house. Do you think this is a logical plan?" He spoke while looking towards the protagonist. In response, Chial confidently answered, "I just chose the option with the highest success rate. For a mission with a standard plan, would the trainees have succeeded? I'll drop any measure to complete the mission rather than fail or give up. The Lee family is a place that only looks at results, nothing more." This statement from the protagonist made the black-haired instructor's eyes narrow slightly as he thought silently, "Not an accident? It looked like a variable, but it was actually a plan." That illegitimate son trusted his plan completely. The remaining supervisors in the room also turned to each other, whispering endlessly, "The young master's plan is too groundbreaking, it can't be used as an example. It's hard to grade, but since the mission was completed without any casualties, you could say it's a perfect score for this evaluation. Team 5 is the only team that got the maximum score." Time passed quickly, cutting to the office of family head Lee. At this moment, Butler Choi was reporting the results of this test to him: 32 dead, 78 severely injured, many lightly injured. There is a status transfer clause in the contract, so there are no particular issues. Hearing this, Tishin nodded, looking unsurprised. Then the older man asked, "What are the support measures for the casualties in this evaluation?" Choi replied, "Covering all medical expenses for the severely injured for those with irreversible sequelae." "Continue reporting the progress, you've worked hard," Tishin said as he quickly flipped through the report. Meanwhile, Butler Choi pressed the control button to display the video and continued his report. "Yes, I understand. This is the material regarding each dungeon reported this time." Shifting to Tishin's perspective, watching the footage, he commented, "Indeed, there was an impact. The human-faced spider forest was originally located in the danger zone. Yes, it's located at the northern edge of Gangwon province." Ahead, the screen displayed the scene where the Spider Queen ordered her spiderlings to attack the protagonist. However, the image quality was extremely poor. "Short, isn't it?" Tishin complained. Meanwhile, Butler Choi shrugged and replied, "According to the report, the recovered video could only reach this level. However, it seems to be an overly edited video." At these words, Tishin's movement paused for a beat, before he enjoyed the tea in his hand and said with amusement, "Such an interesting child. Don't you think so?" Over here, Butler Choi also gave a sincere remark. Overcoming difficult tasks with sheer willpower is quite admirable. I'm just worried that he might be taking basic tactics and strategies too lightly. His casual remark unexpectedly received agreement from Tishin. Even you think so? And breaking conventions like that simply shows the brat's boldness. Precisely because he understands the rules, he knows how to pull off special moves. The fact that not only the trainees but even the instructors followed this plan without objection is proof of the youngest's leadership. In reality, no information about the operation was leaked, and the plan succeeded perfectly. Not just this evaluation raised both the frequency and difficulty levels of the overall evaluations. Yes, I will handle it. As for Tishin, he began harboring boundless expectations for his son. Looks like the others are going to start paying attention to the youngest soon, he murmured. Time flew by quickly, and a few months later, the scene shifted to the specialized training grounds for 5th-class cadets. Around this time, his friend Kim Han raised his hands and cried out, "Young master, you know we finished our final assessment yesterday, right?" Hearing the question, Chial looked bewildered and replied, That's why I gave everyone the day off yesterday." Seeing his attitude, Kim Han could only let out a sigh. Whatever, it's nothing. Right after that, Instructor Jung Ho gathered everyone together and announced, "Even though this is the final assessment of the year and you probably want to rest, don't forget there's still the promotion exam coming up. I don't want to see anyone in our class held back, understood?" Responding to his words, the entire group of cadets shouted in unison, "Yes, sir, we understand." Speaking of Chial, as if remembering something, he turned to tease his subordinate. "Kim Han, I noticed that during the recent assessment you seemed to end up completely drained of mana, didn't you? Today you're going to memorize all those spell chants." "Alright, let's start with some physical conditioning first." Just like that, the group of cadets dove right back into their training. Looking at their spirits at that moment, Chial felt a slight sense of amusement in his heart. They've gotten tougher now, not just physically but mentally too, no longer collapsing from their shortcomings but learning how to make up for them. And it's already been almost a full year since this cadet life started, with no one expelled or killed aside from those who dropped out early on. As he was thinking about this, Instructor Jung Ho suddenly sought Chial out. "So this is where you are, young master." Hearing that, Chial cast a surprised glance over and asked, "What is it?" In response to the question, Jung Ho reminded him, "The instructors have an announcement to deliver regarding the promotion exam." "Alright, I'll head right over." Chial nodded and quickly hurried toward the central room. Not long after, just as he stepped inside the room, Seoyeon waved him over. "Over here, right here. Sit down, I have something to tell you." As she spoke, she patted the seat next to her, and after waiting for Chial to sit down, the young woman glanced sideways and whispered, "You did pretty well on this last assessment, but I heard Class 1 did amazingly well too." Chial's reply gave Seoyeon a chance to proudly boast. HMPH, right, isn't it?" "Ah no, that's not important." She shook her head repeatedly to shake off her stray thoughts, before lowering her voice to a whisper. "Hey, starting from this promotion exam, you're going to run into some trouble because the 6th sister and 7th brother were recently called into Mother's room, and afterward rumors spread that the two of them have been going around meeting cadets." For Chial, how could he possibly fail to guess Madame Beek Hwayen's intentions? Yet he didn't feel a single trace of worry, instead letting out a faint chuckle. "What? Are they planning to pull some stunts during the promotion exam?" Beside him, seeing that Chial wasn't worried at all, Seoyeon irritably retorted. "Getting disqualified is one thing, but the scary part is what kind of tricks they'll pull, since you probably don't feel anything because you're too weird to be scared of anything. But both the 6th sister and 7th brother are genuinely terrifying people." Chial crossed his arms and offered a mild reproach to the girl. "If you meant to warn me, you're way too late, since annoying stuff like that has been going on ever since the midterm assessments anyway." Saying that, Chial rubbed his chin, pondering the current situation. Every single evaluation has had shitty equipment handed out or training contents deliberately omitted for discriminatory treatment, and lately I've even heard that someone's been trying to approach Boseon. Unaware of these thoughts running through Chial's mind, Seoyeon clenched her fists and asserted, "I've already warned the kids in my class, and this time I'll definitely compete with you fair and square and win, taking first place just to make you call me Unny no matter what." She spoke with a blazing spirit, leaving Chial wondering why the girl was so obsessed with competing with him like that. "Why are you so obsessed with that title anyway?" Chial muttered. Shortly after, the instructor walked into the classroom and called out, Is everyone gathered? Starting today, this year's quarterly evaluation exam is officially concluded, and now I will announce the content and schedule regarding this batch's promotion exam. As everyone knows, promotion results will be determined by combining your scores from a full year of evaluations and the promotion exam results, and this time the promotion exam will be held at Gate Y7, located about 3 km north of Kiseong City. Hearing the test location, Chial let out a flicker of surprise. A gate. I figured this promotion exam would be unusual, but I never expected it to be inside an otherworldly gate. Up front, the instructor continued his presentation, pulling out a token and statting. Inside the gate, nameplates inscribed with the word Sungmu will be placed, and every cadet will possess their own nameplate, so if it gets stolen you'll be treated as disqualified and forced to leave. But aside from that, there are no rules, meaning you should collect as many nameplates as possible. This promotion exam isn't simply a test of combat power, but rather what you should call a scramble. Returning to Chial's perspective with his big brain, he quickly figured out the true nature of the exam. So that's how they want to play it, huh? Collect nameplates, plunder, and survive, where getting your nameplate stolen counts as disqualification and the quantity determines your promotion exam score, so the rules are simple. The so-called treatment of a combat casualty is actually a trap, because even if someone's nameplate is stolen, outsiders can't tell what happened, so as long as you steal someone's nameplate or find the hidden ones, there won't be any issues. On top of that, this is an individual match where even second-year cadets are participating, so it's obvious some faction has meddled in this. The promotion exam is held inside an otherworldly gate completely isolated from the outside world. So for a despised, illegitimate child, no matter what happens, it won't leave any evidence behind, making it an opportunity too good to miss, right? But the same goes for this side too. Thinking of this, Chial started flashing a cunning smile, causing Seoyeon beside him to look at him with wary eyes. Time passed quickly, shifting to an office where a girl was cheerfully humming and whistling away. When suddenly a voice cut in. "What are you doing?" This speech belonged to the Lee family's seventh young master, Lee Yi-hak, to which the girl replied, "Just admiring my cute little brother working himself to the bone over paperwork." This girl was none other than the Lee family's sixth young miss, Lee Seol-ah, and seeing this, Yi-hak cursed at her. "You're crazy," which prompted a bit of complaint from his older sister. "Hey brat, is that how you talk to your older sister without any honorifics? Anyway, compared to you, the eighth younger sister is truly much more lovable with her rabbit-like personality and behavior. To the point where I just want to choke her to death," she said while pulling out a dagger and frighteningly licking her lips. Then pausing for a beat, she asked Yi-hak, "So what do you think?" "About what?" Yi-hak spoke while keeping his eyes glued to his personal computer. "What else could it be? Mother's orders," Seol-ah reminded him. And Yi-hak replied with a weary sigh, "I just think it's time to get a clear grasp of the situation for once." Up front, Seol-ah began juggling her dagger and voicing her thoughts. "It really annoys me that an illegitimate brat dares to wear the main family's nameplate, and on top of that struts around everywhere without knowing his place. So as his elder, I'll personally teach him a lesson. Especially since he drags that soft and mushy eldest brother type behind him, so I have to teach that bastard his proper place." With that, she gripped the dagger tightly and drove it deep into the surface of the desk. Just like that, time flew by, and finally the final promotion test began as an exam for cadets to advance to the next year, this time taking the form of a badge scramble inside a stabilized gate. At that moment, Kim Han looked at two stern-faced men standing in front and whispered to the protagonist, "Is a stabilized hidden realm guarded this heavily?" Hearing that, Chial calmly answered, "It's probably to reassure commoners or perhaps a precautionary measure since experimental research is conducted here." At this point, Chial's eyes narrowed slightly with a hint of doubt. "Still, there are fewer personnel than I expected. Could they think I wouldn't notice and thus act so flagrantly, or is the cadets level just that limited? But either way, it doesn't matter." Thinking this, Chial turned around and reminded the group of cadets behind him, "So everyone's all set, right?" Behind him, the group shouted in unison, "Of course." Hearing that, Chial nodded, "All right then, let's go." Saying so, Chial took the lead and briskly walked into the gate with his group of cadets. Turning back to the Lee sibling pair, Seol-ah and Yi-hak, Seol-ah was happily enjoying some pastries and praising, "Yi-hak, this office has really good snacks." Behind her, Yi-hak sighed reproachfully while focusing on his work. "Those are for guests, eat in moderation." Xiao Ah shrugged nonchalantly. No way, hey, is there still no contact yet considering how busy I am and yet I still came here in person. Hearing that, Yi Hak lifted his head and answered, the instructor just reported that the second-year cadets have entered as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ah's face lit up with endless delight and anticipation. Just thinking about those bastards and trash crawling around makes me excited, and Mom said if we do a good job with this we'll get a reward, right? I should write down what I want beforehand. Returning to Yi Hak's perspective, unlike his confident sister, a sense of unease began to form in his heart. Will everything really go smoothly even though I believe it will go according to plan? At that moment, Yi Hak's mind recalled what his eldest brother Myung Young had said before. Be careful, little brother, the youngest isn't someone you can deal with easily, so watch out. His eldest brother had told him that when they met recently, and though he had laughed it off at the time, those words still lingered inside his head. Thinking about this, Yi Hak's phone suddenly started ringing. Hearing it, Xiao Ah, who had been lying on the couch, quickly leaped up and asked, what is it? Are they done? Without answering, Yi Hak simply narrowed his eyes tightly at the screen without saying a word. This irritated Xiao Ah enough to snatch the phone away and check it herself. Just a few seconds later, her voice turned frantic as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. 21 killed, 15 retreated. Did the entire first-year class 5 survive? That's absurd. Are you telling me all of them teamed up and still couldn't beat a single bastard? At this point, Xiao Ah grew so angry she clenched her fist, crushing the phone right in her palm. As for Yi Hak, he finally understood the warning his eldest brother had given him, muttering to himself, we lost completely to our youngest brother, Li Qiao. Shifting the scene inside the gate, two cadets were running for their lives with the brown-haired guy cursing incessantly along the way. Damn it, he's clearly just a bastard studying in class 5. Responding to that, the black-haired guy next to him yelled, shut your mouth and run, if we hide in that cave even that bastard won't be able to find us. Pushing themselves to full speed, the two dashed forward until they successfully hid inside a rock cave where they finally paused to catch their breath and peek outside. Did we shake him off? The black-haired guy asked, and as if in response, a sword came hurtling from afar with wind-splitting speed, piercing deep into the ground and creating multiple large cracks. While the two of them were still panicked, Chial suddenly appeared, grabbing the black-haired guy's arm and twisting it backward, causing him to scream miserably in pain. Turning to the other side, Chial smiled at the brown-haired cadet and taunted, it's me, Li Chial. You guys are great at hiding, it took me a long time to find you. Opposite him, the brown-haired guy was so terrified he tumbled to the ground, backing away and trembling as he spoke. Stay away, I said stay away. Do you think everything is fine just because you belong to the main family? Why are you torturing us? In response, Chial stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar and enlightened him. Some people might think I attacked you first if they heard that. If you point a sword at someone from the main family, shouldn't you pay the price for it? Chial slowly raised his sword as he spoke. Immediately after, a gruesome scream echoed from inside the cave. Time passed quickly and soon Inha ran up to Chial to report the situation. Young master, this side is done too. Hearing that, Chial nodded and replied, good, if it's done let's move right away because we still haven't dealt with all the guys chasing us yet. Understood, I'll rendezvous with Kim Han's group right away, Inha replied. Next, Chial stated that he would move alone and instructed Inha, make sure you completely deal with everyone on your list and keep collecting tags. Hearing the order, Inha quickly departed, and watching his back disappear. Chial uncomfortably stretched his limbs and thought about the situation with his group, realizing the most important thing in this promotion exam was the number of tags they could gather. Stealing nameplates from other cadets has very low efficiency, which is why I came up with a hypothesis. Can badges be found using demon eyes? Activating his demon eyes, countless strips of yellow energy instantly filled his field of vision. One of those energy strips stretched toward a nearby cliff, and seeing this, Chial smirked. Found it. Thinking this, Chial swiftly rushed up the cliff. And sure enough, he found a badge there, leaving him unable to hide the joy on his face. Doing it this way works. This is definitely worth doing. Great. I can even train my control skills while I'm at it. Time passed quickly and Chial stared blankly at his pouch filled with countless badges. Phew, this is. I didn't think I'd collect this many, no wonder the pouch felt so light. As Chial pondered, numerous loud explosions echoed from afar. But more importantly, he couldn't practice his demon eyes any further. This left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Since the exam is almost over, battles have been happening constantly since sunrise. Honestly, if I keep avoiding her, she'll just become even more annoying. Chial let out a sigh. At the same time, Sioyon descended from above right in front of Chial. I finally found you. Li Chial, her voice was filled with delight. Yet looking at the protagonist's face, she curiously asked, "What's with that look, not surprised?" Chial shrugged and said, "I knew you'd chase after me." "Then why didn't you stop?" Sioyon asked. "Well, I've stopped now, haven't I?" Chial chuckled. Without wasting time on meaningless talk, Sioyon jumped straight to the point. "Think you're great, huh? No more talking, let's have a match." She tied up her hair as she spoke, and reached out to provoke the protagonist. "A fair fight to see who takes first place deal. If I win, you have to call me Unny, got it?" Hearing that, Chial seemed somewhat amused and asked, "What if I win?" Across from him, Sioyon spoke in an excessively sweet tone. If you win, I'll call you Oppa." To Chial, Sioyon's unusually sweet tone genuinely made his hair stand on end. Unconsciously wrapping his arms around himself, Chial looked at Sioyon with wary eyes. "If you're trying to deal psychic damage, that's pretty effective." Chial's remark made the female swordsman feel embarrassed and shout, "Shut up, talk too much, let's go, Li Chial." With that, both of them gripped their swords tightly and lunged at each other as the battle officially began. Time flew by quickly and the promotion exam finally ended, with an increasingly strict evaluation system featuring not just one, but two members of the direct main family participating simultaneously, making it a major topic of discussion for everyone. In a corner of the martial training grounds, some nameless cadets whispered among themselves. "Of course the 8th young miss took first place, right? Even second-year martial trainees joined. Can the first-year cadets even survive that?" Someone spoke up worriedly, while in another corner a few people covered their mouths and whispered, "You mean those people?" "Yeah, exactly. The youngest illegitimate child and a first-year Class 5 cadet." Shifting to the Class 5 training ground, Instructor Jung Ho congratulated the protagonist. "Congratulations, young Master Li Chial, you achieved the highest score." As he spoke, he handed the male lead a certificate. Taking it, Chial shook his head. "Thank you, honestly, I didn't think I'd get first place myself." He smiled inwardly, recalling his earlier match with Sioyon. They couldn't show blatant favoritism after all. Li Sioyon probably did better during the exam, but I ended up taking all her nameplates. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Jung Ho continued praising him. "So calm, you became the top scorer among all the cadets, that's something to be proud of." Hearing that, Chial nodded in response. "My nanny will probably be really happy too, thanks for the congratulations." With that, Chial walked down to the training ground while the remaining cadets rushed to congratulate him. "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations." Up front, without missing a beat, Jung Ho called out the next cadet. "All right, next, Cadet Choi In-ha stepped forward." Hearing this, In-ha, who had been held back for 2 years in the first year, hurriedly stepped forward. "Congratulations on your promotion." Jung Ho smiled as he handed him the certificate, and finally In-ha was promoted, ranking 13th in this exam. Looking at the certificate in his hand, In-ha trembled all over. Thank you." His voice was filled with deep emotion. While Chial chimed in from behind with some playful teasing, "Don't let it make you complacent, Choi In-ha. While it's something to be proud of, resting on your laurels won't change anything." Hearing the tease, In-ha let out a sigh. Right, young master." Ignoring them, Instructor Jung Ho called the next name. "Next, Cadet Kim Boseong, congratulations on your promotion." Boseong ranked 24th in this exam. "Kim Han, promoted in your very first year, that's a good effort. Congratulations." Jung Ho smiled, but looking at his ranking, Kim Han didn't look happy at all. He muttered to himself inwardly, "Such an unimpressive rank, honestly I'm disappointed. Alright, this is just the beginning. I'll become strong just like the young master. I still need to try harder." I decided to change myself so I wouldn't become a burden to him or live a half-assed life again. From now on I won't lose. Reflecting the thoughts of the entire student group, they all looked at Chial's retreating back with resolute eyes. Returning to Chial's perspective, the fact that no one in his class had to repeat a grade was enough to bring a satisfied smile to his face. So it's over, huh? But now I don't have to worry anymore. Thinking of this, Chial turned to his group of cadets. "You all worked very hard, everyone passed. I was actually planning to personally retrain anyone who failed. What a pity. The second year will be even harsher. There will be plenty of people dying to tear you apart. But I believe you guys can handle yourselves, right?" Responding, the group of cadets shouted in unison, "Yes." Seeing that spirit, Chial suddenly smiled, clenched his fist and shouted, "Keep it up, you guys can do it." Time passed quickly and Chial and Seoyeon dressed up nicely to meet their father after being summoned for some matter, during which Seoyeon's face soured as she thought about losing to Chial. "Hey, I don't accept this." Replying with a weary sigh from the male lead, "What are you refusing to accept this time?" Hearing that, Seoyeon bristled like a little cat. "If it weren't for the promotion exam, I would have taken first place. You played dirty. Beating me wasn't enough, you even took my nameplates. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to catch those with you, huh? If I had brought the Changrua sword with me." Seoyeon pouted in regret while Chial internally admitted her strength. "True, I thought it would be an easy win, but it took me over an hour. Lee Seoyeon is stronger than I thought. She hasn't even released her sword chi or mastered her skills yet. If she can already do that much now, I really don't want to imagine any further." Unaware of Chial's evaluation, Seoyeon vented her frustration for a bit, then cleared her throat and said, "But a promise is a promise." Beside her, Chial gave her a curious look and asked, "What are you suddenly talking about?" Seoyeon shrugged in response. "The way we address each other, we made a bet, remember? You're going to bring that up now." Before she could say another word, Chial suddenly reached out and blocked her mouth, glaring with a warning, "Say one more word and we'll duel to the death." Seeing Chial's fierce expression, Seoyeon blinked and replied, "Got it. Is it really that annoying?" "All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's go, we're going to be late," Chial urged, startling the female swordsman, who quickly said, "Oh right, let's hurry up." Just like that, the two of them sped up their movement, until they reached the head of the family's study. As soon as they stepped inside, both of them bowed and said, "We greet you, father." Hearing this, Tishin ahead turned around and nodded, responding, "Come on in." Next, family head Tishin poured a cup of tea for each of his two children and began to speak. "I heard you both have completed the freshman cadet training. What did each of you see and experience?" Hearing the question, Seoyeon started hesitating and turned to look at Chial, making him feel tense and think to himself, "What? Why is she looking at me?" Shifting to Seoyeon's perspective, seeing that Chial had no intention of answering first, she blurted out, "I saw the true face of the family." Her answer made Chial cough violently, spraying his tea all over the place. Meanwhile, family head Tishin looked amused and asked back, "What do you mean, what is that true face?" In response, Seoyeon replied, "I know jealousy comes from competition, but there are things happening that I truly cannot accept. I value fairness and honesty. Whatever I achieve, I want it to come from my own sword, from my own strength." Over here, Tishin nodded upon hearing this, looking quite satisfied. "Fair and square, not bad." Saying that, he silently evaluated his daughter in his mind. "So that's why you were chosen by that sword before. You've always been reserved and timid, but the one who brought about this change is definitely the youngest." Thinking this, he gazed at the protagonist and asked, "Now then, Chial, what did you experience?" Ahead, the male lead's expression turned serious. After a few seconds of thought, he spoke up, "I felt ashamed. The cadet corps is the foundation of the martial warriors in our family, but the current cadet corps has rotted away." Hearing this, Tishin's gaze shifted slightly. His demeanor grew a bit more serious as he asked, "What?" Chial replied with a resolute tone, "They didn't fight. They might be weak, they might lose, but those who give up fighting do not deserve to belong to the elite of the Marshall Lee family. And I've seen way too many cadets like that. The problem lies in the ability of the instructors or their training methods," Chial said as he recalled what he went through in Class 5. "How arrogant," Tishin said softly, but a smile broke out on his face. This left both Chial and Seoyeon dazed. They wondered if they were seeing things wrong. Unaware of his children's thoughts, Tishin admonished, "It is admirable that as trainees you have built your own ideological foundation. But you must always remain cautious. Once you fall into the quagmire of complacency, it is very hard to climb out." The family head's words made Seoyeon's face light up, while Chial couldn't help being surprised inwardly. "I didn't expect father to personally give us advice," he muttered to himself, then hurriedly replied, "Thank you, father, I will keep that in mind." Shifting to Tishin, he now got down to the main point of calling his two children here. Naturally, the older man wouldn't just give some meaningless praise. "I've heard about what you did over the past year. The exams this past year might differ in scale from a regular warrior's duties, but in essence, they are the same. You realized those were tests arranged by me and you diligently completed your missions. The reason I summoned you today is to reward you for completing your missions." For Chial, the reward suddenly dropping from the sky made him somewhat suspicious. Father is always strict with rewards and punishments. Yet he's rewarding us for this, there must be a reason. Unlike him, Seoyeon didn't overthink it. Right away, she raised her hand and said, "If that's the case, I want a supreme-grade chest armor, dragon-scale armor, please, father." Responding to her request, family head Tishin agreed, "Very well, I'll notify the armory beforehand, so go pick it up tomorrow." "Yes, thank you, father," Seoyeon happily replied. Then Tishin turned his gaze to Chiol and asked, "Now then, my son, what do you want?" As for his request, Chiol, as if having made up his mind, spoke right away, "I want permission to enter Mount Chinwi." It was unclear what kind of place this mountain truly was. However, upon hearing this, even family head Tishin and his daughter couldn't hide their surprise. They stared wide-eyed at Chiol. Time flew by quickly, cutting to Chiol's private room. It seemed he had been approved by his father to go to Mount Chinwi, so right now, he was checking his gear before setting out. Herbal encyclopedia, iron pot, and medical kit too. Excellent, looks like I've brought everything necessary. Because Mount Chinwi is a sacred mountain, not only herbs but spiritual medicines thrive there. In Jiaxiodo, his potion making was left unfinished, but this time I'll do it properly. Thinking about it, Chiol couldn't help feeling amazed by his father's decision. "I never thought father would actually let me go to Mount Chinwi. Thanks to that, I can participate in the warrior trial even earlier." Speaking of the warrior trial, it was the final exam for the children of the Lee family to be recognized as warriors. And Mount Chinwi was the place they were required to visit before participating in this trial. Besides, I've always wanted to go to Mount Chinwi one day. Thinking this, Chiol glanced at the black sword placed beside him. It seemed there was some connection between the mountain and that sword. Then suddenly a knock sounded outside, pulling Chiol out of his thoughts. He spoke up, "Come in." Hearing this, the person outside stepped in, none other than the female retainer Gawa. Stepping into the room, she hesitantly reminded, "Young master, you have a letter. It's an invitation from the 7th young master for you." This news took Chiol by surprise. Next, he hurried off to meet his older brother. This time, upon meeting Chiol again, the hypocritical Yi Hak greeted him warmly. "Long time no time, first time since we met at Chuseok this year, huh?" Hearing this, Chiol smiled back, "So you still remember." Over here, Yi Hak shook his head slightly, saying, "I'm not scatterbrained enough to forget something like that." Shifting to Chiol's perspective, just looking at Yi Hak's casual demeanor was enough for him to raise his guard significantly. As expected, a formidable opponent, chatting like brothers, pouring tea himself, and even sitting so casually. Hating someone openly is easier to deal with than hidden kindness, he thought inwardly. Meanwhile, Yi Hak, after finishing pouring the tea, invited him, "Try it, my only hobby is tea ceremony, the flavor isn't bad at all." Chiol hurriedly took the cup and nodded, "Thank you. Do you always pour tea for guests yourself like this?" Yi Hak replied with a bright smile, "Depends on who it is. This tea is from an overseas plantation I visited 2 years ago." For Chiol, as he sipped the tea, he concentrated, guessing why this obnoxious guy had called him here. The tea is poured, but he's not rushing to talk business. Being this leisurely doesn't suit his status at all. He really knows how to control the situation. This guy isn't some pathetic loser with just a little talent. Enough beating around the bush. Thinking up to here, as if reading Chiol's mind, Yi Hak went straight to the point. "The reason I called you here is because of the recent promotion exam. You know it was arranged by me and Seol, right?" Chiol nodded slightly, admitting, "Yes, I know." Chiol's words didn't surprise Yi Hak very much. He began explaining his motive. "What happened wasn't decided by me alone. Blah blah." Ignoring these words, our protagonist had already guessed his purpose, so he smiled faintly. "So that's what you wanted." Lee Yi Hak, famous for his talent in politics, management, and commerce rather than martial arts, was a shrewd person. He was very good at avoiding making enemies. People often called him the Yellow Sword. Did he mean he didn't want to become his enemy? Unaware of these thoughts, the bespectacled guy kept flapping his mouth. "Even so, I am at fault. If you want, I will apologize." Before he could finish, our male lead waved his hand and smiled as if nothing happened. "No need for that. Things like that happen often in future competitions anyway. You surely aren't going to say you were forced to do it because of Madame Beek Hwayan, right?" At this point, Chiol's gaze turned sharp. Before his words, Yi Hak's tone changed slightly. He asked, "Competition, do you consider me your enemy?" Chiol answered bluntly, Laying a hand on my people and publicly plotting against me makes you nothing less than an enemy. Shifting to Yi Hak's perspective, seeing the protagonist take such a firm stance, he began brainstorming countless plans. What should I do? Should I eliminate him right now to prevent future trouble, or? Then, as if weighing the future fallout, Yi Hak let out a sigh of defeat and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Chial told him, "Show some sincerity. But it's not like you suffered this time, I'm the one who suffered." His voice was extremely confident, as if he had Yi Hak in the palm of his hand, making the latter feel quite annoyed. Arrogant brat, refusing an apology and demanding compensation, but I like it. Thinking this, he reached out and offered the male lead a proposal. "Fine, I'll bring the best spiritual medicine to the trainees of Class 5. I'll also give you a proper reward." Only upon hearing this did Chial look satisfied, taking his hand and nodding. "All right, since you've decided, I won't bring this up anymore." Yi Hak smiled back. "You're surely the brother I understand best, haha. Really, I'm not so sure about that." Chial muttered. Then, just as he was about to leave the room, the bespectacled guy offered him some advice. "Ah, let me give you a piece of advice. Watch out for Cial. Ah, she really doesn't like you, unlike me." Regarding this warning, Chial didn't care at all. "That doesn't matter. Besides, next year I won't even be here." With that, Chial briskly left the room. Meanwhile, in a different turn of events, the crazy bitch Cial was taking a resounding slap from Madame Beek Hwayan. Before being yelled at, "Stop calling me mother, I didn't raise a failure like you." Her voice and gaze were filled with coldness, which terrified Cial, making her hurriedly grab the hem of her skirt and explain, "Mother, please listen to me first. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away." Before she could finish, Yi Hong shouted, "Shut your mouth." Accompanying his words, a fierce wave of pressure crushed down on Cial, knocking her to the floor. Not stopping there, the scolding continued. "What you did was running away, truly a disgrace to the Li lineage. If you were truly my child, I would never let you do such a thing." The madame's words made Cial tremble violently with agitation, her hands clenching so hard they left marks on the wooden floor. She screamed, "Even now can't I make up for my sins? That mongrel, can't I deal with him right now?" Opposite her, Beek Hwayan was utterly disappointed in Cial. She calmly enlightened her daughter, "You truly know nothing. If it were possible, I wouldn't have been so harsh on you. That vermin is going to Mount Chinwi for a year. Even if you could make up for today's failure, you can't even do that anymore. You have smeared mud on our direct lineage. If you pull that pathetic face again, next time it won't just be a slap." With that, Madame Beek Hwayan coldly left the room, leaving Cial behind crying out in despair. Outside, seeing her come out, Yi Hak bowed slightly as a greeting. Then he glanced into the room, where Cial was practically going crazy. "That vermin, I will do whatever it takes to take him down." Witnessing this, Yi Hak could only shake his head in disgust inwardly. Mother is truly ruthless. Doing this will only make Li Cial crave revenge. But now, Li Cial and Li Chial, I wonder who will be more valuable. I'm really looking forward to the future. The day that kid comes back after a year. Returning to Chial, by now he was in a vehicle preparing to move to Mount Chinwi. However, Chial's expression wasn't very good, because the one driving him was Butler Choi, the person closest to the family head. Up front, Butler Choi said with a smile, "How wonderful we're traveling together again. Even if it's just for a few days, I'll take good care of you, young master." Butler Choi encouraged, "You don't need to feel pressured." Li Chial looked up in surprise. Butler Choi explained, "This is the time we visit our ancestors' graves before Lunar New Year, and I also have business with the mountain keeper on Mount Chinwi. I'm only coming with you because the family head ordered it." Li Chial acted cheerful. "Is that so? Then I'll be less lonely going there." But inside he thought, such a coincidence is simply impossible. His appearance and aura seemed ordinary, but in reality it was completely different. A core figure of the family, holding a more important position than most elders, he couldn't accurately gauge the gap between himself and Butler Choi. Suddenly Butler Choi spoke up, reflecting on it. "Come to think of it, I heard you're stopping by Siangwu Mountain before entering Mount Chinwi. May I ask the reason for visiting the ancestral mountain?" Li Chial scratched his head and replied, "I plan to visit the family head's grave since I'm leaving the family soon. I think paying respects to the ancestors is only proper." He muttered to himself, "Actually, it's just a convenient excuse to show them that even an illegitimate son like himself came here personally to bow before them." Butler Choi praised, "As expected, you are truly profound. Young master, many elders will view your reverence for the ancestors favorably." Li Chial gave a polite smile. thank you for saying so. Inside, he felt a bit wary as if the man could see right through his soul. Butler Choi asked again, young master, may I say a few words? Li Chial replied comfortably, go ahead, I'm listening. Butler Choi opened up, do you like climbing mountains, young master? Li Chial answered, no, I don't think I've ever climbed a proper mountain. Butler Choi smiled kindly, ha ha, I understand, I myself happen to love it. He started rambling, I once climbed a very steep and rugged mountain without even any paths. I had to forge my own way. If it were you, how would you climb such a mountain? Li Chial pondered, I would climb in silence, keeping my eyes straight ahead. That way I'd reach the summit quickly and accurately. Butler Choi smiled approvingly. Indeed, then you would probably climb very fast. But Butler Choi smiled approvingly. Indeed, then you would probably climb very fast, but that's not always the case. Sometimes you have to look back or to the side to check if you're still on the right path. If you only look ahead, you might get lost and end up taking a very long road. Butler Choi mused, the higher the mountain, the truer that is. At this moment, Li Chial suddenly realized, was he talking about the path of martial arts? After reviving, he had been too busy accepting new things before digesting the power he had already acquired. But he never thought that would be a problem. If things kept going like this, even with time, he would just keep chasing new things. Thinking of this, Li Chial bowed sincerely, thank you for your wise advice. Butler Choi smiled and waved it off. Ha ha, think nothing of it, just consider it an old man's nagging. Afterward, Butler Choi reminded, more importantly, it looks like we've arrived. When the car stopped, he introduced, this is Siangwoo Mountain. Li Chial quickly stepped out of the car and called out Butler Choi. He asked with concern, I heard that only those carrying the bloodline of the Lai family or those permitted can pass through this gate. Butler Choi, can you enter? Butler Choi replied, I was granted the honor by the previous family head. He opened up, I plan to tend to the late family head's grave. Where is the young master heading? Li Chial replied, the memorial tablet of the family's first founder. As Li Chial stepped inside, it felt as though he walked through a transparent protective layer. Li Chial thought to himself, a strange feeling, am I passing through the ancestral mountain's barrier? He tried moving his hand, feeling as if he had just entered a new world. Butler Choi bowed, then I will take my leave now. I hope you achieve what you desire, young master. Li Chial walked ahead, thank you. He steadily climbed the stone steps, seeing the pavilion in the distance. Li Chial thought, I've arrived. The grave of the first family head, the founder of the Lai family, respecting the family founder. Li Chial opened the door, looking at the majestic ancestral altar before him. He spoke up, even if I commit the offense of unsheathing my sword inside the ancestor's tomb. Li Chial unsheathed his sword and said, please forgive me, because I am doing this to fulfill what you arranged. Afterward, he placed the sword before the altar. Li Chial poured wine while thinking, the night blade is a sword, but that's not all of it. A family secret was revealed by his older brother before he obtained his rebirth. There are 9 seals on the night blade. Li Chial knew 4 of them, including, first, prove that you are the master of the sword. Next, prove you belong to the bloodline of the Lai martial family. Third, overcome the founder's first trial, the naming ceremony. So I've unlocked 3 seals. Li Chial pondered, what will the hint for the next seal be? Right at this moment, a stream of spiritual energy from a nearby mirror appeared. On that mirror, the words Chinwei, meaning heavenly, will appeared. Li Chial quickly realized, this is the Mount Chinwei I remember. Let's head to Mount Chinwei. The family founder sensed the energy of Mount Chinwei and chose it as the training ground for future generations of the family. Li Chial observed the sight before him and exclaimed, such dense mana, I've seen it in the grading sheets, but this is my first time seeing it in real life. Right then, Butler Choi appeared. It's a beautiful mountain, isn't it? Li Chial agreed, indeed, it feels different from Siangwoo Mountain or the peaks inside. Butler Choi offered his wishes. I hope you achieve worthy results, young master. Yeah, they're being noisy again. Just then, another person appeared complaining, yeah, what a pain, they're being noisy again. A mountain guard appeared behind them and the Lai family's guards immediately stepped forward to block. Young master, Butler Choi, back away, this guy is strong. While Li Chial remained surprised, thinking, when did they arrive without me sensing them? The mountain guard got irritated. Ha, you damn bastards want to die, I'll say this nicely just once, drop your weapons. The guard still shouted, everyone prepare for combat. Before the mountain guard slammed his head into the ground and snapped, seriously, you damn black-haired guys. He scornfully said, As long as they hold a piece of metal in their hands, they won't listen to anyone. Thus, both sides engaged in a fierce battle, dust filling the air, a chaotic scene before Li Qiao. Finally, the mountain guard had time to leisurely take a sip of wine, while the guards protecting Li Qiao and Butler Choi were all knocked unconscious on the ground. The mountain guard clicked his tongue, expressing, "While you guys don't even have an ounce of strength." He turned to scold the butler. "Damn it, you shameless bastard, I told you to give me a heads up, at least a bottle of wine. If you show up without at least a jar of wine, you're dead." Butler Choi laughed carelessly. "I apologize for that, but you're being a bit harsh." The mountain guard got annoyed. "Harsh? You've gotten arrogant, haven't you?" daring to talk back. Butler Choi spoke up. I apologize for the late introduction." Butler Choi introduced. "This is the keeper of Mount Chinui." Meanwhile, the mountain guard removed his glasses to take a clear look. "Is this him?" the guy Tishan said he brought from outside. Hearing this, Butler Choi nodded and replied, "That's right, this is the former young master Li Qiao who will go up the mountain this time." Before the butler's words, Chioisin seemed to feel a bit of interest, asking, "You saw a part of my technique earlier, didn't you?" The sudden question caught Chial slightly off guard. He didn't expect Chioisin to notice, but very quickly Chial nodded in admission. "Yes, I saw it." Over on his side, Chioisin stroked his chin and said, "Let's see, you carry a bit of the same vibe as Tishan, but your aura has something a bit strange to it." Just as those words left his mouth, a sudden, sharp pain flared up in Chial's left eye, causing him to let out a soft gasp and reach up to clutch his eye. Noticing this, Chioisin quickly caught on to the issue and muttered, "Ho, this little brat has a weird eye too." Following Chial's line of sight right then and there, countless strips of golden energy were floating and swirling all around him. Time flew by quickly as the scene shifted to Chioisin's home, where the bulky uncle was cheerfully drinking alcohol without any stopping. "Haha, Western liquor really is different. The wood scent is bizarre, but it brings an indescribable deliciousness to the tip of the tongue. I'm glad it suits your palate," Butler Choi replied with a smile. Meanwhile, looking at the number of liquor bottles piled on the table, Chial felt a slight shudder in his heart. "I'm not very familiar with alcohol, but I can tell just by looking that these aren't anything cheap, haha." Brushing that matter aside, once Chioisin had filled his quota of alcohol for himself, he dived straight into the conversation. "All right then, let's hear your story. Sending a scrawny kid like you here for training, they must really hate you, don't they?" Responding to his words, Chial explained, "I came here entirely of my own accord." His tone was completely calm, causing the bulky uncle to burst out into a laugh. "Oh, is that so? Fitting for a child entangled with death and destiny." As he spoke, he cast a subtle glance to the side while Chial silently evaluated Chioisin before him. "Based on the illusion my demonic eye just saw and the reputation of the mountain keeper I heard about before my regression, he is a Dakibai." Dakibai possess the ability to foresee the future using eyes filled with stars, and reading fate means seeing things that are preordained and unchangeable. Unaware of these thoughts hidden within the protagonist's heart, Chioisin let out a heavy alcoholic breath and asked him with interest, "So what now? You've been given a whole year, what do you plan to do with it?" Before Chial could reply, Butler Choi secretly reminded him using a sound transmission technique. "Let me tell you, he can hear everything you're saying right now." Faced with the reminder, Chial stated his calculations for the upcoming year, though his exact words were concealed by the author. Time passed quickly until evening, at which point Butler Choi and Chioisin were holding a private meeting, accompanied by Chioisin's continuous complaints. "Damn it, I've seen some weird freaks before, but the moment I mentioned the training ground, that kid sprinted straight there. And you too, once I'm done dealing with those weaklings, you're heading out with them?" Hearing that, Butler Choi gave a slight nod in agreement. "Thank you for allowing me to use the spirit water." Returning to Chioisin's perspective, naturally, he wouldn't believe that someone as important as Choi was merely escorting Chial here without some other motive. So he casually tossed the empty liquor bottle backward and asked bluntly, "So why did you come here? You didn't just show up to deliver booze, did you?" "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll ask straight to the point." At this, Butler Choi dropped his concealment of purpose and asked in a cold tone, "Could it be that the mountain keeper read the celestial phenomena, prompting the head of the family to send me here to ask?" Immediately after those words, Chioisin's hand instinctively tightened around his wine cup, and he spoke in a slightly drunken tone, "Celestial phenomena, I've read them, but there isn't much I can say." Before the chubby uncle could finish speaking, Butler Choi offered a gentle reminder. Surely a dakibai who was just treated to liquor wouldn't refuse to lend a hand, right? In response to those words came an angry slam on the table from the uncle. Old man, that was an apology gift. Hee hee, I brought over 10 bottles of liquor already, Choi chuckled, leaving Chioasin to complain in frustration without being able to do a thing about it. Good grief, damn it, I knew this was going to happen. Following that, he let out a long sigh, his face turning more serious than ever as he said, there's still a long way ahead. The true gate opened long ago and human strength has reached its peak, meaning chaos will follow. Tell him not to rush but simply go with the natural flow. Opposite him, upon receiving the answer, Butler Choi cheerfully replied, understood, I will convey this message to the head of the family. For some reason, Chioasin grew slightly annoyed and gritted out, if I had won that damned wrestling match back then, I wouldn't be tangled up in this mess. But anyway, it seems you really like that kid wrapped in beast skin, aren't you worried? Hearing that, the old butler's expression turned subdued as he looked at the wine glass in his hand and shook his head. As a servant, I simply serve the bloodline of the Lee family. Over here, Chioasin shrugged and reminded him, you heard him say he wants to go there, right? He's still just a rookie. As he spoke, Chioasin poured himself another glass, almost as if wishing to grant Chial some health insurance. Butler Choi requested, Chioasin, just keep an eye on him once, and you'll find it interesting too. Time flew by quickly, shifting to some general training room. Right at that moment, ripples suddenly appeared in space, and soon Chial's figure emerged from the void. Haha, every time I see this, it blows my mind. A tree hole leading straight to a training ground. And even yesterday's Root Village had a cave entrance, so is this Dakibai magic. To be honest, I still feel lacking right now. I have 1 year ahead and I must make the secret magic styles learned from Mu Gi and Mu Jin, the Evil Eye, Intuition, and Black Chi entirely my own. My target is 1,000 times, and if that's still not enough, I'll keep going until it is. Chial muttered as he summoned his weapon to begin training. However, there was one thing he didn't know, all of his actions were being observed by the Uncle Chioasin through a series of spells, and watching the protagonist's enthusiastic demeanor, the uncle couldn't help scratching his belly and praising, that kid is truly relentless. I've never seen anyone like him. He trains until his body is completely wrecked, then recovers using spirit water, repeating the cycle over and over again. It sounds easy, but that's nothing short of self-torture. No wonder his fate is so bleak. As Chioasin flicked his finger to dispel the tracking spell, he lay back and sighed, lamenting Chial's destiny. He was destined for an early death or a miserable end, yet now he's overturning that unchangeable fate and even suppressing his innate energy. A creature with no destiny. When was the last time I met someone like that? Truly, bloodlines don't lie. Your family is so freakish that even the heavens are sick of it, Chioasin exclaimed excitedly. Time passed quickly. 3 months later, spring arrived and Chioasin's complaints echoed all around. Damn it, that Choi fellow said it would be interesting. But I'm bored to death, I quit. I'm not watching anymore. The kid just trains on basics all day. What's fun about watching that? Aside from asking permission to gather herbs, he barely says anything, but he's probably not dead yet, right? Just as he said that, a piercing screech suddenly rang out, causing Chioasin's expression to change. Jumping up in a hurry, he focused his senses. That's the cry of the spirit beast Baki. Did something break into the mountain? But I set up a barrier, so that shouldn't be possible. Did those big shots from the main family mess something up when they brought food and wine here? To check the situation, Chioasin used his magic to conjure a mirror in front of him, and according to what was displayed, an incredibly adorable gray beast was crying as it ran away with a glass bottle clamped in its jaws. However, what startled Chioasin the most was that Chial was chasing right after the small beast. What the hell, what is that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat the spirit beast. Thinking of this, not wanting the spirit beast to lose a single scrap of meat, Chioasin hurriedly flung open the door and roared, "Stop right there." He darted forward toward Chial as fast as the wind, and instantly blocked his path. Hey, you little punk, have you lost your mind? What on earth are you doing? Over on his side, seeing his path blocked, Chial replied with an innocent face, "Mountain Keeper, long time no see. But could you please step aside?" Before Chial could say another word, the pot-bellied uncle cursed straight at him and raved, "How dare you target the spirit beast right in front of me? In all my years, I've never seen anyone like you." Hearing that, Chial looked at the uncle with a puzzled gaze and asked, "Huh, what are you talking about?" Wisin yelled. The thing you're chasing with killing intent is the spirit beast named Baki. The more he heard, the more bewildered Chial's head became. Why would I kill a spirit beast? At that moment, the uncle's face turned stunned. As he looked at the protagonist's hoe and basket, asking that hoe and basket. Before he could finish his sentence, seeing the small beast ahead trying to run away, Chial moved to give chase, but Wissen grabbed him back. Hey, hold on a minute. Why on earth are you chasing Baki? Lacking time to explain much, Chial snapped back. That little punk stole my secret medicinal brew. Sorry, but I'll explain later. With that, he swiftly dashed past the pot-bellied uncle like a gale, leaving him with barely any time to react. Hey, you brat, the spirit beast has fled, how do you expect to find it? The moment those words left his mouth, Wissen's expression suddenly shifted, and he thought to himself, that kid is running in the exact direction where Baki is hiding, even with sensory perception right off the bat, pinpointing its exact location is difficult. Even with force radiating from the tips of his toes, the ground isn't damaged at all. Has that kid gotten this fast already? I only took my eyes off him for 3 months. Could something have happened during that time? He muttered to himself. Shortly after, Chial returned to explain the whole story, leaving the pot-bellied uncle slightly flustered as he coughed a few times. You mean while you were out finding the final ingredient for the medicinal brew, Baki stole the jar and ran off, is that it? Ah, yeah, sorry. Chial replied with a darkened complexion, slowly listing out each ingredient that had been stolen. At least 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng, fleeciflower root, white forest grass, dragon scale flower, matsutake mushrooms, and cordyceps grown from the carcass of a demonic insect. I went through so much trouble to gather all of them. That's a medicine I painstakingly brewed through 100 days without sleep, and now all my hard work has gone down the drain. The more he spoke, the more desperate Chial's tone became, leaving Wissen wanting to comfort him yet unable to find the right words to say. Over on his end, Chial let out another despondent sigh and continued. So one of the reasons I came to Chinwi Mountain has failed. That medicine was one of my most crucial objectives. Up front, hearing this, Wissen couldn't suppress his anger and shouted, Hey, I allowed you to harvest them in the first place, so what does it matter if they got stolen? Chial clapped his hands as if suddenly remembering something. Ah, that's true. You gave permission, but I still got it taken from me. Failing to manage things within your territory is my fault. His sharp words struck the uncle's heart like a dagger, stirring up an extreme sense of guilt. All right, fine, I'll compensate you. Anything you want, I'll accept it. The uncle patted his chest and shouted. Meanwhile, hearing that, Chial broke into a cunning smile, as if he had achieved his goal. You just said anything goes, right? As it happens, Mountain Keeper, there are 2 things I need your help with. Time flew by quickly, shifting to the inside of the training room. At this moment, the figure of the Spider Queen appeared before the protagonist. Seeing this, he took a deep breath to steady himself, then slowly enveloped his sword in his aura. Inwardly, Chial muttered to himself, Remember, the power of the aura skill when used continuously won't change compared to when it's first used. With that, he swung his sword hard toward the front, executing a skill called Yama's Aura Slash, which unleashed countless red energy strips shooting forward at wind-splitting speed, instantly binding the Spider Queen's legs and causing her to shriek in frustration. Seizing the opportunity, Chial switched to using Earthwind Aura, wrapping his sword in a green glow, and slashed directly across the Spider Queen's torso, sending green fluid splattering everywhere. However, despite successfully inflicting a wound, Chial's expression remained slightly scowling as if unsatisfied. Still not enough power to kill her, he muttered. Following his gaze, the Spider Queen's body was nearly cut in half. Nevertheless, possessing immense vitality, she managed to launch a counterattack as her sharp legs thrust straight toward Chial. But before they could even touch the protagonist, the Spider Queen's body suddenly transformed into a talisman and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the Uncle Wissen, standing nearby, picked up the talisman and complained, Damn it, why did I end up serving a kid? I don't even know why I agreed to do this kind of stuff. Hey kid, do you want to take a break? Hearing that, Chial raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his face and whispered, I have to try one more time. Seeing this, the uncle could only let out a sigh. Suit yourself then, focus and visualize the target from your memory. Following those instructions, Chial closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. Meanwhile, Baki tossed the talisman high into the air, causing it to dissolve and materialize into an illusory swordsman in front of Chial. Just like that, the two of them clashed repeatedly, while Lord Li, watching from the side, grew so angry his entire body felt like it was on fire. Good grief, his demonic energy is just leaking out endlessly. And he actually figured it out, asking me to help him train with illusions. It's already been 4 hours. Well, what's done is done, I'll just let it go. The second task, gathering the mana herbs, wasn't too hard anyway. Over the past 3 months, his body had grown noticeably healthier and taller as well. Overall, he had become more refined, clearly feeling a sense of maturity, not necessarily stronger but far more solid. Putting that aside for a moment, I suppose I should finally ask him about that weapon. Time flew by quickly, and at this moment, having finished his training, Chial was relaxing in the hot spring. Ah, it feels like I've come back to life. If it weren't for the hot spring, I probably wouldn't have survived. How great it would be if there were a hot spring outside Chinwi Mountain too, just like back home. Right then, the sound of footsteps stepping into water echoed, causing Chial's eyes to snap open in surprise. Who is that? I couldn't even sense their aura even when they got this close. Chial asked himself skeptically in his heart, and to answer him, the familiar voice of the pot-bellied uncle rang out, "Seeing you look so tired, you must be a real person after all." In response, Chial turned to ask, "Ah, is that you, Mountain Keeper? Is there something you need?" The uncle replied with a slightly grumpy tone, "I work hard too, am I not allowed to rest? You've been here for a while now, have you been resting properly?" Chial scratched his head awkwardly, "I always rest properly." Hearing this, Wissen realized Chial had slightly misunderstood, so he explained further, "I meant coming here after every training session, you brat. I've lived quite a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone train as foolishly as you speak." Wissen walked forward while chewing on an egg. Meanwhile, not wishing to bathe together with a middle-aged pot-bellied uncle, Chial smiled awkwardly and stood up. "Ha ha ha, is that so? I feel like I've fully recovered by now, so I'll take my leave first." However, before he could leave, Wissen's serious voice rang out. "Wait, I still have something to say, sit down." "Hey, what was the name of that thing you swung around earlier?" Chial reached out, looked at the ring on his finger and asked back, "Are you talking about this?" Wissen stared intently at the ring and nodded in agreement. "That's it, where did you get it?" "I promise you I won't tell anyone about anything related to it. I'm not entirely sure, but this concerns his identity." For Chial, he actually didn't know much about this weapon either, so he could only give a very simple answer. "Its name is Mugen. I got it from the family's secret vault." Returning to Wissen's perspective, his gaze held a hint of nostalgic recollection as he began to recount. "I don't know how much you understand about that thing, but I saw something very similar to it a very long time ago. Back in the day, there existed a wizard who possessed the ability to communicate with spirits and read the stars in the night sky. That wizard always carried a certain item, a stone capable of freely changing its shape. Using just that stone, the wizard could perform all sorts of magic, or use forbidden arts without paying any price, naturally making him the leading wizard of his era. However, the stone he trusted ultimately devoured him, stripping away his sanity and causing him to go on a rampage like a monster. He changed like that in less than a year, and since he wouldn't die easily, they eventually sealed him away." Finishing those words, Wissen waved his hand, dismissing the image he had just conjured. Meanwhile, curious about the ending, Chial asked, "What about the stone?" Number 3 shrugged and replied, "They gathered the power of countless wizards of that era and destroyed it." At those words, the protagonist raised a hand to stroke his chin in thought. "That story sounds similar to one I read in Changyungak." Then, Chial raised his head and asked, "Could that wizard have been sealed in a place called Manhwa? In response, the uncle shook his head. "Incorrect, he was sealed on an island in the east." Hearing this, Chial felt a slight sense of relief. Then, it's not what's recorded in Changyungak. The stone and Mugen are two separate entities, but they probably have some connection. Unaware of Chial's thoughts, Wissen continued speaking. "Back to the story. I smelled a foul stench from that stone back then, and that smell is very similar to the scent emitting from you right now. A strange smell that is neither human, beast, nor spirit. Mugen is an alien object of unclear nature. There are better weapons out there, why don't you just give this one up?" the uncle said with a smile while Chial swallowed hard with anxiety. His tone sounded like a gentle suggestion, but it carried a suffocating pressure, as if squeezing my heart. Then, taking a breath to steady his embarrassment, he clearly stated, When I acquired the demon eyes, my father advised sealing them away, and I said this, word for word, "If this is the power granted to me, I will make it submit and use it." Hearing his words, Wissen couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Such an arrogant brat, you said that to Tishin. But kid, do you think that thing is the same as the demon eyes?" Chiol calmly replied, "To me, there isn't much difference." Returning to the perspective of the pot-bellied uncle, seeing that the protagonist had no intention of cooperating, he resorted to physical action. "Well then, I have no choice. I'll just have to use force to take it." With those words, the uncle summoned a sharp spiked mace and smashed it down hard directly toward Chiol. Meanwhile, Chiol kept a blank face, acting as if he didn't even see the attack. Fortunately, Wissen stopped in time and issued another warning. "Hand it over to me while I'm still speaking nicely. It's been a long time since I swung a weapon, so I'm not sure I can hold back." The reply to his threat was Chiol's confident face. "You won't do it, Mountain Keeper, because doing so would break your covenant." Chiol's casual words caused Wissen's hand to tremble slightly for a beat. Then, wiping his face, the uncle withdrew his aura. "So you already knew everything." Hearing that, Chiol nonchalantly shared, "Naturally. To protect the mountain and help whoever trains here, that's the oath you swore to the founder. You were just testing my willpower, weren't you?" The pot-bellied uncle grumbled in response. "If you knew, you could have just said so straight out instead of acting like a sly brat." Ignoring the uncle's attitude, Chiol murmured further, "You weren't really planning to take it from me anyway, right?" Wissen clicked his tongue and advised, Tusk, if you ask me, you'd better fight with both your tongue and your brain." Chiol burst into laughter. "Thanks for the compliment." Baki angrily roared as if the house was on fire upon witnessing this attitude. "That was an insult, you brat." Setting that aside, Chiol asked with a hint of curiosity, "Why didn't you try to use force and take it? You could have taken it under the guise of helping me." Hearing this, Wissen's expression turned a bit serious as he told him, "That thing doesn't carry the bizarre aura like the wizard's item, so it's probably not the type of monster that devours its user." Chiol nodded, looking at the black ring on his finger. "I understand, thank you for telling me." "Putting that aside, Mr. Mountain Guard, you just threatened a trainee with a weapon, didn't you?" "I'm quite meticulous when it comes to keeping score. Who knows, right?" Chiol said with a smile as serene as a Buddha, and Wissen couldn't suppress his irritation anymore as he shouted, Hey, you stinky exploitative brat." Time passed quickly, shifting scenes to Chiol's temporary quarters on Mount Chinwi. Right at that moment, the sword in his hand radiated a black aura and slowly faded away. Meanwhile, Chiol was somewhat pleased with this. "Finally, I can't believe it took me 3 months to complete Judo's memory." Inwardly, Chiol muttered to himself, "Before leaving Mount Chinwi, I received 2 swords from 7th older brother Yi Hak, the masterpiece short blade Judo and the acute grade sword Effenberg. Effenberg possesses innate yin energy, allowing it to emit chilling chi. Its memories weren't much, so I absorbed them at the main estate. Let's test Judo's ability." The second memory of Mugen that he saw before the Academy Division's quarterly evaluation and the new strength he gained from Mugen. The ability to use the power of copied weapons. Right then, an energy thread shot out from the protagonist's fingertips, wrapping tightly around the hilt of the black sword and pulling it toward Chiol's hand. Judo's ability is the power to transfer attributes from one item to another. Just copying the shape doesn't manifest the ability. Perhaps I can only use power from weapons absorbed through the dark energy. Since I also broke the seal at Mount Sungmu, well then, I should also check the black sword's memory. Next, his consciousness was pulled into an unfamiliar setting. Before breaking the seal at Mount Sungmu, I could only see up to this point. The important part starts now. At this moment, a young man spoke up. "I intend to seal this sword. I won't let my children be swayed by this sword's power." Hearing this, a figure in white robes standing behind him replied, "Sealing it isn't difficult, but are you sure? If so, no one will easily be chosen by it anymore." To this, the young man in front only shook his head calmly. "If they aren't worthy, it's better they don't use it." Then the figure in white reached out forward to proceed with sealing the sword. Seeing a stream of golden light energy burst forth from that person's palm, forming words that imprinted themselves onto the sword. After finishing, the person in white robes continued, "The sealing is complete." As for the contents of the seal, hearing up to this point, the audio suddenly became slightly distorted, making Chiol unable to hear what the sealing contents actually were. After that, the voice of the person in white robes returned. "Once the third seal is broken, its power will be unleashed. Do you accept that?" The young man nodded lightly. That won't make a major difference, so it's fine. Even so, I still have to test it. Saying that, this person gripped the sword tightly, shrouding it in a layer of aura. As for Chial, witnessing the scene before him, he couldn't help being utterly shocked. Could there be a mana circuit running inside the black sword? In terms of complexity, it's no different from a human's mana system. Right at that moment, the young man swung the sword fiercely in a single stroke. However, the mana was not only blocked, but it was also scattering apart. The young man whispered, "I'll have to reinforce the seal a bit more." Seeing this part, Chial was kicked out of the sword's memory. His head felt a slight pain. However, Chial was extremely satisfied with it. Haha, a power that can erase mana, who would have expected such a weapon to exist? In the following days, Chial continued his routine of practicing combat against the Spider Queen. Right at this moment, the protagonist dashed forward rapidly. As soon as he closed the distance, he used Iron Chi Strike Thunder, unleashing a lightning-fast slash that cut the Spider Queen's body in two with a single blow. Seeing this, the plump Uncle Wissen smiled and walked over to congratulate him. "Not bad, kid, you actually pulled it off. Do you know this is your first victory after a streak of failures? It took you a whole 7 months. Hearing this, Chial smiled and teased back, "I know, now I can beat you anytime I want, right?" Facing his words, Wissen seemed a bit annoyed and gritted out, Yeah, you're special, you brat. So what are you planning to do next?" Chial stated that he thought it was time to stop training. The moment he heard those words, Wissen felt as if he had been set free, giving him a pat on the back. "Hey, great idea, by the way, I'll take a break too." That was what Wissen had been hopping for. However, Chial's real desire was to upgrade his training to a whole new level. "I think it's time for a trial." The trial created by the founder, Bloodless Dream. Speaking of Bloodless Dream, it was a trial created for the Li family. It contained various enchantments and the domain power of Mount Chenhui and was an illusion enhanced by goblin magic. It selects those worthy to be tested. That is one of the binding oaths tied to the Mountain Keeper. Shifting to Wissen's perspective upon hearing Chial say that, his tone turned somewhat serious. "Do you really want to try this trial?" Chial nodded, speaking with a firm voice. "Yes, I've been striving for this." Hearing this, Wissen bluntly warned him, "You in your current state aren't strong enough to pass the trial. However, it seems you're ready to try Li Chial, the 9th generation of the Li family. I grant you permission to participate in the Bloodless Dream trial." The uncle spoke while reaching his hand forward, and Chial eagerly reached out to shake it in return while expressing his thanks. Next, Wissen led him in front of a cave and introduced, "This is the entrance to Bloodless Dream." Hearing this, Chial asked with slight curiosity, "But isn't this the cave leading to your living quarters?" "That's right," Wissen nodded. Following that, the uncle walked forward, used his power to gently touch the empty air, causing ripples to spread across it. Next, suddenly, a gigantic stone door appeared before them both. Seeing that it had appeared, Wissen turned to continue. "You probably already know, once you step inside Bloodless Dream, you cannot leave until the trial ends. Open it and go in." Chial stepped forward, promising that he would come out as quickly as possible. As for Wissen, the uncle also wished Chial good luck. "If it's you, you might actually pass the trial. I can't bear to look at its face anymore anyway." "Good luck." With that, Chial pushed hard against the door. Immediately after, a dazzling light erupted from within, forcing him to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Inwardly, he thought, to some, he is the god of war, to others, the dragon slayer, or even a legendary symbol in fantasy tales. The founder of the world's top family, the founder, Li Hailhyun. At this moment, the scene before the protagonist was an unfamiliar grassland, and standing there was a young man of only 19 or 20 years old. Seeing his face, Chial respectfully spoke up, "This descendant greets the founding ancestor of the Li family." Saying that, he also summoned his weapon and focused his gaze ahead, marveling inwardly, "Such an overwhelming presence, it's as if he's still alive." In history, across generations, only a few people have ever challenged Bloodless Dream. The winning condition is only one, to defeat the founder at age 15. "For now, I'll just probe around," that was what Chial thought. However, in just the blink of an eye, the sword in progenitor Hailhyun's hand had already pierced deep into his chest. Then, when Chial opened his eyes once more, he still couldn't quite believe he had met his end so quickly. "What was that just now? Was my heart just pierced? I wasn't letting my guard down. I've had my throat slit in simulations before, but at least I knew how it happened. Yet this time, aside from having my heart pierced, I know nothing. The more he thought, the more worry became apparent on Chial's face. But very quickly he shook his head, admonishing himself, calm down, analyze carefully. He didn't use any secret techniques or ultimate moves, not even body-strengthening aura technique. Even with sixth sense I couldn't detect it, even with my eyes closed. Could it be a strike to a blind spot? But is that even possible? He would have to read all my movements to pull that off. But that also means he's just that strong. Thinking this, Chial gripped his sword tightly and slowly stood up, facing his ancestor. And despite having witnessed it once already, the male lead couldn't help feeling a numbness in his scalp upon sensing the terrifying aura radiated by Hyun, making him only able to give a wry smile. Haha, seriously, I don't know if I can even win. In another turn of events, Butler Choi reported information to family head Tishan. Master, we have received news from Mount Chinui. Nearby, Tishan was gently wiping his sword with a handkerchief while saying, so he has entered the cave. But he shouldn't have that level of skill yet. That child has never truly failed. From the Naming trial on Mount Sungmu to the trials of the Blood Tiger and the Faceless Curse Queen. In terms of track record, he hasn't won everything, but he has never truly failed either. In other words, he has never experienced a wall. Do you know why the survival rate in Bloodless Dream is below 50%? It's because they suffer mental breakdowns upon crashing into the wall named Lee Hyun. So what happens to someone who has never encountered such a wall when they stand before it? The family head wondered with a voice full of curiosity. Returning to Chial's position at this moment, he was lying flat on the grass, panting heavily, then brushing back his hair in annoyance. Crazy, defeated in a single move again. He fooled my senses, feinted a frontal strike, and then launched the real attack from the flank. A strike piercing straight into my blind spot perfectly. Could it be that in the blink of an eye he grasped all my movement patterns? Thinking that, Chial jolted up, looked at his trembling hands and reminded himself, this feeling has returned after such a long time. The feeling of despair, helplessness, and fear coming from someone you absolutely cannot defeat. However, I cannot afford to let myself collapse right now, because in this world, no one understands this feeling better than I do. The one who has hit rock bottom, the only thing left is how to climb back up. Every strike made is never meaningless. Gradually, I'm beginning to understand. The progenitor isn't someone possessing some mysterious, unpredictable power. His power is the innate talent to find the right answer in every single moment. He instinctively grasps what is most optimal. The essence of martial arts is just that. Every tiny foundation, every elementary essential forms a solid base as unshakable as the earth. So I must see the progenitor's sword path clearly. Chial silently reminded himself, his eyes wide open like a cow's, staring blankly to closely observe the young man's movements ahead. Then, in an instant, Hyun's sword path seemed to slow down in his eyes, helping him grasp the information. A horizontal slash from left to right. This time I will definitely see it. Following that, Chial threw himself into training, forgetting everything else. Time passed and he gradually began holding his ground against Hyun's attacks. Strike 1. Strike 2. Strike 3. Strike 4. Clang clang, I'm starting to go toe-to-toe with the progenitor. Finally, I'm able to use internal energy. A fighting style that belongs uniquely to me. Its versatility and freedom. And what I was lacking all this time. Controlling myriad weapons and having all those techniques take root on an unshakable foundation. Now I understand. The true profound meaning of Bloodless Dream is to shatter the wall called oneself. Gripping the spear tightly in his hand, Chial dashed forward rapidly like a gust of wind. Inwardly, he muttered, there is one thing the progenitor doesn't have, a strong point that even I didn't realize about myself. In his mind, he recalled the words of his aunt Jeonghwa, your talent in magic arts is extraordinary. Your aunt here is willing to bet her honor on it. Right then Chial smiled brightly and said loudly, thank you, aunt. Saying that, he used a technique called resistant chi gale, causing his entire spear to be shrouded in a green spiral energy source. Next, Chial used all his strength to swing the spear forward fiercely. The impact was so powerful that it made the air emit a deafening boom. And right at the point where the two weapons collided, the sword in Hyun's hand couldn't withstand it and shattered into numerous pieces. Just like that, the white wall in front of him collapsed. Speaking of Uncle Wissen, despite drinking wine, he couldn't help worrying about the protagonist's situation. It's been a month since he decided to step into Bloodless Dream, before Tishan. For hundreds of years, no one was allowed to pass the trial. Yet in less than 50 years, another one has appeared. Just as he said this, the space around Wissen shook violently, startling him enough to shout out, Could something have happened on the mountain? Could it be? As if thinking of something, Wison hurriedly tossed his wine bottle aside and flew at top speed toward the entrance of Bloodless Dream. Standing there, he looked ahead with worried eyes and muttered, "Did you finally overcome that trial?" Just as he predicted, right at that moment, the stone door slowly opened, and Chiol stepped outside saying, "I have returned, Mountain Guard." Time passed quickly until evening. At this time, Chiol was resting in the hot springs while Wison found him and asked with a smile, "Well, how does it feel?" Hearing this, Chiol began reflecting on what he had been through and shook his head lightly. "I absolutely do not want to go through that again." Seeing his expression, the uncle couldn't help bursting into laughter as if striking gold. "Yet you don't look like you've changed at all. Usually those who walk out have dead fish eyes because their inner temperament has changed." Hearing this, Chiol understood. It seemed everyone had their own answer. Next, he turned to ask, "So do you know what my father was like back then?" The conversation shifted to Tishin, making Wison excited as well and share, "You mean Tishin? Well, after all, he's your father, so you're curious, huh? Do you know what that brat said right after stepping out of Bloodless Dream? 'The training is over, I take my leave. Thank you for your care over the past period.'" Speaking while crossing his arms, desperately trying to mimic Tishin's tone, Wison left Chiol speechless as well. He muttered, "Are you perhaps mimicking my father right now?" Wison asked, "If so, doesn't it sound similar?" Chiol shook his head in rebuttal, "Not even close." Setting that aside, Wison continued praising, "Hey kid, you just pulled off something earth-shattering. You are the youngest person ever to pass Bloodless Dream." Although the essence of the trial wasn't meant to race to see who finishes fastest. Still, there's over a month left before leaving the mountain. What are you going to do? Continue training? Hearing this, Chiol stood up and replied, "No, I plan to rest, both to recover and to organize what I've comprehended." Wison cast an amused gaze to observe and tease the male lead. This kid, looking like he wouldn't change, yet he actually knows how to change. Saying he wants to rest out of his own mouth. Are you hurting somewhere, or have you been affected by evil magic? He spoke happily, while Chiol could only sigh, "By the way, Mountain Guard, isn't it time to collect my reward now? You surely haven't forgotten using that to blackmail me, have you?" His words made the chubby uncle's face suddenly turn flustered, not daring to meet his eyes directly. Hey, kid, that was..." He stammered, unable to speak coherently, and Chiol didn't want to drag it out, so he went straight to the point. "I'm not planning to ask for anything too difficult. I just want to borrow your yakai mace." At this request, Wison first widened his eyes in shock, but right after he glared at Chiol and criticized, "You brat, that's not something a normal person can hold. You might not even be able to use it." For Chiol, of course he was aware of this, so when making the request he already had a plan in mind. "It's fine, I just want to touch it a little." "Touching it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hearing this, Wison could only rub his face, grumble and concede, "Not quite." "Fine then, damn it, I'll lend it to you. But you won't be able to do anything with it." Just like that, the burly uncle summoned his mace. It was a weapon carved from a fragment of a star, along with the soul of a yakai, thus called the yakai mace. Next, Wison threw his weapon to Chiol and didn't forget to warn him, "I'm only lending it for 1 hour. If you push yourself too hard, you might kick the bucket, kid, so be careful." "Thank you," Chiol replied with a smile. But before he could even finish his sentence, the moment he touched the mace, its weight nearly fractured his wrist. With just a single touch, the mace cracked the ground into pieces. Seeing this, Wison laughed heartily. "Haha, I told you so, you might not even be able to lift it. Go ahead and play with it for 1 hour." Just like that, seeing Chiol couldn't even lift his weapon, Wison felt reassured and turned to walk away. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to the training room. After putting in every ounce of strength he had left, Chiol dragged the heavy mace all the way over, completely out of breath. "Phew, I finally managed to move it. I had to use my mana just to inch it forward bit by bit, and this isn't even its complete form yet." As he spoke, he massaged his aching shoulders and recalled the information regarding this weapon. This is a weapon capable of summoning lightning and storms and moving mountains and seas. If it's ever fully released, it's practically a natural disaster, isn't it? The only reason I borrowed this monstrous mace is to see if I can absorb it by letting Dark Chi recognize it as a weapon, or if it requires meeting certain specific conditions. I'll have to test it out to find out. With that, Dark Chi spilled from Chiol's palms, slowly wrapping around the mace. Then a voice suddenly echoed in his head, "How stubborn, why do you keep trying to pull off this kind of nonsense?" Right after the voice, Chiol suddenly gasped for air and collapsed to his knees on the ground. Even so, his hands clenched tightly in excitement. I read it, I actually caught it. Just hearing its voice threw me flying back like that. But if I can actually read its memories, then I'll be able to absorb it. And if I absorb it, that means I'll be able to wield a weapon that even normal humans could never dream of using. Just like that, time quickly passed, and the moment finally arrived for Chial to leave the mountain. Everything's packed, Chial muttered as he hoisted his backpack onto his shoulder. At the same moment, Old Man Wissen's voice echoed from behind. No wonder I felt this uneasy feeling all the way down at the foot of the mountain. Heading back today, are you? Hearing this, Chial turned around and nodded with a smile. Yes, today marks exactly 1 year. Oh, is that really so? Wissen said as he pulled a pouch out of thin air, prompting Chial to ask with mild curiosity. What is that? Wissen answered with a grin. Salt. I'm going to use it to exorcise any bad luck when you leave. His words caused Chial's face to twitch awkwardly, making the protagonist feel like some kind of evil spirit that needed driving away. But Chial quickly adjusted his mood. Thank you for everything. I'll come visit you again next time. Wissen smiled faintly and reminded him, don't you dare show up empty-handed next time. Bring me plenty of fine wine. His cheerful banter made it hard for Chial to believe that just a few seconds ago, this man had intended to throw salt at him for exorcism. Suddenly, Chial asked a completely out-of-the-blue question. Guardian of the mountain, are you actually happy living here on this peak? Faced with that question, Wissen's expression turned slightly annoyed as he bluntly replied. Happy or not, what does that matter? This place is mine and I stay here because it belongs to me, plain and simple. You might think I'm trapped here, but I still go out every now and then, you know. Where do you think all these snacks and wine fall from? The sky? All right, stop bothering me, now get lost already. As he spoke, he turned around. Meanwhile, Chial promised, not right now, but one day I'll take your name back for you. Those words made Wissen's footsteps come to a sudden halt. He slowly glanced back over his shoulder and asked, how on earth do you know about that? Without missing a beat, Chial offered a soft smile. By the time that happens, I'm going to need your help. Back in another scene, Wissen watched Chial's departing vehicle drive away, letting out a somewhat forced chuckle. How the hell did that kid figure it out? What a bizarre brat. To explain this, in the distant past, there was a monster that wreaked havoc everywhere. A certain man captured it. It was defeated and let go by him, but refusing to accept defeat, the monster challenged the man once again. After losing a second time, the monster made two vows. First, to guard the mountain and support newcomers. Second, to create the bloodless dream and choose those qualified to undergo the trial. That was the version everyone knew. However, the truth was somewhat different. Wissen's mind began drifting back to an extremely distant memory. The head of the Lee family at the time, after knocking him down, also stated his own demand. Since I won, you are no longer allowed to cause chaos in the human world. As proof of this oath, I will take your name. A name is necessary for your soul to be bound to me, but that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Because one day, a child bearing my bloodline will return your name to you. When that happens, our contract will be considered fulfilled. Thinking back on those words, Wissen let out a sigh. I guess, in the end, it's not too bad. That bastard Heilhyon, seriously. Is that brat really going to be the one to finish it? Whatever, he said he'd take my name back for me. But then he just up and leaves me hanging like this, leaving me with all this hope, damn it. I'm going to need to use way more salt. Wissen grumbled angrily as he walked back into the mountains. Meanwhile, Chial had already returned to his family estate. By this time, the sky had grown pitch dark. Stopping by Mount Sungmu to handle the ceiling took up quite a bit of time, he thought to himself. When Chial arrived, Butler Choi had already received prior notice and came out to greet him. Long time no see, young master. Trust you've been well. Seeing him appear, Chial guessed that Tishin likely wanted to see him, so he asked straight away, did my father call for me? Old Choi nodded slightly and cleared the path for him. Indeed. I'll have someone bring your luggage inside, so please head straight to the main hall to see the family head. With that, Butler Choi began leading the way for Chial. However, just as Chial moved to step toward the family head's study, the old man abruptly stopped him. Not that way, young master, this way instead. As they walked, Chial began to realize where they were heading. This path definitely leads to the family head's private training grounds. Sure enough, inside the training room, Tishin was busy practicing his swordsmanship. Hearing footsteps, the older man turned his head and said, "You're finally back." Stepping inside, Chial could feel his father's overwhelming presence even more clearly than before. Inwardly, he muttered, I shouldn't even be surprised anymore, I still can't read my old man's level at all. Thinking that, he bowed slightly and greeted him. Father, have you been well? Tishin gave a cold nod and said, It looks like you've made quite a few achievements while you were away. Hearing this, the protagonist modestly replied, Yes, but seeing you now, father, I realize I still have a long way to go. Those words caused Tishin's stern expression to soften just a fraction as he smiled faintly. Did you pick up flattery out there in the world? If so, I'm deeply disappointed. Catching his expression, Chiol was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, Wait, I was just making a joke, is my dad actually smiling? At that moment, Butler Choi spoke up, The tea has been brewed, family head. Tishin calmly thanked Butler Choi, and then instructed Chiol to follow right behind him. Next, once both of them were seated at the tea table, Tishin asked with a serious tone, How have things been lately? I didn't call you here just to look over a performance report. I want to hear your personal thoughts, which is why I brought you here alone. Facing his father's question, Chiol's hands unconsciously clenched together. If he wants to hear what I genuinely think, then. Blah blah blah. Just like that, the protagonist began spilling out everything he had experienced and felt. Meanwhile, old man Tishin had his own thoughts running through his mind. This strange feeling. Summoning this kid wasn't about hearing a list of his merits but hearing his perspective on this training. This is a first. Then, after listening quietly, he took a calm sip of his tea and murmured, Is that so? You certainly didn't waste your time. Chiol answered with a bright smile, I had no intention of wasting the time you granted me, father. Before he could bask in that brief moment of joy, Tishin's voice turned chillingly cold as he interrogated him. Is that why you came back late today? In response, Chiol claimed that he had simply stopped by Mount Sungmu to pay his respects to the ancestors. That was all there was to it. Is that really all? The older man furrowed his brows, his tone laden with disbelief that his son would stop by for anything so mundane. Knowing that this secret would have to come out sooner or later, Chiol decided to come clean. I wanted the elders to witness that moment with their own eyes. Across from him, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly radiated from the family head. His expression turned pitch black as he growled, You achieved just a tiny bit of success and you're already acting arrogant. You dare say something like that right in front of me? You went to the mountain to pay respects to the ancestors just to boost your own reputation. Under the crushing pressure released by his father, Chiol's body bent double like a boiled shrimp, his teeth grinding tightly against the terrifying force. Inwardly, he screamed, What incredible pressure. But because of the seal, I need to visit Mount Sungmu frequently. I can't always rely on having an excuse to go there. Desperately racking his brain for an excuse, Chiol blurted out, It's not just about talking, I wanted them to see our traditions and actions of profound respect. They might have birthed me as an illegitimate child, but I still carry the glorious blood of the Lee family in my veins. I wanted to step up and set an example for the others. Hearing that explanation, Tishin seemed somewhat satisfied. He reined in his aura and gave a slight nod. Fine, I'll let it slide this time, but don't you dare let success make you complacent. On his end, Chiol nodded rapidly. Yes, I'm sorry, father. Then Tishin asked another question. There's one more thing, there's a matter you haven't told me yet. I gave you permission to go to Mount Shinui, but I never gave you permission to participate in the bloodless dream trial. You only asked my permission to train in that area. Deceiving your own father deserves punishment, follow me. With that, he immediately drew his weapon and challenged his son, Draw your weapon, let's see what you've actually managed to learn out there. On the sidelines, Butler Choi seemed to have anticipated this all along, as he hurriedly rushed over carrying the black sword so Chiol could prepare to take a beating from his old man. By this point, Chiol finally understood why he had been dragged straight to the training ground. So this was the real reason for bringing me here? It looks like Dad planned this from the very beginning. He figured it all out, didn't he? Thinking of this, he suddenly decided not to pick up the black sword. Instead, Chiol willed his inner medium to manifest into a longsword. And sure enough, upon seeing that sword materialize out of thin air, old Choi didn't look particularly surprised at all. Instead, he simply stated calmly, Go on and attack. Hearing that, the protagonist didn't hesitate to immediately trigger his demonic eyes skill to probe Tishin. However, a split second later, his eyes widened in shock as he stared straight ahead. No way, I can't see a single thing, not even his mana or the flow of his aura. Is my demonic eyes skill still not strong enough? There's no point in using it, it'll only distract me further. When dealing with my father, there's no need to probe anything. I just have to throw everything I've got into a single strike. Resolving himself, Chial poured all his strength into the soles of his feet and dashed forward at high speed. At the same time, he unleashed the first form of the Mugen style. Ghost-breaking, wrapping his sword in a fierce blue aura and shooting forward like a laser beam. To top it off, Chial even channeled both wind and ice aura into the attack. Even so, I bet I can't even scratch him. This is Tishin we're talking about, he's at least gotta cause some kind of shockwave. That was what Chial expected. However, in response, Tishin casually waved his sword with supreme lightness, effortlessly shattering his son's powerful attack. The shockwave generated from the collision of their attacks tore the training grounds into countless splintered pieces. Once it was over, Tishin asked in a low voice, "Is this the answer you found after meeting him?" Chial answered with an unwavering voice, "Yes. An ability that belongs to no one else but myself. Constantly breaking and hunting that power with the goal of forging an unbreakable foundation. That is the answer I found." Tishin stared fixedly into Chial's determined gaze, thinking to himself that the boy had truly chosen a difficult path. He furrowed his brows, harboring his own thoughts, but knowing his son would neither break nor bow. Tishin then gave a flick of his wrist and spoke up. "Very well, then what about the trial within the bloodless dream?" Relaxing the sword in his hand, it glowed before slowly fading away as he answered with a hint of anxiety. "I can't quite put it into words." Standing atop the cracked flagstones ruined by their recent clash, Tishin said sternly, "If you can't articulate it, it means it hasn't truly become yours yet." Handing his sword to the butler standing nearby, Tishin continued, "Be honest, that attack just now wasn't your strongest move, was it?" Clenching his fists, Chial hesitated before answering, "Yes, I know." Faced with his reply, the older man grew pensive and unreadable. Then, with his hands clasped behind his back, Tishin turned and walked away. "You entered the bloodless dream without permission, and if you ever put on such a mediocre display again, I will punish you severely." Chial immediately bowed deep and shouted, "I am sorry, father." His next question caught the boy slightly off guard. "What do you plan to do from here on out?" With a serious expression, Chial stepped up behind Tishin and slowly spoke. "Regarding that, I have something I'd like to request of you." Closing his eyes, the older man replied, "Go ahead." Granted permission, he began explaining. "I'm supposed to go through the third-year academy curriculum starting now, but as you know, father, I've outgrown that level a long time ago." Before he could finish, Tishin's cold voice cut in, causing the boy to swallow hard. "Get to the point." Taking a step forward, Chial declared, "I want to experience the world." Placing a hand over his chest with utmost sincerity, he added, "Please grant me permission to begin my martial journey." Tilting his head, Tishin glanced sideways at Chial. "So the moment you asked to go to the heavenly mountain, you were aiming for this all along?" The boy nodded decisively. "Yes, that's right." Hesitating for a brief second, Chial added, "However, an even bigger reason is because I want to elevate my own capabilities." Lowering his head with a thoughtful gaze, Tishin warned, "Trying to achieve multiple goals all at once. That habit might just become a noose around your neck one day." Standing straight with his feet together and head bowed low, Chial replied respectfully, "I will keep that in mind." Narrowing his eyes, Chial fell into deep thought. Was that advice or was it a warning? Then the man suddenly spoke up again. "All right, the martial journey." Moonlight illuminated the magnificent estate in the night, exuding a breathtaking yet indescribably mysterious aura. The martial journey was the final trial that direct descendants of the ancient martial Li family had to overcome. Receiving no help from the clan, they simply had to train their martial arts until maturity and then return. Though there was no fixed test, they were required to achieve accomplishments that everyone else had to acknowledge. Standing alone with his hands clasped behind his back in the spacious courtyard, Chial pondered. However, at 15 he was still too young, as the typical age to begin the martial journey was around 17 or 18. A brilliant beam of sunlight cast down upon him, but this child wasn't the type to be confined within the mold of conventional norms. As his recent feats already proved, he possessed strength comparable to a Tier 5 martial artist. Seeing this child, the other youngsters would likely become a lot more guarded. Slowly turning back toward Chial, Tishin offered rare praise. "All right, very well, I grant you permission to begin your martial journey." Hearing that, the boy tightly clenched his fists behind his back, celebrating inwardly. It worked. But his father's voice rang out once more, catching Chial completely off guard. However, with a fiercely serious expression on his face, Tishan continued, there are two conditions. Scene shift to a large, expansive building, the administrative headquarters of the ancient Marshall Lee family. Yi-hung appeared out of nowhere, waving cheerfully with a bright smile. You've worked hard, my nephew. Chial's cheeks were mercilessly squeezed by his uncle as he struggled to speak. Hello, uncle, are you doing well? Meanwhile, Yi-hung continued pinching his cheeks, his smile widening further. When am I ever not doing well? Only after a good while did his uncle finally release Chial, standing with his hands on his hips and looking the boy up and down as he rubbed his face. You've really grown quite tall, haven't you? Suddenly realizing, Yi-hung quickly pulled him toward a chair. Ah, right, we shouldn't just stand here talking forever, sit down, Chial politely complied. Yes, thank you, uncle. Once the boy was seated, his uncle sat down next to him and asked in a friendly tone, do you want anything to drink? Chial gently shook his head. No, I'm fine, thank you. That immediately reminded him of the lavish meal he had just endured at home. Eat a bit more, young master. Oh dear, what's wrong? Does the food not suit your taste? Ah, no thanks, please stop. Just thinking about it gave Chial slight trauma. Actually, I just finished eating with my nanny, he said, rubbing his stomach. I'm so full I feel like my stomach's going to burst. Yi-hung burst into laughter. Haha, well, I suppose that's true. Looking up at his uncle with slight surprise, Chial spoke up. You look awfully tired, uncle. Yi-hung rubbed the back of his neck with an awkward chuckle. Dark circles were clearly visible beneath his eyes and replied, well, work's just been a bit overwhelming lately. Is it really that obvious? Regaining his seriousness, Chial turned to the main purpose of his visit. Actually, I have a gift I'd like to give you, uncle. With that, he placed a small wooden box that fit in the palm of his hand onto the table, pushed it forward and said sheepishly, it's nothing special, just an elixir I brewed myself. Looking at Yi-hung, Chial explained, it's nothing crazy, but it should significantly boost your stamina and mana control over the next few weeks. Overjoyed, his uncle eagerly reached out to pull the wooden box toward himself, smiling as he replied, you're the only nephew who actually thinks about his uncle. Let's see here. With that, Yi-hung opened the box, releasing a strange fragrance from the pill. What kind of scent is this? It smells just like a pine forest after a rainstorm. He smiled as he looked at the pill, and the mountain keeper even admitted it was a fine medicine. The older man took the box and looked up at Chial with considerable surprise, the mountain keeper himself. Without answering the question, Chial offered some advice. Try taking it, uncle. Yi-hung nodded, reached into the box to take out the pill and muttered, oh, all right. The older man picked up the pill, stared at it and thought to himself, if even a goblin praised it, the effectiveness must be incredible. Then Yi-hung closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide, before taking it right before Chial's eyes. The older man closed his eyes to quietly savor the taste and the pleasant sensation it brought. Ah, this is definitely the real deal. A surging wave of energy poured into Yi-hung's body. Practicing magic power while taking this kind of medicine would undoubtedly yield results several times normal. And the older man slowly opened his eyes in surprise, truly amazing. Yi-hung looked at him and remarked, besides acting fast, it's no different from a spiritual medicine. Did you really make this yourself, kid? Chial smiled slightly and nodded in response, yes, that's right. The older man rubbed his chin, lowered his head slightly and cast an upward glance at him. Do you still remember how to make medicine? Chial answered with a naive smile, of course. Rare ingredients can also be substituted with other things. Yi-hung snapped the box shut and said, if that's the case. The older man's face turned serious as he looked at him. Don't tell anyone, just keep it to yourself. When you grow up, you'll be able to use it in many ways. Chial smiled brightly, thinking to himself, you've always looked out for me first as usual. Then he nodded politely and replied, yes, I'll be counting on your help then. With that, Yi-hung reached out, patted Chial's head firmly and laughed loudly. Haha, is this brat trying to take advantage of his old uncle? Very well, I'd be more than happy to let you take advantage of me when the time comes. Suddenly remembering something, the older man pulled his hand back. All right, I heard you're planning to participate in the warrior's journey this time. And Chial blinked, smoothing down his hair as he answered, oh, you knew. Yi-hung lowered his head slightly with a thoughtful, pensive expression. There's going to be a lot of controversy. The older man thought of the eyes that would be watching and scrutinizing him, whispering to himself, the kid definitely won't be able to avoid accusations of favoritism. Since they can't touch the eldest brother, all the nasty stares will just fall on Chial. Yiheng gently placed the wooden box on the table and said, wanting to join the warrior's journey requires not only the patriarch's permission but also the approval of the elders. The older man frowned slightly, glanced at Chial and said seriously, and the elders don't like you. Maybe you should just give it up this time. But he just smiled gently and replied, the things you're worried about, I've already anticipated to some extent, which is why my father set a condition. Yiheng tilted his head in confusion and asked, a condition? Chial nodded lightly and said yes. Then he looked up at the older man with complete sincerity, and because of that, I need your help. Chial threw open the door and said excitedly, it's been a while since I last came back here. He stepped inside, started stretching and muttered, should I warm up a bit? Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed, and Chial's eyes showed clear helplessness. You're here. Jiowa excitedly threw open the door, broke into a wide smile and shouted, my dear nephew. In an instant, the excitement turned into a blazing fire of anger as she gritted out each word, you little brat. Then Jiowa rushed over, grabbed him by the neck and shook him wildly, shouting, you should have come to see me first, you ungrateful wretch. Chial panicked, patted her arm frantically, and yelled, I had business to take care of, how could I come? Only then did Jiowa let him go, pouting jealously, I know you went to see the eldest brother first. Chial despairingly rubbed his poor neck and said with difficulty, I thought I was gonna die, it was just work. She crossed her arms, looked away and pouted petulantly, you just love arguing with your aunt, don't you? And you went off to train to become a warrior, when were you even planning to come back? Suddenly Jiowa's tone turned serious, catching his attention even so. She reached out and patted his head proudly, showering him with praise, my nephew has grown up. Your magic power has practically doubled and your energy pathways are much sturdier. Chial didn't hesitate to show off the fruits of his training. I've mastered all the aura skills I learned before. Upon hearing this, Jiowa became even more overjoyed. Really? Then you've reached the 3-star magic level. With a smile, she turned to walk away, though you still need to polish your skills a bit more. Well then, I have a gift for you, darling. I've finished the chants for the other aura skills, let's try them right now. Chial hurriedly spoke up, aunt, I'm sorry, but I probably can't do it right now. His words caused Jiowa to freeze for a second. Feeling a bit guilty, he hesitated and explained. Right at that moment the door opened again. Well, I'm going to be quite busy today. A familiar voice rang out, causing both of them to turn around at the same time, still as close with her as ever, I see. Footsteps landed lightly on the floor. Myeonjung smiled warmly as he walked up, interrupting Chial's words, older brother. Inside the training room filled with combat equipment, Jiowa's determined voice rang out, you said you were busy. She angrily poked his arm repeatedly and scolded, making Myeonjung chuckle helplessly, so how come you're suddenly training the youngest? Liar. He rubbed the back of his neck and hurriedly explained, I am busy, but I also tried helping you sort out those chants, right? Seeing this, Chial felt a bit sad inside, thinking to himself, I even had to ask my busy older brother for help. Then Myeonjung turned to him with praise, oh but anyway your notes were great, they helped me a lot during my training. Chial forced a smile and replied, is that so? Well that's good, haha. His eyes lit up as he smiled and asked, but are you doing well, brother? He leaned in close and answered with a mysterious air that left Chial completely confused. Yeah, I'm doing fine, however. Then Myeonjung threw an arm around Chial's neck, pulled him close and ruffled his hair vigorously. You left for Chinwison without even telling me. Chial chuckled and replied, I'm sorry, you were on a mission back then. Chial beamed after having his hair ruffled, and after I came back, I got summoned by father again. Myeonjung recalled his conversation with Tishin in the study room. I need you to teach the basic martial arts to the youngest, will you do it? Hearing that unexpected proposal from him, Myeonjung's eyes widened as he asked, what? Myeonjung thought to himself, I'll definitely teach him better than letting those elders do it. He rubbed his chin in deliberation, but the old man isn't one to care about such trivial things. Then Myeonjung quickly bowed and accepted, yes, I'll teach him. The moment he placed his hand on the door, Tishin's voice rang out, you should go get ready. Myeonjung turned his head back with a slight smile, thank you. He walked across the courtyard in deep thought, bloodless dream, even I was never granted permission to try that and at this rate of progress. Thinking of this, Myeonjung broke into a satisfied smile. Now I understand why he ordered me to teach him the basics of martial arts. Thinking of this, Myeonjung broke into a satisfied smile. Now I understand why he ordered me to teach him the basics of martial arts. Or perhaps he wants to foster competition. Walking down the grand hallway with a resolute stride, "All right, I need to see for myself just how far you've come." At that moment, he reached out and gently ruffled Chial's head. 20 years, no, maybe just 10 years, or maybe he'll catch up even faster than that. Chial looked up at Myeonjung with sincerity and spoke, "Sorry for bothering you while you're so busy." Then he pulled his hand away from Chial's head and replied generously, "It's fine, right now I'm the only one with free time holding the Menhieo Gijian." A rich source of energy flowed continuously through their bodies. All the basic techniques, secret arts, and ultimate skills of the Sungmu family. That was proof of someone who had inherited all the arts passed down by their ancestors, known as the complete inheritance, and also one of the conditions set by father for his warrior journey, absorbing all the basic martial arts of the Sungmu family. Chial brushed his hair back and asked Myeonjung somewhat hesitantly, "But are you really going to be the one taking the hit, big bro? Aren't there elders at the academy?" He looked somewhat surprised and asked back, "Do you think you'd actually get a proper education from them?" Myeonjung rubbed his forehead helplessly and smiled wryly to show Chial the reality: dirty tricks during teachings, being ambushed at the naming ceremony, political sabotage during the promotion exam, being dumped into the worst training batch. Chial's perspective broadened as he turned to him and said, "Thank you so much for everything." Myeonjung understood, patted Chial's shoulder and said, "There, there." His gaze grew more contemplative. "More than that, you've grown up this much." Myeonjung looked at him, half normal, half brimming with energy continuously flowing through his body. "Before, when I focused, I could see his mana flow, but now there are parts of it I can't even predict." Then he smiled and ruffled Chial's head again with immense pride. "Even so, I wouldn't even mind if he catches up. I'm so proud of you." Chial helplessly called out, "Big bro." While Myeonjung didn't seem to pay much attention to Chial at that moment, "I still want to be the big brother you've always looked up to, but..." Joa suddenly appeared between the two of them with a gloomy face and a terrifyingly low voice. "You two." She unhappily shouted, "Are you chatting away while the adults are talking?" The older man beside her hurriedly tried to soothe her. "Auntie, please calm down." Joa put on a sulky act and turned to leave. "Fine then, I'm leaving. You two aren't going to stop me, are you?" Chial suddenly remembered and spoke up, "We're having dinner together tonight anyway, right?" She pouted, throwing a huff. "You said you were going to train, right? You're going to practice late into the night, aren't you?" He replied, which instantly improved Joa's mood significantly. "Practicing is one thing, but researching with you is another." Hearing those words from Chial made her involuntarily break into a smile. "How could I pass up the chance to study with someone world famous in the field of mana? I'm sorry, Aunt, but please wait just a little longer." Joa broke into a radiant, extremely smug smile. "Oh well, who can blame me for being world famous? I'll let you off the hook this time." With that, she walked toward the door with her smile still lingering, waving goodbye. "All right, since I'm so magnanimous, I'll be off. And definitely not because a movie is about to start, you know." Chial politely waved back, "Yes, off you go, Aunt." He wiped his brow and let out a sigh. "She's finally gone." At the same time, Myeonjung calmly smiled and drew his sword. "Now we can finally start training for real." His sword was sharp and fine, and Myeonjung turned serious as he spoke. "All right, to fully meet the conditions set by father." Standing before him, Chial also became much more focused. "I'm going to train you strictly." Inside the training room, the sound of weapons clashing echoed continuously. A week later, at the Sungmu estate, practicing basic techniques with the big brother was deceptively simple. Myeonjung continuously launched attacks at Chial. While on his side, he fought back fiercely. He swung his sword hard, sending Chial staggering back a few steps. The time spent teaching postures or theories flashed by in an instant. Chial clenched his teeth as he slid across the ground, trying hard to stay on his feet. Resting was nothing more than buying a single breath. Chial planted his hands on the ground, hanging his head as he panted heavily with exhaustion, a sparring match extremely close to real combat. Myeonjung held his sword firmly in one hand, put the other behind his back, and calmly walked through the dust. "I believe that compared to teaching through words, carving lessons directly into the flesh carries much more meaning." He looked at him with glowing amber eyes and said in a deep voice, "You're observing with your demon eyes, right? move properly. With that, Chial drove his sword deeply into the ground. He let out a grunt, struggling to push himself back up. Chial stomped hard onto the ground, then dashed forward and roared Haya. He decisively thrusted his sword toward Myeonjung, thinking to himself, I clearly read the flow with my demon eyes, yet my body just won't obey my will. Chial's eyes flashed crimson as he launched non-stop attacks, raining down sword strikes from angles that structurally seemed completely impossible. Not just muscles, even joints could barely endure it. Suddenly Myeonjung calmly spoke up, you just thought that was an overexerting movement, didn't you? He stumbled backward, eyes wide with shock as the other man suddenly surged forward like a tempest. You're wrong. The body of the Sungmu Lee lineage is much sturdier than you think. Chial stared blankly as the tip of the sword hovered right near his eyes, the body. His eyes flashed with a red glow as he leaned backward to dodge Myeonjung's incoming thrust. You need to move. The older man showed a fleeting trace of surprise seeing Chial dodge his attack. You've caught up to this extent already. Myeonjung grabbed the strings of his robe and pulled hard, solid foundation, quick absorption. This kid couldn't possibly execute movements like this before. His outer garment fell away accordingly, the bloodless dream trial, even I was never granted permission to enter it. Could this be the realization he gained from that place? Myeonjung rolled up his shirt sleeves. All right, looks like you're keeping up, so I'll raise the difficulty a notch. He smiled knowingly, gripping his shining sword amidst blazing blue aura as he issued a provocation. Let's see how far you can keep up. Seeing the power radiating from Myeonjung, Chial couldn't help trembling slightly. Damn it, he's actually serious. The evening sun shone through the windows of the training room as his voice rang out. Today's training ends here. Myeonjung rubbed the back of his neck with an apologetic, sheepish smile. I'm sorry. He looked down at Chial, who was sitting tiredly on the ground with bruises everywhere and dirt and sweat covering his body, and said flusteredly, looks like I got a bit carried away during the practice. While Chial just offered a weary, bitter smile in response, it's fine, this is what you call real training. A hand reached out in front of him along with Myeonjung's voice, oh well. With that, he pulled Chial to his feet. Looks like you've more or less got the hang of it, right? Chial was able to stand up much more easily thanks to that. Thanks, and yes, didn't you say the body of the Sungmu Lee lineage is very sturdy? A massive burst of blue energy radiated from the human body. The bodies of the Sungmu family were indeed much tougher than ordinary people, with tendons and bones as tough as steel wire and muscles as supple and elastic as rubber. Chial looked down at his own hands in deep thought, and such a hardy body grows even stronger through repeated training. Then he clenched his fists, looked up at Myeonjung with a firm smile, so even if it's hard to execute moves that place heavy stress on the body, it doesn't matter. Thanks to that, little brother has realized that this is where the basics of combat begin. The other man smiled faintly and replied, right, your comprehension is quite good. In fact, you've even managed to apply it to your footwork. Chial scratched his head in embarrassment. It only clicked after a week of grueling training. Little brother still has a long way to go. Hearing that, Myeonjung blinked in disbelief and chuckled. He says he still has a long way to go. Normally it takes months just to get the basics down. You're doing quite well. Then he smiled, bent down to pick up his outer robe and said, what a commendable fellow. Remember to swing by the medical hall and properly treat your external injuries. Myeonjung smiled as he turned to leave, patting Chial's shoulder lightly. Well then, see you at this time tomorrow. Chial also answered very seriously, yes, I plan to review what I learned a bit today. He walked outside, the door closing behind him with a click before leaving a parting reminder, all right, but don't overdo it. Only then did Chial let out a sigh as if casting off a heavy burden and pressure. Once again he looked at his hands and thought, as expected, they're similar. Chial recalled the times he executed his moves, the basics of the infinite. A system of theory systematized around the utilization of infinity and myriad variations. Then he remembered his recent sparring match with Myeonjung, the basic martial arts of the family built on the essence of the physical body to push physical functions to their absolute limit. Chial realized with a start that the patterns of those two things were strangely similar. He felt the streams of energy flowing through his body, the difference being perhaps that basic combat takes the body as its subject, whereas infinity revolves around weapons. Chial frowned in deep thought. Thanks to that, mastering the basics was easier than I thought. Who knows, maybe both of them stem from the same root. He glanced aside, recalling the figure that had once appeared in his mind. Back then, within the memories of infinity, I saw someone bearing the traits of the Sungmu lineage. Sure enough, infinity seems to have a very close connection to our family. Chial clenched his hands into fists and thought to himself, it feels like I've uncovered a secret that no one could have ever expected. A smile curved upon his lips as he spoke. Looks like time is going to fly by very quickly. A little later, everyone gathered around the long table in the council hall of the Sungmu family's elder council. The door of the room opened with a soft creak. Chialjung walked in slowly leaning on his cane, smiling gently as he spoke. Apologies for being late. He looked toward Yihang, who was sitting quietly with his arms crossed. Oh my, a busy general manager with 100 things on his mind. What brings you the grace of attending this meeting? The older man coldly replied, it's just that I often use being busy as an excuse to miss regular attendance, so I thought I'd drop by for once this time. Chialjung raised an eyebrow, picked up the teacup on the table and said, is that so? Then he leisurely took a sip. You must have heard about the illegitimate youngest brat's warrior journey by now. The others burst out in dissatisfied shouts. Of course we have, Elder Council President. Letting a green-as-grass brat go on a warrior journey makes a mockery of our dignity, especially since he's just a dirty collateral child. While the person sitting next to Yihang joined the conversation, the older man still sat quietly and calmly. I heard that very arrogant kid personally made a request to the patriarch, asking for permission to pass since he returned from Chinwison. Chialjung glanced over and slowly set his teacup down. It seems you are all misunderstanding something. The patriarch hasn't made a final decision on this yet. He merely said we should let the elder council discuss and decide. One of them hesitated and said, so the final decision rests in our hands then? Another spoke up aggressively, if it's come to this, we should just flat-out veto it and be done with it. Chialjung stroked his beard with a wry smile, haha, it couldn't possibly be that simple. Recalling Chial's fierce combat display, he continued, the family head stated that the boy already possesses the martial prowess equivalent to a Tier 5 martial artist and has even cleared the bloodless dream, so there's no legitimate reason to refuse him. Chialjung's eyes darkened slightly, his voice dropping into a calculated tone as he mused, therefore, given that an illegitimate child is disrupting traditional order, we are forced to come up with a suitable pretext. Has anyone among you thought of a reasonable countermeasure? Suddenly a hand shot up into the air. Yihang spoke up with absolute confidence, allow me to say a few words. Inside the assembly hall, a buzz of whispers swept through the crowd while Yihang calmly listened on. Li Yihang never aligned himself with anyone on political matters. The uncle had always stood alone without siding with any faction, and the elders viewed Li Yihang in this light. A neutral figure who liked to keep his hands clean while avoiding any concrete commitments. Yihang sat quietly with his arms crossed, completely unfazed by the commotion around him, so when they saw Li Yihang attending this meeting, all the elders shared the exact same thought. He must have come here to back the boy simply because birds of a feather flock together. Up until now, the uncle hadn't reacted at all, simply listening quietly to everyone's murmurs. But at that exact moment, Yihang opened his eyes with a fiercely serious gaze. And of course, Li Yihang knew that very well, thinking to himself as he looked at them, their intentions are as clear as day, a bunch of old snakes. And the topic they were debating revolved around the next trial. The 3 trials that direct descendants of the Sungmu family must undergo: the choice, the naming right, and the martial journey. Anyone who managed to pass all 3 would be recognized as high-ranking members of the clan. Documents rained down from above, granting them numerous rights and approvals, including the authority to attend and voice their opinions in major council meetings. Frankly speaking, it was treatment no different from that given to a former elder. Yihang quietly slipped his hand into his opposite sleeve, knowing damn well that these narrow-minded elders, obsessed with pure bloodlines, would never accept such a thing. The uncle suddenly thought to himself, wait a minute, don't tell me this brat brought that miraculous elixir over just to ask for this. Yihang let out a soft sigh, feeling a twinge of hesitation as he thought, Chial, I honestly don't know if this is the right thing to do. Raising his hand politely, the uncle spoke up, might I be allowed to express my opinion? This unexpected move by Yihang instantly caught Chialjung's attention. What is it that the chief manager wishes to say? Sporting an enigmatic smile, the elder remarked, I hear the chief manager has a rather close relationship with that kid. Hearing that, the uncle felt a wave of disgust and thought to himself, your tone is certainly venomous. but outwardly Yi Hung maintained an enthusiastic and friendly demeanor without showing a single flaw. With how hard the boy works, how could I possibly hate him? Qiaojung rested his elbows on the table and propped his chin on his hands, looking as though he were probing the uncle. However, I think things are going a bit too far this time, to which the other replied, you call this a bit too far? Unflustered, Yi Hung maintained his calm composure and answered, that's right, the boy has plenty of proof, but we cannot simply ignore tradition and protocol. Surely the youngest master realizes there are things one cannot simply do as they please. Qiaojung let out a smug chuckle, failing to notice the corner of Yi Hung's mouth curling upward. Ho ho, I thought the chief manager was someone who disliked dealing with traditions and protocols. The uncle felt a surge of annoyance and thought to himself, what a meddlesome old fogey, but outwardly he had to maintain his proper image and standard attitude. It's not that I don't understand their importance. I simply wish to avoid them because, as a man focused on development, handling issues in such a rigid manner is bound to cause trouble. Seeing this, the other gave a slight nod. I understand your point, chief manager. Tilting his head slightly, Qiaojung asked, so then, what course of action do you propose? In the assembly room, Yi Hung's calm voice echoed clearly, if the council has no valid reason to refuse, we simply need to create one. Frankly speaking, this issue isn't as complicated as it seems. Placing his hands neatly on the table with a confident tone, the uncle concluded, ultimately, the only remaining issue is that the youngest master has yet to prove himself to everyone. Qiaojung shot Yi Hung a meaningful, sideways glance. Didn't the head of the family already acknowledge that the boy possesses the strength of a Tier 5 warrior? However, the uncle refused to back down and immediately countered, but can the family head publicly announce that? Narrowing his eyes with a cunning and calculating expression, Qiaojung let out a low hoo. Clenching his hands tightly on the table, Yi Hung pressed on. In that case, the uncle bit down hard on his teeth and thought, you malicious little brat, just do whatever you want. Straightening his back and looking directly at everyone present, Yi Hung declared in a ringing voice, I think we simply need to create an opportunity for the boy to prove himself. Hearing this, Qiaojung looked quite surprised and hastily asked, you say create an opportunity, you don't mean a duel, do you? The uncle nodded, confidently confirming his stance as the other clan leaders broke into a murmur of discussion. Precisely that, considering what the youngest master has accomplished, we won't turn a blind eye. Raising an eyebrow, Qiaojung fixed a deep, meaningful gaze ahead and slowly asked, then who should he fight? Yi Hung confidently suggested, isn't the person who most recently completed the martial journey the most fitting choice? But the seventh young master, Yi Hak, would never agree to something like that. It doesn't fit his style at all. Qiaojung stroked his beard in deep thought, picturing a ferocious Xiao Ah wielding a knife. What about the sixth young master then? The uncle nodded slightly and replied, wouldn't Xiala be a suitable choice? If there are any issues, we can always place restrictions on Xiala. Feeling thoroughly satisfied, he thought to himself, not a bad idea at all. Qiaojung could already picture her hateful expression upon reuniting, and besides, as Madame Beek had mentioned, the sixth young master held a deep hostility toward that brat. Smiling and raising his voice a notch, he declared, I'd say this approach isn't bad at all. What do the other elders think? Seeing this, the others raised no objections. I also think this is a pretty good plan. It's acceptable to me. Everyone agreed with the proposal, and since the head elder had already approved, I have no objections either. I feel the same way, followed by Qiaojung's resounding voice, then let us bring this meeting to a close. Beneath the evening glow, a voice of praise suddenly rang out, you did a great job today, Lord Manager, causing Yi Hung to halt his steps and turn around. Head elder. Walking against the backlight and stepping across the threshold, Qiaojung approached with a hunched posture, leaning on his cane. Smiling benevolently, he probed the uncle, it seems I misjudged you. What on earth made you change your perspective so quickly? Maintaining his calm composure, Yi Hung replied, just as I said earlier. Qiaojung tapped his cane with a nod of understanding. I am already well aware of your loyalty to the clan. Suddenly, he struck the wooden floor hard with his cane, but listen to me, chief manager. Qiaojung's eyes turned sharp, his voice carrying a hint of warning. In acting, even the smallest details matter. Yet Yi Hung merely let out a foolish laugh and rubbed the back of his neck. Acting? I have no idea what you're talking about. Every single word he uttered caused the uncle to momentarily freeze, his gaze, his tone, down to every single syllable. With a smile, Qiaojung walked past Yi Hung, not forgetting to leave a gentle reminder, Yu, chief manager, kept calling him the youngest master while everyone else refers to him as a brat. While the uncle's expression hardened into a grim mask, completely stripping away the amiable facade he wore just moments before, Qiaozheng's retreating figure faded into the gloomy hallway as his low voice echoed, "After all." In the training room, the cracked ground bearing the scars of their previous battle still remained 3 weeks later at the Sungmu training grounds. Qial's confident voice rang out, "Today might just mark the end of this training session." Feigning slight surprise, Myeonjung watched him draw his sword from its scabbard and replied, "Seriously? Weren't you getting beaten to a pulp just yesterday?" Leaning forward into a ready combat stance, Chial retorted, "Don't you feel the same way, brother?" Smiling and lowering his stance to prepare for a charge, Myeonjung replied, "Well then, let's see it." With those words, he swung his sword and lunged straight toward the boy. Chial narrowed his eyes, closely tracking every single movement Myeonjung made. Thrusting his sword forward, he successfully blocked his opponent's strike. Following through, Chial swung his blade and knocked Myeonjung back. Wearing an amused grin, the other launched another attack while dishing out praise. "Nice, that's the kind of stance you should have." Chial blocked Myeonjung's next sword strike in succession. His eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. Through relentless training, his sixth sense and mystic vision allowed him to read every single trajectory of the incoming blade. Seizing the moment, Chial lunged forward and swung his sword, taking the initiative. "I can block all of them." His eyes turned completely blank and lifeless. He brought his blade down in a clean arc toward Myeonjung. The latter managed to intercept the blow, the violent collision generating a minor shockwave that whipped up a cloud of dust and sent tiny pebbles flying in all directions. Clinging tightly to his sword, Myeonjung was knocked back by Chial, sliding a long distance across the ground, while Chial himself couldn't avoid being thrown backward by the recoil. Seeing this, the older man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sitting amidst the dirt and gravel while clutching his head, Myeonjung laughed out loud, "You've actually mastered all the basics. It took me a full 3 months to get them down. You really are a monster of a genius." Letting out a long breath and rubbing his dizzy head, Chial thought to himself, 1 week to grasp them, 2 weeks to internalize them, and just 33 days to apply mana and perfect them. Widening his eyes as he looked at Myeonjung's extended hand, he muttered, "You never fail to amaze me." Sporting a bright smile, the older man declared, "I officially recognize that you have completely mastered the fundamentals." Myeonjung's clear voice echoed in his ears, "And it looks like you didn't just understand it, you gained something even greater from it." Chial wore a smile that was both amused and helpless. "I really can't hide anything from my elder brother." Reaching out to grab his hand, Chial replied, "Yes, I'm also working on my footwork now," prompting Myeonjung to instantly ask, "Want me to help?" Gripping each other's hands warmly, Chial answered cheerfully, "I'd be very grateful if you did." Thick fog shrouded a forest of withered trees, their black, twisted branches reaching upward in an eerie and chilling display. A fierce knife slash drove downward and dragged across the ground, accompanied by a curse, pathetic good-for-nothings acting all tough. Xiao Ah shoved her hands into her pockets, her expression draped in sheer boredom. Lowering her head with a darkened expression, she muttered, "It's all that bastard's fault I'm stuck with these annoying-ass chores." As Xiao Ah's footsteps squelched against the muddy ground, Mother is still furious. She stepped over numerous monster corpses, muttering under her breath, "It's all because of him, every bit of it." Suddenly, one of the monster corpses twitched, letting out a deafening roar. It snapped its jaws wide open, baring rows of sharp teeth as it lunged toward Xiao Ah like it wanted to swallow her whole. Yet Xiao Ah simply kept her hands in her pockets and walked forward with utter indifference. And so, a brilliant streak of crimson light flashed past. A knife coated in blazing red mana pierced straight through the monster's head. Fuming with rage as a small flame danced across her hand, her eyes bulged as she screamed at the top of her lungs, "I already said it's fucking boring." With deadpan eyes, Xiao Ah stared at the flaming dagger piercing the beast's skull. Reaching out, she forcefully yanked the weapon out of its head. Retracting the knife back into her hand, she muttered, "That makes 21. Gritting her teeth in mounting fury, "And they're all tedious garbage like clearing out rampaging monster hordes. Normally I only do 4 or 5 of these a year at most." Strolling leisurely through the gloomy and freezing forest, Xiao Ah thought, "The 5-year covenant is finally up, and the moment I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will be back too." Suddenly, a mysterious shadow materialized behind her and bowed respectfully, "Greetings, 6th young miss." Xiao Ah widened her eyes, shooting a sharp glare backward as her deep voice demanded, identify yourself. The figure answered honestly, I am Gaguk from the 12th Squad of the Black Sword Unit, causing her to freeze in shock, spin around, and ask in disbelief, the Black Sword Unit. Gazing at the masked stranger who respectfully placed a hand over his chest, she asked perplexedly, what is the Patriarch's personal guard doing all the way out here? Concealed behind a mask that hid his true face, only his voice came through, I bear a message from the Patriarch. Whispering something so faintly it was hard to make out, the moment Xiao Ah heard it, she let out a cold laugh, oh, that arrogant bastard is back. Following that came a terrifying, spine-chilling burst of laughter from her, as she repeatedly stabbed her knife into a nearby tree trunk. With her head lowered so her expression remained hidden, she muttered, perfect timing, he just dug his own grave with my bare hands. Sporting a twisted, sarcastic grin with wide eyes and a shrill cackle, she added, the old man is ruthless, isn't he? Glancing back down at the operative, she instructed, tell him I've received the message, to which his respectful voice replied before vanishing in the blink of an eye, yes, young miss. Squeezing the hilt of her blade until sparks flew, she felt a surge of ecstatic thrill, I'm really looking forward to this. Driving the knife even deeper into the tree trunk, causing the mana radiating from it to flare brilliantly, I'm going to grind you into the dirt, Li Qiao. On a bright, beautifully clear morning, Qiao walked up, gently pushed the door open, and peeked inside with a slight lean, sorry I'm late, aunt. My training ran a bit long. Seeing that he had finally appeared, Yiheng turned around with a beaming smile, you're here. I heard you already mastered all the basics, what else was there to practice? Qiao replied very politely, yes, there were still a few things I wanted to test out. Watching the boy pull out a chair and slowly sit down, the uncle got straight to the point, the official schedule has been announced, so I came to discuss it with you. Sitting upright across from Yiheng with a faint smile, Qiao responded, if there's an official notice I would have come to see you anyway. The uncle let out a heavy sigh at that. Looking straight into his eyes with a serious expression, Yiheng asked, aren't you nervous at all? But Qiao remained completely unfazed as he countered, what's there to be nervous about? His eyes darkened slightly while a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. Everything is going exactly according to my predictions. Qiao recalled the sequence of events leading up to this point. Father approved the martial journey, but he attached two conditions. Then came the sparring sessions with Myeongjung. Condition 1, master all basic martial techniques. Fortunately, thanks to his brother's insights and what he had learned about mana manipulation, he managed it in a short amount of time. The second condition was also the hardest one for Qiao, the one Tishin had laid out for him. And then, the second condition, the hardest part of all, persuading the Council of Elders. Qiao had stared blankly at his words, asking, excuse me, to which Tishin replied with a serious gaze, you can use any means necessary if you can't persuade them. His subsequent warning had left Qiao slightly uneasy. The martial journey won't be authorized. Left by himself afterward, he had racked his brain trying to find a way, given my current standing. It's hard to interfere with the elders' affairs. Suddenly, Qiao let out a realization-filled exclamation. Resting his chin in his hand with a confident smile, so I decided to set up the most favorable stage for myself. Following that, Qiao had sought out Yiheng for a favor. Using the qualification as a pretext, I'm arranging a duel with the 6th senior sister. If you guide things in that direction, the Council of Elders won't have any reason to refuse. At that moment, he officially made his next tactical move. I wanted to create a situation that granted me the right to travel. The ability to turn a situation around is a must for anyone stepping into the political arena, and this ordeal itself is part of the test. Yiheng let out another complicated sigh that caused Qiao to glance up. I just don't understand how you can remain this calm. Still entirely composed, Qiao answered, is that so? Because I trust that you've got everything arranged, uncle. The older man clutched his head and shook it gently, that's not what I meant. Voicing his deep concern, Yiheng said, that girl, I hear you two don't get along at all. Qiao sat in silence, listening to Yiheng's warning. With Xiala's personality, even a sparring match won't end peacefully. Why on earth would you choose her in a situation like this? Calmly, the boy spoke up, I carry a debt I need to repay to the 6th sister, causing the uncle to slam his hands on the table and leap to his feet. Bellowing in frustration, Yiheng yelled, exactly my point. Finding it utterly incomprehensible, he shouted, couldn't that be settled later down the road? Why back yourself into such a dangerous corner? Squeezing his hands tightly against the table, Yiheng muttered, it's not that I think you can't win. Before collapsing heavily back into his chair, clutching his head in a mix of grief, pity, and overwhelming worry for Chial, he groaned, I'm scared you'll get hurt somehow. Seeing the uncle like that, Chial thought to himself, Uncle, you really do care about me. Right as the emotional atmosphere peaked, Yihang stretched his face out and wailed pathetically, What am I supposed to do now, Chial? Leaving the boy to force an awkward, helpless smile, or, well, this. Softening his gaze with genuine warmth, Chial offered his sincerest expression of gratitude, Thank you for caring about me, Uncle. Remembering Xiao Ah's feral glare, the sixth sister is probably going to try and beat my face in. Alongside the scrutinizing gazes of the elders are going to use this as an excuse to put a leash on me. Clenching his fist and lightly tapping the table, Chial concluded, So this duel isn't just about the martial journey. Snapping back to his feet with an earnest expression, he didn't forget to reassure Yihang, Though losing would be a major pain, don't worry. Clenching his hand into a fist, his voice radiating absolute confidence and determination in this match, come hell or high water, I am going to win. Amidst thunderous cheers echoing across the stands, the central training ground gleamed brightly beneath the pouring sunlight. The Council of Elders had swiftly issued the official notice and pushed the duel forward, and before long, the venue for the bout was finalized right there at the central training grounds. Inside the brightly lit waiting room of the largest and widest training ground of the Sungmu family, the very place where the selection ceremony had been held, Chial glanced over while putting on his black outer robe and thought to himself, I figured they wouldn't let things pass by quietly. He chuckled and let out a breath without a doubt. This is the first elder scheme. Outside was a massive training ground capable of holding a huge audience, with the central arena surrounded by stands around the circular middle. Clearly, they wanted to publicly humiliate me and crush my morale. Chial closed his eyes, took a deep breath and let it out, but that's not an issue for me. Suddenly someone approached, pulling the room's door open, and more importantly, Jiowa appeared with a beautifully anxious face, stammering without finishing her sentence, you. He looked at her restless appearance, twisting her hands, as she had worn that expression all day long. Chial walked up to Jiowa in confusion and spoke up, Why are you looking at me like that? It's really making me uncomfortable. She sighed and brushed it off. Never mind, it's nothing. His voice came out a bit loud, startling Jiowa slightly. You've been like that all day, how can you say it's nothing? Lowering her head, she angrily snapped. All these things the family arbitrates on a whim. I hate these whispering rumors behind the scenes. Jiowa's hands clutched tightly at the white dress she was wearing, bowing her head low with deep anxiety and restlessness. She's a rank 4 female warrior and you just reached rank 5. The gap between rank 4 and rank 5 is worlds apart. Chial looked at her and calmly said, That's why the sixth sister will have her magic restricted, not allowed to use secret techniques or ultimate moves, right? Lowering her head, Jiowa hesitated and replied, Yes, I know. She held out her hands, seeing them tremble uncontrollably with a frightened, anxious voice. However, what if you actually lose? Jiowa clutched her head in panic, her flustered gaze darting around as she muttered, magic. If only I had taught you harder. If I had revealed Mujin to the family sooner. Suddenly, a clear, respectful voice rang out, startling her back to her senses. Please stop, elderly Jeonghwa. Gawa had appeared by her side from who knows where, smiling with total confidence the young master will win, just like he always does. She narrowed her eyes, stepped closer, hooked her arm around Jiowa's shoulder and reassured her so as his teacher, shouldn't you be saying a word of encouragement? Her eyes still cast downward, the heavy feeling and worry in her heart unvanquished, but Chial looked at Jiowa and thought to himself, she looks like a trembling beast shivering in terror. Perhaps she is also someone who lost something within this Sungmu family. A lonely image of her flashed through his mind. I don't know her past, and if I wanted to, I could easily investigate all of it. Chial calmly brushed the thought aside, but I choose not to. Then he gently stepped forward because I believe that one day, she will tell me herself. Chial walked toward Jiowa with a radiant smile, comforting her instead. Aunt, this is no time to be gloomy. You should cheer up instead. Jiowa tilted her head, looking at his confident expression and smile, cheer up. Her bright golden eyes widened in surprise, her lips parting slightly at his cryptic words, and best of all, there's a totally unexpected plot twist coming. A voice rang out from outside, causing Chiol to instantly raise his head and pay attention. Young master, it's time to go out. He didn't forget to turn back, smile at Jiowa, and say, watch closely, Aunt, I won't lose. Chiol grabbed his sword, gripped it tightly in his palm, and stepped outside with a confident, glowing demeanor. Cheer for me loudly from the stands. If your cheering is too soft, I might actually get sad. He himself felt a slight flutter of nervousness as he walked down the long hallway leading to the arena. It's been a while since I walked this hallway. Chiol suddenly stopped his footsteps, pondering in thought, ever since I was born I haven't stopped trying to prove myself. Then he resolutely took his next steps toward the light at the end of the long hallway. Now is the time to close that proof. Gripping his sword tightly, Chiol smiled and spoke as if reassuring himself, let's go. The surrounding stands were packed with spectators who had arrived very early, creating an extremely lively atmosphere. He stepped into the arena with a steadfast mindset, casting a brief glance at the upper rows closest to the fighting stage. That was Tishin with a stern expression, sitting alongside the Madame Father and Madame B. Along with the elders row featuring Yihang and Qiaojung, even he and the elders were present. Suddenly a harsh, shrill voice rang out, causing him to glance over. Hey, you arrogant, bastardized mongrel. Xiaoyun stood on the opposite side, speaking with utter contempt. You still holding that neck of yours up high, huh? She even let out a scoff to make her attitude clear. I've never liked your neck. Xiaoyun casually tossed a knife in the air, just a bastard child always putting on airs, what an eyesore. Then she caught the knife, pointed it at Chiol with a confident smile and provoked him, today I'm going to snap that neck of yours, get ready. Tilting his head with a subtle, dangerous smile, he replied, I'm really looking forward to it, sixth sister. The referee stood in the middle of the arena between them both, raised his hand high and shouted loudly, all right, let's begin now. The match between the sixth young lady and the ninth young master starts. With the referee's permission, both simultaneously placed their hands on their weapons, taking their combat stances ready. Chiol quietly closed his eyes to sense the surrounding atmosphere. The moment the referee yelled, start, he opened his eyes. Chiol's eyes became intensely bright, surrounded by numerous pulses of energy, demon eyes. But in a flash, Xiaoyun appeared right behind his back, holding a ready knife blazing with fire. Chiol felt immense surprise at her speed, glancing back at where Xiaoyun's knives were lunging, since when did she get behind me? He stood silently rooted to the spot while 3 throwing knives flew in from behind. And in front of Chiol came 2 more fiery knives hurtling forward, 2 more blades in front. I didn't even have time to see when she threw them. Xiaoyun saw him being cornered from both sides and broke into a smug smile, flying dagger art. Her knife blazed, burning fiercely with mana-fueled flames, a technique where she channeled mana and chi into the blades before throwing them, a unique ultimate technique she pioneered herself. Named after the imagery of falling flames, it was called Hwao Fire Dance. Surrounding Chiol were 5 blazing throwing knives. He still stood frozen in place without moving, impossible to dodge. Chiol's eyes suddenly lit up, the black sword he held in his hand radiating pitch-black power. Well then, violent energy skill. Chiol gripped the sword tightly and struck the ground with immense force, creating a lightning bolt crashing down into the middle of the arena and causing the surrounding earth to shake slightly. Lightning variant. The incoming throwing knives were knocked away as a result. Xiaoyun was no exception, stumbling back a few steps, damn it. Dust filled the arena, completely obscuring Chiol, leaving only a dark silhouette standing there. Then the dust gradually cleared, revealing his smiling face as he calmly spoke. I've heard a lot about the sixth sister's marvelous throwing knife techniques. Chiol confidently pointed his sword straight at her, his voice carrying a challenge, but it wasn't as impressive as I thought. Hearing this, Xiaoyun grew furious, gritting her teeth as she reached into her clothes to rummage for something. She pulled out another knife and shouted, you're dead. With that, Xiaoyun gripped the knife tightly and dashed rapidly toward Chiol. She angrily thrust and stabbed at him repeatedly, but Chiol managed to dodge those attacks. You unweaned brat, daring to open your mouth with such arrogance. Xiaoyun's eyes widened with a wild look as the fiery throwing knives floated back up. I'm going to crush you head on. Instantly they zoomed straight toward Chiol again. Yet facing the blades, he calmly observed her movements and gestures, silently evaluating. The sixth sister's movements are like an acrobat's. She uses multiple blades at once, slashing from distorted, unnatural angles, a technique impossible without superior reflexes and situational awareness. Chial's face curved into a smug smile, but he gathered momentum and leaped forward like a speeding bullet. That's what I wanted to bait her into doing. Both lunged at each other simultaneously, neither giving ground, forcing her into a direct frontal assault. Chial swung his sword in a slash, brushing past Sioyon's face while successfully batting away the incoming throwing knife. He gripped his sword tightly, a stream of electricity radiating from it, Mugen first form. The sky suddenly lit up with intertwined lightning as he raised the flashing, sparklet sword high, piercing demon. Sioyon stared wide-eyed as the connecting lightning bolts struck down, a thought flashing through her mind, dangerous. Sioyon immediately brought two throwing knives forward to block Chial's attack. This is really dangerous. Thunder exploded like a crack in a clear sky as he swung his sword in a fierce thrust, causing a massive surge of lightning to erupt violently, making even the ground tremble before that unimaginable strike. Sioyon's previous footprints on the ground were already cracked and shattered. She clutched the two knives which were nearly broken from the recent blow. Kneeling on the ground, she gritted her teeth and looked up. Did he reduce his momentum at the last second by stepping back right as the swords collided? She looked down at the pitiful knife in her hand, that bastard, using swordplay like family secret arts. Sioyon tossed the broken knife aside, her sharp gaze locking onto Chial. I must not get hit by that attack. She picked up another knife instead, stood up to face him and spoke. Turns out you actually have some tricks up your sleeve, but too bad that move. Then Sioyon gripped her two burning knives, charged fiercely forward, and yelled at the top of her lungs, you should have saved it for a more important moment to use. Chial carefully observed her speed, assessing silently, faster than before, but charging right at me again. He swung his sword up in tandem, but Sioyon spun a few times in midair to dodge Chial's attack. In a flash, she appeared right behind his back, turning defense into offense. What cat got your tongue? Hey, talk back to me. Chial nimbly swung his sword up to parry Sioyon's sudden attack. Afterward, both lunged at each other, unleashing strikes at a relentless frequency with the clanging sound of weapons echoing across the arena in fast, unpredictable combination strikes. He frowned, raising his sword to block Sioyon's knife. I blocked it, but that speed makes it hard to counterattack. Chial's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden glow. Sixth sister. He could see her every move and make a judgment. I can see everything. Chial tilted his head to dodge the knife Sioyon thrust forward. My instincts sense the blades, and my demon eyes pinpoint every direction they're coming from. He curved his lips into a slight, smug smile. The reason I kept insisting on sparring with the sixth sister. Chial's eyes burned with fire as he smiled confidently amidst the thunder-filled battlefield, thinking to himself, is because my ability is her ultimate counter. Sioyon shuddered in shock upon seeing that gaze, that monster of an eye. She quickly composed herself, lowering her body back into a combat stance. Short blades have the advantage of stealth and agility, but once they're completely seen through, your fighting style gets restricted. Sioyon recalled Chial's heaven-shaking attack and thought, yet he dared to try and suppress me with close-quarters strength, then counterattacked like before. Then she glanced down at the mana-suppressing shackles on her ankles and wrists and cursed inwardly, damn this mana limit. If I could just unlock 10% more, I could use high-level aura skills. Sioyon remembered the time she spent slaughtering monsters everywhere. Over the past year, all I thought about was how to take revenge on that bastard, crush him, and destroy his pride. Sioyon stood amidst piles of monster carcasses, throwing her head back to pant heavily with exhaustion. I was going to torture him until he begged for mercy. Along with a savage, satisfied smile, I never expected it to turn out like this. Sioyon blissfully lost herself in thought until Chial's voice snapped her back to reality. You still have the spare capacity to daydream. He appeared right in front of Sioyon out of nowhere, smiling as he reminded her, you better focus, you know. Chial swung his sword in a slash, and she agilely brought her two throwing knives forward to block. But compared to his strength, hers was still somewhat weaker. Sioyon shook as she blocked, clicking her tongue in annoyance. Tusk. Suddenly her entire body blazed with red flames. I wasn't planning on using this. This caught Chial off guard as well. A wave of electricity spread outward, surging into his body. It traveled straight toward Chial's heart, wrapping around it and successfully locking it down. He looked down in shock, thinking to himself, my mana pathways are sealed. Feeling that something was wrong, Chial instantly leaped backward a few steps. Sioyon saw him retreat and mocked mockingly, turns out you know how to think after all. She roared with a mad expression, without mana, you're just a useless bug. Chial remained very calm as he looked at Sioyeon, silently deducing she used a spiritual ability. A type of energy slithering deep into the body, reaching the human heart, the spiritual ability of the sixth young lady Lee Sioyeon. The power to bend an opponent's mana pathways and misdirect their control, known as mana sealing. If your opponent's mana is overwhelmingly stronger, you can still resist, but otherwise, even if you know it's coming, you remain bound. Sioyeon saw him frozen in place and gloated triumphantly, "You're done for." But there was one thing Chial kept hidden deep in his heart, but there's one thing the sixth sister doesn't know. The next second her eyes widened in shock. No way. Seeing the swirling blue mana flowing around him, Sioyeon gasped in surprise. Why is he still able to use mana? While Chial smiled inwardly with utter confidence, my mana technique isn't like anyone else's. Amidst the deafening cheers of thousands of spectators, right in the middle of that surging crowd, a girl couldn't help trembling as she prayed, "Everything's going to be fine, everything's going to be fine. Because my grandchild is so amazing." At that moment, Jiowa's face clearly betrayed the deep anxiety in her heart. She clasped her hands together, shaking as she prayed, subconsciously trying to reassure herself. Yes, this time won't be like last time. But what if he ends up in that situation again? Jiowa was so terrified that Gawa kept calling out beside her, "Elderly Jiowa," but she didn't hear a single word. Then what on earth should I do? She didn't dare face reality, and because of that, the black-haired woman's eyes remained tightly shut. Suddenly, the commentator's voice rang out, cutting through Jiowa's train of thought. "Wait, he's still okay." Hearing that, she snapped her eyes wide open. A young male spectator nearby couldn't help blurting out in surprise, "I never expected him to progress this far. His foundation is terrifyingly solid." Suddenly, a spectator standing right behind the black-haired woman curiously spoke up. "What kind of aura skill is that?" The guy next to him replied instantly, "Isn't that one of the Sumuiga's mana techniques? Did they say that illegitimate brat is 15 years old this year?" Hearing their discussion about her grandchild, Jiowa stared down at the arena in sheer astonishment. Down in the arena, Chial's dark gold eyes glowed brightly as he lunged forward, gripping his sword. Aura technique Thunder. With a single blow, his strike shattered the ground, though Chial nimbly dodged the attack. While she was still off balance from avoiding that strike, Chial didn't hesitate and swung his sword hard backward. Right after that, he used Aura technique Yama to keep pressing the attack against Chial. This time, she was still leaning backward, making it incredibly difficult to dodge the blow. The brilliant red threads from the black-haired young man's technique wrapped tightly around her body. Completely restrained, Xiao immediately tumbled to the ground. She quickly followed up by using Aura technique Gale. This powerful move directly slashed through the red threads created by Yama. Having taken several hits straight on from the black-haired guy, Xiao was looking ragged, her eyes blazing with fury as her hand clenched tightly around a small dagger. Seeing Xiao break free on her own, Chial couldn't help a surge of excitement rising in his chest. He cut right through Yama with Gale. Up in the stands, Jiowa couldn't believe her eyes, thinking to herself, "Thunder, Yama, Gale, they're all aura skills that my grandchild and I created together, all those tangled emotions. As if they're being thoroughly washed clean." At that thought, she clenched her hands into fists. Jiowa's eyes shone brightly as she looked at her grandchild. "That's right, you have to win. Because you're a genius." A bright smile blossomed across her face, filled with fierce faith in Chial. Down in the arena, as the dust slowly cleared, Xiao stood frozen for a moment. No way. His mana source was definitely sealed by my skill, so how can he still use mana? She simply couldn't accept what had just happened, her eyes wide with shock. Chial and Xiao stood facing each other in a standoff. The black-haired young man thought to himself, "There's one thing my sixth sister doesn't know. My mana method is different from ordinary people. It can operate using just the mana pathways." At that thought, a slight smile touched his lips as the sword in his hand began absorbing the rich external energy. Sensing he had gathered enough energy, Chial didn't hesitate and shouted out loud, "Here I come." In the blink of an eye, the distance between them closed dramatically, and Xiao was suddenly thrown onto the defensive. The black-haired young man's sword came slicing down amidst her utter bewilderment. So fast. But just as the blade was about to reach her, she threw everything she had into leaping backward to evade it. Xiao had to slide a long distance across the ground just to dodge that attack. Her hands were shaking violently now as she cursed angrily, damn it. Before she could even get her bearings, Chial swung his sword forward again. Once more, Xiao Ah had to stumble backward to avoid the technique. The ground where she had just been standing smashed to pieces by his blade. Seeing the sheer force Chial had unleashed, she couldn't believe her eyes. No way, I can't let myself be pushed back like this. Suddenly, Xiao Ah felt a terrifying murderous intent gradually enveloping her. Startled, she glanced up toward the stands. Her heart pounded harder and harder as she looked at the person putting pressure on her. That person was staring right at her with jade-green eyes. The woman wore pristine white robes, featuring deep blue hair and beautiful jade-green eyes, but her expression was utterly terrifying. Xiao Ah looked back at the woman, panting heavily in exhaustion. Suddenly, her body shuddered and her lips parted as if trying to say something. Unable to control her emotions under the woman's icy gaze, Xiao Ah's hands subtly twitched around her dagger. A scorching wave of fiery energy burst out from within her as Xiao Ah roared. It's all because of that damn illegitimate brat. Xiao quickly noticed something unusual about her. Such a massive amount of mana. She's forcibly pulling in mana. Does she not care about her injuries at all? The two small daggers in Xiao Ah's hands were now enveloped by a colossal amount of mana. Right after that, the other daggers scattered across the ground slowly began to rise. Xiao Ah poured all her might into controlling those blades, a blazing red energy swirling frantically around her. She raised her hand high, sending the daggers soaring into the air. This was her secret meteor technique. I'll kill you. With those words, Xiao Ah abruptly brought her arm down, a flicker of madness dancing in her eyes. Up in the stands, the moment Yihang saw this technique, he leaped straight to his feet and shouted, "That's a violation of the match rules. Stop right now!" But the old man's warning came too late as the daggers surged forward under Xiao Ah's control to attack Chiao. He didn't panic or try to dodge, simply standing completely calm as the sword in his hand began absorbing mana. Once the blade had absorbed enough mana, intricate patterns began to appear across its surface. Chiao let out a soft sigh. Immediately after, he dropped into a defensive stance as the daggers drew closer and closer to him. The black-haired young man abruptly swung his sword in a powerful arc. Seeing Chiao slashing at empty air, Xiao Ah couldn't help bursting into laughter. "What on earth are you swinging at?" But she barely had time to enjoy it before the sight that followed froze her in her tracks. One of the daggers came flying backward, plunging straight into the ground right beside her foot. While using his sword to counter Xiao Ah's meteor attack, the black-haired young man thought to himself, there is an immutable truth. Mana doesn't disappear when it disperses into the air, it returns to nature. Mana is infinite and never truly vanishes. Thanks to that truth, Chial was able to easily absorb the mana and knock the daggers off their trajectory. With just a few masterly sword strokes, he successfully shattered Xiao Ah's technique. But Chial himself possessed a reality that ran counter to that truth. The ancestral sword Hugia, the Dark Knight. It is a sword that can slash and erase mana. Having executed a flawless defense, the black-haired young man curled his lips into a confident smirk. Chial stared intently at the vibrating sword in his hand, murmuring to himself, I didn't think she'd resort to the meteor technique, but even so, I pulled it off. The black-haired youth recalled when Xiao Ah summoned those colossal meteor spheres. Lacking the current capacity to block them entirely, he had no choice but to use his darkened power to defeat her. With my current strength, I couldn't completely block the meteor, so I used the Dark Knight to cut the mana threads connecting to the flying daggers. Not only that, Chial also had to combine his demonic eye with the flying daggers to perfectly defeat Xiao Ah, but doing so required the absolute highest level of concentration. With the demonic eye, I can see the mana currents connected to the flying stars, but both tasks demand absolute focus. Having thought it through, he decided to carry out his planned strategy. And then Chial stepped forward defiantly, showing off before Xiao Ah with an eager tone, "Now then, it's my turn." Hearing that, she couldn't help starting in shock. Xiao Ah clenched her teeth with a worried expression. Is he planning to use that move again? She quickly darted to another spot with blinding speed. Her movement was too fast to trace clearly, leaving only flying debris kicked up from the ground where she'd stood. Standing as far away from Chial as possible, Xiao Ah reasoned, if I widen the distance, he won't be able to execute it. Suddenly, long blue lightning sparks erupted across the black-haired young man's sword amidst the darkening space, and he assumed a counterattack stance that sent her into a panic. Huh, he's taking an offensive stance even at this distance. Chial smiled smugly and confidently explained, piercing demon is a sword technique originally born to deal with monsters. As if knowing what she was thinking, he thoroughly explained it to her before raising his sword high and leisurely continuing. Distance was never an issue to begin with. Instantly, Chial pointed his sword toward the ground as a massive surge of power crashed down with it, and he chanted his move, Mugia Eclipse. A flash of grayish-blue lightning tore through the night, sweeping away everything on the ground and sending debris flying in a chaotic flurry as the sturdy black-haired youth unleashed his Chiakma piercing demon technique toward Xiao Ah. Xiao Ah stood there dazed, caught completely off guard and left rooted to the spot. Realizing danger was imminent at last, she widened her eyes and cursed, "Damn it." A massive explosion echoed with a terrifying sound as bolts of lightning struck directly where she was standing. After the blast subsided, a thick cloud of white smoke slowly cleared, revealing a terrifying sight. A long, deeply cracked sword gash tore across the arena floor as the sky cleared of its darkness. At that moment, Chial felt a sharp pain in his eye, shielding it with his hand as he let out a cry of agony. The black-haired young man gritted his teeth against the engulfing pain, a few beads of sweat dotting his face as he thought deliberately, "My eye hurts this much because I pushed the demonic eye to its absolute limit." But this wasn't the time to rest since the battle wasn't fully over yet, leaving Chial anxious. "It's not over yet." Piercing demon landed a direct hit, but I need to finish this match. Suddenly, a silhouette loomed through the white smoke. A blade pierced straight through Chial's thigh as blood spurted out, catching him off guard as he stared blankly at the wound. The black-haired youth lost his footing and staggered forward. Suddenly, a foot slammed hard against the ground as someone leaped upward. It was Xiao Ah, charging forward with a murderous expression right up to him, forcing the black-haired youth to blurt out in surprise, "Sixth sister is so fast." His eyes flashed with a sudden golden glint as a sense of unease struck him. This attack is extremely dangerous. And then the dagger in her hand was right at his neck. He instantly ducked away, making the debris on the ground vibrate, while Chial sprang backward to evade, one retreating and one advancing as they chased each other with neither willing to yield. But his speed wasn't fast enough, and Chial took a full stab straight from Xiao Ah. Chial stood motionless on the floor, the two of them frozen in place. The dagger in her hand was buried right into his chest, as a jagged pool of blood stained his shirt red. But he wasn't about to go down easily, his own sword piercing straight into Xiao Ah's left chest. She immediately yanked the dagger out of his chest, pulling a thin thread of red blood along with it. After pulling the blade out, she instantly collapsed onto the ground unconscious while Chial remained safe and sound in this match, marveling to himself, "If I'd been just a second slower using the Dark Knight to block, my heart could have been pierced." He didn't dare think about how being just a few seconds late could have meant defeat. But winning against her hadn't been easy either as the black-haired youth clutched his injured left chest, frowning through the pain. Then he glanced over at Xiao Ah lying motionless on the ground, assessing the situation. "Sixth sister passed out the moment piercing demon landed, and my body reacted on instinct to the incoming murderous intent." Chial couldn't help marveling at her capability. The bloodline sixth sister possesses is truly terrifying. He turned to the two medics standing nearby in stunned shock. Chial called out to remind them, "What are you idiots standing around for? Aren't you going to take sixth sister away? If you leave her lying there, she'll die from internal injuries," he said while sheathing his sword, prompting the two medics to finally realize their duty and obey in a rush. Yes, but they still seemed panicked, just standing there waiting for him until he impatiently pointed behind himself toward where Xiao Ah lay, making them finally understand and reply in a hurry. Yes. The two of them quickly rushed over to her sides, one on each, while the black-haired youth stood proudly to prove his capability to everyone before smirking. "Now then, you saw it, didn't you? You warriors of the clan," he looked up at the pack stands. "You stubborn elders." Grand Elder Chialjung sat watching with his jaw dropped in shock, staring blankly at the arena, still unable to believe his eyes. Then he didn't forget those who shared his bloodline, and all those half-siblings of mine. The black-haired youth raised his hand high into the air, overflowing with confidence and free from mockery at last. For the first time, this goes to everyone who ever thought I'd lose just because I'm an illegitimate child. I've proven myself. Chial wanted everyone who had doubted and ridiculed him to look at him in a different light. Suddenly, the black-haired youth detected something unusual as a single clap echoed through the quiet space. He raised his eyes to look up at the stands. Tishan was clapping, acknowledging his convincing victory. Hearing that, everyone joined in, chanting along until the entire stadium was filled with cheers. He stood there dazed, looking around. This was the first time in his life he had ever been welcomed like this by everyone without a single critical remark, warming his heart immensely. But the touching moment didn't last long before a voice rang out, pulling him out of his swirling thoughts. "That's my grandchild." The person excitedly waving her arms to celebrate was Jiowa, her face beaming with happiness. "Damn it, I knew it, the boy would pull it off." The female servant saw her getting a bit too excited and advised, "Elder, please calm down." Meanwhile, Chial stood on the arena covering his face in utter embarrassment, not wanting to claim Jiowa as his aunt and only able to exclaim, "Oh man." But the black-haired woman kept chanting her celebration proudly for her beloved grandchild. "That's my grandchild, that's my grandchild." At that moment, several people stepped down onto the arena and approached the black-haired youth. Leading them was Patriarch Li, who didn't forget to offer praise to Chial. "Well done." Meanwhile, the Grand Elder looked somewhat ashamed, not daring to meet his eyes. Chial was very surprised by Tishan's praise. Father doesn't seem very happy, but he's never praised a son in front of others before. Seeing him standing in silence, the patriarch stared at the black-haired youth, evaluating him internally. This kid chose Tihang and set up this stage, choosing the sixth sister and steering the flow of the match according to his own strategy. That was the opponent he had the greatest elemental disadvantage against, and anyone ignorant would think it's only natural for the sixth sister to win. It sounds easy, but among everyone here, how many could actually pull that off? Patriarch Li held him in very high regard, beginning to pay closer attention to him after this match. Then he decided to make an offer. "You've proven yourself, so I recognize your qualification to embark on the warrior training path." Chial happily bowed respectfully, placing his hand over his left chest in a salute. "Thank you, father." In a hidden corner where no one could see, the black-haired youth wore a cryptic smile, keeping his true thoughts hidden from everyone. Sensing he had something to say, Tishan curiously asked, "You still look like you have something on your mind." Sure enough, everything was going according to plan, and Chial seized the moment with internal glee. "It's time." Chial straightened up, looking straight into his eyes and answering honestly, "As expected, I can't hide anything from father." When Tishan asked if he had something to say, as if willing to grant it, he thought to himself, "Officially, the reward for this test is permission to join the warrior path." Then he saw a servant rush over to whisper something with a serious expression to Madame Beak, though he didn't pay much attention and continued his chaotic train of thought. "I shouldn't be getting anything extra from father." Perhaps the black-haired youth thought joining the warrior path was enough, but if Patriarch Li was offering, he had no intention of refusing, so he decided to express his intentions. "Then, please allow me to say one thing." Suddenly, Grand Elder Chialjung glanced over to see what he was up to, while Chial told himself, "It's like that with father," hopping to show more before Tishan as well. The black-haired youth brought his hand to his chest and continued, "I have reached a level sufficient to graduate early from military training, and father witnessed it with his own eyes. I also went to Chinwisin and passed the bloodless dream test." Chial decided to voice all his inner desires and expectations since he had passed every required test. "Since he decides on the Council of Elders, I must announce the reward in front of them as well," wanting to ensure he got everything he possibly could. Then he continued his narrative with a thoughtful, worried expression. "I've proven everything and met all conditions. Could it be that the Council of Elders doesn't trust me and insists on testing me without reason?" He wanted to call out Chialjung right in front of everyone, especially his father, to see how the old man would handle it. The old man, suddenly pointed out, was startled and alarmed, never expecting him to cleverly use a bitterplea tactic to trap him. Chial continued recounting how hard he had tried. "During this match, the sixth sister was severely injured, and just standing here speaking now is an effort in itself for me." The black-haired youth looked straight into Chialjung's eyes, but the old man quickly averted his gaze, not daring to meet that steady look as Chial resolved firmly not to let the Grand Elder suppress him anymore. For my part, I can't help feeling like I'm being suppressed by the elders. Chial decided to rise up and stop holding back, bluntly exposing the old man in front of everyone. Then the black-haired youth lowered his head slightly, thinking to himself, "At 15 years old, I'm allowed to speak a bit harshly and boldly. If I don't speak up now, what other chance will I have?" He genuinely wanted to seize this single, tiny opportunity to vent the feelings he had endured for years, knowing that if he didn't do it now, he would never get another chance. Seeing Chial's innocent yet aggrieved look at being suppressed and unrecognized by the senior elders, Tishin turned to ask Chialjung, "Head elder, can you answer this youngest child's question?" Chial also instinctively looked toward the old man, wanting a proper answer. Chialjung held his walking stick in his hand, falling into deep thought for a moment. After a moment, the old man smiled and spoke. "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. The matter of participating in the warrior's path has always been decided by the Council of Elders." True to the saying that ginger gets spicier the older it gets, the old man quickly denied it, refusing to take any blame upon himself. The great elder patiently and thoroughly explained it for the dark-haired young man to understand. The family rules clearly state that there is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Surely the Council of Elders wouldn't deny the family laws themselves. Hearing this, Chial just gave a slight smile, catching the subtle irony hidden within the old man's every word. "Yet you people are the ones who deliberately brought up the word illegitimate." Knowing full well that the great elder was targeting him, he hadn't even mentioned his own status, yet the old man had already brought up family rules. The dark-haired young man feigned grievance and asked back, "Could it be that the Council of Elders is actually using family rules to play games?" Chialjung smiled kindly, quickly changing the subject without answering the youth's open-ended question. "Right, setting out on the warrior's path at such a young age can lead to unimaginable dangers." The old man didn't forget to lecture him like an elder in the family. Suddenly, Chial spoke up and questioned Chialjung, causing the great elder's bright smile to vanish and turn more inscrutable. Refusing to let the matter go so easily, the youth continued to press. "Then why did it have to be the sixth sister? Anyone with eyes can see she's much stronger than me and older too." At this point, Chialjung began to fumble, not knowing how to reply as he stammered, "That's..." But before the old man could finish, the dark-haired youth pursued his questioning with absolute clarity. "I read the official notice and it stated that the person testing me would be someone who just returned from the warrior's path." Chial let out a resentful shout demanding that the old man clear everything up. "Then shouldn't it have been the seventh brother instead? If not him, there are still plenty of other warriors who could have been chosen." He had a mountain of deeply confusing questions about this whole ordeal. Hearing his inquisitive remarks, family head Lee's jaw dropped in speechlessness. The words he had prepared to say had to be swallowed back because Chial's logic was simply too razor-sharp. Meanwhile, Yiheng turned his back to everyone to hide his flushing face, which was red from trying to hold back his explosive laughter, and couldn't help praising the dark-haired youth. "You cheeky bastard, you set the stage and now you've backed the head elder right into a corner. I can't stop laughing." The uncle deeply appreciated the boy's top-tier acting that left no one an opening to speak, and the chief manager had to acknowledge his cleverness in rendering the great elder completely speechless. "Nicely done, truly shrewd." Suddenly realizing something, the manager turned back to look at Chial with curiosity. "Don't tell me you chose the sixth sister right from the start just to lead up to this exact moment?" Chialjung tried to smooth things over and explain to him, "We just thought the sixth sister was more suited for the test." The dark-haired youth responded with a puzzled tone, "If that's the case, there was no need to make it so public. You should have held the match in some secretive, private place instead." Clenching his fists tightly, Chial straightforwardly stated his viewpoint. "That's why I want a clear answer. Why did the Council of Elders carry out a test like this?" He looked straight into the great elder's eyes, delivering a metaphorical slap to the scheming old man's face. Seeing the dark expression on Chialjung's face as the old man furrowed his brows, the dark-haired youth grew even more thrilled. Checkmate. "It really looks like the elders are just out here bullying a kid." He was going to expose the old man's true colors to everyone. But family head Lee spoke up to cut in, not wanting the two sides to keep bickering back and forth. Enough. He wanted to maintain proper hierarchy and order. "The head elder is a senior member of the clan." Tishin spoke up to reprimand the youth for his excessively reckless behavior. "I understand you might be agitated after the match, but acting like this is disrespectful." Immediately, Chial bowed respectfully, placing his hand across his chest as he faced Chialjung. "Understood, I apologize." Then family head Lee turned to ask the great elder for his opinion. However, just letting it end like this wouldn't be right either. He observed the old man's expression. Head elder, what do you think? Xiaojung felt deeply displeased inside, bitterly mocking himself. An illegitimate child has completely defeated me. Yet the old man maintained his calm composure, stepping forward and smiling harmoniously. I must admit, there are parts of this test that are hard to justify. The Council of Elders should reward him. The dark-haired youth straightened up and sincerely confessed. I also apologize for being impudent. Yiheng watched as Chial sincerely apologized in front of everyone, admitting he had been a bit unruly, though he didn't regret his actions one bit. I just did what needed to be done. So I won't expect any absurd rewards, the blue-haired aunt thought to herself as she watched the drama unfold. When the great elder heard the apology from the dark-haired youth, he was momentarily startled, but it was all just a facade. Chial remained resolute in his choice to get what he rightfully deserved. However, I still want to receive what I am owed. He deserved better things rather than being branded an illegitimate child while having his abilities completely denied. A few days after the duel, inside Chial's room, warm rays of sunlight streamed through the window of the dark-haired youth's room. He was still lying lazily on his bed with both hands clasped behind his head, feeling somewhat bored. I never expected I'd actually miss Chinwison. Because he needed to recover from his injuries, he was forced to stay home, making him feel terribly cooped up. They're keeping me locked up until I'm fully healed. The dark-haired youth recalled the endless nagging he'd endured over the past few days from people warning him not to wander around. Hey, do you really think you're all healed up? Yiheng had scolded him angrily. Where do you think you're going, brat? Even wet nurse Gawa, with tears welling up in her eyes, had blocked him from leaving. You're not going anywhere until you've completely recovered. Chial wished he could heal faster so he could move around freely, otherwise he felt like he'd turn into a cripple, muttering to himself, if I had a recovery potion, I'd probably heal a lot faster. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. The dark-haired youth instantly bolted upright and told the person waiting outside to come in. Come in. Surprised to hear a familiar voice he hadn't heard in a long time, he looked up. Long time no see, young master. Three people walked in sequentially, Kim Han, Bo Seong, and Inha, and Kim Han cheerfully spoke up first. How have you been lately? Inha quickly apologized for being delayed in visiting after hearing the news that he was injured. I meant to come visit as soon as you returned to the clan, but I heard you were busy with a lot of things, so I'm late. She didn't forget to check on him. Is your back okay? Chial happily replied, it's fine, before expressing his frustration at being cooped up at home these past few days. Did you really think I wouldn't make time to see you guys? The dark-haired youth, wanting to chat with them further, pointed at a pile of chairs and reminded them, grab some chairs and sit down properly. All three followed his instruction, sitting neatly in front of his bed while Chial sat up straight and asked, how about you guys? Are you doing well? The shoulder-length-haired girl briskly answered, of course. Inha spoke honestly about the days Chial was absent. Even though there were a few pointless clashes, we took it as a sign of being watched, so it wasn't too bad. Kim Han asked the dark-haired youth with bright, starry eyes full of admiration, more importantly, how on earth did you train for a year to get this strong? Chial was left blank-faced by the boy's intense, excited gaze. Huh. Seeing the dark-haired youth still staring blankly without catching his meaning, the brown-haired young man clarified, I mean that duel, I watched it. Suddenly, Chial's eyes glowed fiercely, an invisible flame burning around him that terrified Kim Han. We're heading into our third year soon, so I suppose the young master has a lot of free time on his hands. Just that single question scared the boy into frantically waving his hands in a placating gesture as he spoke warily. No way, nobody would ever want to miss such an important moment for you, young master. Finding the situation critical, the brown-haired youth turned to the other two for rescue. I bet the others watched the whole thing too, right? But his words were met with silence. Both Bo Seong and Inha closed their eyes and pretended not to hear him, leaving Kim Han bewildered. Huh. Amidst the brown-haired youth's embarrassment, Bo Seong chimed in to bail him out. Sorry, young master, I meant to come over after training, but I ended up late. Inha awkwardly followed up. Since Bo Seong participated in the duels too, he was busy. Chial returned to his usual cheerful, amiable self. No need to apologize, it's fine. Then the dark-haired youth didn't forget to remind Kim Han. Kim Han, you haven't been slacking off just because I wasn't around, have you? Hearing this, the boy nervously denied it. No way, prompting the green-haired young man beside him to giggle and tease him. Seeing them right in front of him, Chial let out a relieved sigh. you guys have grown up a lot. In-ha and Bo-seong had been recruited as trainees for the Blood Tiger team and the Sky Bow team, two of Sungmu Academy's strongest units. These four elite units were collectively known as the Four Guardian Teams. Kim Han had decided to join Yukmun, the academy for training and mastering swordsmanship in the Sword Division and hidden weapons in the Projectile Division. Learning both at the same time was no easy feat. Feeling immensely proud of them, Chiol added, "And I heard half of the S-class students got recruited too. That's impressive." The dark-haired youth then encouraged them to keep pushing forward. "Keep up the effort. I'm going to need a lot of help from you guys in the future." They all followed his command, placing their hands over their chests to express a sincere vow. "Leave it to us. We'll get strong enough so we never bring shame to the young master." It was a rock-solid promise not to let Chiol's goodwill go to waste. In-ha put her chair away and bid him farewell. "Well, we'll take our leave now." The dark-haired youth stood up to politely see them out. "Yeah, see you guys, glad you came." Suddenly remembering something, Kim Han asked the dark-haired youth, "Oh right, almost forgot you're going to pick up your reward today, aren't you?" Amused by the boy's excitement, Chiol wondered aloud. "I'm the one receiving the reward, so why are you guys so hyped?" The brown-haired young man gestured with his hands to explain. "Because it's a great thing for you, young master." He continued, curious about what the youth intended to choose. "So, have you decided what you're going to take?" Chiol merely gave a faint smile. Smiling with excitement and fully satisfied with the reward he had chosen this time, the dark-haired youth answered indifferently, "Of course." Early the next morning, outside the gates of the Sungmu secret vault, two guards stood watch. A car pulled up and braked to a stop in front of the gates. A pair of feet stepped out through the car door. It was Chiol. Today he wore only a simple white dress shirt, a leisurely expression on his face as he looked at the scenery before him. "It's been 6 years since I last came to the secret vault, huh?" Suddenly a voice rang out, looking at him with curious surprise. "Huh, isn't that the youngest young master?" A young man guarding the gate saw him and asked, "If I may ask, what is the purpose of this visit?" The dark-haired youth handed over his permit for inspection. "I've received authorization to withdraw equipment from the secret vault." The guard checked the paper in his hands and replied, "Yes, I've verified the official document." The gates swung wide open as he gave the order, "You may pass." Suddenly the guard called out after him, causing Chiol to turn around in surprise. "Young master." The two guards expressed their deep admiration for him. "During this duel, we were profoundly moved. We'll work hard to train just like the young master." They had taken him as a role model to learn from. The two men bowed deeply in greeting, leaving Chiol blinking in sheer astonishment. The dark-haired youth stood there dumbfounded, watching them. He felt deeply moved and happy. "This is the first time in my life I've ever received such a greeting. Before, most people just despised and looked down on me because of my secondary spouse status." No longer facing contempt, he was now looked up to by people who genuinely admired his talent and cared for him, giving the dark-haired youth the motivation to keep striving to grow even stronger. "Thank you for thinking that way. To avoid letting down that belief, I'll work even harder." Chiol didn't want to disappoint those who placed their faith in him. He slowly approached the secret vault, which was jointly managed by the Administrative Bureau and the Elder Bureau. If the Administrative Bureau handles maintenance and upkeep, then research as well as equipment import and export fall under the jurisdiction of the Elder Bureau. As Chiol stepped inside, a guard standing watch used a specialized mana detector to thoroughly check if he was carrying any dangerous items. Chiol smiled, remembering the reward he had requested right after the match concluded. "That's why I demanded compensation from the head of the Elder Bureau." Back in the arena that day, the dark-haired youth had laid out his proposal. "I only did what I had to do, so I wouldn't dare ask for an unreasonable reward. I only asked to reclaim the items that were chosen back during the equipment selection ceremony." Chiol wanted back what he had lost. The great elder had questioned him. "Didn't you already choose a weapon back then and wear it at your waist?" The old man was baffled by his choice at the time. "You accepted a single weapon then, and now you want ownership of all of them." The dark-haired youth remained completely calm as he explained. "According to the rules, weapons chosen during the equipment selection ceremony can all be claimed eventually, or so I've heard." To ensure the rule's validity, he turned and asked Yihong directly to verify his words. "Am I misunderstanding anything here, Chief Manager?" The uncle hadn't expected the youth to dump the responsibility right onto him, and he silently sighed. "What a sly kid." But without making everyone wait long, the chief manager declared firmly, "All right, that is correct." According to tradition, people eventually receive the remaining weapons as well, and the family head has stated he will follow that precedent. Cheoljung glanced over at family head Lee and honestly agreed. Now that I think about it, that is indeed true. The old man fell into deep thought, locked in an internal debate. Just picking a couple of items suitable for his status and handing them over should be fine. Giving away a few pieces won't cost the Elder Bureau anything. The old man figured that plan sounded solid. Seeming to read the great elder's thoughts, the dark-haired youth smiled with certainty. They'd probably think that. If the head of the Elder Bureau approves my request in front of guests, the weapons in the secret vault will legally and legitimately become mine. He turned to Tishin and asked, "Can you make that happen?" Tishin only stared at him in deep thought without giving an answer. After a long moment, family head Lee finally spoke. "I'll allow it. Those things were bound to end up in your hands anyway." Chial respectfully raised a hand to his chest and bowed. "Thank you, father." The man treated it as a matter of course. "Of course. As long as you show the qualifications worthy of a master, the elders will always hand over the weapons to you." He didn't forget to remind the youth to prove himself worthy of these items. Chial was inwardly flustered. Tishin obviously knew his scheme but didn't expose it outright, offering only a gentle reminder. "Father truly saw right through my plotting. Even the head of the Elder Bureau didn't realize it, yet father saw right through it. Furthermore, you skillfully stood on the Elder Bureau's side to wrap the whole thing up." Then family head Lee ordered his subordinates, "Decide which weapons will be cleared from inventory and hand them over to the youngest young master." With his negotiations successfully concluded, Chial smoothly obtained the weapons he wanted. "Just like that, I was granted 4 masterwork-grade weapons." The dark-haired youth stepped into the secret vault's elevator and mused. "Usually, there's no such thing as such a generous reward, but with father backing me up, they didn't dare pull any tricks." They respected his father's face too much to pull anything behind his back. The elevator reached the 2nd floor with a ding. The elevator doors slowly opened, light spilling in and illuminating Chial's smiling face. Access is restricted strictly from the 1st to the 3rd floor. The 1st floor houses common-grade weapons which aren't worth paying attention to. I need to pick things that are actually useful for this journey. Before him lay a room overflowing with advanced, modern weaponry. Dazzled by the weapons, a black orb materialized in Chial's hand as he grew excited, preparing to pick his favorites. "Now, let's take our time and make some selections." The scene shifted to Myeongjang's office. Myeongjang sat opposite Chial and asked with measured concern, "Are you setting off already?" The youth replied politely, "Yes, all preparations are complete." Outside the window, cherry blossom petals drifted through the air. Myeongjang smiled, thinking his journey would be quite interesting. Springtime, truly not bad weather. He felt the timing suited Chial well. There are few seasons as fitting to begin a long journey. Myeongjang didn't forget to ask, "Have you gone to say goodbye to everyone?" The dark-haired youth replied, "Yes, as for my uncle, he's away on business so I couldn't pay my respects in person." Mentioning Jiowa brought up how much effort it took to appease her. "It took a lot of work to calm my aunt down." Hearing this, Myeongjang chuckled with amusement. "I can already picture it." Then Myeongjang asked if Chial had seen family head Lee. "So, have you been to greet father?" Hearing this, the dark-haired youth smiled with amusement. "Yes, he threatened me as usual." Myeongjang looked surprised. "Threatened you?" Chial recounted. "He told me that since I've made such a big fuss, if I don't achieve results that satisfy him, I'll be punished." Myeongjang laughed awkwardly. Hearing that sounds genuinely terrifying. Suddenly Myeongjang grew quiet and turned serious. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "Have you heard the news about the 6th sister?" Hearing Seol Ah's name, Chial showed a slightly weary expression. "Yes, I heard she entered seclusion for closed-door training." The 6th sister threw a rampage even while recovering after she woke up. She had smashed everything in her room and 2 burly men couldn't stop her. After recovering, Lady Beak sent her into secluded training. Myeongjang fell silent, seeing that Seol Ah's unstable condition meant nothing could be done about her right now, so he offered some reassuring parting words to Chial. "Nobody can interfere with your martial journey anyway, but at least for now, she won't be able to come out and exact revenge right away." The dark-haired youth didn't reply, just nodding to show he understood. Interlacing his fingers with a troubled look, he opened his mouth. "Brother, could I ask you for a favor?" The dark-haired youth wanted someone to look after his wet nurse while he was away, and Myeongjung was the only person he could truly entrust with this. "During my travels, please take care of my wet nurse for me." Remembering the sight of Gawa crying and banging relentlessly on the door in the pouring rain while no one came to help, Chial grew deeply anxious that they might target his loved ones. "They might not dare target me directly, but going after those close to me is easy. In my past life, I lost my wet nurse that way." This time, he had to be extremely careful not to let them lay a single finger on his maid. Myeongjung quickly accepted the request, guaranteeing Gawa's absolute safety. "Understood, I've got it. Your wet nurse will stay right here where I live." He promised firmly that no one would harm her, not a single soul will dare lay a hand on her. Hearing that, Chial was deeply moved. The dark-haired youth stood up, bowed respectfully, and expressed his sincere gratitude. "I will definitely repay this debt." Myeongjung smiled politely. What kind of older brother wouldn't do a small favor like that? He looked forward to seeing how Chial would change upon his return. "I'll be waiting for the day you return after finishing this journey." Chial stood up straight with eager enthusiasm. Yes, 15 years since the day he returned. The places he needed to visit, the things he needed to acquire, and the people he needed to meet were all packed into his heart. For the first time, he was leaving the clan to act freely and claim a period of time that belonged solely to him. The dark-haired youth raised his ring-bearing hand to block the blazing sunlight, preparing to embark on a brand new journey. "Everything starts here?" He picked up his backpack and stepped onto the warrior's path, countless new experiences awaiting him ahead. Meanwhile, Lady Beak was leisurely enjoying tea in the garden. She lifted her teacup and took a small sip. Afterward, the lady gently set the teacup back down on the table. Then she slowly spoke up. "Report." Lady Beak's subordinate emerged from the dense foliage. He quickly dropped to one knee and reported respectfully. "I apologize." Subordinate lost track of him. Hearing this, Lady Beak cast a sideways glance. "Details." He then recounted the entire event. "Your subordinate lost him the moment he entered a crowded street. It seems he knew he was being followed right from the start." Calmly reaching out to touch her teacup, she slowly opened her mouth to scold him. Such foolish thinking. Even if his appearance changed, his distinct mana aura should have remained. Hearing this, the subordinate hurriedly explained. "Among the equipment he received from the duel, it seems there was an item capable of altering both appearance and mana aura. At this point, tracking him is impossible." After hearing the details, Lady Beak stared him down. Just a 15-year-old illegitimate brat, and yet he shook off the shadow swords I personally trained. She picked up her teacup, swirled it gently, and let out a cold snort. If he couldn't even manage that much, he would have been weeded out long ago. I wanted to anticipate his plans, yet I lost track of him in less than a day. "Monitor all news." Lady Beak glared at the shadow sword and raised her voice in command. "If anything suspicious comes up, tail him immediately." The subordinate quickly acknowledged the order. That same evening at a certain tavern, a young man roared in anger. "Damn it, are you cheating? You clearly hid a card in your sleeve first." Seeing a brawl about to break out, others eagerly stoked the flames. "What a fight! I'll bet 100,000 won on the bald guy." Another young man joined in on the fun. "I'll bet 150,000 won on the cross-eyed bastard." Just then, a hooded man walked in. He walked straight to the bar and ordered a drink. "Give me a beer." Seeing him, the bartender stared with curiosity. "You look unfamiliar, never seen you before." Hearing him, the man slowly lowered his hood while explaining. "I just came down from the north. Things are pretty chaotic up around Kowloon City in China." As the hood was completely removed, it revealed a face marred by a huge scar. After learning the scarred man's reasoning, the bartender grew slightly suspicious. "But your voice sounds like someone from Seoul. If you're Korean, why are you coming from the north?" He placed the mug of beer down as he spoke. The scarred man calmly replied, "I ran away, didn't know anything back then." Hearing that, the bartender didn't want to dig any deeper and changed the subject. "What's your name?" But the answer, "Do people in this rat's nest even use names?" left the bartender slightly startled. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. "You really do look like a true drifter." The scarred man looked at his own reflection in the beer glass and muttered to himself. "The more I look, the more perfect it seems." The masterpiece-grade mask, thousand-face iron skin, creates illusions when infused with mana. It consumes mana, but it's extremely versatile. Behind that mask was Chial's immensely joyful face. Using the thousand-face iron skin can alter my appearance, and channeling mana into my voice changes the tone, helping to hide my identity. It's been a while since I've been here and I was afraid I wouldn't remember the way. Thinking to himself, he cast a subtle glance around the tavern. This place, located in Jiagang Province, one of the dangerous northern areas where monsters had been cleared out yet no one developed the land, always beckoned the darkness back. Spanning across hazardous regions worldwide, a village formed by criminals wielding martial arts, secret techniques, and magic, also known as the Drifter's Nest. Some had once tried to wipe out this nest, but doing so caused a series of riots led by displaced vagrants. For that reason, even governments and major factions intentionally turned a blind eye to the nest. Chial sat quietly at the bar counter, lost in thought. This is the largest drifter's nest in South Korea, and wherever criminals gather, secrets follow. In my past life, I hid here to avoid my family's gaze, though I was eventually found out anyway. The reason I chose this place as my first stop on the path of no return. Suddenly, Chial raised his head to look at the bartender and slowly opened his mouth. Let me ask you something. I used to be in Kowloon City, but whose organization controls this place now? Hearing this question, the bartender wondered, why do you want to know? Seeing that, Chial answered honestly, I don't want to die just from being clueless here. I need to get a feel for the local vibe to know how to behave. The bartender hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh. It's easy enough to tell you, but a single glass of beer isn't enough. This condition of his made the protagonist frown slightly. Without hesitation, Chial slammed money onto the table. Here, 100,000 won. Bring me some snacks and more beer. Seeing his straightforward personality, the bartender couldn't help bursting into laughter. You really know how to play ball. Afterwards, the bartender went to grab some snacks and provided the information Chial needed. This nest has been run by boss Baek Chial-soo for the past 10 years. Even if you're from China, you must have heard his name, right? This answer seemed to be within the protagonist's expectations, and he replied flatly, of course, who wouldn't know? The butcher Baek Chial-soo, formerly a formal martial disciple, became a drifter after killing his master. Before regressing, Baek Chial-soo was the boss who dominated the South Korean underworld. In his early 30s, he seized control of the Baekgal gang and began operating the black market. Chial tapped his fingers on the table, thinking to himself, right now is when the most valuable goods start appearing, but the person I want to meet isn't Baek Chial-soo. An item once recovered by the prestigious Lee Marshall clan, this time I'll be the one to get it. At that thought, the corner of his lips curled upward. At the same time, at Baek Chial-soo's mansion, Chial-soo held a stack of papers in his hand and waved it lightly. He let out a calculating smile. As expected, the black market brings in more profit than the medicine trade. That man was none other than the boss of the Baekgal gang. Chial-soo laughed heartily before turning to the man standing in front of him. Director Jeong, you've worked hard. I knew right away that dragging you back was the right decision. The man standing before him was none other than director Jeong Jin-soo. With those words, Baek Chial-soo broke into a loud grin. He chuckled bitterly as he raised his voice. Director Jeong, or should I call you Jeong Jin-soo? Then Chial-soo slowly stood up. Watch that expression of yours. I told you I didn't force you to stay. Saying this, he stepped right up in front of Jin-soo. Crime Lord Baek placed a hand on director Jeong's shoulder and leaned in close to threaten him. If you can handle it, you can leave anytime. This voice, carrying a heavy intent of killing, chilled Jin-soo to the bone with trembling fear. Not knowing how to respond, he forced an awkward smile onto his lips. Afterwards, Director Jeong turned to Chial-soo and replied, I will be careful. Satisfied with the answer, Crime Lord Baek turned away cheerfully. Good, you look much better when you smile. You know I genuinely care about you, Director Jeong. As he walked away laughing and talking, Jin-soo finally relaxed a fraction. Then Chial-soo cast a glance back at him. You went to a good school, you make good money, all thanks to me, right? Director Jeong quickly answered, yes sir. After a difficult stalemate, Crime Lord Baek finally let Jin-soo off. Anyway, back to the main point. I was a bit worried because we issued so few tickets for the black market event this time, but who would have thought the upper crust would love it like this? However, why not try increasing the number of tickets a bit? He asked with a sinister smile. Director Jeong calmly offered his explanation. Maintaining a limited ticket release every quarter helps us retain loyal customers much more effectively. Hearing his words, Chial-soo shrugged apathetically. Right, I trust you'll handle this well, Director Jiang. But remember one thing, our goal isn't this cramped, filthy place beneath the ground but up there. You said it yourself, you want to step away from shady businesses. What we get from the black market are money and connections. Using that as a stepping stone, we will step out into the light. Uttering those words, his face was filled with extreme malice and plotting. The sky remained clear over at that spacious house. Jinsu continued presenting to Chiaosu. The black market is currently open only to a select few and has become a discreet community. It's most effective for entertainment and money laundering. He slowly explained. Thanks to anonymity, it's easy to acquire things that are hard to find in the legal world, which makes it quite attractive. Chiaosu himself was perusing the documents in his hand. From drugs and spiritual herbs to high-value art pieces. A smirk escaped the mouth of the Beakgal gang boss. Even human beings if anyone wants them. Director Jiang silently listened to these remarks. The tastes of the upper class have never changed. Tossing the documents heavily onto the table, Chiaosu spoke up again. The money-making is proceeding smoothly. He propped his chin on his hand and remarked, it's only a matter of time before our Beakgal gang steps out of the shadows into the light. And then he added a warning, so at such a sensitive time like this, if we get exposed, before the room door suddenly swung open and an announcement burst out. We're in big trouble, boss. The Beakgal gang boss uncomfortably clenched his fists and growled in question. What are you doing? You want to die? Realizing his mistake, the man hurriedly bowed to explain. Sorry, he arrived too suddenly, I couldn't stop him. Hearing this, Chiaosu couldn't hide his annoyance and demanded sharply, speak. The man before him began to present. A guest just arrived at our facility in South Pyongan province. I think you should go see him yourself. Chiaosu asked with curiosity. A guest? This question left the black-haired staff member hesitating. Well. A shocking declaration followed. It seems he comes from the prestigious Li family. This place is the safe zone, South Pyongan province. Chial's foot stepped onto the ground. Before him stood a building and he began to ponder. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary office. Upon entering inside, his thoughts continued. But in reality, this is one of the key strongholds of the Beakgal gang. The nimble female receptionist stood up and smiled as she spoke. How can I help you? To her surprise, Chial simply made a concise demand. Call Beak Chialsu out. Initially following protocol, the girl politely explained. I'm sorry, but there's no one by that name here, but she was immediately threatened by him. You'd better watch your tongue carefully. The expression of the black-haired young man darkened with clear seriousness. Unless you want this place wiped off the map by tomorrow. Only then did the girl pay attention to his features. Deep black hair and brown eyes. Could he be from the prestigious Li family? Having no other choice, she changed her tune. B-Boss is currently not available, and Chial immediately demanded. Then call him here now. Naturally, the receptionist was still extremely flustered and hesitated to move. WL. Hearing this, Chial kindly added, I can leave right now without any loss. His words carried deep subtext, though I wonder if Beak Chialsu can bear the consequences. Left with no choice, the female employee shut her eyes and yielded. I will contact the boss. She led Chial to an elevator before announcing, I will guide you to the VIP lounge first, to which he coldly agreed. Do it. The elevator doors quickly closed. The professional receptionist pulled out her verification card and swiped it. Meanwhile, Chial caught a glance of himself in the mirror on the side and mused, good thing I didn't change my hair or eye color. I look about 30 or 40 now. He rubbed his chin and calculated. Beak Chialsu has the level of a tier 5 warrior, so he can't use mana to alter his voice. He quickly arrived at a conclusion. I just need to lower my voice a bit and that's enough. The receptionist bowed and spoke politely. I'll bring the tea right away. He slowly let his body sink into the seat, closing his eyes halfway in thought. If it's at a drifter's nest, whatever happens doesn't matter, but for someone from the prestigious Li family to want to meet a drifter and personally step into the drifter's nest is an extremely unusual matter. He then resolved, therefore, I am compelled to make Beak Chialsu show up here himself. Just a moment later, the door opened again. The figure stepping inside was the boss of the Beakgal gang. Chial sipped his tea and remarked indifferently, you're late. In response, Chialsu scratched the back of his head. Sorry, it's not a short drive. He continuously made excuses, but hearing that you were waiting, I came as fast as I could. Then he dared to question Chial in return. More importantly, what brings you here? A fake smile still lingered on Chial-su's face as he kept talking, completely caught off guard as Chial closed the distance. Came to see. He threw a straight knee strike right into the stomach of the Beakgal gang boss, sending him flying hard against the opposite wall as a cry of pain escaped him. Chial warned him in a gloomy tone. You kept me waiting for 30 minutes. The moment you stepped into the room, you should have bowed in greeting. He posed a question, yet you dared to walk in with your head held high. The two lackeys panicked and bowed deeply, shouting in unison, sorry. Chial-su hadn't recovered yet, panting heavily with wide eyes as he thought. At first I thought he was just some lunatic pretending to be from the prestigious Lee family. His hand pressed tightly against his stomach, feeling the pain from the blow. But this is real. Observing the person before him, Chial-su continued to ponder. I lowered my guard and got taken down in a single blow, and that supreme, arrogant, murderous intent unique to that clan. He quickly took a cowardly stance, forcing a smile to reassure. You must be someone from the main line or a close branch of the clan. Meeting flesh and blood of the prestigious Lee family is my humble honor. His tone instantly turned extremely polite. I am Beak Chial-su, the manager of both the Drifter's Nest and this business. Seeing his attitude shift, Chial frowned with a meaningful remark. Looks like you're running a very interesting operation. Startled, he hesitated and asked back, what do you mean? Chial stated it directly, and upon hearing this accusation, Chial-su turned pale and horrified. I heard you're running a black market. Pretty bold of you, a thug from one of the 10 great sword sects. He looked down upon this man with contempt. I thought you were still rotting in the shadows, but you actually planned to use it to climb into the light. The more Chial spoke, the paler the Beakgal gang boss became. Using the black market to build wealth and connections, isn't that right? He stared in absolute terror at the person before him. He knows both about the martial sect and my current activities. If my affairs have offended the great clan, I apologize. At this point, Chial changed his attitude. I didn't come here for that. His slow explanation rang out. My master has set his sights on you. He wants to initiate something through you. And then he questioned before Chial-su had a chance to probe, curious to know who my master is. He didn't hesitate to admit, if it's not presumptuous, may I ask? Choosing his words carefully, Chial successfully elevated him to a lofty status. He is the one who bears the purest bloodline of the prestigious Lee family and the most deserving of the throne among them. He smirked as he continued, the 7th son of the Lee clan. A name was uttered, Lord Lee Yi-hak. The story of the 7th son of the prestigious Lee martial clan, Lee Yi-hak, a direct descendant known as a commercial genius. It was said that he might fail, but he never lost. An proactive merchant who always ensured he seized the ultimate victory. Chial explained slowly, the young master wants to start a plan through you. This announcement stirred confusion in Chial-su's heart. Someone like that wants to cooperate with me. He frowned and thought cautiously. Even if the black market is attractive, it wouldn't be enough for a direct descendant to personally show his face. And then he calculated the scale of the matter. Besides, who's to say this guy really has ties to the main family? A remark was suddenly uttered by Chial. I see arrogance in your eyes. Chial-su bowed deeply and quickly admitted his fault. Sorry. He turned his head away while replying, the young master is far too lenient with lowly scum like you. Sitting down, Chial continued with a hidden meaning. Leave this matter to me. His hand reached toward an object nearby. Relax. Chial-su's eyes followed his movements. If I wanted to kill you, I would have struck the moment I stepped into the room. The identity of the object was quickly revealed. That is. The Beakgal gang boss cried out in near terror. Ghost spear beachhull. Then he mentally evaluated the item. The spearhead is longer than the shaft, curved like ocean waves. Chial-su recalled, years ago when Lee Yi-hak went to North Sea on a mission, could this be the weapon retrieved from the Dragon King's sea realm? Chial raised the weapon high and asked, you know what this is, right? The man did not hesitate to admit, yes, I know it is the ghost spear beachhull. Then he scratched his head and wondered once more, but why can't I sense any aura? Chial glanced at the item in his hand and remarked gloomily, naturally, because it is sealed. His words continued, perhaps even seeing this you still don't believe it, but remember, you are not our only option. Hearing this, Chial-su couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked, excuse me, but may I ask, what exactly does the young master want from us? Chial continued fabricating, My master wants you to expand the black market that you created and control the entire economy of the underworld. This information made him ask in disbelief. The black market? You mean that place? Just a trivial trick we set up to make some pocket change. However, he was met with Chial's firm attitude. Not for you to judge, my master has already decided. Chialsu's eyes widened upon receiving this information. A direct descendant of a prestigious martial clan is personally reaching his hand into the underworld. The Beekgal gang boss himself understood well. Still, money in the shadows is still money. With Li Yihak's business vision, this move isn't unreasonable. Chialsu's eyes suddenly widened as if realizing something. He hesitatingly spoke up, Do I have a choice in this matter? Chial's answer did not fall outside his expectations. No, you don't. Chialsu's hands clenched into fists as curses echoed in his heart. Damn it, if you refuse by tomorrow dawn. No, the direct warrior unit will arrive immediately. That person in his mind seemed truly formidable now. The moment that name was mentioned, your answer was already sealed. At this moment, the sword in Chial's hand was placed heavily onto the ground as he continued. However, if you agree to be my master's loyal dog, that's a different story. The perks were listed by him. You will become the chairman of a prestigious corporation. You could say it was like an untouchable kingdom beneath the shadow of the dark organization. Chial continued to persuade, making him lift his head and listen closely. And of course, my master will back it all up. By this point, Chialsu hesitatingly replied, The Beekgal gang boss quickly made up his mind. What must I do? Chial followed up on his words. Don't rush, we're going to test you right away. Followed by a long silence. Very quickly, only Chialsu and Director Jiang remained, and the boss sneered. A subordinate of Li Yihak, the seventh of the prestigious Li martial clan. And then he continued to mutter as he remembered what just happened. Beekxial Ghost Spear, a weapon once conquered by Li Yihak in Northern Sea. He frowned and came to a conclusion. Yet I still cannot fully bring myself to believe it. Then glancing at the person beside him, he demanded in a gloomy tone, So Director Jiang, go verify this. Frowning, the man asked cautiously, We've always deliberately avoided clashing with the renowned martial family of Li, haven't we? Hesitating for a moment, he continued, his underlying meaning carrying a hint of depth. If they are hiding some kind of scheme. Hearing this, Beekxialsu slowly replied while pulling a cigarette out of its case. If he really is a man of Li Yihak, then there's no issue. Lighting and smoking his cigarette, he continued arrogantly. And if he's an imposter, we'll simply consider it rendering a service to them. Exhaling a puff of white smoke, he haughtily added, If he turns out to be nothing special, we'll just have to figure out what to do with Beekxial at the upcoming black market event. Director Jiang did not reply for the first few moments. Then he closed his eyes and resignedly obeyed. Understood. The room once again plunged into silence. Elsewhere, Chial's eyes widened in silent admiration. A luxury suite. They actually know how to show some decency. The room before him was exquisitely decorated. Chial carefully sat down on the bed, a disdainful thought crossing his mind. They must be tearing their hair out right now. He recalled the conversation. I laid down 3 conditions. The first, sell Beekxial to see if they have the capability to handle such a difficult item. That's how I test their competence. He then let out a satisfied exhale. After all, the Beekxial I handed them is just a fake. Chial continued calculating. It's a version forged with Mugen. The real Beekxial, a spear that swallows its master, was sealed away by the 7th brother long ago. He gave a firm assurance. Even if Beekxialsu inspects it this thoroughly, he won't discover anything. Not even the clan's techniques can decipher Mugen. Chial's gaze turned toward his own hand as he kept pondering. Besides, that weapon can only be used by me alone. His train of thought developed further. Since I've infused my own blood into it, even if I lose the Mugen, I can still summon it back using my ability as its master. He recalled past events. Even from far away, I can call it back to my hand because I've deeply steeped my mana into it and can summon it at any time. Shifting to another matter, next, the second condition, checking the ledgers. Remembering the man's expression, he remarked, Beekxialsu hesitated, but in the end he had to bring them out. The final condition, the customer list. I need all 3 to wrap this matter up smoothly. Chial narrowed his eyes in speculation. He must be racking his brains over the conditions I set, and for someone as shrewd as Baek Cheol-soo, it only makes things more awkward. Clasping his hands together, anyway, his train of thoughts suddenly paused on Director Jeong. The man standing beside Baek Cheol-soo. I feel like I've seen that face somewhere before. At that moment Cheol gave a start. He thought seriously, no way. In broad daylight, the harsh sun beat down on a high-rise building. An older man wearing a bright floral shirt and slick-back hair walked with a wide, flattering smile, asking whether the lounge met his satisfaction, followed closely by a young assistant carrying a stack of documents. He hurried over to Lee Cheol, hoping he had rested well. Seeing him, Cheol didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Have everything I asked for prepared? Rubbing his hands together with a fake, slightly timid smile, the man replied, yes, I've brought the documents you requested. Would you like to look at them right now? Cheol sat down on the sofa, crossed his arms and crossed his legs. Let's see them right now. Hearing that, the two men hurriedly took seats on the opposite couch. Settling down and moving swiftly, the older man gestured toward the person sitting beside him and introduced, this man handles all operations within my business system. It'll be easier if he presents the contents to you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the young man in a suit beside him picked up his folder of documents and quickly stood up. He stood up, holding the files with one hand while keeping the other relaxed, bowed respectfully in greeting and reintroduced himself. Please excuse the late introduction, I am Director Jeong Jin-soo. Having introduced himself without any beating around the bush, he handed over the folder he had prepared and said, this is the summary of last year's revenue. And this is, while Jin-soo focused on delivering his report, Cheol stared intently at his face with a skeptical gaze. Jeong Jin-soo, could it really be that Jeong Jin-soo? Rummaging through his memories, Cheol recalled, Jeong Jin-soo, I clearly remember him from my pre-regression memories. He was renowned as a man who wielded his intellect and tongue like a sword. The slashing sword, he remembered the image of the young man with one eye covered and a face that seemed half-ruined. He used to be the brains behind the third brother, Lee Gun-seong. His gaze flickered past, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at the younger version of him. He also remembered news reports from when his father passed away and the fierce battle for the patriarch position began. Even across online platforms, it was easy to see that he had stepped up for the third brother, giving even the eldest brother a massive headache. After piecing everything together, Cheol didn't hesitate to confirm it in his mind. Right now, he still has his left arm and no burn scars. Without a doubt, that person is him. He closely observed the two men standing before him. The growth of the Baekgal gang was also thanks to Jeong Jin-soo. Silently evaluating the pair, Baek Cheol-soo could manage the organization and the underground economy. But breaking through to the surface world and expanding the black market was entirely Jeong Jin-soo's achievement. Cheol tapped his fingers rhythmically against his arm, deep in thought. Even so, it seems he isn't involved with the third brother yet at this point. A flash of hesitation crossed his eyes. What should I do? Then he looked straight at the older man and asked, Baek Cheol-soo, what do you plan to do with Baek Cheol? Caught off guard, the man wore a blank expression. Quickly recovering his composure, he smiled and said, I plan to put it up for auction on the day of the black market event. It's restricted strictly to verified clients, so you don't need to worry about security. While the man spoke about his matters, Cheol not only listened but kept his eyes strictly trained on him, refusing to let a single expression escape his notice. Cheol asked further, when does the black market open? Baek Cheol-soo answered without hesitation, in 3 days. Hearing this, Cheol compromised while attaching a condition, then I will attend in person, but first I want to look over the inventory catalog. Hearing that, the man was momentarily startled, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. You want to go in person. Seeming to hide a secret he didn't want Cheol to know, the man deliberately made up an excuse, stumbling and hesitating because he was lying. The goods are stored a bit ways off and that place isn't very nice. It's not suitable for someone of your stature. Cheol listened intently, his face completely devoid of emotion. I already know the goods are kept in the Vagrant's faction warehouse. Cheol's words left the two men frozen for several seconds. He laid his cards flat on the table before them without an ounce of reservation. Do you really think I wouldn't even know that much? The man's hand beneath his thigh had clenched into a fist at some point. Then allow me to escort you myself. Baek Cheol-soo immediately stood up. Shall we go right now? Chial stood up as well and upon hearing the question tossed him a single-word reply, yeah. The young man let Chial go first before stepping forward to retrieve his folder of documents, an action that caught Chial's sideways glance. Feeling that everything seemed normal, he turned around and walked away. Every item brought into the black market was stored here. According to the introduction, this was the warehouse where he kept his goods. Arriving in front of the building, the man politely gestured for Chial to enter first. Please go in, Your Excellency. Walking into the building behind the two men, Chial thought to himself, a gigantic warehouse with security so tight that even the best thieves wouldn't dare touch it, fully equipped with protective arrays and security formations. Pretty impressive? As he silently made a preliminary assessment of the place, the man spoke up. Among the vagrant stash, what would you like to see first? Chial uttered a remark completely out of left field, leaving the man stunned for several seconds. Not you. Continuing, Chial pointed his thumb backward. It looks like this person is the one who actually understands everything here. Finding his manner offensive, the man knitted his brows. What do you mean by that? Seeing the man's expression grow increasingly obvious, Chial thought provocatively, not even bothering to hide your expression, huh? Then adopting a stern look, he said, do I need to repeat myself? He stated bluntly, I don't like trouble, one guide is enough. Unable to do anything to him, the man could only grit his teeth and swallow his frustration. Yes, understood. Prompted by Chial, the young man smartly chimed in, then I'll introduce the items stored in the warehouse. This way first. At that moment, the older man clenched his fists, trembling with rage yet unable to do a thing. Deeper inside, crates were neatly stacked on shelves. Moving first, the young man acted as both guide and explainer, detailing what each crate contained. The first floor primarily houses herbs, artworks, and magical artifacts, while those shelves over there. Suddenly, a scent caught Chial's senses, drifting past and brushing lightly against his nose. It didn't take long for him to recognize it. I never expected to find this kind of thing here. Looking deeper inside, the scent drifted everywhere and occasional crates on the shelves emitted a faint glow. It wasn't hard for him to recognize them. Illegal narcotics, imported prohibited medicinal herbs, monster byproducts, and experimental reagents. Realizing this, Chial immediately told him, not these. Is there a place where old documents or cultivation manuals are kept? Hearing his request, the young man quickly turned back to reply, ah, yes, there is. Chial made his request straightforwardly. I want to see things like stone tablets or stele. Hearing this, the young man promptly said, there on the second floor, shall I lead you up? Unwilling to speak further, Chial gave a single nod. Then he followed the young man up the flight of stairs. Up here, the scents grew even denser. Suddenly, Chial's eyes locked onto something. Before him, an object was glowing dazzlingly bright. Chial cheered inwardly, found it. He quickly walked over, unable to tear his eyes away. The bottom portion had corroded, but to find this thing right now. Without hesitation, he picked it up and silently evaluated it. Even if you combined everything else in this warehouse, it wouldn't match the value of this item. He lifted it before his face to examine it. It was engraved with astronomical writings, a stela mapping the movement of the stars, along with symbols of the sun and moon. Realizing he was being too careless, he put it back in its place. I want to take it right now, but now isn't the time. Moving to another section, his eyes were drawn to yet another object. Approaching closer, Chial was startled. That is, no way, a spirit beast? Inside an iron cage, a little fox with snow-white fur lay curled up, its body trembling continuously as if terrified of something. Seeing his displeased expression, the young man quickly explained, it's a snowfur baby fox caught personally in the north by the boss. Chial's face darkened with intense fury, his gaze glaring as if wanting to burn them to ashes, and he roared, are they out of their minds? In lush grassland forests, spirit beasts were creatures possessing spiritual power. True to their name, an area inhabited by spirit beasts maintained spiritual balance thanks to their energy. If a spirit beast vanished, that region would be plunged into calamities and disasters. It was akin to destroying the entire ecosystem of that place. Realizing he had displeased Chial, the young man bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry. Unwilling to fuss over it, Chial waved it off. Forget it. Looking around broadly, the shelves were filled with mines, knives, and even a skull. Chial thought, poisons, demonic bombs, military grade. Even dark magic artifacts of shadow mages. I can't believe they're hoarding a mountain of stuff like this. His brows furrowed tighter. I used to fear that interfering would disrupt the flow of history, but perhaps it's better to take them all down right now. Turning back, he asked, "Surely these kinds of weapons aren't sold at regular black market events, right?" Fearing a misunderstanding, the young man quickly explained, "No, no, they're only put up for sale when there's a special custom order." Hearing the explanation, Chial thought to himself, "Naturally, if weapons like these were openly put up for sale, neither the noble families nor the government would have just stood by." Feeling that enough had been seen, the young man hesitantly spoke, "Well then, let's head back." Turning around, Chial said, "Before we go, I have a few final questions for you." His words brought a trace of unease to the young man's face. With a deadpan expression, Chial looked at the person opposite him. "I have a few things to ask you." Though a flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes because he didn't know what Chial would ask, the young man still nodded. "Yes, please go ahead." Chial hesitated, observing the other's expression as he spoke. Are you left-handed?" The question caught the person on the other side completely off guard, prompting a startled counter-question. "Pardon." The surprise didn't last long before the young man nodded, looking somewhat awkward. "Yes, that's right." Chial dropped his next sentence. "While working with the vagrants, it seems you never learned any martial arts to protect yourself." Hearing this, the young man's hands behind his back clenched tightly together. Knowing he had hit the mark, Chial pressed further. "Is there a reason why?" Realizing he could no longer hide it, the young man spoke. It's a congenital illness of mine." He looked down at his hands and continued, "So I cannot cultivate mana." Recalling past and present images despite the slight age gap and minor facial differences, Chial silently evaluated. "I grew suspicious because his facial features looked a bit different, but sure enough, it's correct. That really is the Jiang Jinsu I knew." Hearing everything, Chial looked at the cowering, bow-headed figure before him and wondered, "Then why end up under Beak Chial-su's thumb? You don't fit in a place like this. Is there some special reason you follow him?" The question made the young man even more uncomfortable, falling silent without a word. If he didn't want to speak, he didn't have to, but this might be the first and last opportunity. The young man's brows knitted tightly as he could no longer bear it. Bowing his head low and stammering as if the words were agonizing to force out, I have a daughter." The words carried crushing weight, striking Chial like a blow to the head, an answer that far exceeded his imagination. The young man continued, his face filled with sorrow. "My illness was passed down to her in a severe form. Because it's a rare disease, treatment is extremely difficult, and the only medicine that has any real effect is classified as a prohibited item domestically, making it impossible to acquire." Every single word Chial heard from the person opposite him made him fall silent, listening in deep contemplation. "Back then, through the chairman of the company I used to serve, I learned of him." The young man poured out the secrets he had buried in his heart. "And so I made a deal with Chairman Beak. I'd help him work, and in return I'd receive medicine and money. Trading everything for a child, a little girl carrying a short-lived fate." Chial thought, at first it was just things like money laundering or speculation. Using his daughter and his own career as excuses, Jiang Jinsu got his neck locked in a leash. Sympathizing with them as he did, his skepticism didn't wane. Even so, how could Jiang Jinsu have been careless enough to let himself get exposed to this extent? He asked another question, "So you were preparing to betray him?" The inquiry caught Jiang Jinsu off guard for a second time, prompting a startled, "Pardon? You were getting ready to betray Beak Chial-su, weren't you?" The statement was repeated. Realizing he hadn't misheard, the young man jolted, his expression growing even more tense. Raising his voice slightly, he stammered, What does that mean?" Facing Jiang Jinsu's tension, Chial remained entirely calm. The ledgers and the lists, they were far more detailed and specific than necessary. His words carried increasing weight. No matter how much of an old fox Beak Chial-su is, he wouldn't order something like that. Jiang Jinsu bowed as if to apologize, stammering an explanation. That's just me trying to be thorough with the task you assigned, sir. Don't make excuses." The three words were uttered with absolute decisiveness and directness. Jiang Jinsu could no longer mask his anxiety and fear. Reading the other's psychology, Chial continued, "Without preparing beforehand, you couldn't possibly have such records on hand." Chial recalled the moment Jiang Jinsu handed the folder over. Then why go out of your way to compile and keep records of matters that were already settled beforehand? He remembered his father's meticulous teachings, which was why he was so sharp with numbers. Before his regression, he had primarily handled administrative work, allowing him to read standard ledgers just by looking at the figures. The documents he had seen earlier were nothing special to him. The problem was that the materials Jiang Jinsu had brought exceeded that level: blunt, nakedly blatant, and excruciatingly detailed. Before his regression, due to a certain incident, the White Bone sect had developed a conflict with Sung Mu and was dismantled overnight. Perhaps that was when the betrayal happened, sealing the cooperation with a handshake. Yet Sung Mu hadn't completely wiped out the White Bone sect because they needed an organization to manage their dens. Naturally, Jiang Jinsu must have suffered retaliation. It wasn't hard for Chial to imagine how cruelly Beek Chialsu had tortured him. Driven to extremes, perhaps out of resentment or through some underground deal, he had ended up joining hands with the third brother. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Jiang Jinsu dropped to his knees. I'm sorry. Jiang Jinsu kowtowed repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. Please don't tell Chairman Beek, my daughter. Looking at the man kneeling at his feet, Chial thought, he's the guy once known as the third brother's brain. If the flow of history had continued as before, this was someone who had to be dealt with, and the punishment Chial would have envisioned for Jiang Jinsu would have been losing a hand, rather than kneeling here with his body intact. He thought to himself, if that's the case, and said aloud, very well. Instead, I'll make you an offer. Hearing those words, Jiang Jinsu immediately raised his head to look at him, confusion written across his face. Still inside the same building, in another room, a small lamp remained steadily lit while wisps of smoke drifted lazily through the air. The older man sat quietly, smoking one cigarette after another while waiting for the two of them to come out. Staring at the door the pair had entered without any movement following, he began to suspect. Did he really only take Director Jiang with him? Clenching his cigarette tightly and grinding his teeth, he thought, he's already dared to set foot in my warehouse. Even for a warrior of Sung Mu, this is really. Sitting around led to wild imaginations. He suddenly conjured up another scenario. Could it be that he intends to take care of Jiang Jinsu and abandon me? But he immediately brushed the thought aside. No, the black market grew this powerful precisely because Jiang Jinsu carried out my orders to the letter. Sitting quietly, a guy with a bowl haircut walked in, rubbing his hands together and asking with a friendly smile, "Big bro, you don't look too good. Do you need me to bring you some drinks?" Hearing someone speaking, he slowly stood up. The young man with the bowl haircut beamed widely, seemingly unaware of the fierce storm about to hit him from someone. Suddenly, the bowl-cut youth was sent flying backward by a blow from him, crashing hard into the door behind. The bowl-cut young man lay motionless on the ground, trembling. After hitting him, he slowly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean, not forgetting to add, "I told you to change how you address me." He cast a glance, feeling as though his eyes were dirtied, and said, "Take that bastard away." Yes. He tossed the blood-stained handkerchief aside and spoke, "Let me know when Director Jiang and that guest come out." Then he turned and walked away, thinking to himself, I am not satisfied at all. Standing in front of the glass window, he looked out into the distance, both Sungmu's sudden visit and that lifeline thrown to Li Yihak. He frowned, gradually calculating in his mind, the fact that I even have to pay attention to a wretch like Jiang Jinsu. Night gradually fell upon a magnificent castle. A sound came from inside the door. Someone stepped in and spoke, "You called for me, Chairman." The person sitting behind the chair spoke, "Have you finished looking into what I asked you to investigate?" Jiang Jinsu didn't hesitate to reply, "Because the demonic spear is sealed, the appraisal hasn't been smooth. But according to the appraiser, if the seal is that strong, it's definitely the real deal." The person sitting behind the chair remained motionless. He then asked Jiang Jinsu a question, "So that means he's Li Yihak's subordinate, right?" Jiang Jinsu stammered, not knowing how to answer. "Well, about that." After a moment, Jiang Jinsu spoke up. "Through clients, I've made inquiries, but I only heard that young Master Li Yihak is expanding his business. Anyway, he's always expanding his business endlessly." And Director Jiang, resting his hands on the armrests, he slowly stood up, looking like he had lost quite a bit of his sharpness. He turned around, running a hand through his hair with a cool look. "What you, Jiang Jinsu, just found out, do you think you're the only one who could do that?" He gritted his teeth and questioned, "So, in the end you didn't find out anything, did you?" Hearing this, Jiang Jinsu turned pale. Pushing his hands into his pockets, Beek Chialsu walked closer with a slow yet powerful gait. I don't like keeping useless people. He stopped right in front of Jinsu, speaking mockingly. Now, those things you investigated, Jiang Jinsu, do you think you're the only one who could pull that off? Suddenly, Beak Chialsu changed his tone, asking softly yet sharply, your daughter, is she doing okay? Jiang Jinsu's hands, clasped behind his back, tightened slightly. He smirked, it's almost time for the medicine to run out, isn't it? Beak Chialsu's tone was completely calm. I have a proposal for you. As soon as those words left his lips, Jiang Jinsu's face twitched, tension evident in every feature. Flashing back to a few hours earlier, the man sitting across from him had proposed a plan. I plan to crash the black market and of course, eliminate Beak Chialsu as well. The other person slowly removed his mask, revealing his true face. And for that, I plan to use my master no. Finally, Li Qiao's face appeared, his voice steady. I plan to use my older brother. Returning to the present, Jiang Jinsu's face was half in light and half in shadow as he swallowed hard, wrestling internally. After a heavy silence passed, Jiang Jinsu finally lifted his head, his voice trembling yet resolute in the cold room. I have something to report. Early the next morning, the city woke up amidst a dim dawn. From a high-rise building, a man silently observed two people approaching below through the transparent glass. Li Qiao, currently in disguise, looked down and from behind, a voice spoke up. For security and safety, the location of the black market event changes every time. Beak Chialsu and Jiang Jinsu walked up and explained further. The location of the black market is only sent to those with an entry ticket at exactly midnight on the day of the event. If lost, it cannot be reissued. He rubbed his hands together with a flattering tone. In addition, we've set up barrier arrays and guards, everything is prepared very thoroughly. Li Qiao glanced back at the person behind him, making a silent mental assessment. Indeed, even though they're just a bunch of drifters, they have strict organization. All of this must be Jiang Jinsu's handiwork. His eyes drifted back toward the window, his eyebrows furrowing slightly, however. Watching the group walking below, Chial couldn't help finding it ironic. Even my eyes can easily spot the openings. He could confidently assert that due to Beak Chialsu's incompetence, Jiang Jinsu couldn't unleash his true capabilities. If Beak had trusted Jiang Jinsu, the black market would have been much larger. Seeing Li Qiao remain silent, Beak Chialsu spoke up again. This is feasible because the entire northern slum district is under my control. He even boasted confidently, I am confident I will be utterly loyal to your agenda. Li Qiao suddenly let out a remark that made him freeze in a start. You, loyal. Beak Chialsu cast a sideways glance at Jiang Jinsu behind him. Unlike others, I don't care whether something is clean or dirty, just give me any job. Standing to the side and taking in every action, Li Qiao quickly deduced. Is he wary of Jiang Jinsu? Looks like he minds not being let into the storage room. He curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. On the contrary, I welcome that even more. At that moment, Beak Chialsu gestured in a certain direction. The auction is about to begin, so I'll lead the way. Li Qiao nodded, all right. Just as he brushed past him, Qiao instructed, I don't intend to draw attention, so once we're inside, don't stick right by my side. Beak Chialsu bowed in acknowledgement, understood. A short while later in the auction hall, the spacious venue was clearly divided into sections, with VIP customers assigned to separate private rooms up high. Li Qiao removed his disguise but put on another mask covering the lower half of his face, looking down. Are the organizers putting items on the first floor table to auction them off? He swept his gaze across the guests, stopping at a tier where two guys sat lazily and boastfully, sneering internally, participating in an illegal auction while putting on such high-end mighty airs. Looking in another direction to assess, the martial artists stationed around are only around tier 6 to tier 5. The White Bone sect has more internal energy than expected. Li Qiao silently concluded, the purpose is probably more for surveillance than protection. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed. Before seeing his face, his voice was already heard, esteemed guest. At that moment, the stage lights flashed on, focusing entirely on the man leading the auction below. Today, we have gathered only the most exceptionally rare items. Surely many of you have been eagerly looking forward to today. If you see what we've prepared, I guarantee you will be immensely satisfied. So, without further ado, let's begin right now. In his private room, Li Qiao sat lazily in a chair with an indifferent expression after hearing those words. Down below, the host gestured to the side, introducing, The first item is an ancient spell book. Light shone onto the pedestal, revealing a cushion holding a tortoise shell-like tablet covered in inscriptions. This is a stone tablet inscribed with ancient magic. The starting price is 10 million won. He excitedly announced, "A pretty gentle start, it seems." Li Qiao observed calmly, "Just in case of anything strange, I'll use my demonic eye to observe." Below, the host's voice babbled on continuously, but with just a glance, Li Qiao recognized that this so-called ancient magic tablet was merely an antique that looked somewhat mystical. "Well, I don't have any intention of bidding on anything anyway." Just like that, item after item was brought up, and after a long auction, the final item finally arrived. The host smiled mysteriously. "The item that many of you have been eagerly waiting for is the final piece of today." He dragged out the suspense, adding, "Even though we've had quite a few treasures today." Meanwhile, in the wings, two people were carefully moving a wooden box covered completely with a cloth. They cautiously brought it step by step to the center of the stage, and at that moment the MC raised his voice. "None of them can compare to the value of this item. It is the piece personally brought back by Li Yihak, the seventh son of Sungmu, all the way from the North Sea." With that, he reached out and gripped the covering cloth. Then, with a decisive pull, he yanked it away, officially unveiling the object inside, the demonic spear beach hull. The bidders below instantly erupted into chatter. "Good lord, is that really beach hull? Doesn't it look exactly like the one published in the reports?" Everyone's expressions turned tense as they whispered among themselves. Sitting there, Li Qiao noticed a commotion coming from beside him. He smirked, channeling a stream of blue energy in his hand. "It's starting. Well then, I should get ready too." Shifting scenes to the surveillance room, all live footage was being recorded and broadcasted on the monitoring screens. Baek Chialsu sat lazily with his arms crossed, remarking, "Even though I've been here quite a few times, this is the first time I've seen such a large scale." Jiang Jinsu stepped forward to report, "I've sent private messages to the VIP guests telling them today's auction would be a bit more special." Hearing that, he chuckled coldly. "Hard work, Director Jiang." He emphasized, "Once we wrap this up smoothly, joining Sungmu's faction is only natural, isn't it?" Baek Chialsu looked up with a mocking gaze. "Looks like Director Jiang has regained his composure and is full of enthusiasm again. Once you get a hold of Sungmu's lifeline, you'll be free to do all those jobs that suit your noble tastes." Hearing these words, Jiang Jinsu remained silent, clenching his fists in forbearance. Seeing this, Baek Chialsu became even more smug. "Jiang Jinsu, no matter how much you struggle, you're still in the palm of my hand. All those things you used to dislike, you're doing so eagerly now, probably wanting to cling to Sungmu to escape this place. But will things really go that smoothly? No matter how much Jiang Jinsu wants to run away. Once your hands are stained, they only get dirtier, you can never clean them again. No matter how hard you try, it's useless." Baek Chialsu carefully deliberated. "Li Yihak approached us because he wants to dominate the underworld economy, not because he saw any grand potential in this little black market. Anyway, Director Jiang personally confirmed that he really is Li Yihak's subordinate, so if this succeeds, I'll secure a massive lifeline." Thinking this, he smiled confidently, certain he had calculated everything thoroughly. Suddenly, a system monitoring employee uttered a confused exclamation. He immediately frowned and demanded, "What is it?" Unable to sit still, Baek Chialsu jumped up and asked, "What happened?" The system audio stuttered, "This is Sector A's entrance by the northern wall, some strangers suddenly." As soon as he finished speaking, the room shook violently as if struck by something. After a few seconds of stabilization, Baek Chialsu grabbed the monitor by the collar and roared, "Hey, you bastards, what on earth is going on?" The employee stammered, "I am not sure. They don't look like cops or government special forces." Hearing this, a furious Baek Chialsu let go, shoving the employee backward as he gave the order, "Cops or whatever, I don't care, clear them all out right now." He turned and yelled, "Director Jiang, grab the roster and ledgers first." But when he turned around, the space before him was completely empty, lacking the person he was looking for. Baek Chialsu froze in place, muttering, "It's Sungmu, Jiang Jinsu you." At that moment, realizing he had been tricked, he shouted with supreme frustration, "You bastard! Catch Jiang Jinsu and those people and bring them back to me." Outside, chaos reigned as dust and smoke filled the air from every direction. Amidst the ruins, a figure slowly walked forward. A man wearing intellectual glasses calmly kept one hand in his pocket while surveying the entire situation. Footsteps gradually drew closer. Two attendants bowed respectfully to report, The outer perimeter is completely secured and all recording equipment has been cut off. Chial turned back and gave his command. Teams 1 and 2 just dig straight through the outer wall and sweep everything clean. Looking around, he made his decision, leave all the items at the scene as evidence and arrest everyone. They nodded in unison and shouted, "Understood." Chial strained to assess the situation. I thought the Kowloon cartel had meddled, but it turned out to be just a bunch of mutts. A subordinate behind him chimed in with criticism. To think they're mere drifters daring to borrow Sungmu's name to pull off scams, this only happened because the young master has limited his activities outside. Chial felt a slight doubt. However, is there anything suspicious? The subordinate asked back in confusion. What do you mean, sir? Deep in thought, Chial realized it happened to coincide with Beechul, and besides, the information came from 2 different sources. He had dug up more information. That intelligence was personally gathered by the trading company's director and the Golden Sword Guild. Chial nodded with absolute certainty. That trading company has connections with the White Bone sect, so of course the news would reach them. He deduced their malicious scheme. It seems the other side deliberately used the Golden Sword Guild's name to let that news reach my ears. A subordinate turned to ask, so someone lured the young master here? Chial nodded firmly. That's right. The subordinate guessed, so you thought this was a trap set by the Kowloon cartel? In his mind, Chial still wondered. I figured they broke Beechul's seal and took it away just to draw me in. The subordinate reported further. However, Beechul is still sealed and there's no intelligence showing any unusual movement from the Kowloon cartel. Chial's face darkened as he thought hard. Who on earth stands to gain from this? Suddenly his eyes lit up as if discovering something. Ah. The subordinate turned to ask, what is it? Chial waved a hand dismissively. Oh, nothing. He let out a sigh of relief. Turns out it was just that kid. Chial crossed his arms, his expression turning dangerous. If it hadn't been discovered, that would be one thing, but once exposed, the price to pay is going to be quite steep. On stage, the host fumbled. Please wait a moment. I am currently verifying the situation. Please bear with us, everyone. From a small corner, Chial stood up. Anyway, business gets handled quickly. He looked down at the scene below through the transparent glass window. Chial channeled a surge of blue energy. The sword inside the glass display case began to vibrate. The host grew extremely anxious. Suddenly a small explosion occurred. It was caused by Chial. The sword shattered the glass casing and flew straight toward where he was standing. Panic erupted among the crowd. Catch them, Beechul has been stolen. Guards rushed in from outside. He's got a weapon, he's got the weapon, attack him. Chial immediately used his technique, Jeonjang Gong. He bound them and sent them floating into the air. Yama. Turning back, Chial emphasized, I'm a very busy man. He bolted forward at lightning speed. There are too many troops around the auction house. Shaking them off isn't an issue, but if Beek Chialsu shows up too, it'll get troublesome. As he ran, Chial suddenly stopped in his track. An amused smile bloomed on his face. You got here pretty fast. Seeing the panting person before him, Chial asked, so, are you ready, Jiang Jinsu? He stated his plan. I plan to use my older brother to crush the black market. Hearing this, Jinsu's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be the direct line? But Li Yihak only had one brother. He grew intensely confused in his mind. The one who recently started his martial journey with unprecedented speed. Jinsu recognized the identity of the person standing before him. The 9th Sungmu, the youngest son Li Chial. Chial emphasized the gravity of the situation. Whether you accept it or not, it changes nothing. The information has probably already reached the Golden Sword Guild. He laid out terrifying hypotheticals. If my brother comes, the White Bone sect won't be left alone and you won't fare any better. Instead of arresting Beek Chialsu, should we leave the actual manager who ran the black market alone? Jinsu asked in utter incomprehension. Why are you telling me all this? Chial smiled, repeating, you clearly said it was a proposal earlier. He frankly expressed his inner hesitation. I'm debating whether I should save you or not. Chial offered his condition, dump Beek Chialsu and follow me. Jinsu had a demand of his own. Just one thing, promise me one thing. He slammed his head down in a kowtow. Protect my daughter, no, cure my daughter. Jinsu decided to sacrifice himself for his daughter. Then, I'll do whatever it takes, I'll even die. Chial retorted harshly, do you think you're in any position to make demands right now? Jinsu didn't back down, threatening him in return. If you refuse, I'll tell Beek Chialsu everything. He struggled to stand up, speaking with conviction. Beek Chialsu will definitely try to run, and even for Sungmu, capturing him will take time. He could also anticipate the situation. Beek Chialsu is a stubborn man, he'll eventually get caught, but he'll definitely be a nuisance to you first. Chial's mind churned with thoughts. If it's Beek Chialsu out of vengeance, he'll definitely try to obstruct my martial journey. He let out an exhaling breath of relief. Now that's the Jiang Jinsu I know. Alright, curing your daughter isn't hard. Chial didn't forget to set his conditions, but there was one thing he had to make clear first. He had calculated everything carefully. It wouldn't take Sungmu too long to capture Beek Chialsu, with the only difference being whether he was caught immediately or a few hours later. But suddenly Chial brushed the thought aside. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Then he turned to ask for his decision. Are you ready to follow me now, Jiang Jinsu? The man quickly caught on. Jinsu asked with a solemn expression, what should I do? Chial immediately assigned the task. Leak the information to the seventh brother and tell Beek Chialsu that I am definitely his subordinate. When they met again, Chial offered high praise. It seems you followed my instructions quite well. Jinsu sweated as he speculated. Someone like you must have prepared several layers of insurance. Then he curiously wondered, if I betray you, do you have a way to survive? Chial put on a mysterious expression. Well, what do you think? Then he hurried ahead. All right, let's go, continuing to speak as they walked. At this point, smoke and dust were rising everywhere across the city. Jiang Jinsu chased after Li Chial and shouted loudly, young master. Finally, he forced himself to a stop and then lowered his voice to say, the items you requested are all here. Seeing Li Chial look at him with a stern gaze, Jiang Jinsu quickly spoke the truth. The materialized gold bars are kept in the gold vault in Seoul, while the virtual currency accounts are stored on a USB drive. He handed him a document folder along with a USB drive, and Li Chial opened the folder to take a look. Discovering that a document was still missing, he turned to ask Jiang Jinsu, what about the stone tablet I asked for? Pointing in a certain direction, the man replied, over this way. Jiang Jinsu led Li Chial to a warehouse. The warehouse looked rather old, yet everything inside was organized very neatly. Upon arrival, he spoke up loudly, I've placed it inside that box. Li Chial carefully opened the box to inspect what was inside. A few seconds later, he offered words of praise. Good, it's definitely the real deal. Li Chial then asked him about the paperwork. Are the documents prepared? Jiang Jinsu presented them honestly. Yes, of course. Taking the briefcase, Li Chial turned to warn him, keep these safe, they will be your lifeline. Li Chial particularly emphasized the previous letter. The letter I gave you must also be delivered. They will mistakenly think it was just an act of self-surrender to secure your own life. Promising to get the job done, Jiang Jinsu replied, don't worry about it. With everything settled, he bid his farewell. Well then, I'll be going. Saying this, Li Chial suddenly remembered something. If warriors from the Sword Guild come to search this place, before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise suddenly erupted outside. Immediately afterward, an object hurtled toward them at high speed. In a flash, the warehouse door was blasted apart by a loud explosion. Amidst the rising smoke and dust, a voice suddenly rang out, you fraudulent bastards. The newcomer was Beek Chialsu, who arrogantly declared, you dare try to frame the illustrious Beek Chialsu. At this moment, the smoke and dust inside the warehouse had yet to clear away. Unwilling to fight, Li Chial said, forget it, your game is over anyway. He didn't want to fight, but Beek Chialsu certainly did. Drawing his blade and wearing a sinister smile, he replied, yeah, maybe so. The very next second, Beek Chialsu drew his blade from its scabbard and shouted hesitantly, but. With that, he assumed a combat stance and spoke in a grievance-filled tone. If I'm going down like this, I won't die alone. Without stopping there, Beek Chialsu actively charged at them, roaring, I'll tear both of you to pieces. Li Chial nimbly shoved Jiang Jinsu out of the way. Missing his target, the man cursed loudly, Director Jiang, you bastard. As Li Chial summoned his sword, Beek Chialsu berated him for being ungrateful. You forget the grace of saving your daughter's life and still betray me. Realizing Li Chial's secret, he taunted, I wondered what petty tricks you were pulling, but you changed your face, no wonder your voice sounded like a kid's. Hearing that, Li Chial silently praised his enemy in his heart. To figure it out with just this much information, he's certainly no pushover. Driven by his competitive nature, Beek Chialsu lunged forward and yelled, die. His blade technique was lightning fast and dead accurate, yet Li Chial managed to dodge cleanly. Reluctantly offering praise, Beek Chialsu muttered, so you're not entirely useless. Who the hell are you and what are you playing at? Without a trace of fear, Li Qiao loudly announced his name. I am Li Qiao of Sungmu. Recognizing the pedigree instantly, the man burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, am I really getting played by an illegitimate brat? Beak Chialsu heavily ridiculed Li Qiao, a greenhouse flower, thinking it's the terror of the underworld just because it got a drop of good blood. Irritated by the condescension, Li Qiao thought to himself, a greenhouse flower of Sungmu. If Sungmu is a greenhouse, this world is already doomed. Ultimately deciding to teach his enemy a lesson, he waved his hand and provoked, done talking, bring it on. Beak Chialsu rushed forward, cursing, insolent little brat. The two clashed fiercely, the man arrogantly boasting, looks like I'll have to play butcher again today. After exchanging a few blows, Li Qiao realized the enemy was no ordinary opponent, thinking, I thought I could block him easily, but the pressure is immense. Beak Chialsu was fighting with all his might, forcing Li Qiao to carefully strategize. Both of us are at tier 5, but there's definitely a difference in our mastery levels. Furthermore, Li Qiao knew Beak Chialsu trained his mana and martial arts in an orthodox school, has years of practical combat experience, and his physical constitution surpasses mine. He also admitted inwardly, still, I've never once faced an opponent weaker than myself. Seconds later, seeing Li Qiao change his stance, the man cursed furiously inside. A longsword again? Damn it, a weapon that can freely change its shape, so it really wasn't a fake. Unable to gain the upper hand, Beak Chialsu yelled curses at Jiang Jinsu, prompting Li Qiao to snap. You dare let your guard down and think about other things in the middle of a fight. Right after that, Li Qiao successfully slashed across Beak Chialsu's abdomen. Blood spurted as the man shouted angrily, arrogant little punk. Li Qiao paused for a few seconds to catch his breath, thinking, tough match, but he activated his demon eyes ability to read paths and instinctively sense movements. Combined with that, Li Qiao relied on Sung Mu's resilient bone structure to withstand the physical impact. Having figured out the optimal combat strategy, he re-entered the fray with a thought. I fought and beat the sixth sister way faster than this. The two engaged in a heaven-shaking battle that caused the warehouse to tremble. A few minutes later, Li Qiao was sent flying back a distance. Yet he stood back up without a single scratch on his body. Puzzled, the man muttered in confusion, how can a brat possibly? Staring at Li Qiao, who pointed his sword forward again, Beak Chialsu mumbled internally. A mana level equal to mine is acceptable given his prestigious background, but his martial depth is too profound to belong to a mere kid. He mentally compared his opponent's strength. It feels like facing a massive boulder. For the first time facing such a formidable enemy, Beak Chialsu gritted his teeth in frustration. Never thought I'd feel this way against a kid. Determined to win regardless, Beak Chialsu resolved, I need to finish this quickly. Doubting his senses, Beak Chialsu muttered, he's just a kid, so what on earth is this? He ground his teeth. It feels like I'm fighting an insurmountable wall. Finally, Beak Chialsu stomped hard onto the floor, kicking off to charge at Li Qiao. Every slash of his blade was masterfully evaded, Li Qiao's foundational techniques solid as a fortress. Slipping backward after dodging, Li Qiao's sword instantly morphed into a long spear, leaving Beak Chialsu momentarily stunned. An anomalous weapon that changes shape. Retreating to block a spear thrust, he thought in shock, it's like fighting 3 or 4 people at once. I just meant to tie up this kid and Jiang Jinsu and get out fast. Beak Chialsu mused, they probably don't know about my connections in Kowloon walled city yet. If I run now, I might keep my life. Yet the lingering hatred of being deceived and betrayed refused to fade. Even if I die, I'm taking those two down with me. Falling back, Beak Chialsu channeled his energy into his legs. He stomped fiercely, shattering the stone floor as debris shot into the air, an unavoidable attack. Innumerable stones rained toward Li Qiao. Crouching down, Li Qiao swept his long spear in an arc, batting them all away. Amidst the rising smoke, Beak Chialsu's elusive silhouette closed in. Drawing a short blade from his hip for an assassination attempt, he recalled, the very strike that slit my master's throat. Clenching dual daggers, Beak Chialsu unleashed his ultimate technique, the Shadow Tiger stance. Watching his movement, Li Qiao couldn't help being startled. Fast. In a split second, Beak Chialsu slashed, but Li Qiao managed to bring up his spear just in time to block. Right after, the man spun his wrist, swinging his remaining short blade. A clean stroke sliced through Li Qiao's opening, cutting down onto his left shoulder. The blow forced Li Qiao back with a soft cough. Grinning sinisterly, Beak Qiaosu thought, now's my chance. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, roaring, die. The tip of his blade tore through the smoke, driving straight ahead. Li Qiao's eyes widened, a wisp of light swirling around them. In his hand, the long spear transformed into a black sword. Seeing this, Beak Qiaosu froze midair, a new sword. Tightening his grip on the dagger, he cursed, damn it. Suddenly, a cord shot out from the air. Caught off guard, Beak Qiaosu had his wrist wrapped tightly by Li Qiao's whip. Gotcha. Gripping the handle of the whip, Li Qiao yanked him hard. As the distance closed, Li Qiao raised his sword for the finishing blow. Victory is mine. He executed his technique Infinite Form, Demon Stab, a brilliant beam of sword light piercing straight through Beak Qiaosu's chest. From the wound, bright crimson blood gushed forth. The man couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. His body swayed before collapsing hard onto the stone floor. Trembling all over, Beak Qiaosu forced out a strained voice. Damn it, you bastard. Li Qiao coldly declared, last words from a third-rate thug are unnecessary. With that, he swung his sword, cleanly separating the man's head from his body in an instant. Beak Qiaosu's corpse slumped to the ground, fresh blood staining the earth red. Li Qiao retracted his weapon, breathing heavily with exhaustion. Suddenly he staggered and fell. Damn it, my leg's injured. Right on cue, Jiang Jinsu rushed over to support him. Are you all right, Your Excellency? Steadying himself, Li Qiao gave a slight nod. Yeah, better than expected. Looking down at Beak Qiaosu's corpse, Li Qiao thought, is this the first time I've killed someone in this life? Jiang Jinsu stood silently by, looking down as well. Then he raised his head to gaze at the youth, deep thought reflecting in his eyes. Only 15 years old, a kid barely older than my daughter. Recalling Li Qiao's battle, Jiang Jinsu marveled, incredible strength. Knowing firsthand that Beak Qiaosu wasn't ordinary makes that power all the more terrifying. Bowing toward him, the man said, thank you sincerely. Li Qiao curved his lips into a smirk. No need to thank me, I just did it because I wanted what was mine. Jiang Jinsu hesitated. So, what should I do now? Li Qiao replied with satisfaction. It's good to have enthusiasm, but let's wrap up current matters first. Li Qiao added something that took him by surprise. Take care of your daughter's situation first, since our deal started from there. Touched, Jiang Jinsu thought, he hasn't forgotten what I said. I have a near certain hunch that this kid is entirely different from Beak Qiaosu. A rare, relieved smile surfaced on his face. If he ever reaches out in the future, I will gladly become his loyal hand. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the entire building. Assessing the situation, Li Qiao deduced, looks like the White Bone sect is thrashing in its death throes. Lifting his briefcase anxiously, Jiang Jinsu asked, can you get out safely amidst all this? You shouldn't expose your identity. I've put the documents in the bag. Accepting the bag, Li Qiao nodded. Right. Li Qiao reassured him. Don't worry, I'll slip out as soon as the timing is right. He calculated internally. The Sword Guild's capability is extraordinary, but with my silver form technique and myriad lightning flying iron. Just then, Jiang Jinsu interrupted. There's an underground escape tunnel. He explained, there's a drainage channel running through, but it's wide enough for people to walk through. Offering sincerely, Jiang Jinsu said, I'll guide you. Seeing this, Li Qiao smiled slightly. Has he made up his mind? Remembering their previous transaction, he knew the man understood he couldn't back out of their deal, meaning he was fulfilling his promise in earnest. Comparing the man's current gaze to the past, Li Qiao noted, it's no longer out of helplessness but a display of genuine sincerity. A wave of triumph washed over him. Before the regression, he was known as a rare genius brain. I've secured Jiang Jinsu. Finally, Li Qiao spoke, then I'll leave it to you. Nodding firmly, Jiang Jinsu replied, understood, and both of them bolted down the end of the corridor. At that moment, a subordinate reported, we've completely suppressed the White Bone sect inside the building. Hearing this, Sung Mu's subordinate coldly instructed, most members of the White Bone sect are vagrants anyway, so don't bother treating them nicely. If anyone resists, just break a few arms and legs. He added ruthlessly, if they resist violently, you can kill them. Bowing his head, the subordinate answered, understood. Smiling, the subordinate asked further, what should we do with the black market attendees? They're screaming for lawyers and causing a ruckus. Chuckling, he remarked, hearing the name Li Yihak and still acting like that means they haven't figured out the situation yet, young master. With a mocking tone, he continued, The state granted us the authority to handle them, though that only applies to targets possessing special armed forces. Lee Yi-hak said in a dark, gloomy tone. Looks like they don't realize going to court will only put their necks in greater danger. Bursting into laughter, Lee Yi-hak wait, he turned his head to look back. Three bound individuals listened tensely as the man continued. Just mobilize the young master's personal defense team and the lawsuit will be settled instantly. At that moment, another lackey walked up to report, the fleeing White Bone members have all been caught. Hearing this, he asked, what about the evidence? He then handed over a stack of papers and said, this is everything inside the black market. Lee Yi-hak took them, looked over the information inside the documents, and fell into thought. Afterward, he handed them back to the other person and said, there are no ledgers or visitor logs to be found anywhere. They must have hidden them somewhere else, huh? Lee Yi-hak fell silent for a moment, thinking that it would be cleaner to sweep away those places too, but doing so would scatter the vagrants everywhere. Suddenly, a subordinate nearby hesitated and said, about that. He recounted while searching the Golden Sword Guild caught someone. Hearing that, Lee Yi-hak asked, just one person. Then pointing over to the side, the subordinate said, they say he's the one who was directly in charge of operations here, but he brought this with him. Another person was hugging a handbag, insisting that the young master had to look at this. Lee Yi-hak immediately pulled out the stacks of papers inside the bag to inspect them. After reading through the contents, he couldn't help showing utter astonishment inwardly. This, before Lee Yi-hak, was a data table. Fund transfer histories and transaction names, numerous proxy accounts, personal information of incoming guests, along with cargo smuggling routes and origins. Only then did he raise his head and say, bring him here. The subordinate immediately replied, yes. A short while later, amidst the ruined landscape of broken rocks and debris, a man walked forward. The man appeared respectful, stating, I request an audience with the one bearing the bloodline of the great clan. Looking up, he introduced himself. My name is Jiang Jinsu. A subordinate of Yi-hak grew furious and barked, impudent wretch, where do you think you're pulling that arrogant attitude? But Lee Yi-hak raised a hand to signal, enough. He thought to himself, what a waste of such an appearance if he only works for the White Bone sect. Lee Yi-hak began assessing his opponent. Clear eyes, upright posture, completely devoid of any magical aura, yet carrying a disciplined presence. Then he spoke up, I am Sungmu's young master Lee Yi-hak, I have a few things to ask. Hearing this, Jiang Jinsu nodded seriously and replied, yes, I will answer honestly. Holding out the stack of papers, Yi-hak asked, why didn't you destroy these instead of keeping them? It looks like a mere trick to dodge the immediate situation. Hearing that, Jinsu reminded him, there is a letter in the briefcase. The person said that just showing you that letter would suffice. Hearing this, Lee Yi-hak turned his head back to look at the aforementioned briefcase. He reached his hand inside the briefcase and pulled out a small letter. After feeling its material, Lee Yi-hak thought to himself, did they use print paper so the handwriting couldn't be identified? The contents of the letter then revealed themselves. Those documents are more than enough to pay for this incident with plenty to spare. Just keep an eye on that guy in front of you for a little bit, and since he has a daughter, please ask your older brother to heal her. After finishing the letter, Lee Yi-hak chuckled softly. This insolent brat daring to blatantly take advantage of his older brother. Even so, he couldn't deny it. The documents left behind clearly held value. If utilized, they could secure funds tied to Baekjeolsu and provide leverage to exploit the weaknesses of the wealthy elite. Lee Yi-hak tapped the paper, plus he could claim credit for clearing out the black market. He had already prepped the field and handled the cleanup, yet now he wanted to use this to negotiate. Facing someone staring right at him, he mused further. Besides, shouldn't one avoid accepting help from the family while on a martial journey? Suddenly, Jiang Jinsu reminded Lee Yi-hak, there's something on the back too. Hearing that, he lowered his head and flipped the paper over to the other side. The text on the page appeared, adding a defensive postscript. Did you hold the spoon before the rice was cooked and leave your mind wandering somewhere else? Besides, you've already reaped all the major benefits, so you probably don't care who I am. I figured as much. Unless you're truly petty, you'll quietly close the book on this matter, right? Just a thought. Reading these lines, Lee Yi-hak was left utterly speechless and frozen. He smiled faintly. The postscript is longer than the main content. I wonder if this kid even understands the point of a postscript. Lee Yihak marveled, has anyone ever kicked off the first step of a martial journey quite like this? He tucked the letter inside his clothes. So that's how it is, meaning no direct contact, huh? Lee Yihak smiled, quite the arrogant fellow, but fine if it's that kind of transaction, I welcome it. He recalled Chial's demeanor after defeating their sixth sister. Deciding to choose the youngest instead of our sixth sister was truly a wise choice. Indeed, I feel like he and I can understand each other. Lee Yihak smiled as he spoke. Captain, let's wrap up this business here. Hearing that in a daze, the captain asked, pardon? Yihak continued. When the personnel from the relevant department arrive, hand everything over and summarize it. Since there are hazardous goods involved, pack them up carefully. At this moment, the smoke and dust across the city hadn't fully cleared yet, but with these documents in hand, handling the next steps wouldn't be difficult. Then Lee Yihak added, and as for you, Jiang Jinsu, I will temporarily take responsibility for your safety. He smiled and turned away. Be grateful to the person who sent that letter to you. Shifting scenes to Chial's room at that moment. He sat cross-legged on a chair, meditating in silence as energy continuously radiated from his body. Suddenly, a strange sensation in his shoulder wound startled Chial into opening his eye. He couldn't help recalling how the clash with Beak Chialsu had been a rather valuable experience. With his hands still touching, Chial thought, it's been quite a while since I acquired Infinity, but this is the first time I've drawn upon it to face a human being. He began to calculate. I've used it against the instructor at Jiakchengdu and during sparring with my father, but never against a martial artist of equal or even superior strength without placing any restrictions on it. At that moment, a stream of aura gradually drifted from Chial's body as stray sunlight pierced through from outside. The outcome of the battle was largely decided by Beak Chialsu's arrogance and mistakes, but even without that, I was confident I'd win. Only then did he shift and sit up, propping his leg. During this martial journey, practical combat experiences like this are what truly matter. Up until now, it's all been bound by constraints. He smiled as he put his shirt back on. With things this quiet now, it seems the senior elders have accepted the trade. Chial made his decision. Well then, I should call that person out now. Flashing back to Seoul, South Korea, with its bustling traffic and crisp air. In a quiet alley lined with eateries, Chial stopped in front of a building and looked up. Staring at the simple structure, he mused, no sign outside, it looks more like a residential home than a restaurant. Then Chial slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Approaching the front desk, he spoke up. I have a reservation under the name Jiang Jinsu. The receptionist immediately replied, yes, I will guide you to your room. He quietly followed the receptionist to the reserved room. Moments later, the door to a room opened. A middle-aged man waiting inside stood up to greet him. You've arrived. Chial slowly stepped in and remarked, I didn't expect a place like this to exist. The man explained, this is a space meant for people wanting private conversations. Nothing from outside can be heard here. Seeing the man cover his mouth with a giggle, Chial immediately asked, why are you laughing? Regaining his composure, the man replied, pardon me, it's just that now I truly realize the young master's age. He then observed him thoughtfully. Perhaps because of his background in Sungmu, he carries himself with such maturity, but looking closely like this, he still has youthful features. A second later, the man thought with mild surprise, a teenager, indeed a true teenager. Observing him at length, he remarked, yet his gaze and aura give no impression of dealing with a mere boy. Recalling the scenes he had witnessed, the man marveled. A 15-year-old child managed to manipulate Lee Yihak, the golden swordsman of the Sungmu family, capture Beak Chialsu and bring down the entire black market. After a brief reflection, the middle-aged man politely said, first of all, I want to express my gratitude. Both my daughter and I have received a massive grace from young master Li Chial. Sipping his tea calmly, Chial replied with polite formality, no need to thank me so profusely, it was just a business transaction. Expressing his gratitude further, the man continued, the very fact that you proposed that deal was already a favor. Without you, I'd probably still be shackled by Beak Chialsu. Seeing the man's stubbornness, Chial sighed and asked, is that so? How is your daughter now? Hearing that, the man updated him, yes, though she hasn't fully recovered, she's much better. He even praised, the medical center of the Sungmu family truly lives up to its legendary reputation. Chial seemed indifferent, brushing it off casually. That's good to hear. At that moment, the man hesitated for a long while as if struggling to speak. Finally, he offered seriously, "The young master kept every single promise to me, now it's my turn to fulfill mine." His next words made Chial pause slightly. "I will do anything, what do I need to do?" Seeing the man looking so solemn, Chial teased, "The way you say that makes it sound like I'm about to make you do some dirty work." Hearing this, the man flusteredly explained, "No, I didn't mean it like that." Smiling secretly, Chial replied with satisfaction, "I know." Then Chial turned to the bag he always carried to search for something, saying, "First of all, I have a few things to ask of you." A second later, he pulled out a file of documents along with a USB flash drive and placed them on the table, prompting the man to gasp in surprise. "This is..." He then asked suspiciously, "Aren't these the documents and USB you took that day? Why bring them back here?" Chial explained, "I only borrowed them to look over for a bit." Pushing the items closer to the man, he requested, "I'm handing them over to you, so handle them skillfully. It looks like I'm going to need a lot of funds soon." Hearing those words, the man stared in sheer disbelief. The hand resting on his thigh tightened as he asked, "What trust do you have in me to hand over a task like this?" With a grave tone, the man pressed further, "These funds no longer have an owner, don't you think I could just run away with the money?" Calmly, Chial countered, "What's this, planning to run?" The man anxiously explained, "It's not like that." Explaining seriously, Chial said, "Of course I don't trust you because you haven't given me any reason to trust you yet." With a profound gaze, he continued, "However, I trust the circumstances surrounding you right now," while pondering inwardly about the two things entangling Jiang Jinsu. Mentally listing the man's burdens, Chial noted, first, the ongoing mana treatment for his daughter. Next, considering the man's connections. Second, his ties to the White Bone sect. Thanks to the deal with the seventh brother, he was granted freedom, but if that person changed their mind, he could drag up the past to shackle him at any moment. Concluding his thoughts, the man bowed his head slightly and answered, "Yes." Suddenly, Chial added a remark that startled him, "However, I just can't bring myself to fully trust you yet." Extending his hand forward with an amicable expression, Chial voiced his sentiment, "I hope that one day I can truly trust you from the heart." His words touched the man's reason and soul. How wonderful it would be if they could trust one another without having to think about transactions or complicated circumstances. Looking down at the outstretched hand, the man wondered in disbelief, "Just what on earth does he believe in regarding me to be this sincere?" Contrasting Chial with his former boss, the man analyzed further. "I thought he'd be just like Beek Chialsu, seizing weaknesses and exploiting people." Even though young Master Li Chial constantly drew boundaries with the word transaction, his relationship with him ultimately remained a debt he carried. After a long while, he finally arrived at his own conclusion. "Yet now, the way he treats me makes me feel like he views me as a true, equal relationship." Without hesitation, the man reached out and grabbed his hand, speaking up, "Understood, I will prove it step by step, it won't take too much time." Satisfied, Chial replied, "I genuinely look forward to it." Observing the person before him, Chial reflected, "Now I no longer see him as the man who lost his light under Beek Chialsu, but rather the silhouette of Sial Jium overlapping onto him." Seeing him pick up the bag, the man asked, "Where are you heading now?" Chial replied with a hint of mystery, "Southward." After leaving the restaurant, as Chial walked down the street, a child's voice suddenly rang out, "Mom, look, that guy must be a martial artist, he's so handsome." The mother immediately pulled her boy along and said, "What are you talking about? No, come here." Standing nearby and overhearing, Chial froze in his tracks and murmured anxiously, "I thought I hid it well, but it seems I still let something slip." Refusing to waste time, Chial resumed walking. Amidst the bustling crowds, Chial stood watching his surrounding. Elsewhere, at a minimalist cafe filled with drifting wisps of smoke from an unknown source, a brown-haired woman was smoking a cigarette. When a staff member brought her coffee, she let out an exclamation of apparent surprise. Glancing out the clear window into the blue sky, she muttered, "What's this now? Looks like I've caught something interesting." With her cigarette still burning, the woman commented with amusement, "This is the first time I've ever seen readings like this." Standing up, she headed outside, remarking, "Let's go see who that is." Revealing a bewitching gaze hiding unsolved mysteries, the woman continued excitedly, "With these very eyes." Chial sat cross-legged inside a luxury train carriage, holding something in his hand. Resting his chin on his hand, he muttered, "A deposit of around 100 million. This should cover operational costs for the time being. Raising his head, Chial thought, thanks to Jiang Jinsu I was able to travel comfortably. Closing the bank book, he wondered, I wonder what kind of demeanor Jiang Jinsu will show this time. Lifting his golf bag to prepare, an idea formed in his mind. His talent has already been proven. For now, I'll let him freely unleash his abilities and see what happens. A plan gradually took shape in his mind. If Jiang Jinsu displays capabilities similar to Xiao Jiom's in the past, he will be strong enough to help me build a supportive foundation. Chial's eyes flashed, and making it known that such a foundation stands behind me is essential. Past events flashed through his mind. Up until now, both luck and excuses have been on my side. Being someone who knows the future allows for many things, but from now on I must be more cautious when using information from my past life. His thick eyebrows knitted slightly. Whatever I do from here on out must look like predictions based purely on sound reasoning. Suddenly an announcement chimed over the loudspeaker. The next stop is... Chial sighed and slowly stood up. First, I need to take care of my own matters rather than worrying about Jiang Jinsu. Evening sunlight blanketed the train station as the black-haired youth's long strides carried him forward. Standing amidst the crowd, Chial glanced around as he finally arrived in Jeonju, Gyeongsangbuk-do. A sudden stabbing pain caught Chial completely off guard. Supporting his head tiredly with a hand, he thought, ever since my training at Chinwison, I haven't lost control even once. Jeonju held countless relics and historical sites, making it a place where antiquity and modernity coexisted. Items carrying a long history all contained power, and within that power lay mysteries the modern era could never explain. An artificially achieved sacred land that miraculously attained balance, Jeonju. Thinking of the item he carried, he mused, this very place hides the traces of that person. The legendary ancestor of the Sungmu bloodline, Lee Hyulhyun, stories about him were passed down primarily through oral tradition, to the point where academic circles once rumored he was merely a fictional character. Even on Mount Sungmu, only a memorial tablet was enshrined in the ancestral hall, with no actual remains of Lee Hyulhyun. Until in his past life, a ruin connected to Lee Hyulhyun was discovered. After who knows how long, Chial walked and thought. Materials related to Hyugia were also discovered there. Just as his train of thought reached a crucial juncture along with another underlying objective, someone suddenly interrupted. Hey, kid. She exhaled a puff of smoke from plump red lips. A beautiful blonde woman holding a smoking pipe spoke up. Who on earth are you? Meeting her was part of Chial's plan all along. She smiled. How fascinating. Wisps of smoke drifted closer with her footsteps enveloping him. My magic detector suddenly picked up a strange signal, so I came to check it out. A strange light flashed in her eyes. Who would have thought you'd have the exact same thing on your eyes as me? Possessing a demonic eye that rarely revealed itself to the world, yet by sheer coincidence, aside from her, there was someone else in South Korea. Valerie de Belle, a grand mage from the Eiffel Tower of Magic in France, born to French nobility and one of the rare grand mages to reach Tier 2 in his past life. Her demonic eye possessed the ability to read and comprehend all hidden information within objects, the explanatory eye. Chial was somewhat caught off guard by this turn of events. I intended to seek this woman out, but I didn't expect to run into her like this. Valerie stepped in close. Hey, are you scared of me? Seeing him stay silent, she pressed further. Or are you a foreigner? He had no choice but to sigh. I'm Korean. At that, she immediately chuckled. Oh, thank goodness, actually I only know how to speak Korean. Another silent sigh escaped him. I knew it beforehand, but this woman really is unpredictable. Rumors flashed through Chial's mind. Her future moniker was the eccentric of the Magic Tower, no, more accurately, the madwoman of the Magic Tower. What baffled him wasn't just that. The reason she came to Korea was also utterly ridiculous. She suddenly wanted to learn spellcraft, so she packed up and headed to Korea, saying bye-bye, and what's more, she didn't even bother asking the Magic Tower master for permission before leaving. The more he thought about it, the paler he turned. As for her decision to acquire Korean citizenship, it was simply because the fried chicken here tasted too good. Returning to reality, Valerie asked, anyway, dropping that subject, hey, who even are you? Chial was rendered speechless. She was the one who had started the conversation first, so why was she asking him? She clicked her tongue, reached out a hand and said, how finicky. Well then, let's exchange proper greetings. The female mage introduced herself at a leisurely pace. I'm Valerie DeBelle. As you can see, I'm not Korean, I'm a mage hailing from the tower. He also reached out and took her hand in a friendly gesture. I'm Lee Chial. Hearing his family name, she looked slightly surprised. Lee, could it be the Lee family? In Korea, it's apparently called Sungmu, right? Chial nodded. Yes, that's right. Valerie immediately exclaimed, if you're from Sungmu, you're practically part of the royalty in this country. Chial wasn't arrogant enough to think that way. True, they held immense power, but they were still far removed from actual royalty. Her smoking pipe waved through the air. Is that so? Pointing her pipe straight at Chial, she bluntly exposed him. Then why hide that cute face behind a mask? Are you running away from something? Not intending to deny it, he slowly removed his mask. His demon eyes possess a nature similar to mine, and on top of that, he opened them much earlier than I did, though neither of those things is particularly surprising. She smiled, not surprised, even though I've dug up quite a bit of background. Keeping his real face bared, Chial continued the conversation. Because I've already seen eyes identical to yours. Valerie's interest was instantly piqued. I've never heard of anyone in Sungmu possessing demon eyes. What kind of ability do your eyes have? He thought it absurd that he should just expose his own abilities like that. Squinting with a smile, she said, my eyes are the deciphering eyes. They can read and express any object or phenomenon in the form of data. And yours? Faced with that expression, Chial didn't know what else to say. The female mage's seemingly harmless smile remained, yet something about her seemed to shift. Well then, I suppose we're out of options. In the blink of an eye, her eyes changed color and her voice deepened. I'll just have to find out for myself. An intense surge of power radiated outward. Chial's eyes seemed to be stimulated, changing color in response as well. Collapsing to his knees and shielding his eyes, he asked angrily, what on earth are you doing? Seeing his miserable state, Valerie softened her tone. Sorry, I was just too curious, but this is weird. She stepped closer. I can't read anything at all. Glaring at the dark-haired youth whose anger had yet to subside, the female mage coaxed him. Don't be so mad. Consider this a peace offering. I'll tell you something interesting. She flashed a fake smile again. In exchange, chat with me for a little while longer, deal. The sky had now grown dim as twilight cast a faint, lingering light into the large apartment tucked away in the corner of the street. Valerie and Chial stopped before the weathered gates of a villa, hesitating as they probed. You invited me out for coffee, but we're drinking it here. Chial looked around, silently musing that it just looked like an ordinary abandoned house on the outside, but Valerie didn't care and smiled. All right, let's head inside and see. No sooner had she spoken than a faint red light washed over Chial, leaving him momentarily dazed. He deduced, just now, that felt a lot like a monster's sorcery. Sensing something, Valerie asked, did you just realize it? You could sense it without using your demon eyes. Did you study spellcraft or something? He replied softly. I haven't studied spellcraft, but such a bizarre sensation is obvious enough. What's there to be surprised about? She explained, that sensation, unless you're a master like me, you shouldn't be able to detect it. Chial frowned in deep thought. A master? Does she mean the master of the Eiffel Michael Gerl magic tower? If you don't reach that level, you can't feel it. Is she actually claiming to have attained that rank? Chial exhaled to steady himself. I've already been through something similar before. Valerie rubbed her chin and muttered in a low voice, no, this is different. Even if you've experienced something similar, you normally shouldn't be able to feel it. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes, unless you've trained spellcraft to its absolute limit. Breaking into a cold sweat, Chial involuntarily swallowed hard. I've had this weirdly familiar feeling since earlier. He turned pale as he remembered Jiohwa. She looks just like my aunt. The image of Jiohwa flashed in his mind, waving at him with a bright smile. Hey kid, let's go, time for some fun training. Composing himself, Chial asked, so is this teleportation? Valerie pushed the door open and explained with a calm demeanor, no, I might have quite a bit of money, but not that much. Stepping inside with a smug, self-satisfied look, she added, to put it more accurately, I used both mana and inner energy to forge a connected tunnel. The house was covered in dust from top to bottom, but Valerie warmly welcomed him. Come on in. Chial quickly stepped inside. Contrary to the rundown exterior, the interior featured a pristine, impeccably organized counter. Directing his gaze toward the person running the counter, Chial wondered curiously that, inspecting the proprietor, he thought, not human. I can sense mana, but there's no biological life activity. Knowing he was immensely puzzled, Valerie cleared it up. That's a golem, a machine fitted with a mana core on the inside. From here on is my workshop, so all sorts of bizarre things might pop up. She flopped heavily into a chair, her tone casual. Want to order a drink first? Dropping his bag, he placed his order. I'll have a cup of hot tea. Valerie quickly snapped her fingers to call for service. Sure, I'll take an espresso. Chiol probed. You can set up something like this inside a workshop, Valerie answered indifferently. I just wanted that cafe vibe, but going outside every time is such a hassle. Yep, no problem. Twirl holding a cigarette between her fingers, she took a puff. There are so many things I want to ask you, I don't even know where to begin. Chiol questioned her. Why would you assume I'm going to answer? She retorted. How stingy. Well then, how about this? Despite how I look, I happen to know quite a lot. Valerie lowered her voice and held up 3 fingers. 3 questions. Each of us gets to ask 3 questions and take turns answering one by one. Sound good? The triple question and answer ritual, Valerie's unique ancient spell, renowned for being proposed whenever she couldn't satisfy her curiosity, turning it into an exchange of 3 questions and answers. This proprietary spell she created by adapting the concept later became one of the defining symbols of the mage Valerie. And exchanging dry questions is boring, she raised her voice, so I'll add a little game using my magic. Hearing that, Chiol took a sip from his cup and thought to himself, just like the rumors say. He immediately gave a firm refusal. I decline. This left her blinking in surprise. He clarified his stance. I just met you today, I have nothing to be curious about, she asked in confusion. Aren't you curious about my eyes? Chiol explained further. Earlier, even without asking, someone deliberately told me about them, however. Setting his teacup down with a sense of appreciation, he added, this game actually sounds pretty fun. Let's set a condition, the winner gets to make one request. In that case, I'll participate, Valerie echoed. A request? You said you weren't curious about anything, so what kind of request could you possibly want? His expression turned dead serious. I'll figure that out later. He continued, the chance to make a request to a mage who owns an entire workshop doesn't come around every day. This left her deep in thought. She picked up her wand with evident reluctance. This is deeply unpleasant, but fine, the rules are simple. Her wand swept out a surge of crimson energy that enveloped the entire space, her face flashing with undisguised excitement. From now on, each of us has 3 questions and 3 answers. The crimson lights intertwined to form small flames as she explained the rules. The questions can be anything, ask whatever you like. The answers too can be either the truth or a lie. However, you have to guess whether the answer is true or false. Whoever guesses correctly more times wins. And the loser has to truthfully answer 3 detailed questions from the victor. She chuckled to ease the atmosphere. Obvious questions are banned, like gender or names. He promptly asked, how are we supposed to tell what's true and what's false? Pointing to her head, she said, this spell belongs to mental magic. It reads the subconscious wave patterns of intent. She answered, even if the loser desperately tries to hide the truth, the spell forces them to naturally blurt it out. And then from within her chest, a glowing orb of light condensed as Valerie spoke in a solemn tone. I, Valerie de Belle, swear on my title as a mage that I will honestly execute what I've stated without using tricks or deceit. Finishing her vow, the condensed orb burst above their heads, and I will abide by the rules to play a fair match. Valerie placed a hand over her chest as a guarantee. This is a mage's oath. If I break it, I'll lose all my mana. She then prompted him, now you can trust that I won't pull any tricks, right? He nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Waiting for precisely that, Valerie snapped her fingers. Then let's begin. Small red orbs floated above their heads as Valerie faced Chiol under a tense, suffocating atmosphere. Chiol politely deferred. You go first, Your Excellency. Valerie cheerfully replied. All right, let's start off nice and easy. Her eyes shimmered with a mystical purple hue as she looked dreamily at Chiol and asked, your demon eyes, what kind of abilities do they have? Closing his eyes to think, Chiol mused. She hits me with the exact thing I wanted to know right from the first question, before answering promptly. I possess a power similar to yours. The moment his answer ceased, one of the flames above Chiol's head flickered out. Valerie jumped up in sheer astonishment. What is that supposed to mean? Can I count this as my second question? Sighing, she conceded, fine, whatever, it's your turn to ask. Wasting no time, he asked, Why are you so curious about my demon eyes? She fell into deep contemplation. After a brief pause, she answered decisively, out of a thirst for knowledge purely driven by curiosity as a mage. Immediately afterward, one of her flames flickered out. Chial thought to himself, a thoroughly vague answer. But in this game, the content of the answer doesn't matter anyway. As they faced each other, he calmly deduced, what matters is setting up the questions you want answered and seeing through whether the opponent's reply is true or false. If I win this game, I'll get detailed answers to my questions, and I won't even need to be too picky about the questions themselves. Chial smiled with satisfaction. My ultimate goal is winning this game because that will earn me the right to make a request of her. Right after that, Valerie calmly spoke up. All right, second question. Time slowly passed until it was her turn once more. Now for my final question. Valerie's gaze grew sharp as she called him out. You already knew about me beforehand. Staring straight into Chial's eyes, she directly demanded, just how much do you actually know about me? He maintained a serious expression. Since the day I was born until this very moment, I have never once seen or heard anything related to you. Suddenly, Valerie covered her mouth with a self-satisfied smile. I win. Observing Chial's expression with overflowing joy, she noted that while he kept a decent poker face for his age, the muscles in his face had twitched just a fraction. Now it was his turn to probe. It's my turn to ask the final question, I suppose, Valerie calmly replied. Go ahead and ask. Hearing that, a smile touched his lip. Resting his chin on his hand, he posed his problem. In your opinion, did I win? Do you think you're going to lose? Valerie let out a sigh of assessment. Is that really how you want to spend your last question? Without offering an opinion, Chial urged her on, just answer. Reaching into her makeup box, she replied, fine, whatever. Following that, she confidently declared, you lost because I won. But abruptly, the orb of fire above Valerie's head exploded, leaving her terrified. Looking around in utter confusion, she muttered, I was wrong, but clearly. Chial spoke up leisurely. Would you like me to explain why? He calmly analyzed. First question, your curiosity about the demon eyes stems from a thirst for knowledge, that was the truth. But regarding the next point, he pointedly stated, second question, on that one you lied. The statement caused Valerie's eyes to widen in shock. Meanwhile, Chial maintained his calm composure, thinking, the triple question and answer ritual falls under mental magic after all. Picking up his teacup, he casually added, and as for the final question, Chial concluded with absolute certainty, that became a lie as well because the winner is me. Hearing this, Valerie despondently accepted the outcome. I lost. As per our agreement, I'll answer your questions first. She then calmly explained, first question, since I also possess demon eyes, I've always researched them. However, not only are research materials scarce, but finding cooperative partners is no easy feat either. Moving on to the next matter, Valerie grew hesitant and stammered. As for the second one, well. Seeing this, Chial let out a sigh and showed magnanimity. If you find it difficult to speak about, you don't have to answer. In truth, he didn't care to pry into everything. A proprietary spell was deeply personal, so it was only natural for her to hesitate. Hearing those words, Valerie blurted out in astonishment. Really? Are you seriously okay with that? Chial casually tossed out a counter-request. In exchange, do me one more favor. Raising her hands defensively across her chest, she cried out, what kind of favor are you asking for? Instantly, he knitted his brows in clear disgust. Seeing his expression, Valerie hurriedly clarified. No, I was just joking, do you have to look so disgusted? Chial reined in his emotions and explained, it's nothing like that, I just happened to think of someone exactly like you, so my reaction was a bit strong. So what's your decision? Hearing that, she rubbed her head dejectedly. Fine, looks like I don't have any room to refuse. Valerie calmly announced, then the game ends here. She then stood up and said, in that case, let's head deeper into the workshop so we can discuss the favor you want. Walking past Chial, Valerie offered a cautious warning, don't touch anything, just follow behind me. She then took the lead and opened the door. Valerie introduced as she guided him, this is the heart of my workshop. After looking around, Chial thought to himself with inner surprise, unlike the cafe, this truly feels like where a real mage lives and works. Turning to her with curiosity, he asked, I heard mages usually don't let outsiders step foot into their workshops though. Valerie smugly revealed, that's right, if you accidentally touch a barrier or spell array, disaster strikes instantly right, but I'm talented enough that such things aren't a problem, have a seat over here. Chial replied helplessly. Ah, sure. Following him, she asked with lingering interest. All right then, what is this favor you want to ask? Pulling out a stone tablet, he made his request in a solemn tone. I want you to decipher this stone tablet for me, and of course, I expect you to keep all its contents strictly confidential. Seeing this, Valerie slipped on her gloves and muttered to herself, a stone tablet, ancient artifacts are a bit complicated, but I should be able to handle it. Right after she picked up the tablet to inspect it, suddenly a spark of purple lightning manifested. It violently lashed out at Valerie's eyes, cutting her investigation short. HK. Struck by the backlash, Valerie covered her eyes before laboriously forcing out each word. This is an ancient artifact dating back at least to the 3rd or 4th century, if not older. Chial expressed respectful admiration. You figured that out immediately. Meanwhile, gripping the stone tablet tightly, she wailed in inner terror. Are you insane? An artifact this ancient, I almost lost my life. Her previous thoughts and words echoed in her mind. You were so confident earlier, but it seems the spellcraft in your workshop is shoddier than I thought. You have demon eyes, but your spellcraft? Even I could manage this level. I'm starting to wonder if I should even ask you for help anymore. The more she recalled, the angrier she became. With an artifact like this, the least he could have done was give me a heads up. Valerie glared irritably at Chial, mentally cursing up a storm. An item measured in millennia. I almost had to redraw every single spell array in my workshop from scratch, and he was sitting there bragging about his skills just a moment ago. A few seconds later, she managed to normalize her expression and spoke up. Let me examine it once more. Once again, Valerie's eyes shifted to a purple hue as she analyzed it in deep thought. This doesn't look like anything from nearly 2,000 years ago at all. Valerie focused intently on analyzing the tablet. Is this really as far as I can read? After a moment, she rested her chin on her hand in contemplation. I can grasp the movements of the moon, the sun, and the operation of the stars, but that's where it stops. Valerie thought helplessly. If it were ancient writing or simple cryptography, I would have cracked it instantly. She turned to Chial and probed. It seems to record Eastern astronomy, dates, and a few basic scripts. What on earth is this thing? He calmly answered, it's a map and at the same time a key. Hearing that, Valerie finally conceded, it'll probably take me some time to fully decode this. Seeing an opening, Chial hesitated before speaking. Then, while we wait, can I state my second request? She agreed without the slightest hesitation. Sure. Outside, the sky had shifted to dusk. The last rays of sunlight filtered through the glass window, illuminating the room. After hearing Chial's proposition, Valerie looked startled and repeated, your second request is for me to tell you about demon eyes? He affirmed it and added, if it can benefit both of us, even better. He then calmly inquired, by the way, does your workshop happen to have a training room? Instantly, Valerie's face beamed with overwhelming confidence and boastfulness. Well, mages naturally need a place to train, don't they? Naturally, what workshop doesn't have a training ground, though? Mine happens to be a bit larger than usual. Chial was left speechless, silently thinking, is she flexing right now? For a mage's workshop to be this spacious means both her skill and wealth are at the very top tier. This is giving me flashbacks to someone else. He asked calmly, looks like you're quite wealthy then. Valerie answered with a puzzled look, didn't you know I come from an ancient aristocratic family? Following that, she proudly added, anyway, that's my second request. Don't go back on your word, a promise is a promise. Chial awkwardly corrected her grammar. Good grief, the expression is a man's word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, but understood. Valerie didn't care to dwell on it as she channeled her energy. Then let's start right away. Show me your demon eyes. He obediently closed his eyes and activated his demonic eye. Right after that, Chial snapped his eyes wide open as a flash of light suddenly darted from within them. Once Chial opened his eyes, he saw illusory rings hovering behind Valerie. Chial startled, letting out a cry as his face expressed agony. He clutched his face and dropped to one knee on the ground, prompting Valerie to ask in a hurry, what's wrong? Chial explained, no, it's nothing. There are just too many spell techniques in this room, so I got a bit dizzy. She looked thoughtful, just seeing a few spells and your eyes hurt already. Then Valerie seemed to realize something with a start. Wait, don't tell me you can see every single magic array and spell technique present in this place. Chial admitted it and slowly stood up. Yes, my eyes can read the flow of power as well as things that normally can't be seen, though it's a bit hard to control. Valerie wanted to verify. First of all, can you deactivate your demonic eye? She offered, explain your demonic eye more clearly. Does it give you clairvoyance or the ability to see magic power? Chial stated clearly, I don't have clairvoyance, but I can deduce things like an opponent's movements or hidden presences, for instance. Valerie felt deeply skeptical. Do you have any idea how absurd what you just said sounds? She pointed at him and told Chial, if all of that is true, your eyes are no ordinary demonic eye. No demonic eye in the world can see that many things. This sounds like a long story. Let's head back to the research room first. Inside the research room, a cup of hot tea sat on the table. Valerie gave Chial a preliminary warning. Before I explain, there's one thing you need to know. Demonic eyes and mind's eyes are completely different concepts. He affirmed, I know that. Then she went on a long tangent. And furthermore, demonic eyes might look like mere visual enhancements, but they're actually nothing of the sort. Even if you magically visualize what a demonic eye sees, it ultimately remains just an image that a human mind can process. Hearing this, Chial awkwardly scratched his head and requested, pardon me, could you explain it a bit more simply? Korean is really hard. Valerie tapped her fingers and said, what I mean is this. After that, she had to talk at length, constantly gesturing with her hands and arms to make him understand clearly. Valerie puffed on a cigarette with an annoyed expression as she recalled. And that's why demonic eyes are more special than any supernatural ability. I once took an fMRI scan while my demonic eye was active. The moment the demonic eye triggered, the blood flow to my brain spiked dramatically and my nerves were hyperactivated. Chial understood. No wonder when I couldn't control my demonic eye, I felt such intense pain. She emphasized, right, because you have to process sensations humans aren't meant to handle, you get overloaded. Valerie spoke thoughtfully. Demonic eyes are a power dangerous enough to be like that. Up until now, no pair of demonic eyes has possessed such a composite ability. Yet just how many things can your demonic eye do right now? Hearing her, he looked somewhat surprised. Valerie stared sharply at Chial. You mentioned those eyes were awakened through a ritual of Sungmu. Normally, someone who awakens a demonic eye starts seeing unusual things around the age of 5, give or take. Well, before going through that ritual, did you ever see anything strange? He lowered his head in recollection. Chial couldn't deny it in his heart. There had indeed been signs beforehand, even though he was only 11 years old back then. She cross-examined, has anyone in Sungmu ever awakened a demonic eye like yours? He denied it. No. Valerie kept probing. You know why I'm looking so serious, right? Chial simply replied, yes. Suddenly, she expressed, what a pity, if you end up in a combat situation you probably won't be able to control it. He also took note of Valerie's words, casting a subtle glance as if pondering something. Ultimately, he decided to tell the truth. Actually, in battle, I've used my demonic eye countless times. She thought she misheard. What? Valerie jumped up in agitation. How is that even possible? Just having 2 or 3 functions on a demonic eye already overloads the brain terribly. You should have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage or gone crazy ages ago. Yet you can see and still control it. Chial was much calmer than her and admitted, yes. Valerie clutched her head helplessly. I've truly never seen an exception like this. Well then, a sinister smile bloomed on her lips. It looks like we need to test a few things. Valerie's expression made him pale slightly. Why yes, what kind of few things? Thanks to Valerie's suggestion, I temporarily stayed in the training room for a while, and before I knew it, several days had passed. Valerie busied herself decoding the stone tablet right up until dinner time. Meanwhile, I began a training regimen pushing my demonic eye to its absolute limit. Chial lay on a wooden plank with his limbs restrained, gritting his teeth in agony from the surrounding electrical sparks. Finally, a device chimed, signaling the end of the measurement. Chial lay there dazed, nearly drifting off to sleep. It was manageable at first, but the difficulty keeps ramping up. He recalled what she had put him through. To test how much direct stimulation I could endure, she shoved masses of tangled, chaotic magic power right in front of me. Her smile back then had been genuinely terrifying. Come on, just a little more, while Chial could only scream out, you demon. Right on cue, Valerie walked into the room to check on him. How is it, holding up okay? He thought to himself, she acts no different from a mad scientist. Chial glanced at the handcuffs being unlocked. You clearly said that using the demonic eye would overload the brain, didn't you? She reassured him with a chuckle. Don't worry, the magical apparatus automatically stops right at the moment you hit the overload threshold. Chial glared at Valerie as she feigned innocence. This woman is truly insane. I actually have to apologize for ever comparing her to my aunt. She reasoned, but thanks to that we're gathering great data, aren't we? Your limits and properties are gradually becoming clear and demonic eyes develop the more you use them after all. Chial couldn't deny it. That's not wrong, but... Yet she didn't bother listening further, turning away and humming, "Let's see if you'll obediently subject yourself to experiments." He realized. She purposely spoke in French. Valerie looked at what was before her in apparent astonishment. She observed the parameter display screen, asking herself, "What is this? Am I seeing things?" I set the automatic status check mode and let the difficulty scale up gradually. So how on earth is his growth rate getting this fast? No, it's not growth, it's more like adaptation. So the issue isn't with the explanation after all. The smile on Valerie's face grew increasingly intrigued. Things continued the same way in the days that followed. Training day 1? Oh no, I almost called it an experiment. This is training. After all, this is just a test requested by Li Qiao, not an experiment to satisfy my own curiosity. Even so, since I've painstakingly gathered enough data, I'll save it as a file. Confirmed that the demonic eye can easily read unidirectional mana circuits. Pain started creeping in from Tier 6 magic and above, but Tier 7 magic could still be read without too much trouble. Maybe I should bring in a CT scanner to help out. Training day 3, to test his clairvoyance capability, I deliberately hid a spell behind a metal plate and told him to read it. The results showed it wasn't clairvoyance, but rather reading the energy radiating from the object. It was just a pencil, yet I still have no clue what he read or how he read it. Afterward, I experimented with moving objects. At that point, he demonstrated the ability to predict blood flow and muscle movement. Faint glimpses of limited precognition showed up too, but he couldn't keep his demonic eye open for more than 2 hours. If only his brain and eye durability were a bit higher. More experiments, no, more training. Experiment day 8, he keeps breaking speed records while cranking up the difficulty to a crazy degree. I tried secretly spiking the difficulty to see what would happen, and he still caught up. Even I can't reach this level. I should have bought that CT scanner sooner. At this rate, I might have to dissect him and look directly inside. His demonic eye belongs to a completely different resolution system than mine. Li Qiao's visual capability is on an absurdly high tier. Well, if I had to describe it. Hearing a noise, Valerie hurriedly whipped her head around. What is it? She thought to herself, why didn't I just pretend I didn't know? Look at that glare of his. Chial explained nonchalantly, the machine just stopped, so I stepped out. The alarm's blaring loudly, didn't you hear it? She turned back to her desk in disbelief. An alarm. Valerie felt somewhat surprised. All the training phases I prepared were supposed to be completed later though. I thought it would take at least 2 more days. He stepped closer to peer at the computer monitor. Looks like I'm completely done. She was startled. What, you know how to speak French? Chial looked at Valerie and explained. Direct descendants of Sungmu are required to learn the languages of major nations so I can manage daily conversation. Her face suddenly flushed red. Then does that mean? He smiled brightly as if completely unbothered. Those things you muttered and cursed about to yourself, you don't need to worry too much. It happens, I understand. I'm different from a certain someone. Valerie yelled out in embarrassment. You damn brat. Chial walked closer from afar. Did you call me for something? Valerie picked up her smoking pipe and turned to look at him. Yeah, the preliminary training phase is over. She probed for his thoughts. Honestly, I'd love to keep practicing in the lab, but what you need is practical combat application, right? So now I plan to start proper combat training. He seemed very agreeable. I'm always ready. But Valerie suddenly stopped him. Wait. A magic circle erupted beneath their feet with her at the center. Valerie explained. I've reinforced the training area's magic array. It's going to be much more complex than before. She added a warning. And another thing, you'd better completely drop the habit of closing and opening your eyes when activating the demonic eye. Little habits repeated over time become second nature. It might help with temporary control, but it'll cause bad side effects later on. Following her advice, he frowned and forced himself not to close his eyes. Finally, Chial successfully summoned his demonic eye. He stared intently at the room riddled with magic circles. Even though the training area's magic array has been enhanced, I only feel a mild headache. A few days ago, right in the middle of Jeonju, I couldn't even control my demonic eye. Chial observed his surroundings slowly. Yet the mana current is this complex, it's exactly like looking at a human's mana system. I don't know much about magic, but she's definitely an extraordinary grand mage. Seeing him standing still, Valerie asked, "What is it?" But Chial brushed it off, "It's nothing." She handed him a circular headband with a request. "Now we're going to train you on how to control the demonic eye in real-world situations. Stick this on your head to clearly feel the mana flow." Chial took it, put it on his head, and asked, "How are we going to train?" Valerie grinned. "Well, we're training the demonic eye, aren't we?" That made the method pretty obvious. Flames burst up behind Valerie. She sent them flying, shouting out a warning. "Better dodge well." Chial summoned his sword and cursed under his breath. "Damn it," Valerie called out loudly. "Hey, you're only allowed to use the demonic eye." He had to dodge the fireball quickly, grumbling to himself. "Shouldn't you mention things like that beforehand? What a crazy scientist." He glanced backward, managed to dodge it. "If this were when I first stepped into the training room, I probably wouldn't have been able to." Valerie offered a friendly reminder. "Not done yet." The fireball hadn't stopped. It changed direction and flew back toward him. Jial widened his eyes in shock. The fireball suddenly exploded. She didn't seem to intend to hold back. "Evade and listen up. I've grasped the nature of your demonic eye now. Your demonic eye, to put it bluntly, is quite similar to my decoding system, but a tier higher." Chial looked soot-stained after the recent blast. She calmly lit her pipe. "Your demonic eye doesn't read a multitude of things. Like every other demonic eye, it only reads one single thing." The entire room was surrounded by red flames. Objects before your eyes, flora and fauna, mana, physical force, countless supernatural forces alike, and the exact present state of each of those pieces of information. "If I had to name it, maybe we could call it the present eye, an eye that reads every phenomenon currently existing at this exact moment." Valerie manipulated the spheres to move. Chial stepped back to avoid a mocking attack. "I feel like you're terrible at naming things." She ignored him and continued. "Your eyes read all the present information right before you, and once you can analyze the present, deducing a reasonable future naturally follows. Similarly, you can deduce the past. There was a really nice term for that, wasn't there? Right, the law of causality." Valerie smiled brightly as an explosion behind her generated a massive shockwave. Chial managed to stay standing despite the blast, looking thoroughly grimy. She informed him, "Anyway, your demonic eye is so high-tiered that it becomes a burden in itself. Even if your control improves, you could still get swallowed whole by your demonic eye in the blink of an eye." "SOL, all of this is for your own benefit." Fireballs were summoned once more. Valerie shouted out, "All right, let's go," as successive fireballs lunged at him. Once the session ended, Chial sat slumped on the ground, pitch black from head to toe, prompting Valerie to tease. "Did you just crawl out of a coal mine? Hey, open your eyes nicely. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to research your demonic eye?" He showed zero emotion. "I appreciate that much," she sighed in despair. "But hey, your demonic eye was awakened through Sungmu's special ritual. So is it because it's not a normal demonic eye that its discovery was delayed, or are you simply an exception?" He chose to remain silent. Valerie stopped pressing and stood up. "Either way, I probably won't find the answer on my own. My apologies." She broke into a sinister smile again. "Maybe we need some sophisticated scans or to cut you open and take a direct look." Chial looked terrified at that expression. "It's fine, we'll understand it someday. I have no idea what you're planning to cut open." Valerie excitedly summoned those fireballs again. "Fine then, let's resume training. Oh, by the way, to make it easier to refer to, I think giving your demonic eye a name would be best. How about analytical eye or causality eye? Sounds a bit lame." He frowned and refused, "Leave out the names." But she stubbornly insisted. "No way, for a demonic eye this terrifying, it definitely needs a name. How about the divine eye, the all-seeing eye of Solomon, or in an Eastern flavor, the true eye of the demon king?" Chial resolutely rejected it. "Not needed." But Valerie locked it in. "Yama's eye, that sounds cool, right? You must have had a hard time fighting off those continuous barrage attacks." Right then, Chial panted heavily, exhausted after days of this. Prediction, analysis, choice, and focus. When he utilized the full capability of his demonic eye, his growth rate spiked frantically, though his expression couldn't hide his excitement. The phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed. Valerie looked down and realized, it's gotten this late already. She walked up to Chial and teased, "At least you don't turn into a charred lump of coal like before, what a shame. Don't train on your own today, take a shower and head straight to the research room." He looked confused. What do you mean? Valerie winked and announced, well, because the decoding work is all done. Several books sat atop the table. The entire room was littered with carelessly scattered books. Chial asked suspiciously, I've only been away for a month, so how did everything change like this? Valerie replied nonchalantly, all of these are just research materials, we can throw them away now. She complained, back at the Magic Tower, ordering around senior scholars was so convenient. There isn't a single slave here, how boring. Valerie used magic to make the books float and called out, since ancient times, the Korean peninsula has preserved historical records very well, so decoding the language and writing wasn't too hard, it was actually quite fun. Come on, sit down here and check this out first. Chial picked up an object and remarked, the shape of the stone tablet looks different than before, she recounted. Since some constellations and characters faded away, I did some restoration work. From now on, I'll explain it to you. Valerie placed a document onto the tabletop. She pointed at an image on it and asked, have you ever seen this constellation? He immediately answered, no, I haven't. So Valerie laid out 2 more photos of the kind. Figures, right now this constellation has this shape. She pointed to one of them. Here lies the problem. Why did the ancients group these constellations together? Look down here, this thing was actually a fictional constellation all along. The sequence of these stars is the decryption key. Even though I was tricked by the disguise for a bit, it's neither a lunar orbit nor a star chart, so what on earth is it? Chial began to ponder. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Then he snapped his fingers as if remembering. Chial asked, can I try tearing this? Valerie offered a relieved smile. No need to tear it, it's right here. This is a map of the entire dragon vein across the Korean peninsula, not constellations, but a network of vital energy points spread all over the land of Korea. Marked points on the map were connected by striking black ink lines. Valerie's voice echoed through the quiet room. This isn't a constellation map, it's a meridian map of Korea. She continued, in Eastern philosophy, the world is viewed as a single living organism. Dragon veins are just like the human meridian system, they're the pathways where mana flows. Li Chial stared at the photo, stroking his chin in thought. But this stone tablet was created way back in ancient times. Back then, they couldn't have possibly expanded their territory all the way up north like this. Valerie replied, that's exactly why this is such an important historical document. Her words left Li Chial stunned, as it was concrete proof that the ancients had extended their domain all the way to this region, before Valerie finally left him to figure it out on his own. I can only explain up to the location part. You're better off reading the interpretation guide for the rest. Li Chial stared at the photos she handed him, pondering silently. This is the chant for the ancient mana technique of the blurred star constellation. It's a type of magic that operates on revealed mana lines. Nobody practices it anymore, but I memorized the incantation while researching with my aunt. He placed the map and the photograph of the constellations side by side. If dragon veins really are the meridian system, could it possibly be? Li Chial began to sense the energy from it according to the exact incantation, channeling his mana and tracing the pressure points based on those locations. After a few seconds of sensing, he couldn't hide his joy and let out a faint smile. I found it. His heart swelled with joy. Dongju, Tohamsan Mountain. That was where the tomb of the second head of the blurred star Hyangseong was located. A few days later, Valerie sat holding her magic wand, turned to look at him and asked, what, are you leaving? Li Chial had his travel backpack slung over his shoulder, and without turning back he answered, yes. Valerie asked during those final moments of preparation, before you go during that interrogation, can you at least tell me the trick to solving it? To which Li Chial replied, didn't you say I should figure it out myself? Valerie frowned, her expression twisted in annoyance. You really are stubborn to the very end, I give up on you. But unable to stay mad at him, she offered some words of encouragement. Be careful out there, Tohamsan Mountain is pretty dangerous. Li Chial replied, I know, even though it's a sacred mountain, it's special in a lot of ways. Valerie stood up, pointing as she lectured, you'd better stay away from the historical ruins. I heard one of the disciples from Bulguksa temple went missing recently. You never know when you'll get tangled up with spirits or phantoms and end up cursed. Do you even have any idea how terrifying curses are? Monsters can show up there too. Li Chial waited blankly for her to finish before speaking up. Calm down, Valerie, are you actually worried about me right now? At that moment, Valerie's face flushed red with embarrassment. What? Li Qiao looked at the flustered, embarrassed expression on her face and gave a soft cough, prompting a defensive outburst from Valerie. Worried? Who the hell is worried about an insolent brat like you? I'm going to go out and have a blast. Li Qiao replied, thank you, Valerie, I'm heading out now. Seeing him wave goodbye, Valerie asked in surprise, you're actually going? Before immediately making a promise right then and there. When I'm done with my work, I'll swing by. Li Qiao waved goodbye, looking back over his shoulder to make a promise of his own. Let's grab some fried chicken together when that happens. A little while later, Li Qiao arrived at Tohamson Mountain, wiped the sweat from his face and muttered to himself, it's almost been 2 hours since I entered Tohamson Mountain. Looking at the map, Li Qiao let out a weary sigh, glancing between the parchment and his surroundings. Even though this map was made over 1,000 years ago and I knew the terrain might have changed, it's definitely way harder to find than I thought. He let out a frustrated sigh. It's pretty brute force, but since I've gotten so good at using my demon eyes, I can keep them active for a really long time. Despite how hard it was to find, Li Qiao couldn't just give up halfway, so he fumbled along the path marked on the map, wondering to himself as he noticed 3 orange-red threads along his way, acting almost like a guiding trail. Combining his observations of the external landscape with the map, he just kept walking until he spotted an orange-amber vortex. Discovering it, Li Qiao silently guessed, no way. He placed his hand on the nearest stone and felt it, realizing with excitement, this really is the place. A pale aquamarine aura surrounded him as Li Qiao stood up and shouted aloud, bowing. That blue light wrapped around the area around him, shining brightest right at the circle beneath his feet. The light clung to the grass and the stones scattered around, after which Li Qiao reeled the light back in and deduced, this is the sealed door leading to the tomb. Now I just need to channel my mana in the exact order of the other constellations on the stone tablet. Li Qiao touched a stone slab, blue energy radiating to envelop both his body and the rock as he began the door-opening ritual, starting from the north and moving clockwise. But before long, he realized too late, this drains an insane amount of mana. Li Qiao pulled his hand away. Looking frustrated, this is not easy at all. A little later, as dusk began to fall, Li Qiao resolutely placed his hand back onto the stone slab for one final attempt, muttering to himself, this is the last part. Right after that, the earth and sky shook violently, making it hard for Li Qiao to even stay on his feet. The internal energy surging from the stone made the world spin as a blinding aquamarine light burst forth. Li Qiao raised an arm to shield his face, wondering, what the hell is happening all of a sudden? He hugged his backpack to his chest, thinking to himself, why is there such an insane level of mana? Could it be that the mana of Tohamson Mountain accumulated over a huge span of time and then got triggered by my own mana? The internal energy felt like an explosion, sending Li Qiao crashing to the ground. He hugged his backpack as he stood back up, dusting off his clothes and his bag, and letting out a sigh of relief. I thought I was a goner for a second. Everything around him was pitch black, so dark he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face, prompting Li Qiao to look around and mutter, I can't see a thing. He had drained his mana down to the absolute limit, so even his demon eyes were useless. He dug a flashlight out of his backpack, switched it on, and said, good thing I can't sense any hostile presence or movement. Sweeping the flashlight beam around to observe his surroundings, Li Qiao suddenly illuminated a bronze statue of a soldier with a ferocious expression, sculpted with extremely high craftsmanship, making him jump and almost think he was being attacked. Li Qiao evaluated the area, thinking, with a scale like this, there's no way in hell this is just some ordinary ancient tomb. He shined his flashlight onto a stone tablet and read it, discovering that the inscription stated they had bought the land from the local deity to use as a burial site. If modern shamans saw this, they'd probably foam at the mouth from shock. Shifting the light to another stone tablet covered in cursive Chinese-style calligraphy whose flowing, dragon-like strokes gave off a unique artistic vibe, he thought, what about this one? Li Qiao read the inscription, King Wu Li Xian of the Li family lived to be 122 years old and rests here. Following that, he was surprised to notice the text stating, all the living and the dead who wish to step foot in this place turn back. Li Qiao felt a mix of anxiety and unease, thinking, this is a warning. He read on, beyond here lies only darkness. And then he couldn't help wondering, is there actually something inside? Seeing that the energy situation was relatively stable, Li Qiao muttered to himself, my mana has recovered a little bit. Let's try using my demon eyes. No sooner thought than done, he used his demon eyes to scan his surroundings and of course, he gained nothing from it. He put a hand to his face and groaned, "I can't see anything, it's like crashing headfirst into a giant wall, just a sharp pain. I've never experienced anything like this." Continuing to think, he recalled, "In my past life the eldest brother said he hid the location of this place and all records were kept strictly confidential, except for Dark Night." Li Qiao wondered, why would he do that? Was it out of guilt for disturbing the eternal slumber of our ancestors? But he immediately dismissed the thought. No, if that were the case, he should have hidden the fact that it was ever excavated in the first place. Li Qiao fell deep into thought, noting how unlike the eldest brother's usual style, the information had been leaked in such a suspicious manner. If I assume this was an intentional trap. Suddenly, a noise drew his attention, and Li Qiao turned toward the source of the sound. There, a multitude of flames drifted out from out of nowhere, and two statues with ferocious expressions were closing in on him. Li Qiao panicked, realizing, the Vajra statues, are they moving? The two furious statues shouted loudly, "Human, leave this place." Li Qiao gripped his sword tightly, falling silent in thought. I've never heard of there being guardians here. Besides, they aren't high-level monsters or spiritual beasts, so how are they emitting psychic waves? He was baffled as even his demon eyes couldn't see anything. Are they moving without using any power at all? Immediately, Li Qiao dismissed the thought. That's impossible. Something caught his attention. A cluster of light with sparkling dots resembling pearls strung together. He stared at it, wondering. But before he had time to dwell on it, the statue lunged forward to attack. Li Qiao reacted quickly, dodging just in time, and as he backed away a few steps, he thought to himself, "Damn it, if I just had a little more time, I would have been fine." He planted the balls of his feet to steady himself and calculated quickly. A drawn-out battle was out of the question if he wanted to win with the scraps of mana he had left. He had to charge straight in, so Li Qiao rushed toward the two statues. They issued another warning, "Get out of here." But before they could press the attack again, they were blocked by some unseen force. Li Qiao confirmed his theory, "Just as I thought, their movements are crude and simple." He swung his sword, executing the technique Heartless Single Form, and as he slashed downward it was slaying demons. The two statues let out miserable cries. Li Qiao calculated, if I try to stretch the distance, I'll be the one at a disadvantage. Knowing this, he tried to shorten the fight to the absolute minimum. A statue struck at him and lacking time to block, he hurriedly dodged. When the second statue swung down, he used his sword to block it. But looking at the disparity in strength, it was clear Li Qiao was struggling immensely against that physical blow. He used rigid chi technique Yama. Crimson threads instantly bound the two bronze statues tightly, just as Li Qiao and the two statues were locked in a fierce clash. Right as he prepared to swing his sword to deliver the finishing blow, both statues suddenly collapsed to the ground. Li Qiao thought to himself, is my mana spent? It's hard to keep it running. Glancing at what lay on the ground, he rolled his wrists and let out a sigh of relief. If I can breathe, that means air is still circulating, and the Vajra statues aren't even damaged. Right after that, the two statues automatically chanted, "Leave this place." To Li Qiao's utter astonishment, he felt irritated. What a pain, my mana is recovering but it's still not enough to keep fighting. He checked with his demon eyes, knowing he still needed to focus just to be safe. Furthermore, glowing clusters linked together were right inside their chests, the exact same thing he had seen earlier. A deduction immediately popped into his head. Could it be? Li Qiao drew a different sword, thinking, if it really is them, I have to use Dark Night to slash straight through to the core in a single blow. When they saw him draw the pitch-black sword, the two statues started talking amongst themselves. The first statue asked, "What's that?" The second statue replied, "It's a pitch-black sword. A totally black sword." In unison, they exclaimed, "That's our friend," before apologizing frantically, "Sorry, sorry." Thanks to his demon eyes, Li Qiao could see right into their inner minds, assessing that beings who liked playing with animals or kids or pulling mischievous pranks belonged to the mystic fairy race. He drew his sword, pointed it up, and demanded, "What the hell kind of game are you playing right in the middle of a fight?" The two statues replied, "That sword is terrifying. We're sorry." They continued, "Instead, we'll heal you." Immediately, they projected rays of light onto his body and Li Qiao felt his injuries healing rapidly. Li Qiao asked, "So why are you guys here?" They answered, "We don't know, we won't tell." He started threatening them. "I suddenly feel like swinging this thing around. Do you want to answer nicely or not?" they wailed, a scary human. Then the two statues began to explain, we made a pact, for 1,000 years, it's been over 1,000 years. Hearing this, Li Qiao found it strange since mystic beings were supposed to live in harmony with nature, yet he spoke up, it must have been tough since you've been guarding this place ever since then. Receiving his encouragement and comfort, the two statues touched him with their words of thanks. Thank you. As long as you aren't holding that sword, you're a good person. By the way, is that thing actually a sword? Li Qiao asked further, whose pact did you sign anyway? The person holding that black sword, should we say it? We can probably say it. Their hair and eyes were the same color, that's right. They agreed and said, the one we made a pact with is the person who went inside there. We were in so much pain, but that person said if we guarded this place, they would protect us too. The two statues pointed at a tightly sealed door nearby. Li Qiao asked, protect you from what? We said, the scary thing, the thing that can't die, terrifying, incredibly terrifying. Li Qiao suddenly remembered, so you attacked me because you thought I was one of them too. Remembering that the mountain caretaker had said something similar, Li Qiao resolved, in the end, I have no choice but to go in. The two statues said, if you want to enter, you must prove it with blood. Only those who are permitted may enter. Following their advice, Li Qiao used his Dark Knight sword to cut a gash across his palm. Blood oozed out as he pressed his hand against the center of the double doors where sunken patterns were carved. The blood soaked in, and the carvings instantly stood out clearer than ever before. The door opened effortlessly, revealing pitch-black darkness inside that stretched out into an abyssal depth. Li Qiao stepped inside, whispering, all right, let's go. Back in the laboratory, Valerie slumped over her desk, letting out a heavy sigh. There's still so much research to do, so why is this happening? She groaned in frustration. Today is a total write-off. I should just order some fried chicken. When she opened her phone to place the order, a beep-beep warning sound emitted from the computer monitor. Valerie turned back to look. Is that the detector alarm? Glancing at the map on the screen, a red dot suddenly appeared at a central point in the city of Jeonju. Staring at it in disbelief, she muttered, red means a gate breach. How the hell could a monster breach happen in the Jeonju area? Is the machine glitching? But then her expression gradually turned dead serious. Staring intently at the monitor, Valerie cried out in shock, no way, 5 gates opening at the same time. She jumped to her feet, typing furiously on her keyboard. Could it be because of that kid? But checking other regions showed everything operating completely normally, bringing her a brief wave of relief. No, wait, quite the opposite. The mountain's mana signature was still identical to before. She immediately packed her gear and left. This wasn't the time to stay calm. Even if Jeonju had a low civilian population, it was still extremely dangerous. Valerie hurried out of the room, failing to notice that the area she had just checked, which previously showed no abnormal signals, began sprouting red dots right after she left. Those red dots spread like a virus at a terrifying exponential rate, covering almost the entire map in the blink of an eye. Li Qiao walked while looking around, thinking to himself that this was no ordinary graveyard. After walking for a bit, he spotted an old bookshelf, and stepping closer to rummage through it, he found what he had come down here for. The book titled Records of the Dark Knight. Even though he needed it, his instincts told him there was something even better here. Li Qiao's heart pounded with joy as he felt dark qi vibrating all around him, making it feel like his heart was about to leap out of his chest from excitement. Walking forward, Li Qiao felt a strange sensation wash over his body. While still dazed, he looked ahead, and unexpectedly spotted a white-haired old man clutching a sword tightly in his arms. Unsure whether it was a hallucination or a genuine spirit, Li Qiao could sense a surging vitality radiating from the old man. Li Qiao verified his surroundings with his own eyes. Feeling shocked by what he saw, mural paintings plastered all over with talismans and golden threads. Failing to understand why so many seals were necessary, he muttered, what on earth are they sealing away? Following the golden threads, he discovered a gap in the seals, and grew alarmed upon seeing that many of the threads had snapped. As those threads broke, Li Qiao watched countless streams of dark qi gush out and converge toward the old man, while other torrents of dark qi surged straight at him. Caught off guard, Li Qiao was completely surrounded by the dark qi streams as they slowly dragged him under. A moment later, Li Qiao found a mirror placed inside his room, and looking into it, he saw a child with sad eyes and a completely lifeless expression, realizing silently that it was his past self from his previous life. Li Qiao reminisced, flashing back to scenes of being beaten and tortured simply for living in that lifetime. At that time, he had wondered why he had to endure such things and how he could escape from it all. Li Qiao recalled the scene of his family's female servant being fired for embezzling household funds when she had sneered, "What is the young master going to do without me?" Only for a cold voice to cut her off. "That is none of your business." Li Qiao thought that no words suited the embezzling servant better, and he never saw her again. At that moment, the old man with white hair looked at Li Qiao and told him not to worry, reassuring him that he wouldn't break down so easily. Even as he was being dragged away, he tried to comfort the boy by saying he would be back shortly after cleaning up the room. But Li Qiao knew he would never be able to come back. Right then, someone told him, "Go ahead, he will keep this a secret." Yet people within the clan would still come looking for him. He said that the boy would find his life again. Running wildly, Li Qiao thought to himself that he couldn't protect the maid, couldn't protect his uncle, and would even have to throw away his name and live like a fugitive. Li Qiao asked, "Why is the Lai bloodline so wretched?" He knew these were scars from his past life, the most fragile parts of his subconscious. Li Qiao clenched his fists and wondered why he was being shown these things. Even though he had been sent back to the past, this remained an undeniable truth, an agonizing past from his previous life that he had never turned away from. Those very memories were the sheer will that kept Li Qiao alive until now, to ensure he would never have what mattered most stolen and stripped away from him again. He broke out of the illusion and saw the creature sealed away within those bones. Li Qiao's head felt like it was about to split open. He caught glimpses of scenes and heard the words of the old man, telling him to prepare for the generations to come and seal him away alongside that thing. The other person immediately tried to stop him. Li Qiao was startled, feeling a sensation identical to when he absorbed memories using the endless dark qi, and he thought to himself, "Did I swallow the energy of that thing?" The old man explained that he was merely a bystander who would appear one day and carry what was in his heart. He declared that a child chosen by the Dark Knight would be born, and that child would become the hope. Handing the other person a stone tablet, he instructed, "Create this and scatter it into the world." A child guided by the prophecy of the stone tablet would come seeking it, and say that he would help free him from this burden. As the flashback ended, Li Qiao violently vomited that filthy substance. He hadn't expected everything to be this difficult. Sitting down on the dirt ground, Li Qiao leaned heavily on his sword and gasped for breath, thinking, "What on earth just happened?" His hand clutched his left chest as he felt something turning slightly ominous. It was magic seemingly spreading all over Li Qiao's body, and he could vividly feel that the dark qi, which had previously only pooled around his heart, was now diffusing evenly throughout his entire physique, making his frame noticeably larger than before. He gently opened his palm, letting jet-black magical energy emanate and cast an even denser dark aura than before. Li Qiao clenched his fist tightly. "What in the world is this?" He snapped up to his feet, fixing his gaze on the figure sitting atop the well. This place wasn't a burial ground, but rather a sealing chamber, and their ancestors had waited an eternity for a descendant to find this place. Could they have been waiting for me? Li Qiao gripped his sword tightly. Even having reached the pinnacle of martial realms, could a mortal truly read destiny over 1,000 years into the future? There was something. He slowly straightened his attire. But now, Li Qiao solemnly turned toward that senior predecessor and bowed respectfully, saying, "Please forgive this junior for the disrespectful delay in paying my respects." Raising his hands in a gesture of profound reverence, he added, "As a descendant of the Li family, I pay my deepest respects to my ancestor." Bowing low once more, Li Qiao continued, "Though it is far too late following the Immortals' arrangement, I have finally found this place. From now on, allow me to shoulder this burden." The predecessor did not utter a word, but his body slowly faded away, leaving behind only a single outer robe as he murmured, "May the 9 Abysses ancestor rest in peace." That robe drifted gently toward where he was kneeling. Catching it, Li Qiao smiled wryly and muttered, "It's almost like receiving a gift." "Very well, I gladly accept." Time lost all meaning in this pitch-black, deserted void as Li Qiao's footsteps echoed steadily, accompanied by a voice ringing out, "We're out, we actually did it. This is amazing, truly amazing." That voice lingered as his figure strode further in. Thank you, my good friend, the promise has finally been fulfilled. Can we leave now? Li Qiao glanced briefly at those glowing wisps and nodded. Yeah, you've all tried hard enough, good work. Hearing those words, the glowing specks instantly darted across the air, chiming, Thank you, we're all healed up now too. Thanks to our good friend here, let's play again later. Watching the wisps depart and leave the space desolate once more, Li Qiao sighed. They leave without even bothering to clean up a thing. He gave a helpless chuckle, wondering if reporting this back to the clan later would turn out alright since all the spirits had run off and left the place in shambles. Li Qiao grabbed his backpack and slung it over his shoulder, muttering, well, they'll figure out how to handle it themselves. Suddenly, a stream of magical energy converged right in front of him where clearly no door had existed moments ago. Could this be the way out? Without overthinking it, Li Qiao stepped straight into the center of that magical current. He felt as though he were plunging into an endless void, and within a split second, Li Qiao landed heavily with a painful thud. Sitting up while rubbing his head, he grumbled, Good grief, I'll never get used to this. Li Qiao looked up at the sky and suddenly realized, has it really already grown bright? Yet he froze, sensing an unnatural presence in the air. Because of this, Li Qiao drew his sword and dropped into a combat-ready stance. He took a slight step back, his boots crunching loudly against the tall grass. Formed in a circle around him were hooded figures with obscured faces. Trapped right in the center, Li Qiao gripped his sword with utmost vigilance, thinking, Who are these bastards? If it weren't for my intuition, I wouldn't have even noticed them. Suddenly, something hurtled toward him at breakneck speed, making him flinch. That projectile directly shattered a nearby boulder. With lightning-fast reflexes, Li Qiao leaped a good distance away to dodge the flying arrow. He heightened his guard even further and shouted, Who's there? What are you monsters? They acted like a pack of unhinged maniacs wearing eerie, pale expressions, screeching, Found it, the fragments. Piece by piece, peel off the mask, peel it off, peel it away. The chaotic noise momentarily silenced Li Qiao, sounding like a bizarre voice spoken by multiple people at once as he stammered, What? His eyes widened wide as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. The flowing aura clearly belonged to a monster's demonic power, yet the presence it gave off was unmistakably human. Without a shred of hesitation, they lunged forward, yelling, The gate is open. How can a human possibly be in there? One of them charged straight at him wielding a massive tree trunk, brandishing what looked like a great free mask. Li Qiao gritted his teeth and slashed viciously through the air with a curse, damn it. His sword arc struck directly against the oncoming tree trunk. Seeing the trunk take 0 damage, Li Qiao was utterly stunned, thinking, how on earth did he swing something like that? This isn't something a normal human could ever wield. Only then did he examine the creature's face closer, dull, grayish-blue skin and pig-like facial features, an orc. But Li Qiao immediately dismissed the thought upon closer inspection, realizing, no, not an orc. It's a human wearing orc skin. Why would a human wear orc skin? Amidst his thoughts, the creature let out an irritating shriek and lunged closer. Something flashed from behind the tree trunk attack, shooting straight for him. Li Qiao swiftly tilted his body to evade the oncoming strike, while simultaneously swinging his sword upward. With blinding reflexes, he batted away the poisoned shuriken flying toward him. The poison dart was deflected far away, and he finally figured out how the bastard had launched it. Whatever kind of freaks these were, this place wasn't ideal for handling such large numbers. With that thought, Li Qiao poured his power straight into his sword, sending a violent shockwave through the surrounding space as he roared, Chi Art Ba Luo. Capitalizing on the chaos he had created, he zipped away from the spot at top speed. As he ran, Li Qiao thought to himself that he needed to change locations first. The sky still hadn't fully brightened, yet over the desolate mountain forest, where a figure wearing a white mask stood silently observing from atop a towering rock formation. With jet black hair and golden eyes, the figure spoke in a terrifying voice, descendant of Sungmu. I rushed here because the tomb gate opened, but what on earth was that thing? You damn bastard, how hateful. Oh, you souls who have attained true freedom, I will help you peel away that very last remaining mask. The mountain forest trembled as a grotesque sound echoed through the air. As the dawn began to break across the sparse woods, Li Qiao ran until he was completely out of breath, thinking, about 30 enemies. They're clearly human, yet they're wielding monster strength. It's impossible to tell whether humans turned into monsters or vice versa. Fortunately, they weren't moving in an organized fashion, and their patrol routes frequently crossed over one another. Although they wielded human weapons, their movements were clumsy like rookies who only knew how to rush in blindly. As for the rest of the information, I'll just capture one alive and find out myself. Currently in his hand was a shield, one of the rewards he received from sparring with the Sixth Sister, the masterpiece grade sacred shield Ansel. Even though it was a heavenly grade shield with the legend of being granted by the Lord to Numa Pompilius, the second king of Rome, the replica forged by divine command was rated as a masterpiece grade, which he had managed to absorb during his time in Valerie's workshop. From right ahead, the bastard charged forward at blistering speed, vanishing from sight for a split second before leaping into the air with a shrill scream, bringing down a lethal strike aimed at ending Li Qiao. Reacting swiftly, Li Qiao blocked the blow head-on with his shield, while his sword-wielding hand neatly hacked off the enemy's arm. This opportunistic window was a result of Li Qiao's pre-trained reflexes. Having severed the man's arm, he followed up with a flurry of sword strikes that left the assailant bleeding continuously. The moment Li Qiao brought down one enemy, the rest of them swarmed him all at once. Li Qiao's gaze was ice cold as their attack pattern shifted into a coordinated assault, making him wonder, have they still not completely lost their minds? His shield began to glow with an abnormal radiance, but it didn't matter. Li Qiao spun around, unleashing a classic wave of light from his shield that blasted them backward, while simultaneously slashing and spinning with his sword. Naturally, the enemies were thoroughly battered, not a single one spared. Spattering blood hit the ground right before the remaining onlookers, as Li Qiao braced himself to welcome the second wave. If they won't come to me, I'll go to them. He bolted forward like a flash of lightning wrapped in surging green energy. A short while later, back in the same forest, Li Qiao had effortlessly bound 3 of them up, remarking, "I've snapped their arms and legs so there's no way they can pull any stunts now." He fell into deep thought as he observed them more closely. Their eyes were murky and clouded, and the aura emitting from them belonged to monsters. It didn't look like mere contamination, but rather some form of brainwashing or curse. Cautiously reaching out a hand, Li Qiao muttered, "I need to try channeling magic into them and see." Suddenly, a wave of sound echoed from afar, ringing so deafeningly loud that he had to clutch his ears in agony, thinking, what on earth is this sound? That horrific wave of noise violently shook the 3 bound captives. Their masks suddenly melted away, dripping ooze down onto their garments, and in an instant they somehow summoned extraordinary strength to snap their ropes completely. Li Qiao raised his eyes to follow the massive shadow looming over him, freezing in place momentarily as the 3 creatures seemingly fused into one, forming an indescribably huge body, while he muttered, "What on earth is this?" Scene change, Valerie was hovering high in the air, scanning the ground below and wondering, why is it so quiet? She looked from one direction to another from above. A short while later, Valerie landed gracefully and strolled down the deserted street. She suddenly halted, looking bewildered at the sight before her. Ahead of her was a churning gate from which absolutely nothing was coming out. A sudden gust of air flickered past Valerie's eyelashes. Is this meant to intentionally cause a magic imbalance to create a terrifying gate? There's a limit to being crazy. Looking around anxiously, she found it completely incomprehensible that a gate meant for terror would be this dead silent. Valerie stopped once more as she felt another strange sensation. Wait, what is this? Isn't this a regular gate? The pathway looks a lot like a teleportation magic circle, doesn't it? Valerie's expression darkened, her eyebrows knitted tightly in deep thought as she murmured, "Is this just a one-way passage across to here?" Right at that moment, another stream of aura grazed the top of her head, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain from her. Clutching her head with a dizzy expression, she muttered, "This isn't magic, it's beyond my comprehension. I can't completely decode it right now. I have to go check out other places." With that, she cautiously took flight, circling across the entire street. Passing through a certain area, Valerie spotted a crowd surrounding a magical gate and wondered, has the military already arrived? She ducked quietly behind a large wall, debating, should I just charge in and say I want to inspect the gate? But she quickly dismissed the idea, thinking, no, the fact that I'm in South Korea hasn't been made public yet, and Master told me not to reveal my identity either. So what on earth is that thing? Unable to linger for long, she turned back hurriedly, deciding she needed to head home and research it further first. A short while later, Valerie sprawled out exhaustedly on the sofa, thinking, now that the tension's gone and I'm relaxing, I'm suddenly starving. I really want some fried chicken. Her eyes were suddenly drawn to her computer screen, causing her to bounce right back up. Could there be another gate? Rushing back to her desk, she stared intently at the computer monitor. What in the world is this? This is the first time I've ever seen this mana frequency. What on earth are these things? The gates are red, the monsters are black, so why is this gray? Why is it showing unknown like this? Her fingers flew across the computer keys. There are a total of 31 mana frequencies that I don't recognize. Wait, could it be? Valerie's eyes suddenly lit up. It's these guys, they're either the ones who crossed through the gate or the ones who created it. And that very realization made her blurt out, that bastard Li Qiao clearly said he was going to Tohamson Mountain. The yellow dots indicate people who possess demon eyes. After scanning for a moment, Valerie's expression clearly revealed her intense anxiety. This is dangerous. Right now, Li Qiao was clashing with that giant monster, and it had even transformed into a beast. He observed the creature and began to quietly evaluate it. It looked somewhat like a lizardman, yet had slight differences. It clearly had the body of a monster, but the way its mana moved resembled a human. Its tail lashed out suddenly, delivering a terrifying strike that forced Li Qiao to quickly throw himself back to dodge. At first, it felt like he was trying to mimic a monster's fighting style, but now it felt as natural as if he had reclaimed his own original body. On top of that, it even fought just like a human. Yet there was some spell suppressing things right inside his body. Damn it, my mana is being suppressed. And even the hand holding my sword won't budge. An endless aura surged forward the moment he let his guard down, rushing in to strike him hard, sending Li Qiao flying from the impact and crashing straight into a nearby large tree. Even splintering parts of the trunk, Li Qiao panted heavily, damn it. Beneath his feet was a puddle of slime clinging tightly. When did that slime get there? Is my mana being drained? Could this be energy absorption? Li Qiao clicked his tongue and immediately kicked the disgusting mass away. What a pain. The monster stood still without any intention of attacking. It didn't charge in right away like before, its intelligence had definitely increased. If it won't come to me, I'll go to it. With that thought, Li Qiao's eyes suddenly glowed. Mana welled up as he charged forward like a god, executing his specialized rigid chi technique, Swift Wind, leaving a decisive sword arc flashing horizontally across its body. After landing the blow, Li Qiao smirked. I sliced straight into the core but before he could finish his thought, his eyes widened in utter shock. Not only was the monster completely fine, but it swung its massive tail straight at him. Li Qiao spotted the slash mark on its body. Has it already regenerated? The slime uses energy absorption, the lizardman regenerates, and the wailing of the wraith suppresses mana. Facing a situation like this that he had never heard of in either his past or present life made him grind his teeth in frustration. I don't give a damn about the amount of mana or whatever else. Li Qiao swept his arm out decisively and shouted at the top of his lungs, I'll cut down everything. Mystical blue energy condensed and was unleashed right toward it, a technique known as balling. The monster was left reeling and dizzy from taking the continuous barrage of energy. Right behind it, Li Qiao shot forward like a deity, a fierce killing intent flashing deep within his eyes. Let's see if you can regenerate once your head is separated from your neck. With that, Li Qiao slashed directly through the monster's neck, sending its head flying. The body dropped to the ground with a heavy thud, leaving Li Qiao momentarily frozen as he heard a strange sound. What is that noise? He spun around in a start with a pale face. Could there still be leftovers? Yet the sight before him left him even more dumbfounded as something suddenly burst into flames. What the? Seeing it close in, Li Qiao gritted his teeth. Impact was imminent. Right after that, an earth-shattering explosion echoed out. Amidst the ruins left by the blast, the ground and rocks in the area were cracked and fractured. A foot wearing traditional clogs appeared. Stepping forward with an air of absolute confidence, the great lady has arrived. She appeared like a savior and proclaimed, Li Qiao, I'm here to help. Are you all right? He fell into a brief daze. Aside from almost getting killed by you just now, I'm doing just fine. Li Qiao sighed and continued, couldn't you have landed a bit more gently? Valerie laughed and waved a hand dismissively. Is that how you talk to someone who came running out of worry? He looked suspicious. Weren't you trying to assassinate me? She asked foolishly. Aren't you still uninjured? Seeing Valerie turn away with a laugh, Li Qiao felt a surge of resentment inwardly. I'm sorry, goddess, for ever comparing you to this madwoman. She pointed ahead and asked, more importantly, what on earth are those things? Lichial answered flatly. The enemy. Hearing that, Valerie replied helplessly, I can see that. But they turned from humans into monsters. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? He nodded seriously. I'm telling the truth, until just a moment ago they were still in human form. Hearing this, she irritably argued, I keep telling you that kind of absurd thing is. Suddenly, the enemy emitted a deafening, ear-piercing screech. True enough, the sound caused both of them to grab their ears in agony. What the hell is this? And Valerie herself felt the mana within her churn. Was my mana system just shaken? Li Qiao immediately dropped into a combat stance. Let's talk later, Valerie, can you capture them alive? Startled by the request, she blinked. I suppose so. The moment a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, he declared, I need to capture 2 of them alive. When I give the signal, make your move. Before Valerie could even process what was happening, wait, why are you? Li Qiao brushed it off and charged straight in. His hand gripped his sword tightly, channeling extraordinary energy. If it's an aura that can even grasp spiritual entities. Li Qiao executed the rigid chi technique, Yama, directly lashing out with crimson threads that wrapped tightly around the opponent's body. It's time, he whipped around and spoke up just as Valerie swiftly raised her magic wand. A magnificent formation burst forth right above its head. The 6th rank sealing magic 100-square array. Conjuring talismans with supreme confidence, she chanted, when it comes to dealing with evil spirits, incantations are always best. Obey the law as commanded. With those words, a terrifying, swirling torrent of energy continuously erupted from Valerie's hands. Right at that moment, Li Qiao used his own magic. Only the slime remained. Even if it has special abilities, a slime is still just a slime. Thinking this, he decisively swung his fist and punched hard into the mass of sludge right beneath his feet. Li Qiao's hand plunged through the muck, firmly grasping a blue gem, and decisively yanked it out of the vile sludge. Looking at it, he let out a brief breath of relief. Li Qiao handed it over to her and said, hold onto this for me. Valerie looked displeased. Why would you take this thing? He replied, because I might need Valerie to analyze it. She let out a sigh. I'll take your word for it for now, besides that there's something else. He replied, because I might need Valerie to analyze it. She let out a sigh. I'll take your word for it for now, besides that there's something else. After Valerie recounted everything, the sky outside had already grown completely bright. She asked, so spatial gates appeared in the center of Jeonju? That's right, artificial gates. Valerie turned serious. But they aren't normal gates, they're more like pathways. Li Qiao crossed his arms calmly. How is that any different from a teleportation array? She carefully and clearly explained, a teleportation array requires preparation at both point A and point B, much like 2 people reaching out to grasp each other's hands. But this time is different. It unilaterally teleports instantly from point A to point B. And what's more, it does so using a spatial gate rather than any other method. Valerie rubbed her chin with an extremely grave expression. With current human technology, no, that's simply impossible. Valerie stared directly at the headless monster carcass. She continued, while the underlying principle of how the gates themselves are generated has been figured out, putting that principle into practice is impossible. With humanity's current technology, it's simply a feat that cannot be executed. Hearing this, Li Qiao fell into deep thought. If she went so far as to say that, it really must be impossible. There were countless powers in this world that defied logical explanation. Even so, he never expected that even Valerie's analytic eyes wouldn't be able to grasp the exact theory behind it. Valerie had rubbed her wand after verifying the gates and returned to her workshop, only for her detector to pick up something very strange, which was why she had turned back and headed straight here. Li Qiao looked over at the monster's corpse. The detector probably picked up these guys. Valerie still wondered, then what on earth are these things? He answered cautiously and concisely, like I said earlier, they're humans who turned into monsters. With a face more serious than ever, she snapped, hey, what kind of nonsense have you been spouting this whole time? If you said they were golems or something similar, I could understand. Didn't you just fall under some kind of magical illusion? Li Qiao let out a helpless sigh. Do you really think my eyes can't tell the difference? That's why I wanted Valerie to see the things I just caught with her own eyes. And check this lizardman's corpse for yourself. Valerie let out a sigh. Did he really fall under a hallucination spell? Reluctantly, she went along with him. Fine, let me take a look. Valerie's eyes turned cloudy and dull, radiating an indescribably cold perception. After inspecting it with her mana, she stated, this is just a monster. If you look purely at its abilities, it's quite special, but at the end of the day, it's still a monster. It's not like monsters that transform into human shapes don't exist, but this one is just a lizardman. Its mana system is weird and it has special abilities, that's all. But Li Qiao abruptly cut her off. However, there are also cases where individuals in a human state get mixed up with monsters. Come over here and take a look at this. The sky was now fully illuminated, bathing the entire forest in bright light. He gently brushed aside some tree leaves to lead the way for Valerie. This way. However, Li Qiao suddenly froze, startled by something he noticed. Right in front of him lay the corpse of an ordinary monster, unguarded. Hey, this is just a goblin. The moment she knelt down to observe it, Li Qiao remained stunned. When I took it down, it clearly still had a human shape. As Valerie was casting her inspection spell, she suddenly discovered something, and looked down at the goblin's feet. Wait, why is this thing on a monster's feet? She herself recognized the footprint patterns from when it was still human. Along with the clothes it was wearing, visible traces showing it had once been a person. Valerie's brows furrowed instantly. Could it actually be true? She slowly stood up and said gravely, I'll need to investigate this further. I've collected enough samples, so I'll look into it on my own. Li Qiao asked once more, do you believe me now? She scratched her head awkwardly. Since these monsters are all bizarre anyway, the evidence is already sufficient. For now, it's best to incinerate all the corpses. Then she asked, have you taken care of all of them? He lowered his gaze and answered nonchalantly, yes, I handled all 30 of them. Valerie panicked upon hearing that. Huh, wasn't it 31? I saw 31 unidentified mana sources on the detector earlier. This made him remember, could that flute sound earlier have been? Though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, there seemed to be one more person. And that person was undoubtedly the one who had taken advantage of these transformed humans. Back at Valerie's workshop, Li Qiao opened the door and walked in. Valerie, how did the results turn out? Valerie slowly took off her glasses. I couldn't find much. It's pretty much the same as what I saw with my demon eyes back then. After a brief silence, he called her name. She replied, what? He continued, you remember I won the game of 3Q and A, right? Startled, Valerie slammed her hand down on the desk. I remember, what about it? Li Qiao crossed his arms calmly. Didn't I say that when you lie, it's very easy to tell? Her face soured. You little brat. Valerie snapped, if you knew what I was like back in France, you wouldn't stand here arguing with me. Yeah, I know. Yet she stubbornly insisted, no, it's true, I used to be the famous Rose of the Magic University of Paris. This caused Li Qiao to pause. A rose, weren't you more like a madwoman? Urging her onward, he said, I get it, so stop beating around the bush and just spit it out. Valerie pressed her lips together, her entire body instantly trembling with agitation. Seeing her shake like that, Li Qiao understood. Things were about to get messy. Therefore, he decided to soothe her. How could someone of Valerie's caliber not find anything? No need to stall, I already know how brilliant Valerie is. Hearing that, she was taken aback. Li Qiao awkwardly continued, not only are you the master of analytic eyes, but you also helped me elevate my mana technique realm, and you even deciphered the secret of the stone tablet my ancestors hid. Surely only Valerie could read something like that. After rattling off a long praise, he realized, oh no, that sounded so long-winded it felt like reciting a school textbook passage. She probably isn't annoyed, right? Suddenly, Valerie propped herself up and stood. After his compliments, she crossed her arms with utter confidence. Well, obviously, there's no such thing as something I can't figure out. Seeing this, Li Qiao felt satisfied. Simple enough. Valerie turned serious again. Before I explain, I have a question to ask. Her expression involuntarily shifted. Those mutated freaks that attacked you this time, they were targeting you from the very beginning, weren't they? Li Qiao pondered for a moment. Probably, but since we couldn't communicate, I can't know for sure. But seeing her cut off mid-sentence, Valerie grew even more curious. What did you discover at the place with that stone tablet? Do you know what those people are after? He sat down beside the space she had just mentioned. Wait, were those people? With a calm demeanor, Li Qiao replied, I did gather a few things, but it's a bit hard to explain everything. I trust Valerie, but this matter is different. As you know, that stone tablet belongs to my family. I can't just casually disclose it to anyone. This caused her to fall silent in deep thought for quite a while. He couldn't help wondering slightly why she had asked such a thing. Valerie leaned back in her chair, Keep in mind that this is just my speculation. You can treat it like listening to a sci-fi novel. During the era of war, there was once a massive organization that took part in the Grand Conflict. That war, also known as the World War, began with a large-scale invasion of monsters. But as the war escalated, it stopped being a simple conflict between humans and beasts. Humans, demi-humans, and monsters, their interests and losses all converged in one place, turning the world into a sea of blood. In that blood-soaked era, obeying the call of the times, countless things that had been slumbering beneath the surface emerged into the light. 6 organizations stepped out into the world like that. They were bizarre and deeply mysterious, yet endlessly captivating. Each organization had a different location, form, and unique impact on the world. Because of that eerie commonality, people lumped them together and called them the Six Knights. Valerie sat cross-legged. They're organizations that are very hard to find in history books. Honestly, even that name is just something my master told me about. Even though people grouped them together, I heard they didn't consider each other to be of the same kind. Li Qiao asked. Are you saying the things I encountered belong to one of the organizations you just mentioned? She pressed her lips together and said, among them is an organization called Behemoth. The story I heard from my master sounds quite similar to the tale you told. Their ideology is actually very simple. Break away from rationality. Valerie rubbed her chin. Humans should live by the unconscious or instinct. Li Qiao clicked his tongue. Isn't that the thesis that scholars and thinkers of that era talked about? She nodded. If it stopped there, then yes, human form is ultimately just a mask, and by shedding that mask one can attain true freedom. And to achieve that freedom they reportedly operated in the guise of monsters. This caused him to let out a surprised huh. Valerie explained further, they believed that monsters acting purely on the unconscious were the truest form of living creatures. Hearing this, Li Qiao couldn't help wondering, does that mean they were already turning humans into monsters back then? If there was a precedent, why did Valerie say it was impossible? Addressing his question, she waved a hand dismissively. No, what my master said and what you're saying are different. They talked about people wearing masks or donning mock monster skin, not people actually turning into monsters. Valerie pulled out a cigarette and struck a match. Behemoth believed their ideology was absolutely right. They poured all their effort into spreading it and created a huge following. It was an organization powerful enough to wage war against entire nations. It's still unclear whether those culprits were Behemoth, but some organization definitely targeted you and caused this incident. Hearing that, Li Qiao remained calm. Yes, I know. The cigarette in her hand flared with wisps of white smoke. So what? Valerie asked, what do you plan to do next? To be honest, I'm a bit worried. Retaining his composure, he stated his strategy in a resolute tone. I'll continue my training journey just like before. If I were going to run back to my family just because of an undefined danger, I wouldn't have stepped outside in the first place. Hearing this, Valerie let out an involuntary sigh while the corners of her lips curved into a satisfied smile. Her attitude was calmer than ever. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. Back in his room, Li Qiao examined the cloak hanging on his wardrobe. Looking closely, the garment didn't resemble ordinary clothing in the slightest. He gently rubbed the fabric of the cloak and thought deeply. As expected, this isn't from the temple, and from the very beginning it wasn't made of ordinary cloth. The moment I first put it on, I felt. Accordingly, Li Qiao cautiously put on the cloak, neatly slipping his arms through the sleeve, and wore it over his body. Li Qiao felt extremely comfortable. As expected, the size adjusted automatically. He walked over to the mirror and observed, this isn't bad at all. The elasticity is great, so moving around is super comfortable. Right at that moment, the door suddenly swung open. Valerie barged in from outside, waving cheerfully as she said, let's order some fried chicken for tonight. The moment she spoke was also when she noticed him checking himself out in the mirror. She caught the look in his eyes, and the atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Valerie then burst into a hearty laugh, saying, well, typical for that age, staring in the mirror and spinning around. Is age 15 really like this? She tried to hold it back, asking, when I invited you out to look at clothes last time, was that you? Valerie suddenly dashed right up to Li Qiao and shrieked in horror, what on earth are you wearing? Looking completely clueless, he asked, why are you acting like this? She unexpectedly picked up the cloak to examine the spell patterns closely, muttering, wait, let me see that for a second. When Li Qiao brushed her hand away, Valerie's body suddenly trembled as she gasped, This. Where on earth did you get this? Could you have gone out just to get this thing? Still completely baffled, he asked. Why are you so surprised? You saw it last time. Flustered, she replied. It was dark back then, so I didn't get a good look. Valerie's eyes locked onto the robe. This is definitely heavenly silkworm silk, and these patterns are undoubtedly spell runes, yet I don't feel any magic resistance. Still perplexed, Li Qiao asked, heavenly silkworm silk? She momentarily lowered her gaze. You didn't know. It's a type of silk produced by a spirit beast shaped like a silkworm called the heavenly divine silkworm. As far as I know, it takes decades of grueling effort just to produce a single thread, and yet someone used it to make a coat. Li Qiao hadn't expected it to be this precious. Valerie clicked her tongue. Just precious. If that entire thing is made of heavenly silkworm silk, it's practically a heavenly grade piece of equipment. This caught him completely by surprise as he asked, heavenly grade. Did Valerie misunderstand something? When I examined it with my magic eyes, I didn't sense any special power at all. She waved her hand dismissively. Of course, because heavenly silkworm silk isn't a finished thread in its raw state. Clenching her fist, Valerie continued, heavenly silkworm silk grows together with its master, and it's so extraordinarily rare that spellcasters only ever use it as a spell catalyst, yet here it's woven into a garment. This is a terrifying piece of gear that the history of mankind will never be able to produce again. Pleadingly, she asked, can I try wearing it just once? Li Qiao refused. There's not that much of it to spare. Looking like a starving person yearning for food, Valerie begged, just one thread? No, 2 threads, exactly 2 threads. Seeing her approach, he backed away and said, hold on. A moment later, a sigh of relief escaped Valerie. I can't believe it's already bound to its owner. Hugging the cloak tightly with excitement, she squealed, it's already gained sentience. This is crazy, absolutely insane. Naturally displeased, Li Qiao asked, how long do you plan to keep doing that, Valerie? Hearing this, she hurriedly stammered, right, okay, sorry, I was just finishing up looking. Valerie handed him something and instructed, here, read this. When the book was opened, the inside contained information about the angel silkworm, a spirit beast that feeds on magic power and grows in places where yin and yang are balanced, taking 10 years to hatch an egg and another 20 years to form a cocoon. The silk produced by melting down that cocoon in a spiritual elixir called heavenly spirit water is precisely heavenly silkworm silk. Heavenly silkworm silk possesses sentience, automatically recognizing its master and absorbing magic power. Even if slashed apart by blades, it absorbs magic power to self-heal, remains completely dry when exposed to water, and quickly restores its original state if burned by fire. Li Qiao took the cloak back from her, asking, do items really have consciousness too? Valerie calmly replied, it's slightly different but pretty much the same. Adding, hey, look at this. She pointed to a pattern of runes on the robe. Most importantly, this is limitless equipment and its magic resistance stat is practically 0. Even wrapping yourself in pure mana wouldn't match this level. Letting out a heavy sigh, Valerie muttered, even a third-rate spellcaster could become top tier just by owning this. If it weren't already bound, I would have begged for a single thread. After listening to all that, Li Qiao instinctively looked down at the cloak and thought, I knew it was special, but I had no idea it was to this extent. Valerie asked, what's the name of that outfit? Putting the cloak back on, he replied, Ninhan. The name was inscribed in white patterns on the inner lining of the coat. Ninhan meant Milky Way, and no name could have possibly suited it better. The sword embodied the pitch-black night, while the attire embodied the entire Milky Way. Though not a matching set, they harmonized as if they were meant to be one. Valerie nodded approvingly. You've really gotten your hands on something incredibly valuable. A few days later, in a brightly lit room, a soft voice murmured, translating this took a lot longer than I expected. Li Qiao clutched his head in front of a stack of documents on his desk, especially since they were written in ancient script. If he had given them to Valerie, she could have translated them easily, but since this concerned clan secrets, she couldn't be allowed to see them. Rubbing the back of his neck, he muttered, anyway, getting these books was all thanks to Valerie. Let's try translating it again. The translated sentences suddenly popped into Li Qiao's mind. I leave these lines for posterity. Leaving behind the story of the Dark Knight goes against my father's wishes. This made him ponder, was this written by the second ancestor Li Xiangxian? The book recorded, I cannot guarantee whether this record will be safely passed down to future generations. If someone were to do so, it would be. Reading this, Li Qiao pulled out another bamboo scroll. The rest of the contents were completely intact. Why are only these parts? Except for a few specific words, none of the text is blurred. Did someone intentionally erase them? Did someone raid the tomb even before I did? No, that's impossible, because there were no traces left behind in the ancestor's tomb. A deep, unreadable contemplation settled on his face, especially since the ancestor had written as if anticipating this very thing. The contents written as notes might not survive. Rubbing his chin, Li Qiao continued thinking, the explanations regarding the sword's seals aren't as extensive as I thought, only reaching the level that the eldest brother discovered and made public. Was this written by ancestor Li Xiangxian? No wonder it only records up to seal. Reaching this thought, Li Qiao let out a sigh. Turns out the eldest brother didn't intentionally hide anything after all. Li Qiao's fingers gently brushed across the bamboo book. As he instinctively muttered aloud, the Dark Knight is a sword forged by the gods to sever down to this point. Stunned into silence, Li Qiao thought, did I misread that? A sword forged by the gods. Right at that moment his phone vibrated. What the hell is this? He quickly pulled it out. The name displaying the incoming message startled Li Qiao slightly. Jinsu Jiang, out of nowhere. A text message popped up on the screen. An issue has come up. I'd like to meet with you for a moment. By this time, he had already packed his belongings and started preparing for a new journey, sending a note of gratitude to Valerie. Thanks for everything lately. Smugly puffing out her chest, she replied, of course, researching the magic eyes, deciphering the stone tablet, and even the stuff about the outfit. That was all thanks to me telling you, you know. Watching her act like this, he frowned and thought to himself, here she goes again. Then he sighed, I'll introduce you to some people later. This offer made her slightly curious. Introduce who? He continued. One of them is my aunt. Well, I think the two of you would get along great. Having said that, he turned around to leave, bidding farewell. Well then, I'm heading out. Just as he was about to leave, she immediately called out, wait. Shyly pulling out a gemstone, she offered, take this. It's not like it's anything amazing. Well, actually, it is pretty amazing. It's a stone I poured my heart into making, embedding a spell praying for peace. I'm not sure how effective it is, it's just a simple warding talisman. Accepting the stone, he smiled and replied, thanks, I always end up receiving things from Valerie. Shaking her head in denial, she protested, no, actually I didn't even manage to. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted, what, Valerie too, are you hiding something from me? Looking away shyly, she shook her head and muttered, ah, it's nothing. She thought to herself, I can't possibly tell him. In my thesis on Li Qiao's magic eyes, I named them Ultimate Superhero and Magical Evil Eye True Sight. Remembering that moment, she squirmed with excitement, thinking, if you don't get caught, is it even a crime? He probably didn't read those academic papers anyway. Only magic losers cooped up in their rooms read those, right? Letting out a sigh, he replied, that stings a bit, but let's just assume that's the case. His nonchalant attitude infuriated her, prompting her to point right at his face. I already told you I'm not hiding anything. What do you mean, assume that's the case? She quickly steered the conversation back to the main point. More importantly, what are you planning to do now? He answered, I probably need to head back to Seoul for a bit. Hearing this, she held out her hand and offered, all right then, see you next time. He smiled warmly and shook her hand, saying, thanks again for everything. Scene changed to the outskirts of Seoul. The moment they met, Jinsu Jiang greeted him with a weary expression. Long time no see, young master. Hiro scanned Jinsu Jiang with a probing gaze and asked, you don't look so good, do you? Jinsu Jiang replied, it's just due to a bit too much work. Gesturing toward the interior of the office, he said, please, this way. Looking slightly embarrassed, he added, I'm a bit ashamed to let you see this state, but everything is gradually getting on track. Observing around, Li Qiao thought to himself, it's a bit small for an office. I thought the investment capital was enough. But the employees' expressions look really good. Noticing him standing in deep contemplative observation, Jinsu Jiang turned back and asked, are you a bit disappointed? He answered, at first I was, but now I think I understand. Did you deliberately start out small like this? Jinsu Jiang nodded and elaborated, yes, exactly. Bringing out 2 cups of tea, he continued, when you said you needed money, I thought long and hard about whether you wanted immediate short-term profits, or if you wanted to build an organization with a solid foundation. That's why I recruited people who have knowledge and talent but lack practical combat experience. I plan to nurture them step by step so they can handle major business deals later. We haven't achieved anything massive yet, but we're growing slowly and steadily. Observing him, Li Qiao thought to himself, Even though I handed him a huge sum of money, it looks like he chose to reinforce the foundation. And that's precisely what I wanted. The corners of his mouth curved up into a satisfied smile. Jinsu Jiang brought his hands together in front of his chest and asked, "Was I being too presumptuous?" He replied, "I told you before, just do as you please. Even if you haven't seen any concrete results yet, just keep walking the path you believe is right." Seeing the worried look on the man's face, he thought to himself, if I praise him for doing well, he'll just double down on this direction. It's best to let him unleash his full potential without any pointless constraints holding him back. Examining a stack of documents, he asked, "By the way, what are all these papers?" He answered, "These are documents to launder the black market funds and turn them into your legitimate assets. Since the sum isn't small, this process is mandatory. Please review and sign them for me." Inspecting them for a moment, thoughts began swirling in his mind. Even though they've been preliminarily laundered, their essence is still black market slush funds. The tax office isn't full of idiots. A newly founded business operating with unclear cash flows will definitely get investigated, but if they know the money came from me, they won't dig too deep. He continued, "You basically want to make me the representative of this place, don't you?" Jinsu Jiang nodded in confirmation. "Exactly, I'm merely acting as the manager handling the young master's capital." He smiled. "So you intend to leverage my family background?" The man replied, "You told me to do as I please, so I'm going to make use of every single card in my hand." Hearing this, he let out a soft sigh, thinking, he's trying to clearly define our master-servant relationship. This is the chain binding Jinsu Jiang to me, serving as his oath of loyalty. Without a trace of hesitation, he signed the documents, saying, "All right, let's do it that way. Now down to business. You didn't call me here just for this, did you?" Jinsu Jiang delivered a statement that startled him slightly. "The Kowloon Fortress has made a move." Slightly puzzled, he asked back, out of nowhere, "Why the Kowloon Fortress?" Jinsu Jiang explained, "Actually, during the money laundering process, I discovered ties linking back to the Kowloon Fortress. It seems Beek Chial Su received some backing from them." Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he mused, "Beek Chial Su connected with the Kowloon Fortress? That's not entirely unreasonable. The Kowloon Fortress is a power comparable to the Sungmu family, but unlike Sungmu, they readily dabble in illicit activities." Jinsu Jiang continued, "Ever since I found out the Kowloon Fortress was involved, I've been secretly keeping an eye on things, but then I heard news that your uncle dispatched personnel." Thoughts raced through his mind. They won't be able to move too openly. South Korea is the territory of the Sungmu family, so they can't approach publicly, and not to mention the person handling this case is supposedly the seventh uncle. Meaning the target can only be one person, and that person is Jinsu Jiang. Scene changed to nighttime, where thunder and lightning crashed violently outside, filling the atmosphere with an eerie tension. Down a certain hallway, someone walked in a hurried pace. The moment he stopped, a silver-haired man spoke up, "You're late." The other person replied, "I was late because I had to handle an order from the main fortress." The man's words filled the young man with slight apprehension. "I know full well that the main fortress never issued any official orders." The young man answered, "It was a commission from the elders." The man continued, "That brat who used to survive by scavenging through trash heaps has really grown up now, wanting to wield a sword when you can barely even live by one." Responding boldly, he said, "Precisely because I used to scavenge trash, I'm curious to see what's on top of it." The man scoffed, "Just like that, you've started playing politics along with those old folks. Your glib tongue is way better than your swordsmanship now." He tossed a letter straight at the young man, who caught it and began examining it. Explaining the move, the man said, "Anyway, as your master, I should help foster my disciples' ambitions. This is a commission from the main fortress. It seems the Elder Council messed something up big time. Unfortunately, it got entangled with the Sungmu family, so they want to grasp the situation. Looks like that punk in charge of this needs a blade to boss around. Want to take a trip over?" Pondering for a few seconds, the young man cupped his hands in a bow and said, "This incompetent disciple, Jang Han, deeply thanks Master for your concern." Gazing at the teacup in his hand, the elder warned, "Be careful. If you think the Sungmu family is just some ordinary minor factions force, you'll pay a heavy price. After all, they're just a bunch of hypocrites who love putting on a holier-than-thou act." Receiving his orders, the young man wore a resolute expression as he turned and left. The car leisurely rolled past the checkpoint into the southern safety zone of Jilin, China. Inside the vehicle, a young man slowly handed over a document, saying, "Here, the travel permit." The guard scrutinized it carefully, his gaze extremely cautious. Looking suspiciously inside, he thought it looked nothing like a laborer. The guard then decisively ordered everyone to step out of the vehicle for a moment to inspect passports and travel permits. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Xiaodan unexpectedly stepped out and protested, "What is this, boss? Didn't you just meet us yesterday?" But the guard had no intention of letting it go, demanding to know if they were trying to pull something. Facing that stern tone, the man calmly approached and remarked, "Our boss has been working so hard," while the guard retorted, "When did I ever meet you?" Yang Xiaodan simply gave a slight bow, quietly slipping money into the guard's pocket as he continued, "We clearly met yesterday, boss. You're making me sad. Could it be that you still don't remember?" Seeing this, the guard broke into a smile. "Ah, right, I remember now. I drank a bit too much yesterday." Without further hesitation, the guard immediately gave the order to let them pass. Driving inside, they were far from pleased. Irritated and annoyed, Yang Xiaodan ranted, "I'm supposed to be the next term elder of the greater Kowloon fortress, yet I have to travel like this. Does that sound right to you?" Yang Xiaodan being the successor head of the Yang family under the Kowloon Fortress Elder Council. Coldly questioning his companion, he snapped, "Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you supposed to be the executioner from our family acting as the captain of the guard unit?" In response to those words, Jang Han calmly explained, "It's to blindside the second master of Sungmu. This mission isn't official, so this subordinate figure using routes easily picked up by their intelligence network wouldn't be wise." Helplessly sighing, Yang Xiaodan retorted, "You think I don't know that? Deceiving people is fine, but did we really have to travel in such a filthy way?" Glancing sideways at him, the companion thought, "Can't you use your brain a little bit? Truly useless." Jang Han suddenly lowered his head, sincerely apologizing, "It was this subordinate's short-sighted thinking that inconvenienced you, please forgive me," before muttering internally, "And they even assigned me an assassin from a trash heap as a bodyguard." Yang Xiaodan continued rambling, "Once this job is done, I'm going to re-establish the dignity of an elder." Beside him, the companion couldn't help but curse inwardly, with the stupidity of the Yang family expecting power and dignity is a joke. Then Jang Han suddenly remembered how that pig of a man blabbed about the mission in the tavern yesterday, meaning the intel might have already leaked. Gripping his fists in anger, he thought, "It was so hard to finally get a decent mission. I can't let myself get led by the nose and ruin it." Jang Han calculated silently, "This is a God-given opportunity. I absolutely cannot let it slip away." A short while later, in a certain place, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. "I knew those guys would end up like that." The glass cleaner replied, "Trying to meddle in affairs outside destiny, basically hanging themselves, aren't they? Let's just hope we don't get dragged down with them." Park Byingbeek sluggishly and unsteadily stood up, slurring, "So drunk, what?" Before anxiously asking, they left. Turning his head, the other guy answered, "We need to set off soon. I told you we have to travel during this time slot to cross the border." This response surprised the glass cleaner, wondering why the number one drunkard of this bird's nest suddenly became so diligent. Park Byingbeek shoved the door open, thinking, "Big bro, well, ever since Beek Chial-su died, I've hooked up with the brokers, and nowadays what makes better money than human trafficking?" Yet right beneath his feet, a strange mana circle appeared. Park Byingbeek panicked, looking around in bewilderment as he muttered, "What is this?" Before he could even process it, a steel-like punch flew straight at his face. "What the?" Having let his guard down, Park Byingbeek took the thunderous blow square in the face. Losing his balance, he instantly crashed down to the ground. The one who had just struck with such brutal force was none other than Jang Han, Park Byung-beek, a member of the White Bone sect specializing in human trafficking. Turning away, he immediately gave the order, "That's right, drag him away." Agonized screams echoed throughout the dark warehouse. Gripping his sword tightly, Jang Han spoke up, "So you're saying that after the White Bone sect disbanded, you scattered everywhere out of fear of retaliation from the second Sungmu?" With a trembling voice, Park Byung-beek flusteredly explained, "Why yes, that's right. Young Master Lee Yi-hak is the seventh member of the second Sungmu." However, he coldly cut him off, "We already covered that. If you plan on stalling any longer, I'll chop off your other hand." Stammering, the man uttered every sincere word, "Yes, I'll confess everything I know." Right after saying that, Park Byung-beek cried out in agony, "He manages both the dark funds and all the other financial accounts." Without a shred of courtesy, Jang Han coldly stomped down hard on him. "Who is that person? Captain Jiang, it's Captain Jinsu Jiang. Park Byung-beek desperately begged for mercy. I really don't know anything else now, please spare my life. Hearing this, he lifted his foot, thinking to himself, this is the third time that name has come up and it's the same name written on the mission order. That means as long as I find this person, the mission is basically over. Thinking he had been spared, the man stammered as he raised his head, please spare me now. But unexpectedly, Jang Han decisively finished off Park Byung-beek. Glancing down at the head on the ground, he muttered, killed just like a bug. Right at that moment, Yang Seo-dan quietly approached from behind. For the first time, I actually approve of that executioner. Next time let me do it, I'm quite confident when it comes to torture. Jang Han's next words left him stunned. We've gathered enough necessary information. Korea's security is extremely strict, so we need to hurry if we want to cross the border. Casually sheathing his sword, he added, if we move fast, we can have dinner at the hotel tonight. Yang Seo-dan exclaimed in surprise, a hotel. Left with no other choice, he could only sigh in defeat. Well, nothing we can do about it then. I'll head out to the car first, so make sure you hurry up. The moment he received the order, Jang Han replied, understood. On the other side, Lee Chial gently flipped through the files, thinking, sure enough, the person Baek Chial Su hooked up with belongs to the Elders' Council faction. Jinsu Jiang, sitting across from him, continued handing over another stack of documents. Yes, it seems they are providing moderate support while observing the situation. Hearing this, Lee Chial remarked, if it were major support, the family would have noticed from the very beginning. Suddenly, Lee Chial recalled that the Nine Dragons Fortress still had too many shortcomings to be considered a unified force. He thought to himself, though the organization is gigantic because it started as an alliance of various martial families and sects, not only is it ununified, but it's constantly fractured with everyone clinging to their own traditions. Lee Chial meticulously memorized every important detail, including how the elders consisted of 5 sects and 4 major families, along with the Fortress Lord faction consisting of subordinate powers. With a cold expression, he grimly calculated, overall, the Elders' Council is currently ahead, but they managed to maintain a balance thanks to the overwhelming martial might of the 9 Dragons Fortress Lords. Then, Lee Chial broke the silence, nodding, you've really recorded everything, from the personal info of key figures in both the Elders and Fortress Lord factions to the cooperative ties and power struggles between the various forces. He curiously asked, how on earth did you manage to investigate the power structure to this extent? Jinsu Jiang honestly replied, I happen to know an information broker from the Swallow organization, so I bought the intelligence from them. Li Chial calculated quietly, being able to sell this level of intelligence means the merchant belongs to this side of the underworld and the only merchants holding this kind of high-tier info. Could it be the Black Crow Society? He smiled faintly. You figured it out right away, my lord. Pondering slowly over those words, Li Chial thought, the Black Crow Society, an organization with influence spanning all across East Asia, an intelligence broker renowned for reliability and espionage networks. If it's information from the Black Crow Society, it can be trusted. However, Jinsu Jiang unexpectedly brought up the next topic. As for the individual from the 9 Dragons Fortress handling this mission, Li Chial looked over in surprise. Yang Seo-dan, that idiot whose only redeeming quality is politics, is he the one who came here? Resting his chin on his hand, he figured, he probably caused all sorts of trouble and got sidelined by the Fortress Lords faction, so they must have sent him here to pick up some easy achievements. Seeing that expression, Jinsu Jiang awkwardly explained, it seems he's been going around bragging to everyone that he's personally coming to Korea to handle the mission, and he's scheduled to illegally enter the country sometime this week. Li Chial simply sighed, a helpless look in his eyes. Does that guy even have a brain? He's probably going to try entering through a dangerous zone. Afterwards, Jinsu Jiang proposed a plan. Should I go into hiding for the time being to buy some time? Because of the second Sungmu, they won't be able to stay in Korea for long anyway. However, Li Chial immediately shot down the idea. No, if you do that, the 9 Dragons Fortress will just send someone else. Li Chial closed his eyes in thought and offered praise. I've got a pretty good idea. Jinsu Jiang blankly asked, what kind of idea? He expressed, just me alone won't cut it, I'll need to borrow a bit of your clout. Looking at him earnestly, Jinsu Jiang replied, if it's something within my power, please name it. Hearing that response, Li Chial beamed with a cheerful tone, you really mean it? Jinsu Jiang answered in bewilderment, yes. Meanwhile, at the Zhangno Chinseng Hotel, suddenly a voice rang out, well, did that bastard Li Yihak let him go? Yang Xiao Dan lay lazily on the bed and continued listening. Yes, that's right, he probably survived by selling black market intel. He intently stared at the stack of documents. That's exactly why I refuse to work with sketchy people who lack a clear background. Growing bored, he tossed the papers aside. In that case, we just need to capture this guy and we can finally leave this damn country. Standing nearby, Zhang Han silently cursed, you talk as if you actually accomplished something when you just dumped all the real work onto others. He thought to himself, still, my impression of the Sungmu family has changed a bit. Even if the information isn't directly related, everyone keeps their mouths shut tight. Is the Sungmu family's influence really this massive? Right at that moment, the desk telephone rang frantically. The remaining subordinate quickly answered, what is it? Seeing this, Zhang Han immediately stepped forward. What's going on? The guy stammered out a reply, well, the thing is. Unlike his subordinate, he calmly took the receiver. What is it? The person on the other end reported, someone claiming to be a guest is here to see you, so I'm calling to inform you. Zhang Han repeated in puzzlement, a guest. The voice on the other end answered, yes, they said if we mentioned the name Jinsu Jiang, you would understand. Looking at the person standing before him, Yang Xiao Dan remarked in awe, I never expected the very person we're searching for to walk right into the lion's den. With a sharp gaze, he coldly questioned, how did you know we were staying here? Facing that stare, Jinsu Jiang calmly responded, I found out through an information broker. Maintaining proper etiquette, he politely greeted, it is an honor to meet Yang Xiao Dan of the Great Nine Dragons Fortress. Deep down, however, Jinsu Jiang thought, I certainly didn't expect you to be hiding out in a hotel while on a mission. Just as the young master predicted, you really are holed up in a hotel. Taken aback, Yang Xiao Dan immediately demanded, you know who I am? Without a moment's hesitation, Jinsu Jiang answered succinctly, you are slated to become the next head of the Yang family, so of course I know. Raising an eyebrow with a hint of praise, he replied, it seems you've got quite an information network of your own. Without a shred of deference, Yang Xiao Dan began to press him. Still, even if you knew who I am, how dare you insolently bring a bodyguard along? Jinsu Jiang calmly expressed, when meeting a martial artist from the Nine Dragons Fortress, one needs a bit of insurance, doesn't they? After all, as you can see, I'm just an ordinary person who can't use mana. Those words irritated him, plunging the atmosphere into a stifling tension. Just a crafty merchant from a petty nation getting this arrogant? Well, since you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep, follow me back to the Nine Dragons Fortress immediately. Refusing to show any respect, Yang Xiao Dan stood up. You'll have to explain what happened at the black market. I'm tired, let's end it here. Despite the threat, Jinsu Jiang simply remained silent. Breaking the stillness, he frankly challenged, I'm afraid that won't do. Struck right where it hurt, Yang Xiao Dan blankly asked, what? But Jinsu Jiang only gave a slight bow. My sincere apologies, but I have no reason to follow you. Losing his last shred of patience, he raged, insolent fool, do you think I came here to negotiate with you? This isn't an invitation, it's an order. Confronted with that attitude, he coldly replied, I didn't come here to negotiate either. I came here strictly for a business transaction. Yang Xiao Dan slammed the table in anger. I am the next generation elder of the Nine Dragons Fortress. Do you honestly think scum like you has the right to trade with me? Jinsu Jiang gently placed a hand over his chest and assured, I am well aware of why you came to Korea. The Nine Dragons Fortress has no valid reason to deliberately target me anyway. Doing this surely won't bring any harm to you, Yang Xiao Dan. Yet unable to accept it, he snapped, shut your trap. If you won't go willingly, I'll just drag your carcass along myself. With an authoritative tone, Yang Xiao Dan commanded, hey, swordsman. From the back, Zhang Han gave a slight nod. Yes. Pointing decisively at the man standing beside Jinsu Jiang, he ordered, first, kill that guy. The moment the words left his mouth, a blade lunged forward, tearing through the air. Reacting with lightning speed, Li Qiao nimbly parried the attack. Hidden behind his mask, his eyes couldn't hide his shock. Fast. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yang Xiao Dan made his move to retreat, yelling, who gave you permission to swing your sword so recklessly, you stupid swordsman? Grasping his sword, Li Qiao thought to himself, things are getting troublesome. Yang Xiao-dan is arrogant and stupid. I thought it would be easy to manipulate him just by saying a few sweet words. He blankly wondered to himself, I never expected him to be even more pathetic than imagined. Before my regression, I clearly remember his political acumen being widely recognized. Filled with skepticism, Li Qiao's gaze narrowed as he evaluated. More importantly, who on earth is this guy? Calmly observing Zhang Han, he noted, at most, he's around 17 to 19 years old, yet he radiates the scent of iron, gunpowder, and blood. Li Qiao gripped his sword tighter. That's an aura I've never encountered before. Sword pressure naturally forged through countless real combat battles. He's strong. Witnessing that strength, Zhang Han inwardly marveled. I intended to slice his head off in a single stroke, but he sensed that exact moment and reacted. He's strong. Beneath his mask, his voice was going through puberty. He could feel it himself. The opponent was definitely no older than him. Suddenly, Zhang Han muttered to himself, 10 steps. If I let him get any closer than that distance, I'm not confident I can control the situation. But this room is so cramped, the distance is already less than 10 steps. Shaking off his panic, he comforted himself, it's fine. Without a word of warning, Zhang Han suddenly lunged toward Li Qiao. I just need to complete my mission like I always do. Rushing forward swiftly like a bolt of black lightning. Despite the blade closing in, Li Qiao remained deep in thought. He's coming, the heart, the head. As he hurriedly blocked the strike, he realized, if I use my Demon Man skills, my identity will be exposed. I have to rely entirely on my sixth sense. The deafening sound of a collision reverberated throughout the room. The two began testing each other's swordsmanship as the sound of clashing blades rang out continuously. In a split second, Li Qiao nimbly evaded Zhang Han's sword arc. This isn't orthodox martial arts. The opponent is aiming strictly for my vital weak points, weaknesses where a single hit would result in severe injury. He silently analyzed his opponent. If it's an assassin's martial arts, naturally they hold the advantage in many aspects. While thinking, Li Qiao circulated his mana. Still, if that's all. Mysterious blue mana wrapped around his blade, then I'm guaranteed to win. Rigid chi technique, swift win. Seeing this, Zhang Han scrambled to block the incoming technique with his sword. However, Li Qiao quickly followed up with another strike. Zhang Han struggled to hold his ground, moving at angles his body could barely endure. As his sword began to chip, he thought, does he not care about his own injuries at all? My sword. Zhang Han quickly swept his gaze toward the subordinate standing nearby. If this sword breaks, I'm done for. Those guys won't be able to hold him off. Zhang Han's expression darkened. I have to finish him before my weapon gives out. Right after, he suddenly manifested a crimson mana wrapping around his blade. A blinding red mana flared brilliantly at the tip of his sword. Without hesitation, Zhang Han swung his blade downward. Heavenly Slaughter Blade first form. Witnessing that move, Li Qiao thought in bewilderment, a total monster. Where on earth did a guy like this crawl out from? He didn't hesitate to deploy his own mana either. No time to dwell on that now. Swiftly charging forward, Li Qiao executed Heartless Single Form, Crimson Demon. The two distinct torrents of mana collided head-on, erupting into a violent flash of light. A moment later, Zhang Han's sword finally snapped in half. Stunned by the shockwave, he clutched his mouth in pain. His chest tightened as a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. I lost. Remembering the stench of that garbage dump, this was a sword I've swung tens of thousands of times. Glancing up at Li Qiao with a bitter look, he thought, and yet, I still couldn't reach him. However, Li Qiao suddenly broke the silence, asking, what is your name? Summoning what was left of his willpower, Zhang Han panted out a response, Zhang Han. A moment later, Yang Xiao-dan finally stepped out, demanding, what on earth is? Retreating in panic, he thought to himself, I thought he was just some small-time assassin, so how the hell is that brat so insanely strong? While Yang Xiao-dan was lost in thought, the sound of clapping echoed out. Besides, a martial artist capable of keeping a monster like that under control is practically a monster himself. Jinsu Jiang slowly stepped forward to suggest, let's stop here for today, we will temporarily withdraw. He glanced out toward the hallway. It seems outside is getting chaotic because of that loud explosion earlier. Respectfully bowing, Jinsu Jiang said, I will return to see you again in the near future. Seeing this, Yang Xiao-dan no longer dared to give him a hard time and answered, fine, do as you like. Out in the hallway, the two of them calmly and leisurely walked away without a word. Unable to hide his anxiety, Jinsu Jiang asked, are you all right, my lord? Li Qiao casually reassured him. I sustained some internal injuries, but they'll heal quickly. Don't worry. He then mentioned, I've already secured the situation just in case of any contingencies. The man beside him praised, you intervened at just the right time. If we had dragged it out any longer, things would have gotten messy. Li Qiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Actually, maybe this turns out for the better. After all, we've managed to grab hold of the crux of this whole situation. Slowly removing his mask, he thought, more importantly, Zhang Han. Glancing back toward the company building, Li Qiao's mind was a mess of tangled thoughts. I figured I'd cross paths with him eventually, but I never expected it to be now. Memories gradually resurfaced. Zhang Han, the heavenly slaughter blade born in a garbage dump, raised to be an assassin, whose proven prowess eventually caught the eye of the Nine Dragons Fortress Lord. Etched deeply into his memory, that figure was unforgettable. When the current Nine Dragons Fortress Lord wiped out the Elders' Council and stabilized internal affairs, the sword he kept closest and utilized the most was none other than Zhang Han. Feeling a sense of resonance, he thought, in the end, he became recognized as the successor to the Nine Dragons Fortress Lord, a guy who is both different from me yet shares so many similarities. At that moment, Yang Xiaodan anxiously spoke up, my only demand is simple, you must join the Nine Dragons Fortress. Acting as the representative, Jinsu Jiang cautiously replied, the person connected to the Nine Dragons Fortress was Beek Chial Su. I no longer work under Beek Chial Su, so I have no reason to go to the Nine Dragons Fortress. Crossing his arms in frustration, Yang Xiao Dan asked, so you're telling me you expect me to go back empty-handed? Hearing this, Jinsu Jiang calmly explained, not at all. What I mean is, let's reconsider your mission. Without hiding anything, Jinsu Jiang laid out the facts. The Nine Dragons Fortress secretly supported Beek Chial Su in order to exert influence over Korea's underworld. In the process, the Sungmu family intervened, which forced you guys to pay attention to the Sungmu family's movements. With a steady gaze, he looked straight ahead. Surely you don't want an armed conflict with the Sungmu family. You were sent here to investigate the black market, and it was during that investigation that you learned of me. The next words caught Yang Xiao Dan off guard. From the very beginning, your true target wasn't me. Yang Xiao Dan quickly voiced his deduction, meaning you'll prepare something else related to this incident for me. Jinsu Jiang gave a slight nod, exactly. With a hint of mystery in his tone, he added, and I can even present you with a gift far greater than that. Resting his chin, Yang Xiao Dan muttered, a gift. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinsu Jiang dropped a bombshell, proof that the Sungmu family will not take any hostile action regarding this incident. However, the other man didn't seem very impressed, asking, you call that a gift? Jinsu Jiang hinted, depending on how you report it, it will become a gift with enough weight to matter. Extending his hand, Jinsu Jiang continued, having obtained documents grasping the Sungmu family's intentions, isn't that more than enough to prove your capability and turn it into a monumental achievement? At that point, Yang Xiao Dan began to waver. What do you want from me? Exhibiting an easygoing smile, he explained, I don't expect much. I simply want to build a good relationship. After all, you're going to become an elder of the Nine Dragons Fortress. Hearing that answer, he burst into loud laughter. Impressive, I never expected a guy like you to exist in such a tiny country. Afterward, Yang Xiao Dan waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates. In that case, we need to have a more private chat. All of you, get out. The sound of a latch clicking echoed as the door closed shut. Li Qiao asked in puzzlement, what's this about? With a changed expression, Zhang Han stammered out a request, can I speak with you for a moment? Faced with that persuasive tone, he accepted, very well. In another room, Zhang Han honestly expressed, can you tell me your name? Li Qiao shoved his hands into his pockets and coldly responded, why ask? His face tightening, Zhang Han frowned, to confirm whether you're the person I suspect you are. I'll stake my life on the line that I won't tell a single soul. As soon as the words left his mouth, he coldly removed his mask. Li Qiao stated seriously, I am Li Qiao of the Sungmu family. Yet Zhang Han showed no surprise, calmly holding his mask. So it really was you? Asked how he figured it out, Zhang Han replied unbothered, I heard rumors that the Sungmu family possesses a direct-line blood relative who entered the path of martial arts at the youngest age in history. Facing those words, Li Qiao remained silent. Frowning slightly, Jiang Han added, and if it weren't for someone like that you wouldn't have been able to block my sword, especially since you clearly look younger than me. Suddenly he spoke up, you're strong. This is my first time encountering an opponent like you. Inwardly, he replayed every detail of the technique, the slaughter sword. Jiang Han, I walk the path of martial arts specialized entirely in killing the opponent. Li Qiao silently acknowledged that brilliance. Conversely, you walk the path of hunting both unorthodox tricks and orthodox foundations. Slowly, he asked, if it weren't a head-on clash like just now but an assassination scenario instead, how do you think it would go? Without a flicker of hesitation, Jiang Han confidently answered, 9 out of 10. I'd succeed with a 90% success rate. Bluntly voicing his thoughts, he added, though I'm sure both of us are hiding a few things. Crossing his arms, Jiang Han added leisurely, the rate I just gave was calculated purely based on what you've shown so far. Realizing his cover was blown, Li Qiao could only let out a helpless sigh. Looking closely at him, Jiang Han asked, you figured it out? If I hadn't realized it, I'd be a complete idiot. Right after, Jiang Han abruptly dropped a hint, next year a massive tournament will be held in Germany. Let's meet there. In contrast, he nonchalantly replied, if I'm free, I'll go. Eyebrows twitching, Jiang Han quietly muttered, the Sungmu family truly impossible to like. Hearing that, Li Qiao quickly chimed in, tell me about it, I don't care much for the Nine Dragons Fortress either. Jiang Han declared with resolute certainty, next time we fight I'll show you everything I've been hiding. Adjusting his mask, he added, same goes for me. Regaining his icy demeanor, Li Qiao turned and walked away decisively. Just make sure you don't drag that idiot along with you next time. Just like that, a short while passed as Jinsu Jiang let out a quiet sigh, drenched in exhaustion. Taking it all in, Li Qiao couldn't help teasing, that was a close one, you and Yang Xiaodan seemed to hit it off pretty well. Stammering, Jinsu Jiang tried to excuse himself, I'm still not quite used to dealing with martial artists. Wondering about the contents of their conversation and how on earth he had managed to persuade the guy to the point where Yang Xiaodan even treated him like a blood-related younger brother, Li Qiao recalled how Yang Xiaodan had placed complete trust in him and even prepared flight tickets. You really are slick. Jinsu Jiang's expression suddenly brightened. If you've survived the South Korean corporate rat race, it's not that hard. Stunned, Li Qiao muttered, that's terrifying. South Korean office workers. Jinsu Jiang eagerly chimed in, I just did exactly as the young master instructed. Teasing further, Li Qiao replied, if you're going to be humble, stop right there. Li Qiao suddenly pulled out a stack of documents. Here, take this. Curious, Jinsu Jiang accepted them and asked, what is this? Explaining calmly, Li Qiao said, these are noteworthy businesses and talents. I've only put together a brief summary, so have a look through it. As for the figures I've marked, recruit them at all costs, no matter how much it takes. Li Qiao's hands gripped his rice bowl tightly. Just don't get carried away by it, you know the underworld better than I do. Skillfully responding, Jinsu Jiang said, of course, young master doesn't like people who only know how to obey unconditionally. Following up, Li Qiao added, you get me, I'm going to be out of contact for a while, so don't wait up. Jinsu Jiang immediately asked, could it be that you're heading to an unexplored region? Slamming his rice bowl down onto the table, Li Qiao answered, no. Finally, he made his choice. I'm heading to Jeju Island. Inside a lavish estate belonging to a certain family, warm golden sunlight spilled across every corner. In the office of the head of the Sungmu family, Li Tishan commanded coolly, report. A subordinate instantly materialized from the void. Just as you predicted, they've begun making a move. The 5 spatial gates that appeared at Mount Tohamson belong to Behemoth, and there are traces showing they were opened using a sacred artifact of the demonic heavenly cult. That report caused him to pause his brush momentarily. With an icy, indifferent tone, Li Tishan remarked, they've been crushed twice and still haven't woken up, just a bunch of lingering ghosts from a bygone era. The subordinate continued, the intruders confirmed to have crossed through the gate consist of 30 mortal tier operatives and 1 white-faced tier. He asked, how is the pursuit going? Bowing slightly, the subordinate replied, we've finished tracking the white-faced operative and are continuing to monitor him while the 30 mortal tier ones have all been killed. Hearing that, Li Tishan slowly removed his glasses. Killed. The subordinate added, young master Li Qiao is currently in Jeonju. Dumbfounded, Li Tishan asked in shock, what? Li Tishan immediately voiced his inner doubt, is the reason they accepted the risk of being exposed just because of the youngest? eagerly answering, the subordinate said, "Yes, aside from the young master, there were no anomalies at Mount Tohamson." Sitting in his chair, he asked, "What is the youngest doing in Jeonju?" However, the subordinate could only go so far. Since he was staying away under the family head's orders, this subordinate couldn't find out. Helpless, Lee Tishin nodded, muttering, "Is that business about to repeat itself again?" Manager Choi looked at him with a worried expression. "Master." Lee Tishin immediately issued an order. "Spirit Sword Squad, track down the youngest's whereabouts and report back to me immediately. I need to know why the demonic heavenly cult is targeting him." Pondering deeply, he muttered, "I cannot tolerate those small fries daring to obstruct the progress of the Sungmu bloodline." With cold intent, Lee Tishin ordered, "If Behemoth wants to set foot on this land, hunt them down to the ends of the earth and slaughter them all." Bowing, the subordinate vanished instantly. "As you command." He quietly praised his son internally for managing to take down 30 mortal-tier enemies. Meanwhile, at Jeju International Airport, Lee Chiol shielded his eyes against the glare, muttering, "As expected of Jeju Island, the heat is completely different even though it's just early summer." He sensed the surroundings quietly, and we're still just at the airport, yet the ambient mana in the air is already this overflowing. Right at that moment, a sudden voice called out, "Hey there, student." The man greeted him warmly, "Traveling, or here for university research? Where are you headed? Hop in and I'll give you a cheap fare." Yet Li Chial didn't reply at all. Puzzled, the man asked, "What is something on my face?" Li Chial responded coldly with an imposing tone, "Get lost." Yanking his bag, he noticed the only taxi at the airport driving straight toward him. That response left the fellow flustered as he quickly withdrew his hands that clearly didn't belong to a normal cab driver. Li Chial bluntly exposed him. "The Dark Crow Guild is losing its touch, sending agents like this." Stammering, the man asked, "How did you know?" Glancing out of the corner of his eye, Li Chial muttered, "Must be because they figured I wasn't important enough." I Am Yongmuk suddenly appeared behind him, apologizing, "Sorry for giving you that impression. Our recruits are still in training, so they're a bit lacking." Wearing a friendly smile, he introduced himself. I am Yongmuk, the head of the southern branch of the Dark Crow Guild." Li Chial replied coldly, "You don't look much better yourself." Spreading his arms amicably, the man laughed, "That's just because the young master is too exceptional." Without hesitation, Li Chial asked straight to the point, "What business does the Dark Crow Guild have with me?" I Am Yongmuk quickly opened the car door. "This isn't a convenient place to talk, let's get moving, I'll take you right to our destination." Li Chial stared back apathetically without moving. A moment later, he reluctantly agreed, "Fine, take me to the entrance of Mount Halasan." Inside the car, I Am Yongmuk chattered continuously, "I really messed up that crucial first impression." Glancing over indifferently, Li Chial said, "Time is money, state your reason for seeking me out first." Placing a hand over his chest with a friendly smile, I Am Yongmuk said, "I like your straightforwardness. Very well, we want to sign an official contract with the young master." Li Chial recalled the symbol and scale of that organization. Its vast sphere of influence, communication methods, and intelligence broker network that operated entirely in secret, proudly boasting a formidable intelligence web across East Asia. Even Li Chial couldn't hide his surprise at crossing paths with them this way. "An official contract, immediately," I Am Yongmuk explained. "We will provide the information the young master needs and guarantee not to leak your personal information." Smiling broadly, he added, "In return, we hope the young master will occasionally provide us with necessary intel or lend us your formidable martial might." Li Chial immediately demanded, "Why sign an official contract with me?" I Am Yongmuk answered concisely, "Because of everything the young master has demonstrated thus far." Listing them calmly, I Am Yongmuk continued, "Your background as an illegitimate child, the youngest martial artist, reaching the 5th tier of martial realms, and your feat of defeating Baekjeol Su." He eagerly added, "Plus your entanglement with the successor elder of the Kowloon fortress. Those are factors that left us no choice but to approach you." As soon as those words left his mouth, Li Chial shot back teasingly, "Are you guys trying to flex your intelligence-gathering capabilities?" Waving his hands hastily, I Am Yongmuk denied, "I'm just explaining." Thinking to himself, Li Chial sneered inwardly, "Ridiculous. Listing off hard-to-get information like that is clearly a subtle threat that you could sell me out at any second." A moment later, I Am Yongmuk asked, "Well then, what do you say?" However, Li Chial had already stepped out of the car. "I refuse. A look of bewilderment flashed across the man's face. Huh. Standing beside the car, Yangmuk tried to persuade him patiently. If the young master aims for the pinnacle of the Sungmu family, you'd best accept our offer. Walking away coldly, Li Qiao replied, no matter what you say. My answer remains the same. Unable to persuade him further, Yangmuk resorted to veiled threats. You'll regret this. Turning back abruptly, Li Qiao fired back, regret? Who? I was actually going to offer a cure for that condition, but I've changed my mind. Pass along a message to your guild master that I'm terribly sorry, just say that and he'll understand. Flustered, the man stammered, how can you be so sure we're the Dark Crow Guild? Smiling faintly as he started up the mountain slope, Li Qiao replied, sure of what? I was just testing the waters. Staring blankly after him, Yangmuk muttered, huh. Cutting him off before he could speak, Li Qiao scoffed, finish your training properly, you're way sloppier than I thought. How disappointing, is the whole Dark Crow Guild like this? Even the disciples back at my place aren't this bad. Provoked by those words, Yangmuk muttered angrily, or maybe it's just the head of the southern branch who's a clown, how about that? After Li Qiao walked away, Yangmuk vented his frustration by kicking hard against a nearby fence. Damn it. Panting with a furious expression, a subordinate nearby asked gently, are you all right, branch head? Glancing sideways with an inward curse, Yangmuk thought, I just wanted to bring some free-roaming punk in to play with for a bit. And because of this idiot, my dignity is completely gone. Pulling out his phone hastily, Yangmuk fumed. Why on earth did upper management make me come handle this contract personally anyway? Relaying his report slowly, he said, reporting the situation, he doesn't read the room the way I expected, the negotiation has failed. Stunned on the other end, the voice repeated, what, it's over? Yangmuk stammered, yes, exactly. Recounting the whole ordeal, he added, and well, he had a message for the guild master. Hearing that, the person on the other end stammered in disbelief. Did he really say that? Urgently demanding answers, the caller ordered, chase after him right now. No, wait, where is he right now? Gripping his phone tightly, Yangmuk answered, he's currently heading through the northern checkpoint of the Mount Halasan danger zone. Ordering frantically from the other side, the superior shouted, mobilize all personnel of the southern branch immediately, don't lose track of him, and as for you, prepare to resign from your post. Helplessly shouting back, Yangmuk protested, what, why? The caller warned ominously, if things had stopped there, you'd be lucky. If he truly knows about that matter, this isn't going to end simply. Meanwhile, a worried voice called out, are you alright, kid? The guard explained further, even though you're a 6th-tier hunter and probably know your way around, places like this are completely different from the northern danger zones. But Li Qiao remained resolute. I know, I'll be fine. Handing his ID card back hurriedly, the guard sighed, it would have been great if you had a team with you. I've checked your identification. The iron gates swung open immediately. Open the gate for him. Li Qiao thought to himself quietly, just crossing the gate and the heat is already entirely different. Stepping forward step by step, he muttered, there's no turning back now. Surveying the surrounding scenery, Li Qiao mused, right here, deep within Mount Halasan, exists the deity recorded in the chronicles of the Dark Night. Known for its majestic scale, it was Hala, one of the 3 sacred mountains of South Korea. Since ancient times, Jeju Island, brimming with spiritual energy, remained the sole major danger zone in the southern part of the Korean peninsula. Sweating profusely, Li Qiao thought, the first reason conquering this place is so difficult is due to marine monsters, and the second is, panting heavily with labored breaths, because this dense forest shrouds the center of Jeju Island with Mount Hala at its core. Walking forward with great difficulty, Li Qiao thought, if it were just a matter of a normal jungle that would be one thing, but observing his surroundings carefully, he muttered, I'm in. Staring deep into the thicket, Li Qiao realized this is the phenomenon known as the devil's prank or goblin's trick, like a spatial teleportation magic array. Even without a physical gate, the scenery shifts in the blink of an eye. Glancing upward, he murmured, a pine forest this time. Calculating silently in his head, Li Qiao thought, until recently, I didn't know much about Mount Hala until I read the Chronicles of the Dark Night. Flashes of imagery appeared in his mind. At the southern tip of this land, Go Yulna, Bu Yulna, and Yang Yulna founded the Tamna kingdom created by the 3 divine patriarchs. The visions continued to surface, but in reality they were merely a mysterious race born from nature, what mortals call Ditgabi. A brilliant golden light illuminated the scene. Serving as sorcerers, carpenters, and visionaries, they forged stars using the thermal energy of the Earth's veins, creating countless mystical magical treasures. Inside a cavern, it was those very Ditgabi who had forged the Dark Night. A stream of molten lava flowed slowly by. A sturdy, muscular man focused intently in front of a blazing furnace. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "This is such an eyesore." At that exact moment, the muscular man sensed an intrusion. Angered, he stood up abruptly. How bold. Out in the forest, monsters were being cut down one by one. Exhausted and helpless, Li Qiao thought, to think that fifth-tier monsters can utilize mana. What a crazy place. Scanning his surroundings slowly, he realized, perhaps because the mountain's own ambient mana is so dense, the monsters here are far stronger than external ones. If I trigger my magic eyes midway, the pathways will shift instantly. Looks like I underestimated this region. Sheathing his sword, Li Qiao noted, even monsters never seen anywhere else on the peninsula are crawling out here. Mount Hala truly lives up to its name as a demonic realm. He suddenly remembered the word Tamna he had seen in the mirror at the Sungmu estate Tamna, where the fifth artifact of the Dark Night resided. Striding forward step by step, Li Qiao thought, we're nearing the peak, once I enter the valley. However, at that moment an enraged voice echoed out, "What fool dares step foot into my domain?" Startled, he quickly drew his sword. Could it be a monster capable of projecting spiritual intent? The voice closed in instantly. Another human, Li Qiao whipped his head around. Behind me. Both figures lunged forward instantly, their swords clashing against one another. Glaring dazedly at the person in front of him, Li Qiao thought, who is this? Brilliant golden lightning suddenly flashed across his entire face. Clutching his face in agony, Li Qiao collapsed forward. Holding his head, he calculated grimly, my mind and vision feel like they're burning away, all in the span of just 3 fleeting seconds. An explanation suddenly sparked in Li Qiao's mind. Is the presence of the entity before me so grand that it defies comprehension? Raising his head slowly, he muttered, that is. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, are they talking about the Dark Night? Without a doubt, the mythical god mentioned in the Chronicles of the Dark Night is this very Ditgabi. Bowing politely, Li Qiao said, Li Qiao, descendant of the Sungmu family, respectfully pays homage to the earth deity. The refined-looking man muttered softly, the Sungmu family, before grinding his teeth in frustration. Without letting him explain, the elegant man immediately channeled his mana. I have never permitted humans to step foot into my territory. That action left Li Qiao wide-eyed and stunned. If you continue to wreak havoc in this region. Turning away abruptly, the man declared, I will show no mercy. Reaching out with trembling hands, Li Qiao forced out, please wait. Striving to chase after him, Li Qiao pleaded, please hold on for a moment. However, the refined man vanished in an instant. His cold voice lingered in the air, get lost. His entire body shifted instantly. Looking around in a daze, Li Qiao uttered, what is this? Staring intently, he realized, the entrance of Mount Hala. I didn't even get to have a proper conversation before getting kicked out. Pondering quietly, Li Qiao resolved, fine, have it your way for now, but I need to find out the reason why. Directing his gaze back toward the dark forest, he thought, besides, because of the Dark Night seal, I have to climb the mountain again anyway. His expression darkened, let's see how this plays out. The sky gradually turned dark. Walking through the streets in deep thought, Li Qiao muttered, oh well, I'll prepare thoroughly and try again. Lowering his gaze gently, he thought, wait a minute. Scanning his surroundings quietly, Li Qiao realized the Dark Crow Guild, they move pretty fast. With that thought, he immediately turned into an alleyway. I have no intention of dealing with them right now. The pursuer chasing Li Qiao ultimately lost his trail. Running past in a hurry, the agent spoke into his comms. This is Unit 17, lost visual on the target near Alley 19, Sector A, continuing to check the surrounding area. The alley fell silent once more. An invisible set of footsteps departed quietly. The person moving unseen was none other than Li Qiao, Qi Art Spirit Light. I tried applying concealment techniques to my aura technique, but it's still a bit rough around the edges. Holding the mask in his hand, he figured that walking out like this would definitely get him tracked down again, but thankfully he had already used Dark Qi to absorb the myriad face device beforehand. Li Qiao's entire body was suddenly enveloped in a layer of mana, well, As for his face, that problem was solved. Watching his facial features instantly morph, he muttered that this should do the trick, and then set off to buy the necessary supplies. Returning to that checkpoint area, the guard looked at him in bewilderment and spoke up. "You're going back in there again? You just went in this morning. Is your business going bankrupt or something?" Stammering, the guard hurriedly waved his hands. "Or are you drowning in massive debts? Good grief, you're still so young, please rethink this carefully." Looking confused, Li Qiao replied, "Huh." Finally, Li Qiao explained with a bright smile, "It's nothing like that. Someone looking for a death wish wouldn't carry this much gear." The guard finally began to look a little less worried, adding, "Now that you mention it, you sure do have a lot of luggage." However, he suddenly dropped a casual remark, "Yeah, because I plan on staying in there for a few days." The guard stared blankly, completely failing to understand. "What?" As Li Qiao resolutely declared, "Well then, I'll be heading back. This time I'm not backing down easily." Li Qiao continued wandering deep through the forest. He thought to himself with a strain, "It's already been 2 days since I entered this mountain and I've searched everywhere without finding a single water source." Li Qiao suddenly came to a halt. "I'll keep looking until the end of today. If I still find nothing, I'll just have to head back into the city to resupply." Slowly, he sensed a strange mana current rising, thinking, "Even though it's very faint, I can sense a different kind of aura." Without stopping, Li Qiao's pace grew increasingly hurried. Unable to suppress his excitement, he exclaimed eagerly, "Found it." Li Qiao gently bent down, thinking, "The water is kind of warm. Even if there's plenty of solar energy on the mountain, it shouldn't be to this extent." He abruptly stood straight up with a determined look on his face. "The demonic energy here feels extremely diluted. It must be because this is a water source." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qiao turned around. "Let's take a short break for now." From right behind his back, a blue mana current slowly rippled. Before long, Li Qiao had a sturdy tent set up. Exhausted, he collapsed inside, thinking, "Keeping my demon eyes active for so long really wears the body out. I'll just close my eyes for a quick nap first." Scarcely had he laid down when a scream suddenly echoed out. Li Qiao quickly grabbed his sword. A scream. Looking anxious with his sword close at hand, he muttered, "Is it a monster?" After that, Li Qiao cautiously peeked outside. 2 evil spirits abruptly appeared near his tent. "No way are they fiends, but this is a sacred mountain where spiritual energy gathers." Staying calm, he mentally calculated all the options before him based on the number of horns and wings. At the very least, it has to be a rank 5. And since the other monsters on the mountain are tougher than usual, this is most likely a rank 4. While thinking, Li Qiao glanced outside cautiously. There's no need to provoke them for no reason. Another scream rang out, causing him to instantly leap to his feet. Is that a kid crying? 3 trembling figures panicked and sprinted forward. No way. The young boy squeezed his eyes shut in terror, yelling, "You nasty demons, get away, hurry up and get away." In distress, the pink-haired little girl burst into tears, crying, "Jiongcheng." Seeing this, the boy quickly comforted her, "Hold on tight to my hand." Before they could react, right as the little girl's hand slipped away, the 2 blue mana currents from earlier suddenly surged out from the ground. With a wicked grin, the fiend unleashed a torrent of blue mana. They immediately used their legs to kick the mana upward into the air. It struck the children dead on, sending them crashing down in agony. Seeing that, the fiend lunged forward like a starving tiger. A sword enveloped in mana didn't hesitate to slice horizontally across the air. A crackling blue electric aura flared up, enveloping the entire forest. The black smoke slowly dissipated. The young boy turned his head in a daze, his eyes filled with utter astonishment. The one who had stepped in to save them was none other than Li Qiao. "Are you kids all right?" He mentally calculated his next move, weighing every step. "For now, I managed to slash one of them, but coming into contact with demonic chi is extremely dangerous." However, the remaining fiend spat out a powerful wave of purple aura straight from its mouth. Li Qiao's footwork moved with blinding agility, but, without a shred of fear, he sprang forward at an astonishing speed. That action startled the fiend, leaving a clear expression of shock on its face. Li Qiao decisively struck, finishing off the fiend right before him. He muttered to himself, "I kept debating what to use for my final equipment slot, but choosing this was definitely the right call." Li Qiao touched the necklace around his neck, which was radiating holy energy to ward off the evil miasma, a masterpiece-grade protective artifact. After that, he gently handed a garment over to the kids, saying, "Take this." Li Qiao turned his head and asked in a soft tone, "Hey kid, what's your name?" The boy nervously stammered out a reply, "It's Chang." He immediately instructed, "All right, Chang, hold on to that and absolutely do not take it off, understand?" Hearing this, Jeoncheng obediently nodded. "Yes, got it." The cunning fiend suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind, shouting, "Behind you." The cunning fiend suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind, shouting, "Behind you." Instantly circulating his mana, Li Qiao formed a sturdy barrier right in front of him, demonic wall. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qiao promptly finished off another fiend. A barrage of piercing screeches echoed, violently rattling his mind. Li Qiao stared intently, tracking the remaining ones with his gaze. "That special ability, is it coming from them?" A fiend spoke up with a scheming tone. "Human, why interfere? Kill him, offer him up to the king as a sacrifice." He was genuinely taken aback by the unfolding situation. They're completely different from the ones before. They've got to be at least rank 4. While thinking, Li Qiao channeled his energy throughout his entire body. "If I can neutralize their special ability, I can still handle them." Planting his feet firmly into the ground, he muttered, "This preparation is enough." Next, Li Qiao agilely darted toward them. A flash of blue lightning suddenly cracked across the air. That bolt of lightning crashed down fiercely, tearing through the quiet atmosphere. A voice suddenly echoed out, "Seeing you show up on the mountain, I was wondering what was going on." Looking bewildered and thoroughly confused, he thought, "What just flashed by?" A sturdy figure with blonde hair abruptly appeared before his eyes. "Looks like it was you, kid." She immediately expressed herself clearly. "Thank you so much, human. Thanks to you, the kid survived." Seeing this, the pink-haired little girl burst into tears and rushed straight toward her, crying, "Granny." Showing no restraint whatsoever, she gave each of them a whack. "You brats, I told you not to run off on your own." The chilling sound of a fiend echoed quietly, startling both of them into turning around. She looked surprised at their tenacity, muttering, "My word, what persistent little pests." Without missing a beat, she offered, "Leave the rest to me from here on out." In a flash, those hands manipulated Chi. "He told me not to do this, but I can't just ignore anyone daring to target the children." A dazzling bolt of blue lightning flared up right in the palm of her hand. Gripping it tightly, she smiled gently. Without a shred of hesitation, she resolutely charged forward, declaring, "I won't kill them." An azure lightning bolt lashed out ahead amid fierce flashes of thunder. In the blink of an eye, mystical azure lightning spread across the vast expanse of the forest. The Dakibai kids tagged along closely behind Li Qiao, bombarding him with curious questions about everything under the sun. Annoyed by how fussy the little ones were being, Ryo scolded them and told them to stop bothering the distinguished guest. Noticing Chial staring curiously at her outfit, Ryo chuckled and told him she had made it with her own hands. But she humbly added that she only spun the threads and didn't handcraft the whole thing from start to finish. When Chial brought up the Grand Elder, Ryo explained that while this was the Elder's territory, she was the one running day-to-day operations. She let out a hearty laugh, mentioning that while the Elder supposedly disliked humans, she herself was quite the exception. After walking for a bit, Ryo told him to step closer so she could open the gateway leading into their village. A surge of powerful energy erupted as she drove her weapon into the ground to undo the seal. The gate swung open, and Ryo smiled as she invited him inside their domain. The moment he stepped through, Li Qiao stood frozen in awe at the enchanting, ethereal scenery before his eyes. Tiny spirits fluttered everywhere, weaving an intensely magical atmosphere. This was Mirani Village, a place where various races lived in harmony with nature atop ancient, towering trees. Ryo handed him a glass of fruit juice to quench his thirst after the long journey. Chial was quite surprised to discover that races other than the Dakibai lived here as well. He took a refreshing sip while listening to her introduce the Jangi race, also known as L. It was then that Ryo officially introduced herself by name and revealed that she was the village chief. Just by looking at his hair and eye color, she immediately guessed he belonged to the prestigious Sungmu Lee family. Casually, she asked if he knew the guy currently tasked with guarding the mountain outside. The mere mention of him made Ryo throw a fit, calling the guy a fool who tortured himself just because he got mixed up with humans. Seeing her heated reaction, Chial offered a wry smile, assuring her that the guy was doing fine, save for a slight drinking problem. Regaining her composure, she sincerely thanked him for saving the mischievous kids of the village. In true Dakibai fashion, a debt must always be repaid, so she wanted to return the favor by helping him with something. Though Chial tried to decline, Ryo insisted that he voice whatever was on his mind. Hearing that, he smiled and nodded, seemingly knowing exactly what he needed to ask. Chial placed the Hukia sword down on the table, instantly making the atmosphere heavy and serious. Ryo's expression shifted the moment she recognized the familiar weapon. He curiously asked if she had personally participated in forging the sword. Ryo revealed that numerous Dakibai had contributed to it in various ways. She explained that she and 63 other Dakibai only prepared the materials and cast the mold, while the Grand Elder handled the final completion. Looking at the sword, she let out a sigh of relief that it had finally found its true master. However, she asked if he felt anything strange when holding it in his hands. Chial wondered aloud whether some sort of soul was sealed inside the blade. Ryo's face grew dead serious. She told him that this wasn't a sword, it was pure destruction taking the shape of a weapon. She explained that all things possess their own energy. Even when it weakens, it never simply vanishes into thin air. He nodded in understanding, realizing that the energy she referred to was mana. Ryo warned him that Hukia had the ability to completely erase that energy, meaning anything slashed by it would never recover. If it was that dangerous, Chial didn't understand why anyone would bother creating such a sword in the first place. She shrugged, saying that only his ancestors or the Grand Elder would know the answer to that. But Ryo believed that everything in existence has a purpose, and this sword was undoubtedly born to be wielded. She quietly pondered how a sword that had stayed dormant for thousands of years suddenly reacted to a teenage boy with a mysterious destiny. Chial touched the scabbard, mentioning that it was currently suppressed by 9 layers of seals. He asked Ryo if she knew anything about the 5th seal. She nodded in confirmation, though warning him that it would be quite difficult. Li Chial curiously wondered what kind of trial it could be for Ryo to look that serious. Upon hearing that he had to defeat 100 Dakibai to pass the test, the young man froze for several seconds. Seeing that her guest didn't quite grasp the situation, she asked if he had ever heard of her race's wrestling sport, Siram. Chial replied that he knew the theory. It was a spiritual ritual where the strength of souls clashed directly. Ryo nodded, saying that was close enough, but to be precise, it was a battle fought entirely with spiritual strength. To help him picture it, she called young Jeong over to prep for an immediate, hands-on practical lesson. Hearing his name called, little Jeong cheerfully bounced up and demanded to go first, much to the envy of the surrounding kids. Looking at the tiny child standing before him, Chial couldn't help doubting himself, asking the village chief if he really had to fight the kid. Ryo chuckled knowingly, asking if he was afraid of losing to a mere toddler, seeing how pale his face was turning. She introduced Jeong and 2 other kids as the youngest members of Mirani village. Ryo gave the signal to begin, while Chial still naively thought to himself that things seemed much simpler than he'd expected. She told young Jeong to pull his punches a bit, but also warned Chial that once he tasted it, he'd realize it was no walk in the park. Per instructions, the two sat facing each other and closed their eyes to dive into the mental showdown. Suddenly, Li Chial felt an invisible wave of pressure slam directly into his brain. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in the middle of an endless, blinding white space with no people or obstacles in sight. A burst of laughter echoed from above, making him shudder as he realized he was no longer in the village. A giant version of little Jeong loomed over him, mocking him for looking as tiny as an ant. Without a word of warning, the giant Jeong lunged straight at him as if trying to snatch him up. Chial panicked and yelled at him to stop, since he hadn't mentally prepared for this absurd scenario. But it was too late. A colossal foot came crashing down from above, unleashing crushing pressure meant to flatten him instantly. Snapping awake with his eyes dilated, Li Chial gasped for air like a drowning man dragged back from the grave. He panted heavily, drenched in sweat, feeling as though his mind had just survived a brutal execution. Sitting flat on the ground, Li Chial dazed around, trying to collect his wits and figure out where he was. He clutched his forehead, his breathing still ragged from the ordeal. Ryo sat nearby with a smile, asking how he felt and if he could take the heat. Li Chial questioned the bizarre space where everything seemed to shift according to sheer willpower. In his memory, that giant foot had just come down, creating a terrifying shockwave. Ryo's eyes betrayed surprise at his sharp deduction. She nodded in acknowledgement, genuinely impressed that Li Chial figured out the nature of the mental plane so quickly. In the distance, little Jeong was jumping up and down celebrating his victory, while Ryo could only offer a wry smile. Li Qiao stared at the tiny kid who packed such monstrous strength in that realm, marveling at the boy's perspective. He asked about the time dilation since it felt like only seconds had passed while everything had played out over there. Exhausted as he was, Li Qiao still wanted to try again. His willpower was truly no joke. Ryo patted his shoulder and advised him to rest, explaining that wrestling with the Dakibai was mentally exhausting. But seeing the determined look on his face, she knew there was no stopping him. Ryo's jaw dropped as she watched Li Qiao dive straight into the next battle without a moment's hesitation. As soon as the match started, he was swatted away by an invisible hand. Little Jiong won again, grinning cheerfully while Li Qiao was sent flying into the air. The little kid won yet again. Crawling back up, Li Qiao felt that despite losing repeatedly, he was getting closer to a breakthrough. He panted heavily, sweat dripping down his face, yet his eyes still burned with fighting spirit. Ryo stood with her arms crossed, secretly admiring this unbelievable level of grit and perseverance. The sight of Li Qiao right now reminded her of a legendary predecessor within her clan. The training ground fell silent as everyone turned their gaze toward him. The elder of the Jangi tribe and the young women approached, unable to hide their astonishment at his rapid progress. Li Qiao wiped away his sweat and offered a humble smile, wanting to finish his chores properly to earn the meals they provided him. Power surged from his hands, radiating a cool, storm-like blue aura. With a single strike, Li Qiao resolved everything, creating a powerful blast that shook the earth. He realized his thought-processing speed had grown noticeably faster thanks to those mental wrestling matches. Elder Jangi smiled and offered him a refreshing drink to restore his stamina. Chugging the can down, Li Qiao felt his mind clear up completely as all his fatigue melted away. Ryo watched in surprise as the Jangi villagers cared for Li Qiao, knowing how notoriously strict they were with outsiders. Yet here he was, effortlessly helping them heave massive boulders around. Li Qiao stopped working as Ryo approached, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment for getting a bit too carried away. Ryo asked the elder if she could take him along now that the chores were mostly done. When the elder scolded her for slacking off, Ryo playfully covered her ears and pretended not to hear a thing to brush it off. Turning back to Li Qiao, Ryo chuckled at how quickly he had integrated into the village, even helping out with odd jobs. Ryo explained that offering him that drink was a huge honor, as the Jangi people didn't accept just anyone. Li Qiao nodded in realization. No wonder his mental stamina had recovered miraculously fast. It turned out to be a precious elixir crafted from soul essence and herbs aged for decades. Li Qiao wondered why they lived such secluded lives, but hesitated to ask directly. He figured that as an outsider, he shouldn't pry into the tribe's private matters unless they brought it up themselves. Her question led back to the fiery memories of the Great War, a flame still smoldering in the shadows. Ryo told Li Qiao about the Great War, an era when humans drove her tribe into a miserable refugee existence. Nothing had changed since then, and the pain remained as raw as it was on day one. She reassured him that it happened before he was born, so he shouldn't worry. The villagers already considered him family. Mid-conversation, Ryo suddenly remembered she had things to do and told Li Qiao to go play wrestling with the kids for fun. With a wave and a smile, she hurried off, leaving him standing there by himself. Walking away a bit, Ryo's expression grew pensive, looking as though she was worried about something. She went to find an elder of the tribe and asked why he had bothered to travel all this way here. The elder looked at Ryo reproachfully, demanding to know why she dared bring back the human male he had once driven away. Without hesitation, Ryo defended Li Qiao, insisting he wasn't like the others because he saved the children and always helped people out. The elder reminded her that making Li Qiao take the test was merely fulfilling an old promise. He adamantly refused to let humans set foot on their territory and ordered Ryo to chase him away immediately. Ryo shot back that if he hated him so much, he should chase him away himself, teasing that he was getting old yet still as hot-tempered as ever. She pointed out Li Qiao getting along with the kids, reminding him of the days when both sides were good friends. But the elder held onto his prejudices, firmly stating that humans and the Jangi tribe could never coexist. Ryo warned him with a stern voice that the seal was weakening, and the tribe desperately needed human help to survive. Her eyes revealed deep anxiety as she noticed frightening cracks forming on the seal. The elder turned his back and walked away, dropping a cold remark that humans were selfish and would never sacrifice themselves for others. Ryo stood alone with an irritated expression, clearly disagreeing with the elder's stubbornness. Back at the training ground, Li Qiao sat motionless, as if concentrating his mental focus on something. Standing up with confident strides, he showed that he was ready for the next phase of his journey. The kids grew excited the moment he stood up, shouting noisily and demanding to conquer all future challenges alongside him. Li Qiao simply smiled gently, the confident smile of someone who had found his own path. Li Qiao stood amidst a group of children in a mental space, where the little ones cheered him on, telling him he needed to break something through. A close-up of Li Qiao showed his expression calm and confident, perfectly primed to do something big. A massive vortex of energy erupted, blending water and fire, while the children cheered and waved from below. Standing before a dazzling, exploding torrent of light, Li Qiao looked tiny yet immensely resolute as he uttered, "Fine." He wore a smug smile, knowing it was finally time for Li Qiao to strike back after days of getting beaten up by Granny. The scene cut to fragmented frames filled with groans of exhaustion. Turns out they had been wrestling continuously for 3 hours. A female Jangi warrior watched with unconcealed shock, amazed that his willpower and mental fortitude were this terrifying. She smiled with satisfaction, realizing this trial seemed to yield results far beyond expectation. Li Qiao sat flat on the ground to rest while the kids swarmed around him, and he greeted Granny, the woman standing right in front of him. The little ones eagerly snitched on Li Qiao to Grandma, complaining that he used her exact moves, fought endlessly without getting tired, and didn't even feel hot when burned by fire. The female Jangi warrior just smiled silently as she listened to the kids rat him out. She announced that training with the kids was done for now, leaving Li Qiao dazed and confused about what was happening next. It turned out the real trial was about to begin, wrestling 100 opponents, which actually hyped Li Qiao up. But it wasn't happening right away, as she told him they needed about a week to gather enough people. Gazing toward the distant mountain range, she explained that it took time to summon wandering Dakibai back here. 3 days later, a large-scale festival took place, with crowds gathering to watch the long-awaited wrestling match between a human and the Dakibai. Li Qiao stood amid the noisy crowd with a slightly dazed look, still unaccustomed to such a lively atmosphere. The people around him chattered animatedly about old times, bringing up someone named Mr. Kim who had passed away 30 years ago. The female Jangi warrior walked over and patted Li Qiao's shoulder, asking where he had been and what he'd been doing over the past few days. Li Qiao thanked her politely, while she looked at him seriously and asked if he was ready to begin the test. The crowd behind them started cheering, heating up the atmosphere. She warned him sternly that if the adult Dakibai didn't acknowledge his strength, this test would drag on endlessly. Li Qiao nodded in confirmation, keeping the 1-week time limit clear in his mind. Smiling encouragingly, she told him to give it his all so they could jump straight into a roaring celebration afterward. Shouting loudly to settle the crowd, she announced the start of the match without wasting any more time. Under a brilliant blue sky, leaves fluttered down amid the excited cheers of the onlookers. The 3 kids from earlier appeared first, and Li Qiao noticed they seemed vastly different from a few days ago, much stronger. Score 1-100. The kids were defeated swiftly, lying sprawled on the ground and whining about losing. Score 4-100. This time his opponent was a rather agile tiger Dakibai. Score 10-100. Li Qiao hovered in midair, fighting multiple opponents at once by himself. Score 22-100. He dropped into a defensive stance, sweat beginning to bead on his skin as the battle grew tenser. Score 41-100. A Dakibai dressed in a sleek gentleman's suit appeared, acknowledging Li Qiao as an astonishing human. Score 57-100. A colossal panda Dakibai holding a bamboo branch blocked his path, making Li Qiao look tiny by comparison. Score 63-100. A gigantic fiery dragon entity materialized, swallowing up a corner of the sky. By the 3rd day, Li Qiao was growing exhausted, dropping to his knees and panting heavily while people anxiously asked if he was all right. Stubbornly claiming he was fine, he demanded to keep going, realizing this trial was essentially an extreme mental training course. The female Jangi warrior signaled the resumption as the crowd's roars echoed everywhere. Despite his fatigue, Li Qiao managed a smile, pushing himself to his absolute limits. Score 83-100. Sitting cross-legged and wiping away his sweat, his body felt sore all over, but his willpower remained unshaken. A close-up showed Li Qiao's eyes squeezed shut, sweat streaming down as he regulated his breathing. Score 99-100. A long-haired man smiled and gave him a thumbs-up, acknowledging his efforts. Only one final opponent remained. Li Qiao looked up, exhaling a sharp breath and offering a brief word of thanks as he prepared for the final turning point. A Jangi martial artist sat casually with crossed legs, tossing out a challenge and signaling the start of the most crucial bout. Flashing a confident smile, the opponent declared this was the 100th match as lightning crackled around them, welcoming a life-or-death struggle. Across from him, Li Qiao looked dwarfed before a swirling wall of mist and clouds, feeling an immensely terrifying wave of pressure radiating from his foe. A close-up of the opponent's eyes showed them sharp and devoid of emotion, stating he held no personal grudges against Li Qiao. However, because this was a trial bound by an ancient covenant, he vowed to fight with everything he had without holding back an ounce. Power erupted instantly, a blinding flash of light swallowing Li Qiao's position before he could react. Li Qiao stood firm amidst the bolts of lightning, though his body began to protest as he thought about how indescribably tired he felt. Covered in sweat and gritting his teeth, his eyes blazed with resolve. Despite exhaustion, he refused to let himself collapse. A spurt of splatter hit the cold ground, making him realize with a shock that even though this was a spiritual realm, the damage taken felt terrifyingly real. Li Qiao buckled completely, clutching his chest and coughing up blood as the pain tortured his mind. Defying everything, he clenched his fists and forced himself back up, past caring about his injuries as he begged to fight just once more. The opponent let out a startled gasp at his stubbornness, never expecting a human to possess such ironclad willpower. A colossal mountain suddenly collapsed right before his eyes, leaving Li Qiao dazed as massive boulders rained down without warning. With rubble flying everywhere, he realized with a jolt that all previous challenges were merely an opening act. Gritting his teeth with a tense expression, Li Qiao acknowledged that the scale of this trial vastly exceeded his imagination. The opponent began lecturing him, asserting that persistent human effort could eventually level a massive mountain. A cataclysmic beam of light descended from the sky, symbolizing an unrivaled power capable of destroying everything. Li Qiao braced himself to block the direct attack head-on, prompting the opponent to look impressed before gearing up for an even stronger technique. The surroundings exploded in violent, energetic clashes, blowing away huge boulders like scraps of paper. Standing in the eye of the lightning storm, he tried to keep his balance while tracking his opponent's every minor movement. Li Qiao forced a bitter smirk, whispering to himself that things were starting to get way out of hand. A giant blue explosion erupted, enveloping the entire battlefield and swallowing Li Qiao's silhouette in a dazzling glow. Li Qiao was trapped amidst a violent surge of spiritual energy. Sitting quietly, his entire body radiated a stark white aura amid the crackling energy bolts. All around, Jangi villagers gathered to watch, whispering amongst themselves because this was already his 50th time facing the Elder's trial. The young men in the village worriedly told each other to go easy on the old lady, so she wouldn't drop dead from exhaustion. Li Qiao snapped back to reality, drenched in sweat and panting as if he had just returned from the gates of death. He asked in a daze how long he had been unconscious. Looking at his trembling hands, he still couldn't tell reality apart from illusions. The female Jangi warrior stood nearby and answered concisely that he had just passed out for about 2 hours. Li Qiao clenched his fists tight, past caring how many times he had fallen or for how long. He declared that whether it was in his mind or in reality didn't matter. He would keep going until he succeeded. The female Jangi warrior was stunned by his insane, iron-willed determination. She watched in silence, sweating as she felt the immense pressure radiating from him. Li Qiao turned and walked away, leaving the female warrior behind with a pensive look on her face. She silently admired the fact that he was fighting continuously, without taking a single second to rest. Elder Jangi stood with the crowd behind them, equally doubting whether a normal human could endure to this extent. Li Qiao stood firmly within the spiritual vortex, questioning why he had to push himself this far. Power surged wildly, shattering the surrounding earth and stone as he cast away thoughts of when this trial would ever end. He stopped caring who his opponent was, his mind completely cleansed. Eradicating all stray thoughts, he fixed his burning gaze straight ahead. His mind now held only a single objective: to win at all costs. A brilliant burst of light erupted from Li Qiao, enveloping the entire surrounding space. The female Jangi warrior thought it was almost over, convinced he would pull through this time. But then she suddenly froze, her expression turning frantic. Li Qiao had reached the state of selflessness, entirely forgetting his own existence. His eyes rolled up blankly, devoid of any human life, making her wonder if he was driving himself to self-destruction. The female Jangi warrior gritted her teeth, sweat rolling down her cheek at this terrifying transformation. She screamed out in horror, believing this wasn't a path any human should ever walk down. Li Qiao's expression was as cold as ice, radiating a pressure that made anyone shudder. A gigantic pillar of light surged straight up into the sky, banishing all the lingering clouds within his consciousness. The female warrior realized something was terribly wrong. This was no longer just your ordinary state of selflessness. He wasn't just blending in, he was actively seizing control of the entire mental space she had created. The illusory world began to fracture and shatter entirely under the terrifying pressure unleashed by Li Qiao. She couldn't believe her eyes, wondering how on earth a human could pull off such an unimaginable feat. Amidst the ruins of the mental space, Li Qiao stepped forward with an aura of absolute authority. This form of his left the Jangi female warrior in a state of utter shock. His gaze was eerily calm, yet it carried an overwhelming, absolute might. The moment the trial concluded, Li Qiao collapsed onto the magic circle from exhaustion, while the female warrior let out a sigh of relief. The onlookers began whispering in praise, acknowledging that his mental fortitude was genuinely impressive. Straining to get back up, drenched in sweat, Li Qiao tiredly asked if everything was over. The Jangi female warrior broke into a bright smile, firmly confirming that he had passed the test. Li Qiao bowed his head in deep thought, asking with a naive expression, "Did I lose?" The girl looked at him speechlessly, wondering if he had any idea just how earth-shattering of a feat he had just accomplished. A definitive declaration, "You won," rang out, putting an end to his grueling mental torment and training. Li Qiao blinked open his eyes with a strange, lingering sense of satisfaction plastered across his face. Standing in the middle of the infinite void, he wondered if everything he had just experienced was just a lucid dream. Every single movement and sword technique from that space remained deeply engraved in his mind. Everything felt so vivid, as if he had literally just experienced it firsthand. The entire process of combat and enlightenment within the spiritual realm flashed clearly before his eyes. Even the imposing figure of that powerful black sword didn't fade away in his memory in the slightest. The ring on his finger suddenly flashed, radiating a current of dark qi as if intensely resonating with its master. Gasp! Li Qiao jolted awake, his breathing ragged and tense as if he had just escaped a long nightmare. He propped himself up inside a wooden cabin, with a male Jangi tribesman sitting nearby who had been staying by his side to take care of him. The man handed him a bowl of medicine, letting out a sigh of relief because he thought Li Qiao wouldn't wake up today either. Word of his awakening quickly spread, and the Jangi villagers rushed over to cheer, never having seen anyone with such iron willpower before. Outside, a lively festival was underway, with everyone sharing drinks to celebrate his achievement. The Jangi female warrior suddenly appeared, scolding the young men for making a ruckus right in front of someone who had just woken up. She checked up on his condition and then dropped a shocking truth. He had been fast asleep for a whole week after the trial ended. Li Qiao stared blankly in disbelief, barely even remembering how he had managed to pull through the ordeal. Seeing him still dazed, they reassured him once more that he had truly achieved a resounding victory. That night, the entire Jangi tribe was bathed in the sparkling lights of a festival celebrating a worthy successor. Afterward, the female warrior led him to examine some confidential ancient texts called the Records of Hukia. Holding these records in his hands, Li Qiao finally gained a deeper understanding of the Black Sword's origins and power. Finally, Li Qiao donned a noble martial uniform left behind by a predecessor, a fateful gift that felt tailor-made just for him. Wearing his new martial attire, Li Qiao thought to himself that this gear was left behind by his ancestors for him and no one else. Holding the ancient bamboo slips, Yunhin noticed that large portions of the historical records had been intentionally erased. Li Qiao curiously asked if she knew what those erased sections were about, believing Hukia was created for a specific purpose. Shaking her head, Yunhin explained that based on the context, the missing parts seemed to hint at a living entity or an object rather than a location. She began recounting ancient tales, even if they sounded far-fetched and hard to believe. Those were oral legends about a distant sea or some event tied to this land. In the Dakibai tribe's folklore, there was a terrifying lullaby about a monster that would come and devour anyone, leaving nothing left of the world. Yunhin shared that adults used to scare her with that song whenever she stayed out late at night as a kid, prompting Li Qiao to agree that it sounded like a horror story made for children. According to the ancient inscriptions left by his ancestor Li Hyangxian, those old texts affirmed that Hukia was the key and map leading to the final secret of the Li family. Yunhin fell deep into thought, seeming to realize something from these incomplete records. She chuckled when mentioning an idiot who had lost his name and gotten imprisoned in the mountain, finding it all the more absurd. Li Qiao smiled, promising that if he ever found that guardian's name, he would definitely return it to them. Yunhin immediately snapped at him, telling him to let that guy suffer for another 1,000 years and not return anything at all. Calming down a bit, she asked Qiao if he had any other questions he wanted answered. Gazing deep into the shadows, Li Qiao asked Yunhin to tell him about the tribe's grand elder. Instantly, a sturdy man with long hair and a bushy beard emerged from the darkness, radiating a heavy pressure. That was Grand Elder Siop, who possessed strange eyes holding a sparkling galaxy within them. Amidst the bustling festival atmosphere of the Dakibai village, Li Qiao was cheerfully chatting with the children of the tribe. Watching a human integrate so seamlessly with his descendants, Grand Elder Siop's gaze flickered with a mix of complex emotions yet remained deeply distant. But then his face darkened, as if recalling some painful memory. Flashes of a village engulfed in flames, thick smoke, and desperate cries for help crossed his mind. A terrified child reached out amidst the inferno, but it seemed no one could salvage that tragic disaster. Grand Elder Siop sighed, thinking to himself that in the end, he was the only one left to bear this solitary agony. The village current was quiet, with a few people sprawled out on the ground after a wild bout of heavy drinking. Seeing the young Dakibai men sleeping so soundly, they were drooling made for a rather humorous sight. Standing there with a smile, Li Qiao inwardly marveled at the staggering alcohol tolerance and enthusiasm of the locals. Suddenly, he was startled as he sensed a murderous intent right behind him. The sheer aura of Grand Elder Siop made Li Qiao break out in a cold sweat. Staring right at him, Grand Elder Siop coldly remarked that humans were always as stubborn and thick-headed as ever. Under the blazing moonlight, he bluntly ordered Li Qiao never to set foot in his territory ever again. Qiao remained calm, asserting that he came here based on an old pact as the rightful successor of the Black Sword Hukia. Grand Elder Siop acknowledged that a promise, no matter how old, remained a promise, which was why he had allowed him to stay here until now. However, since the village's children had fulfilled their duty, he declared there was no reason for Li Qiao to linger here for another second. His aura erupting, Grand Elder Siop let out a roar ordering him to leave immediately. The immense pressure knocked Li Qiao back, leaving him shaken by the elder's overwhelming might. He dazed around, still struggling to process everything that had just happened. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as a massive explosion echoed, rattling the entire mountain forest. Grand Elder Siop asserted that this was entirely his doing, advising Li Qiao not to hold any resentment toward the other Dakibai for being forced to leave. From afar, Yunhin approached and called out to him, wondering why he had to go to such extreme lengths. Bringing a tray of food, Yunhin joined Siop as he sat quietly overlooking the village from high up on a cliff. He bluntly admitted that he utterly despised humans. At the same time, Siop felt guilty for making the entire tribe live in captivity just because of his own existence. Looking into his eyes, Yunhin realized that deep down, he actually viewed Li Qiao as entirely different from other people. Grand Elder Siop didn't deny it, stating that he wouldn't interfere with the bond she had built with the young man since everyone's feelings were their own private business. As Yunhan pressed on, bringing up two people who certainly wouldn't be happy seeing him like this, Siop snapped, "Stop," refusing to hear another word. His face hardening, he coldly warned her that her words had crossed the line. Unwilling to back down, Yunhan asked straight out if he didn't actually hate humans and if it was all just due to the pain tied to those two people. Siop could only sigh and call her child. He intended to say something, but his words seemed choked up in his throat facing the harsh reality. Suddenly, a massive tremor erupted, an ear-splitting sound tearing through the night that terrified them both. Yunhen gasped in shock, "No way," refusing to believe the ancient seal could experience such a violent upheaval. From the rubble, piercing beams of green spiritual energy flared brilliantly straight up into the night sky as if trying to rip it apart. An abyssal black hole split open right in the middle of the tribe's sacred land, radiating wicked and oppressive energy. The ground cracked into massive chunks as searing heat surged from deep within the shattered rock crevices. Yunhin winced at the sudden spike in temperature, while Grand Elder Siop kept a grim, anxious gaze locked on the widening fissure. Glowing bright orange-red cracks signaled that molten lava was about to erupt onto the surface. The entire geological structure completely collapsed, exposing a rushing torrent of blazing red lava right beneath their feet. Grand Elder Siop stretched out his hand to cast a spell, wrapping his body in a mystical glow. An ancient stone staircase materialized amid the swirling vortex of energy. He ordered Yunhin to hurry back to the village and warn everyone. Yunhin flatly refused, insisting that as a member of the tribe, she had to stay and help him root out this problem at its source. Grand Elder Siop fell silent for a moment before nodding, telling her to follow him deep underground. The two of them began venturing down the dark, deep stone steps as swirling demonic miasma billowed to envelop the space. The spiritual pressure here was so intense that Yunhin felt her chest tighten, anxiously asking if the elder was all right against such crushing force. She realized with horror that he had been enduring the torment of this dreadful place all by himself just to maintain the seal. Siop simply gave a quiet nod confirming that painful truth. He revealed that corrupted energy from the north had started affecting the seal years ago, and now everything had spun out of control. Stepping out of the dark tunnel, they entered a vast, sprawling chamber filled with the blazing, fiery glow of lava. Before them stood the majestic lava-ceiling underground shrine, where an ancient stone altar sat isolated amid a churning sea of glowing molten rock. Li Qiao put on his new martial arts uniform, thinking to himself that this item was handed down to him by his ancestors and no one else. Yunhen held the ancient bamboo slips in her hands, realizing that a huge portion of the content in the historical records had been deliberately erased. Li Qiao curiously asked if she knew what the erased parts were about, as he believed the Hukia sword was created for a specific purpose. Yunhin shook her head, explaining that based on the context, the erased parts seemed to hint at a living entity or an object rather than a geographical location. She began recounting tales of old, even though they sounded far-fetched and hard to believe. These were word-of-mouth legends about a distant sea or some event connected to this land. Within the memories of the Dakibai tribe, there was a terrifying lullaby about a monster that would come and devour anyone, leaving nothing left of the world. Yunhin recounted that when she was little, adults used to scare her with that song whenever she went out at night, making even Li Qiao admit it was a horror story meant for kids. On the bamboo slips of ancestor Li Hyangxian, ancient inscriptions asserted that Hukia was the key and map leading to the ultimate secret of the Li family. Yunhin fell into deep thought, as if she had just realized something from these unfinished notes. She sneered when mentioning a fool who lost his name and got imprisoned in the mountains, which made her find it all the more absurd. Li Qiao smiled, promising that if he ever found the guardian deity's name, he would definitely return it to them. Yunhin snapped instantly, telling him to let that guy suffer for another 1,000 years and not return a damn thing. Calming down a bit, she asked Qiao if he had any other questions he wanted answered. Li Qiao gazed deep into the darkness, suggesting that Yunhin tell him about the tribe's elder. Right away, a burly man with long hair and a thick beard stepped out of the darkness, radiating a heavy oppressive aura. That was Elder Siop, who possessed strange eyes containing a sparkling galaxy within them. Amidst the lively festive atmosphere of the Dakibai village, Li Qiao was cheerfully chatting with the tribal kids. Seeing a human mingling so well with his descendants, Elder Siop's gaze flickered slightly yet remained full of distance. But then his face suddenly turned gloomy, as if remembering some painful memory. Inside his mind flashed scenes of a village engulfed in a sea of fire, thick plumes of smoke, and desperate cries for help. A terrified child reached out their hand amidst the blazing inferno, but it seemed no one could save them from that tragic plight. Elder Siop sighed, thinking to himself that in the end, only he was left to bear this lonely pain. The village's current scenery was quiet, with only a few people sprawled out on the ground after a heavy drinking session. Seeing the young Dakibai warriors sleeping so soundly they were even drooling, the sight was somewhat comical and pitiable. Li Qiao stood there smiling, inwardly admiring the drinking capacity and passion of the local people. Suddenly, he was startled as he sensed a murderous intent right behind him. Elder Siop's pressure made Li Qiao break out in a cold sweat. Elder Siop stared right at him, coldly remarking that humans were always as stubborn and reckless as ever. Under the brilliant moonlight, he bluntly ordered Li Qiao never to set foot in his territory ever again. Qiao faced him calmly, asserting that he came here based on an old pact as the rightful successor of the Black Sword Hukia. Elder Siop acknowledged that an old promise was still a promise, which was why he had allowed him to stay here until now. However, since the village's descendants had fulfilled their duty, he declared there was no reason for Li Qiao to stay a single second longer. With an explosive aura, Elder Siop roared and ordered him to leave immediately. The immense pressure forced Li Qiao back, leaving him stunned by the elder's overwhelming power. He stared around blankly, still unable to digest everything that had just happened. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a loud explosion rocked the entire mountain forest. Elder Siop asserted that this was entirely his will, and advised Li Qiao not to hold a grudge against the other Dakibai for having to leave like this. From afar, Yunhin stepped forward and called out his name, wondering why he had to go to such extreme lengths. Yunhin brought a tray of food over to Siop, who was sitting quietly looking down at the village from a high cliff. He bluntly admitted that he utterly despised humans. However, Siop also felt guilty for forcing the entire tribe to live in confinement just because of his existence. Yunhin looked into his eyes, realizing that deep down inside, he also felt Li Qiao was a very different human compared to the rest. Elder Siop didn't deny it, saying he wouldn't interfere with the bond she had built with the young man, as everyone's feelings were a private matter. Yunhin was questioning Elder Siop, bringing up two people who would certainly be unhappy seeing him in this state. Siop immediately barked, "Stop," refusing to hear another word. His face hardened as he coldly warned that what she had just said crossed the allowable line. Yunhin refused to back down, asking straight up if he didn't actually hate humans and if it was all just because of the pain tied to those two people. Siop could only sigh and call her child. He intended to say something, but his words seemed choked in his throat facing the harsh reality. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted, a sound tearing through the night that left both of them struck with horror. Yunhin gasped in shock, "No way," unable to believe the ancient seal could fluctuate this violently. From the debris, brilliant emerald spirit light columns shot straight into the high sky as if tearing the night apart. A bottomless black abyss cracked open right in the middle of the tribe's sacred land, radiating an evil and oppressive energy. The ground split into massive chunks, and intense heat billowed from deep within the shattered rock crevices. Yunhin grimaced at the sudden temperature spike, while Elder Siop maintained a gloomy, anxious gaze fixed on the widening crack. The cracks glowed in brilliant orange red, signaling that molten lava was about to erupt onto the surface. The entire geological structure completely collapsed, revealing a rushing torrent of glowing red lava right beneath their feet. Elder Siop reached out to cast a spell, wrapping his body in a mystical glow. An ancient stone staircase pathway appeared amidst the swirling energy vortex. He ordered Yunhin to return to the village immediately to report the news. Yunhin stubbornly refused, asserting that as a tribe member she had to stay and help him tackle the root of the problem. Elder Siop fell silent for a moment before nodding, ordering her to follow him deep underground. Both began venturing down the dark, deep stone stairs, where billowing malevolent aura filled the space. The spiritual pressure here was so intense Yoonhin felt her chest tightening, and she anxiously asked if the elder was all right against this terrifying pressure. She was horrified to realize that all this time he had been bearing the torment in this dreadful place all by himself to maintain the seal. Siop softly replied, confirming that painful truth. He revealed that corrupted energy from the north had begun impacting the seal years ago, and now everything had slipped out of control. They stepped out of the dark tunnel into a vast, expansive space filled with the fiery glow of lava. Appearing before them was the majestic magma sealing underground shrine, where an ancient stone altar sat lonely amidst a boiling, blazing sea of lava. The entire scene of the ancient Dakibai forge sat lonely amidst the bright red lava sea. From a distant cave entrance, two figures were slowly approaching. Across the cave floor, countless broken weapons lay scattered everywhere. Elder Siop muttered to himself that this was the absolute limit of what he could do to forge a replacement for the seal. Siop stood before the forge, his expression heavy as he had to admit to Yoonhin that all their efforts had failed. Yoonhin froze, turning her gaze toward the threateningly churning lava lake. A familiar dark oppressive pressure suddenly enveloped them both. Yoonhin shivered, asking about this spine-chilling cold sensation. Siop explained it was the remnant of the great demon king from the Great War, the one who stained Mount Halasan with blood and stood as the natural enemy of all races. Beneath the lava flow, countless glowing red eyes of the archdemon were rising, waiting to devour everything. That past invasion turned the world into hell, shattering every moral law and completely turning the boundary of yin and yang upside down. Even those who could read destinies couldn't foresee this tragedy. Amidst a space stained with blood, a faint plea for help echoed from the past. Mujin alongside Siop and a comrade stood silently before the blazing sky, witnessing the fierce destruction of war. The situation on the mainland was extremely urgent, and they promised to regroup soon to fight together. The three of them chose to stay and protect Jeju Island, protecting the young Dakibai and humans because they believed help would return. The enemy was a great fiend taking various forms based on human fears. The Red Valley Serpent, the nine-headed monster. The elemental clash between demons and Dakibai was the worst. That serpent continuously used illusions to torment their minds over a long, painful period. Exhausted as they were, they stubbornly held their ground because they placed their absolute trust in humans. To keep himself sane against the crafty illusions, Siop stabbed his weapon straight into his own leg, using pain to maintain his sanity. He roared in agony as his body trembled under the corrosion of darkness. Yoonhin stood nearby, helplessly watching her comrade suffer. She screamed through her tears, begging him not to walk into a death trap. Siop grabbed Yoonhin's hand tightly, shouting at her to snap out of it. He bitterly realized the fateful moment he had feared the most had finally arrived. The entire cave shook violently and lava erupted furiously, threatening to incinerate everything. Siop urged Yoonhin to evacuate the villagers immediately. Yoonhin asked in shock what he planned to do staying behind alone. Siop's gaze was resolute. He considered himself a man belonging to a past era, and finishing off this evil entity was an old debt he had to settle himself. A burst of power blew Yoonhin away, and Siop pushed her out of the cave amidst desperate cries. Left all alone to face the firestorm, Siop kept his burning gaze full of hatred. Behind the wall of fire, the Demon King's eyes mocked his faith. Siop stubbornly believed humans would surely come to rescue them. Yet the harsh reality answered everything. Humans didn't come. Siop collapsed to his knees, his heart shattered upon realizing human promises were just fleeting wind. A bitter sense of betrayal washed over him. He bitterly realized the Dakibai tribe were actually just disposable scapegoats thrown away without mercy. A hand reached out to grab a sword radiating a gentle emerald spirit glow amidst the swirling energy torrent. Flames burst from the spiked club, blazing directly against the swirling dark aura. Young Mujin smiled arrogantly, declaring he would drag that monster's corpse down to hell with him. But his teammate knew that thing couldn't die so easily. Ryo looked at Siop with a resolute yet sorrowful gaze. She decided to transform into a mist blanketing this mountain to protect the tribe. The three friends' eyes met one last time before parting. They regretted that they should have fled this cursed land together long ago. They entrusted all their remaining power to Siop, hoping he would use his fire to protect the seal and their covenant. After years of agonizing wait, humans were nowhere to be heard from. Siop still stood there, waiting in vain. Siop bowed before the graves of his old friends, his lonely back reflecting an unquenchable pain of betrayal. An evil voice echoed in his mind, mocking that humans merely used the Dakibai tribe as a shield to protect themselves. Siop gritted his teeth, yelling at the malicious entity to shut up. He stood firm before the sea of lava fire, holding his spiked club, facing the dark, evil temptation. Despite being betrayed, Siop still fulfilled his final covenant with Lee Hyulhyun. He accepted this as his destiny. Soon, he looked into the void, ready for whatever came next to end the millennium-old debt. Elder Siop threw himself into the sea of fire, holding his spiked club, roaring a vow to follow his fallen comrades down to hell. Returning to reality, monsters were howling wildly in the forest darkness, their eyes glowing with malice. The Dakibai village plunged into utter chaos. People frantically called out to protect the mother tree at all costs against the continuous onslaught. A monster lunged forward, its fangs nearly catching a young man. Amidst piercing screams, someone was desperately calling for their grandmother. The defense squad leader gritted his teeth looking ahead. He knew the elder's situation was critical, but the battlefield here wasn't looking any better. He ordered the wounded to be taken to the healing lake immediately, while mobilizing all Dakibai with combat stamina to quickly sweep away these monsters. A powerful spiritual explosion occurred in the forest, blowing everything back and creating a fierce shockwave. The warriors struggled to stand firm amidst the thick smoke and dust to protect their formation. Sweat rolled down the commander's forehead as he clearly sensed the worst moment unfolding right before his eyes. The monsters howled disgustedly, flashing sharp fangs ready to tear apart anyone in their way. The villagers grew even more terrified, seeing the monsters turning increasingly frantic and completely out of control. The commander realized all these monsters were affected by the Demon King's demonic aura. This battle wouldn't end unless its true body was destroyed. A pack of ferocious monsters surrounded a lone warrior holding his ground. A fierce slam knocked him tumbling to the ground, only managing a helpless cry before impending death. The monster in front of him opened its jaws wide, preparing to finish off the poor soldier's life. Suddenly, an emerald sword chi slashed through the air, unleashing a fatal strike against the beast's neck. The razor-sharp slash severed the monster's head in a split second, black blood splattering across the ground. The soldier stared in shock at the figure clad in a dark green cloak who had just swept past him so valiantly. He blinked upward in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. The person who had just appeared was none other than Li Qiao. With a sword in hand and the poise of a master, he announced he was here to help everyone.
Sinewy arms tightly gripped a heavy hammer, glowing with a vibrant turquoise mana. Li Qiao poured all his might into a sweeping blow, creating a massive arc of energy that slashed directly at the dark entity. Elsewhere, the Dakibai elder continuously swung his hammer, generating blazing explosions of fire to encircle the monster's serpentine heads. He gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue, sweat streaming down his tense face. Amidst the void pitch black with demonic eyes, a mocking voice echoed, asking why he was trying so hard to protect humanity. He roared, telling the monster to shut its mouth. Even though it had lost its true body, the monster's power was still terrifying, leaving the elder in disbelief. He tightened his grip on the hammer handle, preparing for a decisive blow. With a resounding shout, he charged straight forward without a shred of hesitation. The heavy hammer crashed down, flames bursting fiercely right among the twisting snake heads. But physical attacks seemed to have no effect at all. The demon still marched forward relentlessly. Driven to the edge, he decided to unleash even the artifacts once deemed failures to hold it back. The fragments of ancient artifacts spun around, generating a powerful pressure that tightly compressed the dark entity. A massive explosion erupted right at the center of the battlefield. The monster shrieked in agony as it was hit head-on by the chaotic surge of power. The Dakibai elder dropped to his knees, panting from exhaustion, silently hoping that the last blow had worked. Yet the demon's wounds were healing themselves at a dizzying speed right before his eyes. His eyes flared with a resolute gaze. Sealing it away at all costs was the only option left. The dark voice echoed in his mind again, mocking his sealing attempt as futile. The image of a stern man flashed in his mind, reminding him of the things he needed to protect. An illusion of a smiling Dakibai couple appeared, the demon deliberately using memories to shake his resolve. The elder roared, refusing to let the demon insult the fallen with those deceitful words. The painful memory of trusting humans only to receive a tragic end remained a dark shadow in his heart. The image of the three of them fighting side by side resurfaced, and the demon brought up their failure to prove he could not win alone. Despite those words, he roared in furious defiance, declaring all enticements useless. The monster's darkness engulfed him, taunting him once more with a defiant challenge. Suddenly, the elder froze as he realized he had fallen for the demon's psychological trick. Being completely absorbed in swinging his hammer had inadvertently given the monster extra time to recover and counterattack. The demon widened its venom-dripping maw, ready to swallow the prey before it. He gritted his teeth in resignation, but right at that moment, a brilliant blue light suddenly flared up behind him. Blue lightning bolts struck directly at the dark serpent's head, stopping it in its tracks instantly. Ryo hurried over from behind, loudly calling out to the elder. The elder turned back with a look of both surprise and annoyance, asking why she had returned to this dangerous place. The blue lightning kept crashing down, preventing the monster from getting close to them. The village Dakibai had arrived as reinforcements, surrounding and shielding the elder. Even so, he knew these sporadic attacks wouldn't be able to hold the monster back for long. An unusual surge of pressure suddenly appeared, catching the elder's attention. A figure slowly stepped out from the dark mist. His eyes widened to the max, unable to believe the identity of the person who had just appeared. It was none other than Mujin, the legendary predecessor, standing there with a calm composure amid the battlefield. Mujin looked at him with an indifferent gaze and said he had come to help. The elder stammered, asking how he could possibly be here at a time like this. Mujin just smiled faintly, reminding him that he had already mentioned this beforehand. Mujin stood there with a tranquil expression, repeating that he had shown up to lend a hand. The Dakibai elder coldly brushed it off, asserting that his tribe never needed help from humans. The Dark Hydra monster still loomed ahead, challenging every effort of the tiny beings below. The elder sarcastically asked what a mere mortal like Mujin could possibly do. Mujin admitted that was true, and it seemed even he hadn't figured out what he could do much of right now. But immediately after, his eyes burned with determination as he began channeling his energy. The sword in Mujin's hand shook violently, radiating a turquoise mana that enveloped the blade. Pitch-black aura and lightning surrounded Mujin as he concentrated his mind to the absolute maximum. He prepared to execute the second form of Mujin, a technique requiring a terrifying combination of power. All the martial arts essence accumulated over time was channeled by Mujin into this strike, beginning the process of unifying his strength. Mujin's eyes burned fiercely, telling himself to push even further, much further to reach the threshold of ultimate power. Li Qiao poured everything he had learned into achieving unity. The second form of Mujin begins here. He needed more power, his eyes blazing with fire. A flurry of weapon souls rose, from frost to raging thunderstorms. A path opened before his eyes at this very moment. Second form of Mujin, Black Lotus. A destructive stream of light shot straight up into the sky. The monster realized the danger and scrambled frantically to find a way to escape. But it was too late, the massive energy crushed its core. The entire dark entity shattered into pieces. In his subconscious, the Dakibai elder faced the demon, ready to drag it down with him. Mujin appeared, advising him that he didn't need to trade his life for destruction. This stubborn old man once hated humans to the bone, and intended to die without regret. He had separated the two worlds, believing that was the only way to protect his tribe. But then he was stunned when scolded as a stubborn fool. Mujin stated that only by staying would he truly have no regrets left. The final message echoed, "Stop holding hatred toward humans." Ryo cheered in joy, believing the predecessors had saved everything. The Dakibai elder stared intently at the figure in front of him. It was Li Qiao, collapsed amidst the debris after the decisive blow. He admitted that this human had saved his tribe. Qiao's consciousness drifted in a blinding white space. He looked around dazedly, having no idea what was happening. A radiant halo of light opened up right before his eyes. The sight inside left him speechless. It was Mujin executing swordsmanship, a new path to reach the peak. The sword tip drove deep, generating powerful waves of energy. A black lotus bloomed behind the swordsman, quiet yet majestic. Li Qiao realized the truth of the black lotus, his eyes gradually opening. He saw the wooden ceiling, gentle sunlight filtering through the gaps. A groan escaped him as the pain began to wash over. He winced, his body wrecked after the life-or-death battle. Ryo hurriedly brought a basin over, telling him to throw it all up to feel relief. A thick glob of black blood was expelled, easing the pressure in his chest. The Dakibai chieftain and Ryo were surprised that he woke up after just a few hours. Even though his internal organs were heavily damaged, they believed he would recover soon. The two of them remained silent for a long while. The chieftain was teased to the point of throwing a fit, the atmosphere suddenly turning quite humorous. Chial wondered about what he had drank, and the chieftain reeled off a list of rare spiritual herbs. Thanks to that, the mana within his body surged drastically, an unexpected gift. Ryo affirmed that what he did was worth dozens of elixirs. They let him rest, promising to answer all his questions about the battle later. The chieftain and Ryo left the room, leaving a quiet space for him to recuperate. Ryo smiled warmly. This tribe owed him an immense debt of gratitude. 2 days later, everything had gradually stabilized. The Dakibai elder stood quietly amidst the ruined forge, deep in thought. Li Chial sought him out. The old man recognized him immediately and softly said, "You have come." The elder expressed his gratitude for everything being resolved smoothly. He double-checked whether the evil entity had truly been sealed away. Chial nodded to confirm everything was fine. He also didn't forget to thank the villagers for their wholehearted help in making him recover quickly. Hearing that, the old man felt relieved too, but then he coldly asserted he still hated humans a lot. To him, humans were nothing but liars, traitors, and always trying to destroy pristine nature. He asked Chial if he found his thoughts weird. Chial smiled, saying if he were in his shoes, he would hate them too. The elder suddenly realized he was a human too. A vision unfolded where Dakibai began to integrate, living and playing among the streets with other races as an inevitable change. Chial asserted that not everyone is the same. He told the old man he definitely knew that better than anyone else. The elder pondered. He wondered why, after being driven away, Chial still returned to save his tribe. "Because my friends were in trouble, I couldn't just ignore it," Chial answered with a simple smile. The two words "friends" made the elder pause, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Memories of Mugen and old friends surfaced. They too had once shared such happy, smiling moments. He softly repeated the word in his mouth, his heart seemingly feeling much lighter. When it was time to part ways, the kids Jeong and Young pestered Chial to stay and play a bit longer. Ryo had to stop them because he still had important work to do. Li Chial put on his backpack, smiled to bid farewell to the kids, and promised he would definitely see them again very soon. He turned to ask Ryo if the village would be fine now that the mountain's protective magic was gone. Ryo smiled and told him not to worry. You can't just find them whenever you want, because the Dakibai are always the ones who make the first move to seek others out. The elder declared that the long-standing ill fate had ended. Now was the time for the Dakibai tribe to step out into the wide world. Chial nodded in agreement, even though the old man still grumbled that he still didn't like humans in general. But then he added, "Except for you, I don't hate you." Ryo, standing nearby, dropped her jaw in absolute shock. The old man pulled out an object wrapped tightly in cloth, handing it to Chial. "Take this." It was a scabbard forged from the rarest materials: black wood, red wood, cloud-patterned iron, and pure steel. A true artifact that left Chial astonished. It completely suppressed the rising evil aura of the black sword Hukia. The elder instructed, "Remember this, the sword represents death, but the scabbard represents life. Never forget that sheathing the sword is more important than drawing it." Li Chial solemnly received the gift and the valuable lesson from his senior. The kids ran over to pester Ryo again, asking to accompany Big Brother all the way to the foot of the mountain. Ryo intended to refuse out of fear for their safety, but looking at their eager faces and smiles, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She finally agreed, as long as they behaved and didn't cause trouble along the way. The group walked together along the sunlit trail. The Dakibai kids really were well-behaved and lovable children. After walking a short distance, Ryo reported that groups of people were slowly climbing the mountain. She asked if she should chase them away. The elder said there was no need to do that. They would hide this village again soon to avoid trouble. It was time the Dakibai tribe stopped living like prisoners in their own home. A new sun has risen, bringing grand changes. The story at Mount Dakibai closed, opening a new journey for Li Chial.